Chapter 0961 _ This is framed. The speed of the Shadow Cat can already be described as cross map. It uses time and space capabilities without stopping, and is not affected by terrain and climate conditions. It does not need to arrange the space coordinates in advance, which is very incomprehensible. 40 minutes. Luhan thought for a while, then walked to the cabinet in the corner and took out the pen and paper. So familiar. The Shadow Cat standing on Luhan's shoulder suddenly muttered, moved his nose, and looked around. It smelled the breath of the little black cat. The little black cat has been held by Uchiha Makoto, and went to the front yard at this time. You take this. Luhan put the written note into the mouth of the little black cat. You go to Konoha now to investigate the situation of Konoha Anbu Captain Hitaki Taishuo. Remember to be careful, don't let people see you. If you can find Hitaki Taishuo, give him the note, he will come with you. You bring him to Kumobukuro village, if you can't find it. For example, you get news that Hitaki Taishuo is out on a mission, then you try to look for it. If you can't find it, come back immediately. If you find out that Hitaki Taishuo has been killed or imprisoned, you can channel me backwards, understand? Meow. The Shadow Cat with the note in his mouth returned a vague cat meow, and then disappeared out of thin air. What happened to Taishuo? Tsunade had already stood up, and she only asked after Shadow Cat left. There were only 4 people left in the hall, Luhan, Tsunade, Xiaoai, and Orochimaru. All 4 of them have a pivotal position in the ninja world, especially Xiaoai, one of the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages. However, although Xiaoai is Raikage and this is also Kumogakure village, in this room, Luhan is the one who speaks the most. Luhan pulled up the chair and sat down, then motioned Tsunade to sit down again, and then gave Orochimaru a wink and said, tell me. Orochimaru recounted what happened when he took Uchiha Makoto to leave Konoha secretly, and analyzed it. In short, Hitaki Taishuo did not betray Luhan, he was trying to avenge Luhan, so he dedicated his life to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has made a move. From the fact that he concealed the resurrection of Hangwang from Hitaki Taishuo to the fact that he let the root ninja monitor Uchiha Makoto, it can be analyzed. After seeing Uchiha Madara and Hangwang, he chose Uchiha Madara and officially opposed Hangwang. Tsunade's eyes became very complicated after hearing this. His face was ugly. Among the people present, the one with the most complicated mood was naturally Tsunade. Although Tsunade has broken with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is a contradiction, not hatred. Otherwise, Tsunade could not have just left and fought back long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen is her mentor, and she has been practicing with Sarutobi Hiruzen since she was a child. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a teacher as well as a father. She never thought that she would go against Sarutobi Hiruzen, or even go to war. And according to the current situation, that day is not far away. When Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen met, Tsunade would choose Luhan without hesitation, but she would feel uncomfortable, she even said that she would be afraid that that day would really come. Konoha Hidden Village, the time has just arrived in the afternoon. Shadow Cat appears on the eaves of the Hokage building, because its body is too small, and some slightly raised edges and corners on the roof are enough to cover its figure. As a time-space ninja, it can converge its breath to a fixed range, do not spread out. It can be said that if it wants to hide, it is really difficult to find. However, it is not absolute. Such as the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, under the perspective, it will also be invisible. Woo! The Shadow Cat looked around, hummed twice, and disappeared. At the same time, Konoha village is behind the mountain forest, the Tomb of Heroes. Hitaki Taishuo stood in front of Hangwang's tomb, staring at the words on the tombstone, motionless. Behind Hitaki Taishuo there are 2 masked ninjas, both of which are Anbu ninjas who are close followers of Hitaki Taishuo. Captain, do you miss Lord Hangwang? The Anbu ninja behind him suddenly asked. Hitaki Taishuo didn't say a word. He really visited the Hangwang tomb more often in the past 2 days. In fact, He really wanted to open the Hangguang tomb to see if there were any dead bodies inside. But he was hesitating again, whether to do it or not. Hangguang's tomb is covered with seals. There are several of those seals, which must be broken by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Of course, Hitachi Taishuo can also break it violently, but the consequence is to make a big noise. There are two consequences of doing so. 1. There is a corpse in it. Hitachi Taishuo can justify it for any reason, even if it doesn't make sense, it's not a big problem. 2. There are no corpses in it, which means that the resurrection of Hangguang is 80% true, which proves that Sarutobi Hiruzen really has to deal with Hangguang. In the end, as long as Hitachi Taishuo smashes the tomb, Sarutobi Hiruzen will attack Hitachi Taishuo. Hitachi Taishuo never made a decision. However, he did not stop collecting other information. As Captain Anbu, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen does not restrict him, he can consult any recorded information at any time, and just yesterday, he had received secret information about Hanzo's death in battle. The information came from in a Megakure village. It is said that Sanshoyu brought Hanzo's body back to a Megakure village, and then there was civil strife in a Megakure village. Hitachi Taishuo had planned to go to Kumogakure village, the land of thunder, but he didn't have the right opportunity. Hokage building, Hokage office. The back of the swivel chair was facing the desk, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on it, staring at the scenery outside the window, tapping her fingers on the arm of the chair subconsciously. Musashi appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen like a ghost, and his thin body was filled with a faint evil aura. "How's the preparation going?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked hoarsely. "The information has been sent to Iwagakure village, and there will be someone in Anbu to testify against him. As long as Wufeng leaves Konoha privately, he can be convicted," Musashi replied in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers that tapped on the armrest of the chair stopped. Squinting out the window, a sullen look flashed across his face. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed 2 days ago that Hitachi Taishuo knew about Hangguang's resurrection, but he never did it because he needed a valid reason, and now, the reason is ready. This is framed. It was not the first time that Sarutobi Hiruzen had done such a thing, but this time, his mood was the most complicated. Chapter 0962_Evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also framed other Konoha heavyweights, such as Uchiha Leiyang, the Uchiha Patriarch of the Year, who framed Leiyang for treason and killed Leiyang first. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any psychological pressure at that time. Everyone knows Akatsuki, it was unanimously approved. In order to maintain the stability of Konoha, but also to maintain the authority of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this time is different. Sarutobi Hiruzen is for myself. It's cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't discuss with the top at all, can't say at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Hangguang would not let himself go, and there was no possibility of making peace. Hangguang was not the kind of person who put his interests first. If Hangguang could talk to him about his interests, he might be able to join hands with Hangguang to bring peace to this troubled world. Unfortunately, Hangguang not that kind of person. Konoha's point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen is hostile to Hangguang, all harm and no gain. Because with the strength of Hangguang and the prestige of Hangguang, it can not only cause heavy damage to Konoha, but even split Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really thinks about Konoha, suicide is the right way to thank the world. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always looked at the big picture, completely abandoned the big picture. He is not a real saint at all, he can't let go of his power, his own reputation, let alone his own life. This time he framed Hitachi Taishuo for his own selfish desires. It's an excuse. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not think that he is wrong. The so-called people do not kill themselves for their own sake, and it is the same for everyone. Go and test him, make him suspicious, and force him to leave Konoha privately as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hoarsely, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. Yes. Musashi took the order, dodged and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back and said, "Call Namikaze Minato." "Yes." The ninja of Anbu Zero Squadron, who was guarding outside the door, said. After a while, Namikaze Minato hurried to the Hokage office. "Lord Hokage, do you have a mission?" Namikaze Minato asked eagerly. "Yeah." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a nasal voice, turned the swivel chair half a turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Namikaze Minato, took out a scroll from his cuff, pressed it on the table, and pushed it cautiously. Namikaze Minato's expression is a little excited, because looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, this mission will be very important. Picking up the scroll and opening a quick glance, the excited expression on Namikaze Minato's face gradually disappeared, replaced by shock and disbelief. This is an investigative piece of information about Captain Anbu's invincible collaborating with the enemy. Anbu Captain Hatake Taishuo, codenamed Wufeng, has secretly colluded with Tsuchikage Onoki, the third generation of Iwagakure village since a year ago, and betrayed important information about Konoha many times, including the 2 times when Konoha died because of wrong information and hundreds of ninjas. Because Wufeng informed Onoki in advance. This ninja war, the number one enemy of Konoha village is Iwagakure village. There is no more serious crime than collaborating with the enemy. If, like Orochimaru, he killed a few people indiscriminately, or stole Konoha's forbidden technique, those charges are nominally capital crimes, but they are all negotiable. Only collaborating with the enemy, a capital crime, is unforgivable. No matter what difficulties you have, what explanations you have made, or any unreasonable reasons, it is unforgivable. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to kill Hatake Taishuo directly, so he made this arrangement. His arrangement was almost seamless. Not only was Konoha prepared to frame Hatake Taishuo's evidence, but even Iwagakure village, Black Zetsu sent the evidence. Black Zetsu will arrange it so that Onoki is willing to prove that Hatake Taishuo really has a connection with him. It's not difficult. After all, Onoki would like to see infighting in Konoha, and Black Zetsu only needs to mention Hangwang to Onoki and make it clear that it is aimed at Hangwang, and Onoki will cooperate. Just look at what Black Zetsu has to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes in Black Zetsu's ability, because he is also extremely afraid of Black Zetsu. How can this be? How is it possible? What reason does he have for doing this? Why? Namikaze Minato read the information up and down several times, but still couldn't believe it. Who is Wufeng? That's Sarutobi Hiruzen's number one confidant, Captain Anbu of Konoha. It can also be said that it is the number one dog leg of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can you betray? You should have heard that Uchiha Madara is still alive, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. I know. Namikaze Minato nodded in a daze. It was said by Master Tsunade back then. It is said that Master Hangwang died in Uchiha Madara. Ah! Namikaze Minato suddenly called out, loudly. He thought of it. Uchiha Madara was the murderer who killed Hangwang, and Namikaze Minato had heard about the secret cooperation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara, and Namikaze Minato even listened to the teacher Jiraiya and Orochimaru in private talking about Uchiha Madara and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Think about it this way. Hatake Taishuo is Hangwang's direct disciple. He should be opposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's cooperation with Uchiha Madara, but he has been loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen all these years. Could it be that it's all fake? Has he started to take revenge in secret? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't get the word out, but Namikaze Minato had already guessed a bit. He turned out to be. Namikaze Minato stared, and he said the whole thing. I didn't expect that. If we hadn't lost many times on the front line in recent months, and there have been abnormal casualties, I wouldn't have found him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flashed a trace of pain. Now the evidence is conclusive, he knowing that Konoha has too many secrets. Once he completely surrenders, it will be a disaster for Konoha. He must not be kept, you understand. Quote. Namikaze Minato blinked at Sarutobi Hiruzen blankly, looked at the information scroll in his hand, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and finally nodded vigorously. Namikaze Minato didn't have much friendship with Hitaki Taishuo. He just couldn't believe it, but he didn't have any psychological burden. Okay, you didn't let me down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and gave Namikaze Minato a relieved look. In fact, this is also part of his plan. As long as Hitaki Taishuo dies at the hands of Namikaze Minato, then Namikaze Minato and Han Guang will be deadly enemies. He can never become a cold person. Chapter 0963_ is expected of Mr. Hokage. With the strength of Namikaze Minato, he can kill Hitaki Taishuo, but it is also a little troublesome. But Sarutobi Hiruzen has already planned to shoot himself, 2-on-1, plus Musashi's assistance. There is absolutely no possibility of missing. His plan is that as long as Hitaki Taishuo leaves Konoha village privately, he will chase out with Namikaze Minato. Not much to say, just kill. Be sure to kill Hitaki Taishuo on the spot, after which Musashi will produce more detailed evidence, and may even dug out some Konoha confidential information from Hitaki Taishuo. At that time, there will be no evidence of death. As long as the evidence is correct, no one can vindicate Hitaki Taishuo. And even if he was rehabilitated, Sarutobi Hiruzen also prepared a second move. Black Zetsu will be the ultimate culprit. Sarutobi Hiruzen got false information from Black Zetsu, listened to slander, and killed a loyal person by mistake. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mistake is much smaller than framing his subordinates. Of course that was the worst possible outcome, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe that would actually happen. Go ahead and wait for my news. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and asked Namikaze Minato to return the intelligence scroll to him, and added, "This matter is not easy to make a big deal. After all, there is a scandal inside our Konoha. Captain Anbu is collaborating with the enemy. I know people I don't know, I'm also at fault. If the matter can be resolved outside the village, then it will be resolved outside the village. When that happens, let's say he died suddenly. After all, he made a lot of merits for Konoha. Although his wife died young, but he still has some relatives after all." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning, after the execution of Hitaki Taishuo, he will save some face for him and preserve his reputation, so that his relatives will not be too difficult in the village in the future. Hitaki Taishuo's relatives are naturally several ninjas in the Hitaki clan, and even Namikaze Minato's disciple, Hitaki Kakashi, is also a nephew who is close to Hitaki Taishuo. Namikaze Minato turned and left, sighing. He admired Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisiveness, and also admired Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance, worthy of being Hokage-sama. The footsteps quickly disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Namikaze Minato leave. He is very clear that he will have a battle with Han Guang, one-on-one, and he is not Han Guang's opponent, but his advantage is not in personal strength, but the power in his hands. Namikaze Minato is too young, and being young means there is uncertainty. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to eliminate this uncertainty, so he arranged for Namikaze Minato to feud with Han Guang. Others, Orochimaru can't be counted on, Tsunade can't even more. And Jiraiya. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought about letting Jiraiya come back and participate in this matter, but he finally gave up this plan, because Jiraiya has too many hearts, although he doesn't seem smart enough, and has many bad problems, such as lust, but Jiraiya, after all, is from the most in the tragic Second Ninja World War. The ninjas who have come to today have experienced too many intrigues, and it is very possible to see the problem based on experience alone. But on the other hand, among the three direct disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the most loyal is Jiraiya. Even with Tsunade and Orochimaru, the possibility of him taking refuge in the cold light is very low. In the eastern district of Konoha village, a high-walled house has 4 rows of stone houses. Each row has more than a dozen rooms, and the clanging sound of beating is constantly heard from each room. This is Konoha's blast furnace workshop, which belongs to the military center. The sophisticated weapons and equipment used by Konoha advanced ninjas are all produced from this workshop. In addition to the 2 battalions of 300 garrison ninjas stationed outside the workshop, there are also Anbu ninjas nearby. Patrol duty. Wearing a mask, Hotake Taishuo walked down the corridor, turning his head from time to time to look at the stone house window. He just came over to inspect and investigate whether Han Guang was resurrected. He had been doing it in secret. On the surface, he still maintained his responsibilities as Captain Anbu. You went to the Tomb of Heroes again. A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. Hotake Taishuo stopped and didn't look back. He could hear whose voice it was. Musashi. Is there a problem? No, I'm just curious. You have been to the Tomb of Heroes 8 times in the past 2 days, staring at Han Guang's tombstone in a daze. Why? Musashi's words are already very direct. He is clearly telling Hotake Taishuo, I have been eyeing you. It has nothing to do with you. Hotake Taishuo replied coldly and continued to walk forward. Musashi watched Hotake Taishuo walk away with a cunning look in his eyes. He is not willing to penetrate Hotake Taishuo's heart. It is a fog, but he knows that after what he said today, Hotake Taishuo will definitely go out to find the cold light. It is only a matter of time. Musashi dodged and disappeared. Hotake Taishuo, who was far away, stopped in the shade of a tree, looked back, and frowned. More and more sure. If there is no special reason, it is impossible for Musashi to stare at this kind of thing. What happened to Han Guang's tomb? Even if Hotake Taishuo slept in front of Han Guang's tombstone, he could understand that he missed his teacher, and there was nothing wrong with it. Leaving the blast furnace workshop, Hotake Taishuo walked on the tree-lined path with a slow pace and many thoughts. He had a very strong sense of crisis. The possibility of teacher Han Guang's resurrection is already extremely high, and in this case, he is likely to be targeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meow. The suspicious cat meow suddenly sounded. Huh. Hotake Taishuo looked back quickly, stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Orochimaru, S. No, it's a teacher. A cold ninja beast. The shadow cat squatted on the 3-meter-high branch of a big tree beside him and tilted his head to look at Hotake Taishuo, his tail drooping and swaying. Hotake Taishuo, Shadow Cat asked. It's me. Who asked you to come? Hotake Taishuo clenched his hands all of a sudden. It's really you. The shadow cat's eyes rolled. In fact, it didn't know Hotake Taishuo very well. Although he and the little black cat were familiar with Konoha before, Hotake Taishuo always dressed up as a mysterious whereabouts. Who asked you to come? Hotake Taishuo asked urgently. Master, Hangguang, you all call it Hangguang, but it's actually just a code name. Shadow Cat murmured, flashed, and appeared on top of Hotake Taishuo's head, then lowered his head and spat out a small ball of paper from his mouth. Hotake Taishuo was quick-witted and grabbed the paper ball in his hand. Chapter 0964_Kill a person in 10 steps. Hotake Taishuo's heart was very excited. Whether the resurrection of the cold light was true or not depends on what was written in the note. Hotake Taishuo clenched his fist and slowly opened the note with a line of words on it. In the 34th year of Konoha, on the 16th of June, you asked me what the swordsman did, and I said, kill one person in 10 steps, and leave nowhere for 1,000 miles. 10 steps to kill one person. 1,000 miles without leaving. 10 steps to kill one person. One person. Hotake Taishuo looked at the words on the note, and kept muttering to himself, his hands gradually trembling, and his eyes were full of yuhi. 13 years ago, on June 16th, the 34th year of Konoha, Hotake Taishuo asked Lu Han about swordsmanship on that day. After Lu Han instructed him, Hotake Taishuo asked Lu Han what a swordsman was and how to do it. A real swordsman. At that time, he was in a staged bottleneck period, and he was at a loss, so he asked questions. This is a philosophical question. It can be interpreted in a narrow sense, a broad sense, and in many ways. Lu Han didn't understand philosophy, and he couldn't explain the big truth in simple words, but he explained it anyway. Killing a person in 10 steps. These are 2 lines from the ancient 5-character poem, The Sha Ke Xing, written by Li Bai, a poet in Lu Han's previous life, and it is also Lu Han's attitude as a knife repairer. These 2 poems, Lu Han only said to Hitoki Tai Shuo, a direct disciple of swordsmanship. This is something only the 2 of them know. Where is the teacher? Hitoki Tai Shuo suddenly raised his head and asked, and quickly raised his hand to grab the shadow cat above his head. Meow. Shadow cat dodged, jumped to a tree next to it, and wagged its tail. Kumogakure village, he asked me to take you there. Let's go. Now, do you want to pack up, Li? Don't. There's nothing to clean up. Hitoki Tai Shuo can't wait, and, he really has nothing to clean up. He has been alone for too long. His wife died young, he has no children, and he has no home. Meow, then let's go this way. Shadow cat jumped continuously on the tree. Hitoki Tai Shuo followed the shadow cat and looked down at the note from time to time. When he was about to run out of the woods with the shadow cat, he suddenly stopped. The shadow cat jumped forward twice more before looking back at him suspiciously. 10 steps to kill 1 person. 1,000 miles without leaving. 10 steps to kill 1 person. Kill 1 person. 1 person. Hitoki Tai Shuo repeated over and over again, not knowing what to think, his eyes filled with cruelty. Faintly the murderous aura rippled from him. The shadow cat's hair exploded all over, and immediately disappeared, and then reappeared on a tree more than 20 meters away, staring cautiously at Hitoki Tai Shuo and said, Meow, aren't you Hitoki Tai Shuo? Kill someone. Don't answer me, are you Hitoki Tai Shuo? Kill someone. Hitoki Tai Shuo seemed to be suffering from a disease. He ignored the shadow cat's question. He muttered, the direction of the Hokage building, staring intently. Hello. You wait for me outside the village. Hitoki Tai Shuo's tone was icy cold. He regained the character of Captain Anbu, holding the handle of the knife in his hand, and walked back slowly. What's the matter? Could it be the wrong person? What's the situation? He is Hitoki Tai Shuo, he can't be wrong. Shadow cat muttered, watching Hitoki Tai Shuo go away, shaking his head for a while, and then disappeared. Hokage building, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing the information, and Musashi appeared in the corner out of thin air. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head slightly, and while closing the information scroll, he asked, how is it? He will go, just these few days. Musashi said hoarsely. Well, keep an eye on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Anbu sighed. You have to make arrangements too. I'm afraid there will be some ninjas who won't believe in Wufeng's mutiny. If necessary, I don't mind killing a few more people. I understand. Go on, by the way. Send a letter to Jiraiya and have him come back in 5 days. Yes. Musashi took the lead, then dodged and disappeared into the corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the table, thought for a while, then lowered his head and continued to review the information. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed about a third of the information, and there was a knock on the door. Dong dong. Come in. The door was quickly opened, and the mysterious Hitoki Tai Shuo stepped in, closed the door with a backhand, and then walked to the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced up, then pretended not to care, looked down at the 2 lines of words, and said, what's the matter? Lord Hokage, I suspect Musashi intends to rebel. Hitoki Tai Shuo calmly said. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly frowned and looked at Hitoki Tai Shuo, squinting slightly, his eyes flashed, do you have evidence? You can't talk nonsense, he is the leader of the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed enough caution. It's the Uchiha clan. Hitoki Tai Shuo replied. Uchiha Fugaku, the chief of the Uchiha clan, was promoted by Lord Hokage, loyal to Konoha, and did not intend to rebel, but the actual controller of the Uchiha clan is not Uchiha Fugaku, but several elders of the Uchiha clan. Lord Hokage should know their thoughts. Anbu has collected and sorted out this information more than once. Quote. So, Musashi and them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very solemn. They have had a secret conversation, more than once. Hatake Taishuo continued, and just at noon today, the Uchiha tribe made an unusual move. The Uchiha seniors, except Fugaku, held a secret meeting before the unusual move. Up to 3 hours. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and tapped the table with his fingers subconsciously. He believed it. In other words, a part of the letter. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen did not completely trust Musashi, otherwise it would be impossible for Musashi to make a wrong arrangement, prompting Hatake Taishuo to meet with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen always knew that Musashi was the son of the test subject, and he had already tested Musashi. Blood vessels. Lord Hokage. Hatake Taishuo took out the scroll from his arms. This is an intelligence summary. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly took the information and opened it. This moment. The rich fire attribute chakra waves are turbulent, and the scroll burst into a fireball. Hatake Taishuo strikes instantly. Chapter 0965_Unforgivable. The moment he opened the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the detonating talisman wrapped in the scroll, and his eyes were horrified. Ninjas are basically high offense and low defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat power is terrifying, but his flesh is not much defense. In the face of sneak attacks, if you can't dodge in time, a small fireball can burn him to death. In fact, even Lao Ai, who was hailed as the strongest shield in those days, before his body was activated, his body was stronger, and he didn't have much defensive power. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Hatake Taishuo to dare to attack him. He already knew that Hatake Taishuo had a rebellious heart, and to take refuge in Hengguang would be a rebellion, but he still never thought about this possibility, and because Hatake Taishuo skillfully grasped his psychology, he fabricated the false story that Musashi wanted to rebel, causing him to revolt. Ignore precautions. When the fire attribute chakra fluctuations appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to pull back. When the fire burst, he was about to dodge and disappear, but because of the flames, the space was not stable enough, and he stayed behind. Hatake Taishuo didn't expect a detonator to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only function of the detonator is to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen dodge in the first place. In the case of a sneak attack, in terms of melee lethality, swordsmanship is the strongest. Any kind of technique has a process of mobilizing chakra, and most of them require a hand seal, but the knife technique is different, and the knife is only in an instant. Knife like thunder. With the explosion of the fire, the terrifying knife shadow tore the fire again, the desk was directly smashed, the floor was cut and penetrated, the office chair and the wall behind the office chair were all torn apart, and the waterfall knife rain shrouded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man, he is not a god. Although he is the Grand Master of the 5 elements of ninjutsu and is known as a ninjutsu professor, he is not a match for Hatake Taishuo in melee combat if he has no weapons and it is too late for hand seal. Hatake Taishuo is weaker than him, but he is a sneak attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen just needed a respite and distance to turn things around. But Hatake Taishuo will not give him this chance. The light of the knife is like a waterfall, like a rainstorm, and the terrifying airflow is swirling in it. At this moment, Hatake Taishuo is murderous. Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated furiously, dodged furiously, everything happened very fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even recover from the shock, he felt a pain in his arm and blood splashed. Outside the Hokage building, in the grove, the shadow cat stood on a thin branch at the top of the tree, swaying with the wind, staring at the direction of the Hokage building, full of doubts. Why don't you say it's okay to go together? What are you doing here again? The terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly appeared. It was followed by a loud roar. Less than a second before and after. Boom _ A hole was blown out on the side of the Hokage building, and as the sawdust splashed, a figure with a bamboo hat fell out of the hole, and another figure followed closely. This figure is really Hatake Taishuo. How dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen drank in anger. You broke your promise, Hatake Taishuo said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground with a bang, and then bounced up, dodging extremely thrillingly dodging the light of the knife that Hatake Taishuo was chasing. Who? Protect Hokage-sama. You captain. Anbu ninjas who were secretly guarding nearby appeared one after another. They were about to be stunned, but someone dared to attack Lord Hokage. And when they saw who was attacking Hokage, they were really stunned. Is it Konoha's Captain Anbu, Lord Hokage's #1 confidant, who wants to kill Hokage? They all stood on the spot in shock, and even forgot to rescue. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in danger again. A layer of ice condensed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it was directly smashed by Hatake Taishuo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also took the opportunity to open up a little distance. Wafang, you dare! A strange exclamation sounded, containing unbelievable anger. A thin figure flickered in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and black mist exploded all over his body. It's Musashi. Looking for death, Hatake Taishuo drank coldly. The terrifying rain of knives splashed on Musashi. When the knife light collided with the black mist, there was a harsh crashing sound. The knife light rolled around Musashi and directly knocked him out. I don't know how many knives penetrated the black mist defense. Hit Musashi. Musashi flew like a cannonball through the woods. Bang _ Fireworks explode over Hokage building. Konoha highest alert, Hokage attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already drawn a certain distance from Hatake Taishuo. He can fight back or escape, but he is injured, and the injury is in his extremely important right hand, which is bloody. This kind of injury weakens his strength by at least 90%. Hatake Taishuo is approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen with extreme speed. He is going to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't think about what would happen to him after killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't think about it because he wasn't Hatake Tsukumo. Then, White Fang was cold-hearted and felt betrayed and abandoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was desperate, so he chose to commit suicide. But Hatake Taishuo won't do that. He doesn't have that kind of complicated feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has hatred. Just take revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen promised him back then that he would give him a chance to kill Uchiha Madara. He believed it, and for this he became Sarutobi Hiruzen's most loyal lackey, right or wrong, whatever Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to unite with Uchiha Madara to deal with the cold light after the resurrection of the cold light, and Hatake Taishuo was out of anger. This is a betrayal, unforgivable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already flashed in the woods. Hatake Taishuo chased in. Approaching again, the knife light is tearing everything in front of him. Nothing can stop him. At the same time, the strong Konoha who was in the office had already rushed out of the Hokage building. It could even be said that the entire Konoha ninja was moving and rushing towards this side. No front, you traitor! Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry shout resounded through Konoha like thunder. Give me death! Hatake Taishuo waved his scythe with a ferocious face. Kai _ The sound of breaking the air is coming. A golden lightning bolt slanted directly between Hatake Taishuo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3 Styles. Chapter 0966 _ Traitor. Namikaze Minato is here. In less than 10 seconds, he came, no matter where he was in Konoha, as long as he sensed the fighting here, or saw the warning signal, he would be the first to come. In the art of Hiraishin, he has surpassed Hokage Senju Tobarama, the founder of the art of Hiraishin. Hatake Taishuo's heart sank to the bottom when he saw the golden light flashing before his eyes. Namikaze Minato is better than him, even if he can't beat him quickly, he is better than him. Countless golden lights have shrouded Hatake Taishuo, up and down, front, back, left and right. There are attacks everywhere, spiral flashes, super round dance and roar. This is Namikaze Minato's strongest attack skills. The reason why he came here is to use big moves. It was because Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him in advance that Hatake Taishuo was collaborating with the enemy. So it can be said that he is Konoha Yui, someone who is not surprised by Hitachi Taishuo's surprise attack on Hokage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen finds it unbelievable, because Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Hitachi Taishuo, but Namikaze Minato doesn't, so he thinks he can do anything. Hitachi Taishuo is crazy. The rain of knives surrounds him, and the light of knives is connected together, forming a barrier that is close to the protective cover. He is weaker than Namikaze Minato, but not so weak that he will be killed by Namikaze Minato in seconds. That is impossible. 5 seconds. Namikaze Minato's ultimate move ended, and the golden lightning suddenly stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. Hitachi Taishuo held the blade of Kurigakure, stared at Namikaze Minato with fierce eyes, and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely unwillingly. He had no chance, and without others, just one Namikaze Minato could completely stop him from killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Traitor, Namikaze Minato said coldly. He didn't immediately attack Hitachi Taishuo, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was injured and his self-protection ability was insufficient. If Hitachi Taishuo found a chance to bypass him and attack Sarutobi Hiruzen again, it would be bad. Hitachi Taishuo said nothing, slowly backed away, and glanced at the nearby Anbu ninja with his peripheral vision. Several Konoha strongmen who came out of the Hokage building rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they didn't do anything to Hitachi Taishuo, some because they were stunned, and some simply didn't dare. Hitachi Taishuo's murderous aura was too heavy, and its strength can definitely kill some so-called Konoha powerhouses in close combat. More and more ninjas rushed to the scene, because they were late. They didn't understand what was going on, and there were no enemies at the scene. On the other hand, Captain Anbu looks murderous. What about the enemy? In the distant grove, on the treetops, Shadow Cat looked at the scene with a dazed expression. What the hell is this? How to deal with it? Luhan didn't tell it what to do after this happened. It had already found Hitachi Taishuo. According to the plan, it was going to take Hitachi Taishuo to Kumogakure village, but now it obviously didn't the ability to rescue Hitachi Taishuo. Hitachi Taishuo suddenly moved into a glimpse and rushed towards the direction of Hokage Rock. It's better to go from there. Because as long as he climbs over the Hokage Rock, he will enter the Konoha Back Mountain Forest, where the terrain is complex and there are countless organs. He is the captain of Anbu, and no one knows the layout of the Back Mountain Forest better than him. Once he enters the Back Mountain, he can quickly. There were not many ninjas chasing him, and the Konoha garrison could not quickly form a siege. As Konoha's top 5 powerhouses, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen himself is injured, he still has the possibility of escaping. Namikaze Minato is fast, but his attack power is not good. He does not have an advantage against Hitachi Taishuo in melee combat, and he has the possibility to escape. Sex is still there. Hitachi Taishuo moved. Namikaze Minato also moved. Hiraishin Kunai chased after Hitachi Taishuo. Namikaze Minato appeared, and Rasengan bombarded. Hitachi Taishuo returned to the Patriarch of the Sword, but used skillful strength. Although the Rasengan burst, he also flew out backwards, jumping directly for 100 meters. The others were still in the air, but he waved the sword, with the blade of Kurigakure as the center. Thick the fog spreads quickly. Namikaze Minato's face changed. If you want to keep Hitachi Taishuo, you have to fight him in close combat, so that you can get entangled, but the dense fog will block everyone's sight, and the judgment will be inaccurate only by the sense of breath, which greatly increases Namikaze Minato to drag Hitachi Tai master difficulty. Kill him. Wu Feng, he is a traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted excitedly. Konoha ninjas who came later, and those who were stunned, all reacted. In an instant, at least hundreds of ninjas set off, all chasing in the direction where Hitachi Taishuo fled. There are still dozens of ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen to protect his safety, mainly Anbu ninjas. Anbu medical ninjas stationed in the Hokage building has come to Sarutobi Hiruzen, carefully dragging his bloody right hand to heal him. This kind of injury is actually not too serious, minor burns and lacerations of flesh and blood. Fractures are not poisoned or sealed, so it is not difficult to heal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was shaking. Not because of pain, but because of anger. He always stared at the huge moving fog. A large number of ninjas chased after him. Many of them were using ninjutsu to eliminate the fog. Namikaze Minato also chased into the fog, but the fog-creating ability of the Kurigakure blade too strong. Some are blown away, new ones will appear soon, and more. In the thick fog, even Namikaze Minato can hardly stop Hatake Taishuo from escaping. Hatake Taishuo quickly rushed under the Hokage rock, and the huge fog mass dragged its tail towards the Hokage rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been staring. His hand is being healed. It won't take long to heal. When his hand heals, he will kill Hatake Taishuo himself. Hokage building not far away, Kaharu Utatane, Homura Mitokado, and more than a dozen civilian staff who originally worked in the Hokage building all looked at the situation in shock. Around them, hundreds of ninjas had gathered to protect their safety. The fog mass reached the top of Hokage Rock, and was blown away by futon, wind-style ninjutsu, and did not appear again. Hatake Taishuo also disappeared. He has entered the back mountain forest. Lord Hokage, it's all right, said the medical ninja next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and rushed out with a sonic boom. Chapter 0967_U Dog. When Hatake Taishuo moved towards the Hokage rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Hatake Taishuo's mind. He might really escape. Because the incident happened too suddenly, and Hatake Taishuo is a ninja who is good at speed, melee combat, and breakthrough, most of the Konoha ninjas have not yet arrived at the scene of the incident, let alone chased. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't personally killed anyone for many years. Captain Konoha Anbu betrayed and killed Konoha Hokage. Once this incident spreads, it will definitely stir up the ninja world. Hatake Taishuo will become a hero in some people's hearts, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will also become a laughingstock for some people. It's a shame. Sarutobi Hiruzen must kill Hatake Taishuo, kill himself, immediately. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen chased after him, in the depths of the woods, several Konoha ninjas were surrounding a thin corpse, covered in blood, checking whether there was any possibility to save him, but the corpse suddenly sat up. Ha! Musashi breathed heavily, a strange yuhi color flashed in his opened eyes. He is not dead. But it looks like the injury is very serious. The clothes are tattered, the flesh and blood all over the body, elbows, ribs, abdomen, legs. There are deep bone wounds everywhere. At the critical moment, he rushed to resist Hatake Taishuo's terrifying ultimate move. Even if he had other stronger confrontation abilities, it was too late to use it. He didn't die because he was not a normal person by nature. The surrounding Konoha ninjas all took a few steps back in fright. Musashi gasped, his lost eyes finally focused, and he raised his hand seal with trembling, strange chakra fluctuations rippling from his body. Visible to the naked eye. His wounds are healing fast. Even the crack in the leg bone healed quickly. The mountain behind Konoha, in the endless forest. Namikaze Minato stood on the tree branch and glanced around with his brows fixed. Hatake Taishuo disappeared after entering the back mountain. Namikaze Minato was looking for him. The biggest possibility at present is that Hatake Taishuo hid when he entered the back mountain, and his breath remained motionless. Call. Several figures appeared beside Namikaze Minato, and on the trees behind him, dozens of Konoha ninjas followed, all of whom had just caught up, and they were only one step behind Namikaze Minato. Look, he's nearby, Namikaze Minato waved. Dozens of ninjas jumped out in an instant and began to look for Hatake Taishuo, and even a ninja channeled a ninja dog and used the ninja dog's sense of smell to find it. Namikaze Minato is still standing on the tree. He guessed that Hatake Taishuo must have been hiding and asked others to look for it, but he was deliberately frightening the snake. As long as Hatake Taishuo moved because of this, any small and abnormal noises caused by the disturbance might be caught by Namikaze Minato. What about people? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared beside Namikaze Minato like a ghost. Gone. Namikaze Minato replied. More and more Konoha ninjas rushed to the back mountain forest. The search continued, and the scope of the search was gradually expanding, but Hatake Teishuo seemed to disappear out of thin air without a trace. Kilometers away. Hatake Teishuo is moving forward cautiously. The speed is not fast, but it is definitely not slow. He is very careful and hardly makes a sound. Although he needs to use chakra to perform such a difficult skill, he has no divination. Chakra fluctuates, and there is no breath, smell. The shadow cat was lying on top of Hatake Teishuo's head, one paw pressed forward, motionless like a sculpture. It is it that seals off everything that can be perceived in Hatake Teishuo. As a ninja beast gifted with time and space ability, Shadow Cat's time and space ability is not only instant, it can only be said that it is mainly instant. At present, it is in this state, closed, by Hatake Teishuo, and it cannot move by itself. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, a senior ninja from the Hyuga clan finally arrived at the scene, opened by a Kugan, and investigated through perspective. Over there, 8 kilometers away, the ninja quickly spotted Hatake Teishuo and shouted, pointing to the east. Chase! Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced back and shouted. Namikaze Minato has disappeared from the tree. Because the distance was far enough, Hatake Teishuo began to run wildly. The shadow cat still crawled on top of his head like a sculpture, maintaining a closed, isolating Hatake Teishuo's breath and smell. The piercing sound of breaking the air strikes. The golden light flashed by Hatake Teishuo's side. Hatake Teishuo's face changed, and he turned sideways to dodge. Boom! Rasengan bombarded the big tree on the side, directly smashing the towering tree. Hatake Teishuo shakes the blade of Kurigakure, and the thick fog reappears. The shadow cat looked frightened and disappeared above Hatake Teishuo's head. Damn! Hatake Teishuo scolded. You can't escape, Namikaze Minato said solemnly. Hatake Teishuo's face was ugly, because he had already felt the aura of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rapid approach, and he was very violent, and he was destined to be unable to get rid of Namikaze Minato, no matter how hard he struggled and resisted. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen joined the battlefield, his death was coming. Damn, you dog, you Sarutobi Hiruzen's dog, right and wrong. Hatake Teishuo's frantic voice came from the thick fog. Traitor, damn it, Namikaze Minato replied. The two began to fight, fighting for life and death. Hatake Teishuo is also not running away. It is pointless, he has to fight with Namikaze Minato desperately. Even if he is dead, he has to pull back. The shadow cat hid far away, squatted on the tree, and scratched the cat on its head with its small paws, looking very distressed. What to do? It simply cannot bring Hatake Teishuo back to Kumogakure village now. Mission to be completed. Shadow Cat's eyes rolled, and it didn't even wag its tail. After thinking about it, its little head drooped. It couldn't do anything. Whirring _ A figure rushed from the west at high speed, with a terrifying aura that made people chill from the bottom of my heart, and kept crashing directly into the thick fog that kept roaring. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen? The shadow cat raised its small head again, meowing a few times, as if making a great determination, then meowing again, stretching its little paws forward with a sense of ritual, and solemnly photographed it. Bang! With a flash of white smoke, a black-robed figure appeared out of thin air in front of Shadow Cat. Chapter 0968_surprised. Kumogakure Village, Lone Peak Mansion. After Orochimaru explained Hatake Teishuo's situation, several people discussed it, mainly two things. One was that Luhan wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. Luhan just said a few words about this matter without discussing it in depth. One thing is the relationship between Kumogakure Village and Konoha Village. In this third ninja war, Kumogakure and Konoha should be regarded as semi-allies. Although there is no clear alliance, but more than a year ago, Lao Ai led the army to march into Iwagakure. In order to cover the retreat of the troops, Lao Ai fought bloody battle with Iwagakure for 3 days and 3 nights, and died of exhaustion. This is the inexorable hatred between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The enemy of the so-called enemy is a friend, so the current Kumogakure is a good friend with Konoha. But now, because of Lu Han's relationship, the relationship between Konoha village and Kumogakure village is likely to deteriorate rapidly, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the benefit of Konoha, is likely to turn enemies into friends with Iwagakure village and fight against Kumogakure village together. With the addition of Uchiha Madara, or Black Zetsu's arrangement, Kumogakure is likely to be in danger. This is an extreme case. But it could still happen. Lu Han took the initiative to bring up this matter, not because it was unfounded, but because Tsunade and others could only be temporarily placed in Kumogakure village to be safe, and Kumogakure village had to take great risks for this. Although Xiao Ai had no turning back, Lu Han did not feel that of course, although Xiao Ai is his apprentice, Xiao Ai is not alone, he is Hokage, who shoulders the responsibility of guarding tens of thousands of people in Kumogakure village. Lu Han wanted to make it clear that if Xiao Ai expressed concerns, or if the senior officials of Kumogakure village opposed and put pressure on Xiao Ai, Lu Han would probably take Tsunade and others away. After everyone finished talking, Xiao Ai said goodbye and left. He had to make arrangements and prepare in advance. Whether the top Kumogakure will put pressure on him remains to be seen. Tsunade left Orochimaru with him for lunch, and kept talking with him in the lobby, asking about Konoha over the years. Hyuga Luo-ning arranged a room for Uchiha Makoto, and then took her back to the back house. She went to the kitchen to cook, and Makoto followed him cautiously. She didn't dare to look at Tsunade's face, she could feel that Tsunade didn't like her very much. Lu Han took Xiao Ali to the yard to test his practice homework. In fact, he should go to Uzumaki Kushina at this time, but he didn't know if the Shadow Cat would channel him backwards. In case he just said to Uzumaki Kushina half of the words, before being explained clearly, was reversed and walked away. That would cause trouble. This matter can be put aside for a while, anyway, Uzumaki Kushina is in Kumogakure village, so it can't be lost. In the courtyard, the wind was blowing. Although Ali knows the technique of Hiraishin, he is actually a ninja of taijutsu. He has high attainments in the use of strange powers of taijutsu. The teacher, who teaches her is Tsunade. Tsunade style. Between the static and the movement, there is quite a charm, and the swaying of the arm often brings out the sound of exploding gas. It's time to eat. Hyuga Luo-ning's call came from inside the house. Xiao Ali stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lu Han expectantly. Very good, Lu Han commented. Xiao Ali immediately smiled happily. The two walked towards the door, and Xiao Ali suddenly asked, Dad, you haven't told me yet, what are those golden lights, and Yuhi lights, those things, scrolls, what are they? Well, Lu Han dragged a long tone, thinking about how to explain it to Ali. He suddenly remembered that it seemed that he had not counted the kills and drops for many days. Since many days ago in the Kingdom of Vortex, he killed Hanzo and killed White Zetsu for the 2nd time. Today, he killed White Zetsu for the 3rd time. I haven't counted the rewards, there's no special reason, I just can't think of it. I just reunited with my family when I was in the country of the Vortex, and I was with them wholeheartedly. Here, there are too many things. 3 kills of White Zetsu achieved an incredible hidden achievement, and Lu Han still didn't know what the reward was. Dad, the two had already reached the door, and Ali tilted his head and called again, as if hoping that Lu Han would answer. Actually, Lu Han suddenly turned pale, he felt an irresistible force attached to him. Reverse channeling. Lu Han opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he disappeared out of thin air. Indoor lobby. Food was already on the table, Hyuga Luo-ning was busy, Tsunade invited Orochimaru to take a seat, Uchiha Makoto looked a little embarrassed and didn't know whether to sit or not. Dad is gone, Xiao Li outside the door suddenly shouted. Huh. Everyone looked up at the door. At the door, Ailey frowned slightly and said, "It's like this again," and suddenly disappeared. "What's going on?" "It's the Shadow Cat," Orochimaru said. Here he knows the situation between Lu Han and the Shadow Cat best. Reverse channeling. Han Guang went to Konoha. There must be something wrong. Tai Shuo is dead. Tsunade's expression changed. The mountain forest behind Konoha village. Lu Han felt the darkness in front of his eyes, and then he appeared out of thin air in the vast forest. In the thick fog that was more than 100 away, there were bursts of roars, and 3 terrifying chakra fluctuations were intertwined, accompanied by shouts. The insight map opened in seconds, and the name of Yuhi was in the thick fog. Fire Country Konoha Hidden Village 3 Generations Hokage 70 Bronze Boss, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within a 10-kilometer radius, at least hundreds of Yuhi-named ninjas were rapidly approaching the dense fog, and even more Yuhi names kept rushing into the detection range of the insight map. There is also a teammate blue in the dense fog. There is no doubt that it is Hitachi Tai Shuo. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to attack Hitachi Tai Shuo today. Did he make up a crime? Don't think too much, I'm shocked. Was like an active volcano that had been sleeping for thousands of years suddenly came alive, and the terrifying chakra fluctuation of ultimate erupted from Lu Han at this moment. Teacher. Hitachi Tai Shuo looked happy. Cold light. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank violently. Who's here? Namikaze Eminato's face was stunned, the breath was too strong. The 3 people reacted differently in the dense fog. Chapter 0969_Life and Death. Damn, why is he here? Why did he suddenly appear here? Thoughts flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He wanted to understand. In fact, the Hyuga clan ninjas also saw the Shadow Cat when they detected Hitachi Tai Shuo before. But didn't say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply didn't have time to think too much. That was both familiar and unfamiliar appeared and quickly approached, and in an instant, it arrived behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the pure waterfall knife rain fell like the silver river, attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. Lu Han didn't hold back. Since he is here, then, this is a war of death and death. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted extremely quickly. After all, he was in a state of battle. His alertness was 12 points. Rumbling _. The sound of a collision that seemed to pierce the eardrums exploded in the forest, and the shock wave swept across the surrounding fog was blown away in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded both kunai and crossed it against Lu Han's shocking blade. His muscles were shaking, his body was slightly bowed, and his eyes were staring at Lu Han's eyes like a sinister. Lu Han was wearing a mask. He knew that he might be reverse-channeled, so he was always ready. The eyes under the mask were extremely cold. You shouldn't come. We shouldn't be enemies either, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Really? Ha! Lu Leng responded with a smile. Many things, both of them are well aware, and they don't need to say anything in detail. A dozen meters away, in different directions, Namikaze Minato and Hitachi Tai Shuo both forgot to fight at this moment. The former seemed to have thought of something. It was this guy who pretended to be cold that day. On the other hand, Hitachi Tai Shuo was full of excitement. War? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Divided between life and death. Lu Han replied in a low voice. Both disappeared at the same time. Immediately after appearing on the tree above, Lu Han slashed wildly. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands together. The blade of Jinghong and Kuei collided time and time again. Sparks splashed, and the shock wave was endless. Both of them were fast, only the fast left under the shadow. Because Lu Han also used any boosting ability, such as Raiden Thunder Style, Chakra Mode, Angry Blood State, or the strongest Sage Mode, it was useless, so he couldn't defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the top level 70 bronze boss, which is not far behind the level 70 white silver. During the Second World War, Lu Han's strength was definitely close to the level 70 gold level, and may have even reached it, but now, it is weaker. Because QB, Nine Tails. Final battle between Lu Han and Uchiha Madara. he was a Jinchuriki column force from Kyuubi, 9 tails, and could transform into a half-tailed beast. But now, due to the lack of Kyuubi, 9 tails bonus, his strength is relatively weakened some. But playing Sarutobi Hiruzen is still not a problem. Boom, 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 boom. There was a constant roar in the forest. Wherever Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen passed, trees, rocks, and ground were all bursting. The advantage was on Luhan's side. Sarutobi Hiruzen was always on the defensive and couldn't fight back at all. Namikaze Minato finally reacted and threw Hiraishin Kunai with a throw. Golden lightning flew behind Luhan. Luhan suddenly spiraled, guarding him with the light of a knife. While forcing Namikaze Minato to retreat, he resisted Sarutobi Hiruzen's first counterattack. "Minato, you don't have to interfere," Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, while quickly dodging back, hand seal. Namikaze Minato, who wanted to join the attack again, was stunned for a moment. The golden lightning stopped on a tree more than 10 meters behind Luhan and turned into Namikaze Minato's figure. He blinked and understood something. First, Lord Hokage must know this person. Second, they have a grudge. Third, they are dueling. Yes, the two are dueling. From the first time the two played against each other, both of them made this decision. Luhan wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen for no complicated reason, because Sarutobi Hiruzen really angered him. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought more. He was worried that Luhan would reveal his identity, but if he let Konoha besiege Luhan, Luhan would definitely do so, so he chose to duel. Only by fighting one-on-one, fighting between life and death, Luhan will not talk nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure whether he is really Luhan's opponent. Luhan's peak record is vague, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that without the cold light of Kyuubi, 9 tails, it must be weaker than in World War II, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's own combat effectiveness is to it's a little worse, but he has an assistant. That's an assistant whose combat power is not inferior to his own. This support is only summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen when his life is in danger. The retreating Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly completed the hand seal, rolled over to the ground, and slapped the ground with one hand. Spiritual. Bang! White smoke rose, and a humanoid creature with a height of more than 2 meters and a body shaped like Shouai appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the original Hokage book, the strength of the god-level psychic beasts must be ranked first. Ape King, Ape Demon. The identity of the Ape Demon is very mysterious. It has a deep relationship with the Sarutobi family and a special relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was once called the strongest contract psychic beast in the original work. Whether the Ape Demon is the strongest or not will not be said, but its power is undeniable. Without the assistance of the Ape Demon, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book would not be able to reverse the situation, and there would be no chance to seal the incomplete first and second generation Hokage. "Sarutobi, are you in trouble?" said the Ape Demon, staring at the murderous Luhan. Luhan was also looking at it, squinting slightly. Ape King, Level 78 Hell Boss, Ape Demon. For non-human hostile targets, the corresponding boss ratings are divided into 3 levels: Abyss, Hell, and Lord. The 78-level Hell Boss, if compared with the Ninja level, should be equivalent to the 70-level White Silver Boss. It's stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not necessarily. Because the elves have explained that non-human targets usually have special characteristics, the rating is only a reference, and cannot simply correspond to the ninja level. The special system of the Ape Demon is obviously that it can transform into a King Kong Rui stick, which is indestructible. That is to say, killing the Ape Demon is a very difficult thing. "Transform yourself, Ape Demon," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, staring at Luhan. Luhan suddenly moved. Chapter 0970 Break through the level barriers. Luhan quickly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, almost without a shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged and retreated again and again. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was 55 years old and had already begun to age, but it was only the beginning. Saying that he was at his peak was not too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen thousands of times in a row, but Luhan didn't hurt him in the slightest. The ape demon has completed its transformation. Kai _. The sound of breaking air hit the back of Luhan's head, and it came suddenly. Luhan dodged sideways in an instant, and after a glance, he saw the Vajra Rui stick as thick as an adult's thigh flying past. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the Vajra Rui stick and wrapped his arms around it. And waved. The King Kong Rui stick is more than 2 meters long and extremely thick, while Sarutobi Hiruzen is thin and small. The combination of the two looks extremely incongruous, and it is precisely because of this incongruity that Sarutobi Hiruzen at the moment looks very violent. Luhan paused for a moment, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His pupils shrank. Sarutobi Hiruzen's level has changed. Fire Country Konoha Village 3 generations of Eyes Hokage 70 White Silver Boss, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He actually broke the level barrier directly, and his strength broke through to level 70 White Silver. At the same time, the level display on the King Kong Rui stick, that is, the level of the ape demon, disappeared. They were judged as one. That's fine. Luhan's eyes flashed. Obviously the rules have this setting when determining the level, but in fact, this setting has been reflected for a long time, that is, the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Blade. The grades of those guys all take the weapon increase into account, and if they lose the special ninja sword, the grades will definitely drop. The same is true for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and unlike the 7 of Mist Ninja Swordsman, Sarutobi Hiruzen seldom uses the King Kong Rui stick, and only when he is at a disadvantage in the battle of life and death, he will channel the ape demon. Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen both turned into glimpses and rushed together again. The two fought each other quickly. Luhan's sword was as bright as rain, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's Vajra stick was ever-changing. Even when the two weapons were fighting, the ape demon's arm would stick out from the Vajra Rui stick and grab Luhan with sharp claws. King Kong Rui sticks can also be multiplied by 1, and they can be combined horizontally and vertically to form a shield. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally started to fight back. Holding the King Kong Rui stick, his melee strength has skyrocketed. However, so far, neither of them has shown the real strength of a level 70 White Silver, because Luhan has not used the booster, and Sarutobi Hiruzen simply does not have the melee strength of a level 70 White Silver. The rating is based on comprehensive strength, while among Sarutobi Hiruzen's comprehensive strength, the stronger one is ninjutsu. The two fought in close combat for a few minutes, and they fought on a par. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced Luhan back with a single blow, and then threw out the Vajra Rui stick, but he retreated violently. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Fire Bullet. Flames blazed, and the flames that Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out quickly turned into 3 fire dragons, sweeping towards Luhan in 3 directions. Luhan's sword was like a torrential rain, and he slashed on the King Kong Rui stick again and again, but he couldn't damage the King Kong Rui stick. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics. This is cheating, shameless. In fact, it's already a 2-on-1 situation, but Luhan recognizes this 2-on-1 situation. Go away, Luhan shouted violently, and with a heavy knife, he directly blasted the King Kong Rui stick, and then turned into a glimpse, facing the fire dragon flame bullet, the blade light like a cover, shielding the breath of the flame, pierced that flame, and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has completed the second hand seal, and a huge earth wall flew out in front of him. Boom _. Luhan slammed through it again, and killed Sarutobi Hiruzen with the splattered soil and gravel. The waterfall knife rain shrouded Sarutobi Hiruzen. No one can stop Luhan, it's just so violent. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded into white smoke in the light of the sword, and then the breath appeared 100 meters away. He appeared out of thin air, grabbed the King Kong Rui stick that was still flying upside down, and stared at Luhan with gloomy eyes. He just tried it out. He didn't expect to defeat Luhan in this way, but Luhan didn't even hide, he couldn't even defend, so violently breaking the ground made him feel a lot of pressure. In normal ninja battles, if both are good at ninjutsu, one side will launch ninjutsu, and the other will basically launch ninjutsu to compete. Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes that Luhan can fight ninjutsu with him, so that he can bring Luhan into his rhythm, but Luhan didn't play cards according to the routine at all. The two turned into glimpses again, approached, and fought. At the same time, a large number of Konoha ninjas rushed to the scene, 60 or 70, with more Konoha ninjas behind, rushing over. All the Konoha ninjas who had just arrived at the scene all had expressions of surprise on their faces, because there was a lot of things they didn't understand. Who is this mysterious man? To be able to fight to the death with Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage actually channeled the ape demon. Why is Mr. Namikaze Minato watching the fun? What is happening? Namikaze Minato saw that many people were coming, and some of the elite Jonin looked like they were about to intervene, so he turned his head and said, "They are dueling. Lord Hokage is not allowed to help." Who is he? I have never heard of such a strong man. That sword technique is quite similar to that of Lord Wufang. How dare you call Wufang an adult? That's a traitor. Some young ninjas in their 20s talked a lot, and some older ninjas didn't speak. Many people's eyes already showed a look of surprise, as if they thought of something or recalled something. Konoha ninjas came, but they all stopped, and the ninjas with commander level began to arrange arrangements to surround them. A large area of the forest has been destroyed. The area where Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen are active is the battlefield. No one dares to step into the battlefield. Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Taishuo are the closest people to the battlefield. They are separated by 100 meters. State of the river. Both of them were focused on the battle between Hongguang and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were not interested in fighting each other. Who is he? Namikaze Minato suddenly turned his head and looked at Hitaki Taishuo without blinking. Chapter 0971_My Teacher, Cold Light. Hitaki Taishuo was standing on a taller branch of another big tree with a sickle in his hand. Hearing Namikaze Minato's voice, he blinked, turned to look at Namikaze Minato, and said indifferently, "My teacher." The forest was very noisy, and the roar of battle never stopped. Namikaze Minato, who was hundreds of meters away from Hitaki Taishuo, could barely hear what Hitaki Taishuo said. Other Konoha ninjas farther away naturally didn't hear it, or that said, he didn't pay attention at all. Teacher. Namikaze Minato was stunned and confused. When did Hitaki Taishuo have such a teacher? Wasn't his teacher the late legendary ninja Hongguang-sama? Lord Cold Light. Cold Light. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened, and he immediately stared at the battlefield again, staring at the mysterious figure who was fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He remembered one thing, that is that this person once said that he was Hongguang. Hitaki Taishuo said that this was his teacher. Call. Namikaze Minato threw out the kunai and disappeared. The golden lightning speed approached Hitaki Taishuo. Hitaki Taishuo suddenly shook the blade of Kurigakure in his hand and entered a state of battle. The golden lightning did not reach him, but stopped 3 meters away from him and landed on another tree branch. Who do you say he is? Namikaze Minato pinched Hiraishin kunai and stared at Hitaki Taishuo's eyes. Hitaki Taishuo glanced indifferently, and after a while said, "My teacher, Hongguang." It's impossible, Namikaze Minato retorted flatly. Nothing is impossible, Hitaki Taishuo said. He stopped looking at Namikaze Minato, and looked at the battlefield, where there was already a sea of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen launched the S-level Kaden, fire-style, forbidden technique, and Hongguang also launched Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu. No, it's impossible. Namikaze Minato is already messy. Hongguang is his most revered ancestor ninja. Hongguang is the greatest ninja Konoha has ever had. In Konoha, such as Namikaze Minato, there are not a few young ninjas who revere him extremely. But he is dead. Dead for 10 years. No, you have been deceived. I have seen him, and he also told me that he is Hongguang. But he is not. He is fake, someone impersonates. Namikaze Minato spoke very quickly, and, if he Lord Hongguang, how can you fight with Lord Hokage? How? Hitaki Taishuo glanced at Namikaze Minato again, his eyes flashed, and his eyes were like looking at a poor worm. It turns out that Namikaze Minato doesn't know anything. He is not only Sarutobi Hirazen's dog, but a very ignorant dog. Hatake Taishuo naturally won't explain too much to Namikaze Minato. In fact, he doesn't know why the dead can be resurrected, but he can confirm that this is his teacher, this is Han Guang. That breath, that familiar feeling, that focused look in the fight. All can be wrong. In the forest battlefield, huge trees were burning, and there were cracks on the ground. Two shadows moved rapidly, back and forth. The impact of weapons oscillated again and again, and the vibrato was harsh. Sarutobi Hirazen threw the Vajra Rui stick to the sky, and quickly hand seal with both hands. Doden, Earth-style technique of thorns. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook, the dragon in a radius of 100 meters turned over, and countless earth thorns sprang from the ground, each with countless small barbs. This is a large-scale group attack technique. Luhan rushed into the air, dodging the attack and completing the hand seal at the same time. Kaden, fire style, great fire destruction. Chirp _. The huge rocket flew towards Sarutobi Hirazen, only to see Sarutobi Hirazen beckoning. The Vajra Rui rod swirled in front of him in an instant, and then divided into 100, densely piled together, forming a big barrier. Great fire destruction blasted on it. The flames burst to both sides, but they couldn't shake the King Kong Rui stick. Sarutobi Hirazen completed the hand seal in a hurry. Secret law. The lock of injustice. The flames burst in front of Sarutobi Hirazen, and at the same time the King Kong Rui stick was folded into one. The flames burst out a pitch-black chain, the size of a human waist, and attacked Luhan at the speed of the Lizan arrow. Luhan felt dangerous. This technique is a bit weird. It is by no means as simple as it seems, and it is best not to touch it. Psychic. 5-layer Rashomon. Luhan fell to the ground with a bang, and at the same time, the earth shook, and the ground in front of Luhan exploded in a large area. 5 Rasho gates, which were as high as 100 meters high like a hill, came out, just blocking Sarutobi Hirazen's lock of unjust souls. Rumbling, _. The power of the lock of the wrong soul broke out at this moment, and it shattered 3 doors in an instant, and also cracked the 4th door, and countless curse marks spread on the 4th door. Location, there are deep Yuhi-colored flames burning. Boom boom. The 4th door also shattered, collapsing and turning to ashes. Luhan, who was originally behind the 5th gate, has disappeared. Sarutobi Hirazen was energized, his arms wrapped around the Vajra Rui stick, and he kept turning around and scanning the surroundings. Call. Luhan ghosts usually appear behind Sarutobi Hirazen. Sarutobi Hirazen turned around at almost the same moment, and struck with swords and sticks. Rashomon. Why did he use the first-generation Hokage, Sama's art? Who is he? It's so powerful. About 200 Konoha ninjas had already arrived at the scene, and the clamor continued. Those who could say such words were basically the younger generation of ninjas, while those in their 30s and 40s, as well as older ninjas. All silent. They still looked suspicious. Konoha Hidden Village, Hokage Building. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado and others are still standing on the roof, with hundreds of guard ninjas guarding them in the middle. Because of their strength, they will not go to the back mountain to participate in the pursuit, they can only wait for news here. Taishuo, what is it for? Kaharu Udatane whispered. There must be a reason, something we don't know about. Homura Mitokado adjusted her glasses. Call. A figure appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air, knelt down on one knee and said quickly, Lord Hokage is fighting a mysterious powerhouse, we are not allowed to interfere. Oh. Both Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado were taken aback. That ninja. The report ninja raised his head, his voice slowed down, it's like, Lord Hengwang. Chapter 0972 No Weakness. Was an Anbu ninja who came to report to Kaharu Udatane. This ninja was none other than Lu Han's Kato Feng on the day of Lu Han's resurrection. Cold light. Kaharu Udatane's face suddenly became extremely strange, not because he thought it was incredible, but because he thought it was too absurd. Yes. Kato Feng nodded. It's very similar to Lord Hangguang. That mysterious ninja is to save the Wufeng team. Kato Feng's voice paused here. The captain is here, and then he will fight with Lord Hokage. The sword technique he used was the sword technique created by Lord Hangguang back then, and his breath was the same as Lord Hangguang, and he also used the psychic 5-layer Rashomon. Kato Feng briefly explained the situation. He did not determine who the person was, but said that it was suspicious. Hangguang has been dead for 10 years. Kaharu Udatane whispered after listening. Someone pretending to be Hangguang. Homura Mitokado asserted, adjusting his glasses, this should be the enemy's trick. But, he looked at Kaharu Udatane again, let's go and see for ourselves, that person has the characteristics of Lord Hangguang. It will definitely confuse some senior ninjas, we can only stabilize people's hearts by going there. Quote. That's right. Kaharu Udatane nodded. Let's go. The mountain behind Konoha village, the forest battlefield. The route leader Musashi, who has recovered, has arrived at the scene. At this time, there are 400 or 500 Konoha ninjas near the battlefield. The ninjutsu is still increasing rapidly. The skinny Musashi is followed by a dozen root ninjas. The other Konoha ninjas moved away from them subconsciously. The root organization has always been synonymous with terror in Konoha. Musashi glanced at the battlefield, and through the discussion of the ninjas around him, he understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let him interfere in the battle, so they did not swarm, and there was already someone named Hangguang. The other side of the battlefield, in a relatively biased position, Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Taishuo stood very close, but they did not fight, but were watching the situation on the battlefield. A gloomy color flashed in Musashi's eyes. He waved his hand and said, over there. Then a dozen root ninjas quickly approached Hitaki Taishuo. There was still 100 meters away, and Hitaki Taishuo felt it. He glanced slightly sideways, and then he looked like he didn't take Musashi in his eyes at all. 30 meters away, Musashi brought someone to a stop. Namikaze Minato, you haven't started to eradicate that traitor. Musashi shouted in a low voice. Namikaze Minato tilted his head and glanced at him, then glanced at Hitaki Taishuo, and then disappeared. He's gone. Appear in the other direction of the battlefield and continue to watch the battle. In this case, how could he think about attacking Hitaki Taishuo? He is now very worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen appears defeated, he will immediately rescue him. Moreover, Hitaki Taishuo said that the mysterious man is Hangguang, not to mention whether he is not. Cold light, but he must have come to save Hitaki Taishuo. So, if Namikaze Minato really did something to Hitaki Taishuo, the mysterious ninja would definitely come to the rescue, which would disturb Sarutobi Hiruzen's duel with him. Namikaze Minato doesn't want to get involved. Musashi shook a few times with anger, and then stared at Hitaki Taishuo again. Hitaki Taishuo didn't even look at him. A rising star of Konoha, Hitaki Taishuo, who was at the peak of his prime, didn't need 2 hands to kill him. If he dared to do it, Hitaki Taishuo would naturally cut him. Damn, Musashi cursed in a low voice. Master Kaharu. Master Menyon. Was a sudden noise on the other side of the battlefield. It was Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado who came with their guards. Many strong Konohas in their 40s and 50s crowded around them. Lord Kaharu, that person. Looks a lot like Lord Hangguang. Someone pretends to be Lord Hangguang. Damn, why is that guy a 5-fold Rashomon? His swordsmanship is also very similar to Lord Hangguang. Not like, but just. Controversy has arisen. Those veteran ninjas who have not spoken and have been in shock before, after Kaharu Udatane came, they said everything they thought. 10 years ago, when Hangguang died in the battle, they were not as good as they are today. The status and strength are also a little worse, and the identity is naturally a little worse, and there is no contact with Han Guang in private. But Kaharu Udatane is different. When Han Guang was in charge of Konoha, Kaharu Udatane was Han Guang's most trusted assistant and was appointed as Hokage's assistant. Moreover, after Han Guang's death, Kaharu Udatane worshipped Matsuri to Han Guang's tomb many times a year. The friendship between the two was not generally deep. Therefore, something that other ninjas cannot confirm, Kaharu Udatane is capable of confirming. "Don't be noisy," Kaharu Udatane shouted, and the surroundings fell silent. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Kaharu Udatane was silent for a while. She was observing and analyzing, and so was Homura Mitokado, who was on the side. She even took off her glasses and wiped it, as if she wanted to see more clearly. The main combat area of the battlefield has been expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer, and within 1 kilometer is almost razed to the ground. Luhan is fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kaden Fire Style, and Futon Wind Style, flying together, Suiden Water Style, and Doden Earth Style against Sarutobi Hiruzen 5 Series Grandmaster. In addition, he has high attainments in ninja, secret art, incantation, and sealing. His melee combat strength has also become extremely strong due to the increase of the magic ape. It can be said that he has no weaknesses. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once dubbed the greatest Hokage, god of ninja, and professor of ninjutsu. Each title shows his power. In the original book, the only weakness he has shown is aging, which is why he decisively used dead ghouls at that time, because his chakra is not as good as before, and if he doesn't cut off the ultimate move, he may not have a chance later. But in this world, he is not old yet. No weakness. But Luhan is still pressing him to fight. The pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is getting bigger and bigger. His ears are amazing. He has heard the Konoha ninjas' comments outside the battlefield. Some people guess it is cold light. It's not good for him. Shadow clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was moving at high speed, suddenly split into 3. He was already in a hurry and began to use relatively dangerous tactics. Chapter 0973_Dangerous Tactics. Luhan divided Sarutobi Hiruzen into 3 and became alert. Although the technique of Shadow Clone is only AB level ninjutsu, in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has the effect of turning corruption into magic. In the original work, the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen can seal the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobarama at the same time as the Shadow Clone technique plus corpse ghosts are sealed. This is a very scary thing. Even though Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama from Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation were not complete in strength, they were actually killed by 2 clones with ghouls, which is still incredible. Normal ninjas use Shadow Clone, and the clone is definitely much weaker than the original, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a strong pervert after Shadow Clone. Luhan can only interpret this as an extreme intensity of consciousness. Ninja Shadow Clone. The chakra is divided equally. In theory, each clone should be able to exert the full strength of the main body, but because the amount of chakra is small, the duration is not long, but this is only in theory. Normal ninja using a single consciousness to control multiple bodies at the same time, the pressure on the consciousness will be very high, and there will even be situations where it is impossible to take care of it. It's like, can Uzumaki Naruto in the original book perfectly control thousands of clones at the same time? The answer is no. In the original book, his clone is very crispy, mostly used as cannon fodder. Because there are too many clones, he can't control it, and he can only give the simplest action command. And Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously doesn't have the ability to control thousands of clones at the same time, but if there are only a few, as long as he is conscious enough to make the clones perform different actions at the same time and control them perfectly, then each clone should be able to exert the fighting power of the main body. Of course, because the chakra is divided, the stamina will definitely be weakened many times. This is a dangerous tactic for Sarutobi Hiruzen. His chakra volume is not as good as that of Luhan. If he only uses his main body to fight against Luhan, he may fight all day and night to exhaust his chakra, but if his main body fights with 2 clones at the same time, he will fight a few at most. Within hours, the chakra will be depleted. 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked Luhan from different angles, all holding the King Kong Rui stick. It is worth mentioning that these King Kong Rui sticks are all real. The King Kong Rui stick can already be separated. A strange chakra wave rippled around Luhan's body, his eyes widened, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan opened. At this moment, the world in Luhan's eyes became clearer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed was relatively slow in his eyes. After the opening of Eternal Mangekyo, Luhan's judgment, reaction awareness, and dynamic capture ability were significantly improved. Of course, more importantly, it can help Luhan discover which 2 Sarutobi Hiruzen are clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen's control is so strong that the difference between the clone and the main body is very small. The knife shines like a rainbow. 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen besieged Luhan, with heavy sticks and shadows, and all sides seemed to be attacking, and Luhan's fighting rhythm was more than twice as fast as before. It can also be stronger, such as entering Raiden, Thunder-style, chakra mode. But Luhan is in no hurry. This is his tactic. The tactics performed to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he suddenly boosted too strongly, but couldn't kill Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would know that he couldn't beat him, and would definitely greet the Konoha ninjas who came to swarm them. In this case, no matter what, Luhan's identity is open, or he is forced to rush to kill. Either way, or to denounce Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes, no matter what, the chance to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen is lost. To be more direct, Luhan just didn't want to scare away Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's slow, as long as you consume Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra to a certain extent, and consume several of his life-saving forbidden techniques, even if he wants to run, he will not be able to run away. Around the battlefield, there were already 1,500 Konoha ninjas who came before and after. That's all. During the war, Konoha's main army fought on the front line. There were only 4,000 ninjas left behind in Konoha, and it was impossible for them all to come here. This is the Back Mountain. It started from Hitachi Taishuo's assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now it has passed. Constant time can come, basically all came. Big people gather. Senior advisors Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Musashi, head of the root organization, Hyuga Hiyashi, chief of main clan of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Fugaku, chief of Uchiha, Katsuchi Yamanaka, chief of Yamanaka, Shimi Aburame, chief of the Aburame, Inazuka, the chief commander of the garrison, Uchiha, the vice principal of the ninja school, the head of the interrogation department, Morino Izuku. And the senior leaders from the major clans, the Jonin from the ninja school, the elite Jonin teacher, the independent mission ninja, the legion team leader, the Anbu team leader, the older generation of powerhouses. People, the number of Jonin is approaching 300. Among them, the elite Jonin has reached nearly 100 terrifying people, and there are many shadow ninjas. It can be said that 80% of the elite corps left behind in Konoha arrived here. With the highest identities all gathered around Kaharu Udatane, and they began to speculate again, and then there was a quarrel. Is he cold light? So similar. Even Kaharu Udatane had doubts, really. Because she can't see where it's fake. Hyuga Hiyashi stood beside Kaharu Udatane. He was over 30 years old and looked extremely dignified and unsmiling. His main clan, Byakugan, is flawless. He doesn't miss any details. He looked at it for a long time, still staring at him suddenly, and said, I can't see through his mask. That mask is a special ninja tool. I can't see his face, it's pitch black. Kaharu Udatane glanced at Hyuga Hiyashi and said nothing. In fact, it doesn't matter if you can't see the face, because the face is the best disguise. There are some voices of judgment and analysis around. He is definitely not Lord Hangwang. If it is Lord Hangwang, how could it be possible to fight Lord Hokage? That's right. Lord Hangwang is a hero of Konoha, how could he? Wait, Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly shouted, startling everyone. What? Kaharu Yuditane asked immediately. His eyes just changed. Hyuga looked incredulous. It's Lord Hengwang's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 0974 The Fear of Kaharu Yuditane. After Hyuga shouted, the surroundings fell into a strange silence, and even Kaharu Yuditane was stunned. Before this, there were more people who thought it was a fake cold light, and it could even be said that everyone was skeptical, and no one dared to be sure, but when Hyuga said the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the situation changed. Breath can be imitated, ninjutsu can be learned stealthily, body and face can be disguised, only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is unique. Since Uchiha Madara was the first to open Mangekyo Sharingan in the Sengoku era, after that, some people of the Uchiha tribe started Mangekyo one after another. What is recorded in history, Mangekyo Sharingan, has never been repeated. With the development of the times, people have been able to explain this phenomenon from a scientific point of view. Just as human fingerprints are unique, human irises are unique, and Mangekyo Sharingan with unconventional patterns is unique, it is not difficult to understand matter. Someone touched the body of Lord Hengwang 10 years ago. Homura Mitokado said suddenly. This is impossible. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku immediately retorted, shaking his head, the conditions for Sharingan transplantation are very harsh. Generally, only living transplants can be carried out. Sharingan collected from corpses is extremely difficult to preserve its activity. Lord Hengwang died in battle in Sichuan. The corpse was transported back to the Konoha corpse. There are no active cells on the body. The pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been necrotic. Impossible. In this regard, Uchiha Fugaku obviously has the most say. Although he had a deep conflict with Lu Han when he was a teenager, after he has matured, he has turned back as a prodigal son, and will not talk nonsense about this kind of thing because of the previous conflicts. You read that right. Kaharu Yuditane turned his head suddenly to look at Hyuga. It can't be wrong. Hyuga said firmly, and then immediately rubbed the ground with his feet, removed the fallen leaves and weeds on the ground, exposed the ground below, took out kunai, and he quickly drew on the ground. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the cold light has very strong regularity and is a pattern similar to 8 trigrams. Hyuga quickly drew it, got up and said, "This is it." Kaharu Yuditane watched it, Homura Mitokado watched it, Uchiha Fugaku watched it. Everyone around watched it, and they were all silent. That's right. From the pattern point of view, it is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of cold light. Could it really be Lord Hengwang? Lord Hengwang has passed away for 10 years, how is this possible? It's fake, the eyes are fake too, it's a disguise, it's demonic illusion. It's not fake, it's real Mangekyo. I can feel the breath. The debate appeared again, and it was an endless loop. No matter how you said it, the logic could not be self-consistent. Namikaze Minato on the other side of the battlefield finally noticed the situation on this side, stood on the tree and glanced a few times, faintly heard the sound of their argument, frowned slightly, and looked at the battlefield again, seeing that the two sides were fighting evenly for the time being, slightly relieved, dodged and disappeared. Kaharu Yuditane's face has become cloudy. She thought of a possibility, not to prove that this person is cold, but to explain a hypothetical problem. Hypothesis. If he is Hengwang, why is he fighting for life and death with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kaharu Yuditane understands why. Homura Mitokado also understands. No, he must be fake, must be fake. Lord Hengwang has passed away. He will not come back, this person. Kaharu Yuditane muttered to herself. Her heart was already enveloped by a faint fear. The most worrying thing now, if this is really cold light, then what should she do? Over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has killed a lot of people secretly, eradicating dissidents, including the ninja who had a good personal relationship with Hengwang, as well as Hengwang's die-hard loyal, and even Hengwang's best friend Hatake Sakumo. His death, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no shirk responsibility. Kaharu Udatane is very clear about these things. She knows everything but will not stop because everything Sarutobi Hiruzen does is for the stability of Konoha, for the bigger picture. After all, Hangwang is dead. Kaharu Udatane is willing to push Konoha to build a biography of the Hangwang tree. He often goes to Matsuri to lay the cold light, and he often recalls the past, but that's all. After all, people live in the present. It is impossible for Kaharu Udatane to oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen for a dead person. The Iron Fist policy, even if doing so would offend the dead man would not jump up and take revenge. But now, if the dead really jump up and take revenge, who is right and who is wrong, Kaharu Udatane can't tell. He is not cold light. He must not be cold light. Kaharu Udatane kept repeating in his heart, and there were still chattering arguments in his ears. All of a sudden, a golden lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived next to Kaharu Udatane, turning into a young and handsome figure, Namikaze Minato. Kaharu-sama, Namikaze Minato greeted. Yeah, Kaharu Udatane replied with a nasal voice, still staring at the battlefield. She had nothing to ask Namikaze Minato, because Namikaze Minato was too young. During the years when the cold light traversed the ninja world, Namikaze Minato was still studying at the ninja school most of the time. When the cold light passed away, he is just Chunin. Heard Namikaze Minato say quickly, Master Kaharu, Wufang just said that the mysterious ninja who is fighting with Master Hokage is his teacher, Master Hangwang. At the same time, everyone looked at Namikaze Minato in unison. What did he say? Kaharu Udatane asked squinting. Yes, I asked him, and he said it was his teacher, Lord Hangwang. Namikaze Minato nodded, but added, however, I think this person is fake. I saw him before this, on the 16th of the month, we had a fight, and it was me who was injured, or was injured by him. He also told me that he was Hangwang, but I said he was fake, and he did not refute it. I reported this to Lord Hokage, and Lord Hokage said it would be investigated. Is there such a thing? Kaharu Udatane frowned. Someone pretending to be cold, stronger than Namikaze Minato, such an important thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even mention it. Lord Kaharu, I've seen him too. A ninja suddenly stepped out from behind Kaharu Udatane. It was Anbu Kato Fung. It was the 15th day of last month, the death day of Lord Hangwang, right at the Tomb of Heroes. Chapter 0975 / Cold Light Tomb. If it wasn't for Namikaze Minato to speak first, Kato Fung would not be able to say this, because Anbu has regulations, this kind of confidential information. After he reports it to Hokage, he can't talk about it, not even to Captain Anbu, that is Hitaki Taishuo. But Namikaze Minato said it first, and in front of him, there is such a big discussion environment, Kato Fung said now, and he will not take any responsibility. Everyone looked at Kato Fung. He also told me that he is Lord Hangwang. Kato Fung said again, at that time, there was an Anbu ninja who guarded the hero's tomb with me. We both saw him, and he also ate the food in front of the tomb of Hangwang. Offerings. Quote. At that time, the one who saw Hangwang with Kato Fung was his elder brother Kato, but as an Anbu ninja, he could not say that it was his elder brother. He appeared long ago. Kaharu Udatane murmured with wide eyes. Hiruzen never mentioned it. Subconsciously, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado looked at each other. Something is going on here. As Konoha's top intelligent ninjas, the two of them both want and feel it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also abnormal. Don't say whether this has anything to do with Hangwang, just say that there is a mysterious ninja stronger than Namikaze Minato. Shouldn't we talk about it? Shouldn't it be discussed? A month has passed, and if you want to talk, there will always be a chance. He knows Hiraishin, Namikaze Minato said suddenly. What did you say? Kaharu Udatane looked up sharply. I said, he knows the technique of Hiraishin. Namikaze Minato looked at the direction of the battlefield, seemingly incomprehensible, but I don't know why, he has been useless today. Hiraishin. Another proof. The art of Hiraishin and the art of five-fold Rashomon were leaked at the same time. Are they all stolen by the same person? This possibility is too low. But comparatively speaking, the probability of people coming back from the dead is lower. On the 15th of last month, the 10th anniversary of Lord Hengguang's death, the 10th anniversary. Hengguang tomb. Kaharu Udatane repeated two more words, and quickly said to Namikaze Minato, "Minato, come with me." But here, Namikaze Minato hesitated. "Lord Hokage won't lose so easily, come with me, hurry. It won't take too long." Kaharu Udatane looked anxious and pulled Namikaze Minato. Kaharu Udatane took dozens of guards and Namikaze Minato to break away from the crowd and quickly approached the direction of the Tomb of Heroes. The roar gradually faded away. The dense forest, everyone was moving very fast. Kaharu Udatane was Jonin no matter what, not too old in his 50s, and his speed was not slow. "Master Kaharu, do you want to?" Namikaze Minato said suddenly, taking him to the Tomb of Heroes. He thought about what to do. Kaharu Udatane replied nasally. "It's too far, Lord Kaharu, I'll take you." Namikaze Minato said quickly, fearing that he would have an accident if he left for too long, and grabbed Kaharu Udatane. Guard of Udatane. A few minutes later, the Tomb of Heroes. The shadow quickly approached, and after flickering, it suddenly stopped in front of the largest tomb of the Tomb of Heroes. Wind ruffled Kaharu Udatane's hair. Kaharu Udatane looked at the words on Hengguang's tombstone, and after being silent for a while, he waved his hand, "Smash it." Namikaze Minato was already mentally prepared, and without hesitation, turned into golden lightning and attacked. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3 styles. Countless golden lightning circled back and forth 1 meter above the Hengguang tomb, and Rasengan smashed it down again and again. Boom, 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 boom. Was the seal on Hengguang's tomb made by one person? It has been reinforced since then, including the seal of Kaharu Udatane. Namikaze Minato also left a seal on it a few years ago. Those seals, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, can be unlocked all skillfully. Besides, no one else can, they can only smash it hard. After a minute. Why hasn't it broken open yet? Kaharu Udatane asked with a frown. Namikaze Minato stopped attacking, dodged back to Kaharu Udatane, frowned and said, "Nothing, the seal seems to be stronger than before. When I put the seal on it, the strength was less than half of what it is now." Kaharu Udatane narrowed his eyes, thought for a few seconds, his eyes flashed, and then he rushed forward to the tomb, peeled off the soil above, pressed his hand on it, and triggered the seal with chakra. The dense incantation pattern on the tomb lit up, becoming clearer and clearer. Sure enough, Kaharu Udatane's face changed slightly. "Kaharu-sama, what's wrong?" "The seal has been changed. This tomb has been opened." "Why, could it be, really?" "No, the seal can only be opened from the outside, the one-way seal. It's Hiruzen, and now there are 9 seals on it, 7 of which were reinserted by him, and 2 seals don't belong to Konoha. Lord Hokage. Then he once opened the tomb, looked inside, and then resealed the tomb. He knew it for a long time, Kaharu Udatane's voice was getting lower and lower and his heart was getting heavier. Namikaze Minato still didn't seem to react, because he didn't know Sarutobi Hiruzen at all, and Kaharu Udatane grew up with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kaharu Udatane had a deep understanding of how deep the city of Sarutobi Hiruzen was. "Smash, break open." Kaharu Udatane suddenly screamed, "I want to see inside, break open." ... The forest battlefield, the battle between Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached a fever pitch. The ape demon has really greatly improved the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The normal weapons will attack wherever they are swung, but the King Kong Rui stick incarnated by the ape demon is not like this. At the moment when the knife and stick intersect, the stick head may also extend more attacks. Very annoying. However, the biggest trouble now is the clone. It has been 10 minutes, Luhan has not solved the two clones, his pressure is also increasing. Sarutobi Hiruzen has found his own rhythm. The clone is very fragile. Although it has combat power, it cannot be injured. Once injured, it will disappear. But Luhan has hit his clone so far, and he is always blocked by the King Kong Rui stick. Damn it! Luhan became impatient, broke through the siege again, and quickly turned around and swung his arm. Kai, Kai, Kai. More than a dozen swept Hiraishin towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of flooding with flowers and rain. Chapter 0976_Yuchong Yata Hook. Hiraishin suffered nothing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. He didn't understand why Hangguang was hiding and didn't show all his strength. It was speculated that Hangguang didn't want to reveal his identity, because he was going to kill Hokage today. It's Konoha missing Nin. The crime is too big, it can't be cleaned. So it is reasonable and normal for him to hide some of his iconic abilities. Now, Hangguang has further developed more iconic abilities, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen not understand Hangguang's thoughts, but also feels the danger. More than 10 shot Hiraishin kunai. Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated violently. The main body threw out the Vajra Rui stick, swept away the approaching Hiraishin Kuwu, and he himself was hand seal, and the other two clones were dodging, and did not dare to let the Vajra Rui stick leave. Because the clone is too fragile and afraid of injury, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this. Doden Earth Style Art of Iwama Wall. Boom. Rumbling _. After half a meter, a 10-meter high rock wall burst out from the ground in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and quickly extended to both sides to expand the area. He wanted to stop all Hiraishin kunwu. A kunai nailed to the rock wall. Luhan then appeared, twisted his body, swiped his knife and smashed a hole in the rock wall in a spiral posture, and rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a blink of an eye. At this moment, because Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the King Kong Rui stick, his melee combat ability was not as good as before. The night shines like a rainstorm. Sarutobi Hiruzen frantically retreated and dodged. At the same time, he took out two kunai to resist Luhan's swordsmanship. He was under great pressure, and a sense of terror had enveloped him. Luhan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but the corners of his mouth evoked an obscure arc. Breath burst. Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse Dance of Early Fern. Boom _. In a radius of 100 meters, the Bone Spur Forest is now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body was dodging in the sky, and his two clones, although they also escaped the fatal attack, were all stabbed by bone spurs and exploded into white smoke and disappeared. Tactical success. The pressure formed by Hiraishin kunai forced Sarutobi Hiruzen's avatar and the main body to keep away from each other, and then Luhan rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, putting a huge pressure on him, making him nervous, making him feel scared, and making him panic. Control will be greatly reduced, which is why both clones will be directly blasted by Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse. The weakness of Shadow Clone is still very obvious. One is that the clone is crispy, and the other is that it depends on the main body. If there are some problems with the main body, the clone's ability will be greatly affected. This is incomparable with White Zetsu's clone. A clone has independent consciousness. Of course, this tactic is easy to explain, but difficult to execute. The timing must be excellent. If you miss a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen may slow down. With his pervert's mental strength and super-rich combat experience, he wants to win tactically. It's not easy for him. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, his face becoming extremely ugly. The death of the clone is equivalent to wasting his chakras, and there is no one more situation. He is not Luhan's opponent at all. Luhan is now driving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Whirring _. Back of Luhan's head, Luhan gave up his attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen for the time being, dodged and dodged, the Vajra Rui stick flashed past and flew back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the Vajra Rui stick again and shouted, "Stop him." The King Kong Rui stick flew towards Luhan again and turned into a sturdy ape demon in the air. Luhan's pupils shrank. He still didn't know the combat power of the monkey demon when it fought independently. It must be very strong. The ape demon Kiba grinned and rushed in front of Luhan, grabbing his claws towards Luhan's throat. Luhan cut through the waterfall knife rain. All of a sudden, sparks are flying around. The ape demon actually fights against people with its flesh and Luhan's Jinghong blade. Its two claws are hardwired to the blade. Its body is a weapon. It fights with Luhan in melee combat. And the sword of astonishment cannot break its skin. King Kong is not bad. After Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the monkey demon to stop Luhan, he quickly hand-sealed. The first hand-seal only took 1 second. It seemed to be medical ninjutsu, acting on himself. He should not be injured, but chakra was consumed. Big, but I don't know if this technique is used to speed up the recovery of chakra. After a 5-second pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the second hand seal. It was a very complex print, with 72 gestures, and it took Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly 5 seconds to complete. Sealing technique, Yuchang Yata hook. 2 black objects that were about the size of a human head and similar to Tomo appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after a circle, they disappeared out of thin air. Luhan has already made thousands of knives against the ape demon. The ape demon body technique is extremely strong, but he doesn't seem to know how to adapt and resist every time. In fact, it's not that he doesn't know how to adapt, but Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to stop Luhan. He understood that he had to hold Luhan to buy time for Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he didn't dare to hide, otherwise Luhan, who knew the technique of Hiraishin, could easily get rid of him and then raid Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luhan found out. In the normal state of not transforming, the ape demon's physical defense is not as good as King Kong Rui. The reason why Luhan is so sure is because he has seen blood. The blood of the ape demon, its hand has been injured, break the defense. Although it looks like a small wound now, you must know that it only takes 10 seconds to fight with Luhan before and after. If it is a few minutes or 10 minutes, if it does not hide, Luhan can kill it alive. Danger came suddenly. The hair on Luhan's back stood up, and a sense of terror shrouded his heart. 2 large black balls in the form of tadpoles appeared out of thin air around his body. Luhan swept it out of the corner of his eye and disappeared, Hiraishin. Although I don't know what it is, but since it's dangerous, just avoid it. Luhan appeared dozens of meters away and directly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. He just appeared, just about to move, but he felt danger coming. The 2 black balls appeared around him out of thin air. P.S. The strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work is too little, and the style of the original work is different before and after. The roof battle before Hayate is too unbearable to look at. The fighting style of this book is taken from the 4 battles, and the front and back are unified, so Sarutobi Hiruzen will be stronger and more capable. Join original. Chapter 0977_ I'll stop them. 2 big black balls in the shape of tadpoles go hand in hand. Luhan Hiraishin instantly turned around. It could actually track. What's the situation? Luhan was a little stunned, but his body didn't stop. Once again, Hiraishin blinked and appeared 30 meters to the north, and 2 big black balls immediately followed him. Luhan blinked again, and at the same time threw hundreds of Hiraishin kunai in all directions. The black ball appeared and Luhan disappeared. In this way, Luhan still didn't get rid of the black ball more than 10 times in a row, but at the same time, he also found some problems. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen always stood in the original position, motionless, and second, the breath on his body was very strange. The chakra fluctuates up and down. Speculated that Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlling, and while controlling, he cannot move, and the longer the control time, the more chakra he consumes. Luhan never dared to let the 2 black balls touch his body. The ghost knows what will happen. Dodge again and again. Just can't get rid of it. Moreover, Luhan also faintly felt that the black ball was getting closer and closer to his body. That is to say, if this continued, it would not be long before the black ball would touch his body. Damn. Luhan reappears while throwing out Hiraishin Kunai's direct shot Sarutobi Hiruzen. Call. The sturdy body stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, grabbed the shot of Hiraishin Kunai, and Luhan appeared out of thin air. Blocked by the ape demon, he had no chance to directly attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can't stop. Damn it. Damn it. Luhan dodged and disappeared again, and an angry scolding appeared in the distance. Hiraishin blinked 3 times in a row. Luhan thought of a possibility to crack this technique, and it appeared again. He had blocked his right eye, and his left eye Eternal Mangekyo pupil technique moved heaven and earth. Activate. The sense of urgency is gone. Luhan's Eternal Mangekyo is spinning wildly, and his pupil power has been applied to ultimate. 2 black balls appeared, one on the left and one on the right, paused slightly, and then disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed dramatically, and he quickly hand seal completed his gesture change almost in an instant. Hand seal completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen split in 2. 2 black balls appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they slammed into one of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and suddenly burst into countless tiny chains of curse marks, wrapping the Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the chain curse quickly disappeared, and the Sarutobi Hiruzen had turned into pure black. Not moving at all. He is sealed. Other Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Luhan, suddenly raised his arm and punched the black Sarutobi Hiruzen in the head. Boom. Black Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded into white smoke. Is a clone. This sealing technique hits the clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen the most, not his main body. Obviously, this is the method of cracking this technique, and it can be broken with the clone. Luhan's face twitched, wanting to curse. Fuck. 2 pit. This is obviously a flawed sealing technique, which can be used to hide people, but the premise is that the other party does not know the characteristics of this technique. However, it is undeniable that this technique is very powerful. If Luhan did not have the technique of Hiraishin, he did not prepare in advance. No chance to escape. This art, Sarutobi Hiruzen costs a lot. At least, he has consumed a lot of chakra. Is there no means available? Even this flawed sealing technique has been used. Tisk tisk. Luhan said lightly, his tone full of ridicule. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and waved at the ape demon. The ape demon turned into a Vajra Rui stick. Grabbed the Vajra Rui stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered again. Just try you, I have 100 ways to kill you, just don't want to pay too much. Hey, start talking, my lord Hokage, where's your face? Stop talking nonsense and show your true skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice abruptly, while drinking violently. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, turning into a shadow and heading straight for Luhan. A moment later, before Luhan was in front of him, the golden rod smashed towards Luhan like a whip. Luhan suddenly didn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where did he get the courage? If this wasn't Konoha, if this was the wild, and no one else was present, Luhan would have let go of his hands and feet to kill him long ago. He knew he couldn't, so why was he so confident? ... The Tomb of Heroes roared constantly. Namikaze Minato is still smashing the Tomb of Hangwang, and he has already used his ultimate move with all his strength. The golden light flashes back and forth, and Big Ball Rasengan strikes down again and again. Dozens of guards from Kaharu Udatain had already arrived at the scene, but they couldn't get in at all and could only watch Namikaze Minato go berserk. Kaharu Udatain hugged his shoulders and held his chin in one hand, pacing back and forth more than 20 meters away, looking very irritable. Bang bang. With a crisp cracking sound, Kaharu Udatain suddenly raised his head and turned to look. The seal of the cold light tomb had been broken. Dug out the coffin and be careful. Kaharu Udatain yelled. Yes. Dozens of guard ninjas took the lead, all gathered over, dug up the mud and rock guards, and together with Namikaze Minato carried the coffin out and placed it in front of the Hangwang tombstone. Kaharu Udatain walked over and his heart sank when he saw the coffin. The coffin has been opened before, and just recently, because it can be seen that the coffin nails above have been opened, leaving traces. Everyone is watching Kaharu Udatain, is it really going? If Lord Hangwang's corpse is inside, then the sin will be a big one. Open, Kaharu Udatane said decisively. Squeak. Several ninjas used ninja knives to pry out the nails on the coffin. Very careful, for fear of breaking the coffin, but they are ninjas with great strength and fast movements, but only a dozen seconds, so the nails were pried down. Namikaze Minato pressed the coffin board with both hands, and slowly pushed it away. Wow! The coffin board stopped halfway through, and it was clear that it was empty inside. Silence. Everyone looked inside. Kaharu Udatane's hands were shaking a little, and his breathing became short of breath. Namikaze Minato grabbed the coffin tightly, the joints turned white. He also began to contradict, is that really Lord Hangwang? The possibility is too great. If so, what should he do? Is it to help Lord Hangwang, whom he has admired for many years, or Lord Hokage? Maybe it's true, Kaharu Udatane said blankly. I'll stop them. Namikaze Minato slapped the coffin and disappeared. Chapter 0978 Hokage Adults Be Careful. In the forest battlefield, the battle became more intense and more thrilling. Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle strategy has changed. Before, he was the only main force in the battle. The ape demon turned into the King Kong Rui stick. His attack and defense were all under his control. He dominated everything and only used the characteristics of the King Kong Rui stick to fight Luhan. And now, the ape demon has also become the main force of the battle. A lot of use of the King Kong Rui stick clone ability, group attack and siege group defense and hard defense, and sometimes even make the ape demon into the main body, close combat with Luhan, while he releases attack ninjutsu from a distance. This is a true 2-on-1. But the risks all fall on the ape demon. Luhan has always felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is black, and now he feels even more so that the ape demon is not a forbearance tool, but a psychic beast with super high intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen transfers the risk to the ape demon, and it is the ape demon who is injured. The first to die is the ape demon. No matter how tough his body is, Luhan can kill him. Really worth it. But it is undeniable that this tactic is very effective. The ape demon melee combat, Sarutobi Hiruzen attack from a distance, and the cooperation is extremely tacit. Luhan's advantage created by opening Mangekyo Sharingan has been leveled. Fight. Ninja Fire Earth Fire Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was moving at a high speed dozens of meters away, completed the hand seal, and the Fire Dragon Bullet and Earth Dragon Bullet appeared together. This is combination ninjutsu. This is where Sarutobi Hiruzen is praised. He can not only use Doden, Earth style, and Kaden, Fire style, ninjutsu at the same time, but also can use 5 attribute ninjutsu at the same time. Fire and Earth Fire bombs are coming. The ape demon who fought with Luhan in close combat jumped up and quickly turned into a King Kong Rui stick. In this state, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack can be completely ignored. Futon, wind style, sleepy volume ascends to the sky. Luhan quickly retracted his knife and completed the hand seal. The tornado hurricane swirled and collided with the fire and earth flame bombs. The 3 attributes of wind, fire and soil collided, resulting in an extremely violent reaction. The big explosion swept across a radius of 100 meters, and the shock wave affected a distance of half a kilometer. The smoke and dust billowed like a sandstorm, covering the sky and the sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the air, grabbed the Vajra Rui stick that was running up, and then held it with both hands and raised his arms. The Vajra Rui stick became thicker and longer, and expanded to a length of 20 meters. Luhan was in the smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already locked Luhan's position, and quickly fell from the sky, his arms rounded, and he smashed down the enlarged King Kong Rui stick. Boom _ The smoke and dust erupted again, forming a very high-intensity air wave. The drop point of the King Kong Rui stick was the center of the wave, and the smoke and dust spread to both sides, revealing the situation below. There was already a huge pit under Luhan's feet. He stood in the center of the pit, holding the Sword of Astonishment horizontally, resisting the crit of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4 eyes facing each other. Luhan gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a provocative look. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to wave the King Kong Rui rod frantically, while Luhan resisted with a sword of greatness. Every time the enlarged King Kong Rui rod fell, it would form a leverage on Sarutobi Hiruzen, so it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the air more than 10 meters in the air. Crazy down and smashing, people don't fall to the ground, like flying. The stick shadow is extremely dense. Bombing again and again, the pit under Luhan's feet became bigger and bigger, and the shock wave was agitated again and again, while Luhan was increasing the output of the strange power of physical art again and again. 13 seconds. Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed over 100 sticks. Luhan suddenly saw that the power output of the body art was tripled, the terrifying sword, and even the space was wrinkled. This time the swords collided, only the sound of thunder. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hold it. Staying with the King Kong Rui stick, the huge stick came out of his hand and flew into the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank violently, his hands were already sore and trembling. Seizing the opportunity, Luhan rushed to the sky, flashed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and struck again fiercely. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen was blasted away. He temporarily pulled out the kunai used to block Luhan's knife, and it was full of cracks. People flew upside down like cannonballs, spitting out blood. Melee combat with Hangguang is a mistake in itself. The distance, among the Konoha ninjas onlookers, several ninjas with strong enough eyesight, Hyuga ninjas, and Uchiha ninjas all exclaimed. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage, be careful! Opportunity! Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luhan naturally won't let it go. He threw out Hiraishin kunai, and in a short while, kunai caught up with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was flying upside down, and Luhan naturally followed, but he paused for a while, and his body burst into a blood mist. Anger state. In this state, Luhan's melee swordsmanship has steadily reached the 70-level white-silver boss level, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has temporarily lost the King Kong Rui stick, is only a 70-level bronze boss. The sword light covers Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have grown more than 100 hands, and he had a lot of kunai. He waved kunai with both hands at the same time, defending and defending again. Once. A strange color flashed in his eyes. He didn't seem to be desperate because he was about to be killed. Instead, he was calculating something. If Luhan could see through, he would be able to see at this moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen's back was crawling with a curse mark. Kai _ Golden lightning flies into the battlefield. Stop! Don't fight, stop! Namikaze Minato had just returned, and he didn't know the situation. He was thinking about stopping the two of them. He shouted, and the golden lightning directly penetrated Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The way Namikaze Minato separated the two was also very violent. Dual-wield Rasengan and make two Rasengan collide with each other. Boom! Namikaze Minato controls the power of Rasengan. The destructive power of the blue light burst is not too strong, but the driving force of the shock wave is great. Luhan flashed back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more miserable. His face was disintegrated, and the shock wave smashed into the ruined battlefield below. Don't fight. Why? Why are you doing this? Namikaze Minato said eagerly. Luhan appeared 100 meters away and looked at him coldly. Namikaze Minato felt that something was wrong, and his face changed. Huh, what about Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, are you alright? Namikaze Minato shouted towards the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen fell, approaching quickly. Chapter 0979_3-way seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled over and jumped out of the pit, standing on the edge of the pit, his clothes ragged and blood all over his face, looking so miserable. This was not caused by Luhan. Luhan just caused him some internal injuries. The miserable appearance he is now is entirely caused by Namikaze Minato. Even if Namikaze Minato controls the power, Rasengan's shockwave is not a joke. That thing can fried mountain. Sarutobi Hirazen's face was gloomy, and he touched the blood on his face. Whoosh! Vajra Rui stick fell from the sky and was directly inserted into the ground beside Sarutobi Hirazen. Sarutobi Hirazen held the Vajra Rui stick, and at the same time, Namikaze Minato also came to him. Lord Hokage. Go away. Lord Hokage, I said get out. Lord Hokage, I didn't know you just. Here, me, go. Sarutobi Hirazen was extremely annoyed, not because he was accidentally injured by Namikaze Minato, some skin injuries, but he looked a little miserable. The real reason for his annoyance was that he had already seized the opportunity to calculate Luhan, but was stabbed by Namikaze Minato. The feet are broken. There is another reason, that is Namikaze Minato is here to stop the two from fighting. That is, Namikaze Minato already knows that this person is Hangwang, which is very bad for Sarutobi Hirazen. He wants Hangwang to die. He doesn't want Hangwang to sit down and have a meeting together. Face to face, the gong said to the drum. Because of this, Hangwang will definitely say some unspeakable things about Sarutobi Hirazen. In fact, if Hangwang doesn't mind, Sarutobi Hirazen is willing to let Namikaze Minato help. But now it looks like Namikaze Minato wants to be a peacemaker. Namikaze Minato looked confused. He looked at Luhan again. Luhan's body gradually disappeared. In the state of angry blood, Luhan could not use ninjutsu other than Kekkei Genkei. Namikaze Minato was here. Luhan had to be cautious. Namikaze Minato with cold eyes. Luhan's mood at the moment. He really wants to cut off Namikaze Minato for 1,800 knives, then hang him on the flagpole and let him dry slowly. Fuck, when are you coming? Have to come at such a critical moment. Namikaze Minato glanced back and forth. He is not a fool. He can naturally feel that these two are very unfriendly to him. Sarutobi Hirazen's suddenly hand seal is medical ninjutsu. Because Namikaze Minato was beside Sarutobi Hirazen, Luhan didn't follow up. He used to output chakra according to the percentage, and he blessed the strange power of taijutsu. Sarutobi Hirazen pressed the medical ninjutsu on himself. His injury was not serious. The internal injury caused by the vibration, plus some flesh wounds, was easy to heal, but his chakra consumption was really huge, and he was separated from Luhan. Huge gap. That. Namikaze Minato looked at Luhan. He didn't call Lord Hangwang, because he wasn't 100% sure, but he basically believed it in his heart, so he came to stop the two. I think there may be some mistake. He just started saying. Sarutobi Hirazen disappeared. It turned into a glimpse and went straight to Luhan. Luhan also moved. The two rushed together again and fought frantically. At this moment, Luhan had already smelled the conspiracy. Sarutobi Hirazen was abnormal. He knew that he was going to lose, so why did he work so hard? Why? There must be a reason. Namikaze Minato was in a hurry. He threw out his kunai and turned it into a golden lightning bolt and inserted himself between the two again. Shadow boom. He didn't hurt Namikaze Minato. He knew Namikaze Minato could dodge. Namikaze Minato can only hide. It seems like the golden lightning inserted into the battle between the two and immediately left, which did not affect the two of them fighting at all. Sarutobi Hirazen is still using the double main attack tactic, using the ape demon to resist damage. Don't fight. You don't. Stop. Damn, why did you? Namikaze Minato was also angry and couldn't stop it at all. He tried to intervene several times to separate the two, but he couldn't do it. Although he was young and low in seniority, he was strong and very assertive. Not on Hokage. So, he was determined to stop this, so he wouldn't have any scruples because one of them was Hokage. Several attempts have been unsuccessful. Namikaze Minato gave up temporarily, dodged back to the forest on the edge of the battlefield, sat down with his knees crossed, and didn't move. Luhan immediately glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and he clearly felt that Namikaze Minato was absorbing natural energy, and he was going to enter Sage Mode. It was mentioned in the original book that Namikaze Minato knew Sage Mode, but he was very bad at it, so he didn't want to use If you are not good at it, you can basically understand that it takes a long time to enter Sage mode, and you need to absorb natural energy quietly and slowly. Namikaze Minato, who enters Sage mode, will reach the strongest state at present. Maybe he can really stop the two people from fighting. Luhan didn't want to give him a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to either. The ape demon returned into the King Kong Rui stick, and the two fought in close quarters again. After fighting for hundreds of rounds in a row, Luhan fiercely slashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's ribs. At the same time as the blood splashed, Luhan realized that he was planning. Sarutobi Hiruzen did it on purpose. He had long wanted to do it. Luhan saw that when the blade of Jinghong slashed under Sarutobi Hiruzen's rib, blood was stained on the blade of Jinghong, and the chain of curse imprints spread from the small wound, and followed the blade of Jinghong almost in the blink of an eye. It spread to Luhan's hand, and then spread to Luhan's whole body. At this moment, Luhan felt that his body became sluggish, the chakra flow in his body was not smooth, and there was the chain that connected Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he couldn't get out immediately. Opportunity. Chance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instant, the King Kong Rui stick flew out to entangle Luhan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was divided into three, surrounded Luhan in a triangular formation. 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen hand seal at the same time. After one breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the hand seal. A terrifying sense of crisis engulfed Luhan. Cold shrouded. Sealing Technique 3, Way Seal. Chapter 0980_breaking. 3-Way Seal, one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate moves. Luhan saw the 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen surrounded him. He realized that it was not good. He knew this technique. The sealing technique, the 3-Way Seal, did not appear in the original plot, but it was the top sealing technique in the official game, and its effect. Very spooky. Pervert. This is a technique that can directly seal people to death. Luhan should dodge at this moment. As long as he is not surrounded by 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen, this technique will be useless. However, the curse seal chain connects Luhan to the main body Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the ape demon is madly entangled. Luhan cannot immediately get out. Hiraishin's art won't work. It's all because of that cursed chain. The 3 bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the hand seal at the same time, and the triangular area only seen by the 3 bodies lit up with hazy light, like a transparent pyramid, covering Luhan. The ape demon withdrew at this moment and directly escaped the scope of the pyramid. Obviously, it was not the target, so the pyramid would not restrict it. But Luhan was restricted. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered a different space. He couldn't feel the world outside the pyramid, but he could see it. Jinchuriki column, shot out from the top of the pyramid and shot straight into the sky. This technique has reached its final stage. Once the light Jinchuriki column rushes to a certain height, the target Luhan will be sealed by the pyramid and disappear into this world, leaving a triangular pattern exuding the breath of death on the ground. A close call. Luhan closed one eye slightly, and the other Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. Pupil technique, tides of time and space. Retreat. Luhan set the target as Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Under the action of the tide of time and space, Sarutobi Hiruzen will return to the past, and the 3-Way seal is controlled by him. If he returns to 0.1 seconds ago, the 3-Way seal under his control will also do the same. Of course, this is only in theory. Luhan didn't know if he could succeed, but he was overwhelmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he didn't have much time to think about it, so he could only give it a try. At this moment, time seems to stand still. The soaring light Jinchuriki column stopped when it reached an altitude of 5,000 meters. A very miraculous scene. The light was able to stop, and Sarutobi Hiruzen still kept the state when Luhan started the time-space tide, motionless. Everything stopped. Except Luhan's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There are 2 minds. It's deadlocked. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is an overly powerful individual, and is using the S-level seal forbidden technique, the energy is too pervert, Luhan wants to reverse this energy and let it go back to the past, but he can't do it. Time keeps moving forward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also there, forward, and Luhan's backward force on him was tied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's own natural, forward, force. Sarutobi Hiruzen advanced 0.1 seconds, and Luhan made him return to the state of 0.1 seconds before. This creates a stalemate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely dumbfounded, because Luhan couldn't let his memory go back to the past, so he knew what happened. How is it possible? How is this possible? Luhan exerted all his chakra to stimulate pupil power, stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the corner of his mouth evoked a faint smile. However, he was wearing a mask, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not see this murderous smile. Because there is no ape demon interference, Luhan now has two ways to break the game. First, the Lord of 10,000 Skills Ring, the technique of instant flower rain cutting, but doing so is very risky, because the flower rain cutting is composed of countless small wind blades, like countless bullets attacking in all directions, although it can be torn apart. Everything, but individual, bullets, may rebound, and the defense of the mask pyramid will obviously be extremely strong, which will hurt Luhan. Luhan chose the second way to break the game. Slowly raising the Sword of Shock, aiming at Sarutobi Hiruzen with the sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen was mentally shocked. He knew the special ability of the Sword of Thunder, but he couldn't move at all now, because the three-way seal was still activated. When using this technique, he naturally couldn't move at will, he had to stand in place. If he wants to complete this technique, Luhan will make him return to his unfinished state. This stalemate is amazing. It's a balance, but only limited to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's two clones, he has been unable to form control over the two clones. In the state of the spell, the main body dominates everything, and the clone is a space-occupying cooperation. During the activation process, the spell card is stuck in this 0.1 second, and the spell is not released. The body can't move, and the clone can't move either. The distance, thousands of Konoha ninjas were watching the situation, each of them was a little confused. In their eyes, the situation between Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen was very strange. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen used the sealing technique to restrain Luhan. But it doesn't seem to be resolved. Luhan triggered the stunt on the Blade of Astonishment. Jinghong Peerless. At this moment, time became slow, and the thunderball appeared at the tip of the knife, expanding rapidly, directly bursting the Pyramid of Light. The Pyramid of Light was broken, and the three-way seal was broken. Because of the change in energy, the balance between forward and backward was broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were terrified, seeing the huge ball of light hitting him. He didn't have time to hand seal, he didn't have time to hide. Too close. The sturdy body rushed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom _. The lightning ball hit the sturdy body and exploded into a white light. From a distance, it looks like a powerful Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu burst in situ, and then expands into a white light ball with a diameter of tens of meters. The terrifying power rages in the white light. Under this attack, if there is no defense, any ninja will die. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. What's the matter? Rescue. Among the ninjas watching in the distance, the screams sounded almost at the same moment, and the powerful ninja rushed out and quickly approached the position where the white light erupted. Namikaze Minato, who was absorbing the natural energy, also suddenly opened his eyes. He hasn't finished absorbing it, so he can't enter Sage mode, and he can't move immediately, because then he will be backlashed. Luhan appeared out of thin air more than 100 meters away from the white light ball, staring at the dazzling white light indifferently. He didn't get bombed. Because he has the art of Hiraishin. If the pyramid is broken, he will be able to turn around in an instant. Victory and Defeat. Chapter 0981 _ This moment. Luhan didn't see the golden light and falling objects that he should have when killing a hostile target, which means that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not killed immediately. Although he lost his ability to protect himself at that critical moment, the monkey demon came out to block Jinghong Peerless' attack for him. Jinghong Peerless did not hit Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, the group attack after the Thunderball broke out will definitely hit him. Even if he is not killed directly, he will be seriously injured and dying. The lightning burst only lasted for a second, and then the light began to weaken. It disappeared after a breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a scorched earth. He was already lying on the ground, motionless, and his limbs and other parts were scorched black, but he was not dead. Because the 8th demon was lying on top of him, protecting his torso. The clothes on the 8th demon have been turned to ashes, the hair on his body is scorched, and he seems to have turned into a black ape. He is injured, but he doesn't seem to be worried about his life. This guy is really too hard to kill. Jinghong Peerless, the power of it can't kill it in seconds. Everything happened so fast. Konoha ninja standing in the distance reacted and quickly approached for rescue, and Namikaze Minato just opened his eyes for less than 2 seconds. He still couldn't move. He was not good at Sage mode. If he moved directly, if so, the physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy will be out of balance, and the consequences of backlash will be very serious. Lu Han moved. The blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 8th demon tried to stop Lu Han like a madman. Lu Han couldn't lose enough chakra to bless the body magic power. Thousands of knives per second, the limit exploded, and after only 3 attacks, he would go crazy. The 8th demon blasted out. Namikaze Minato moved. Golden lightning flashes. No, want. In fact, Namikaze Minato's speech rate was ultimate, but he was even faster. Before he could finish his sentence, he rushed directly to Lu Han. Lu Han almost chopped Sarutobi Hiruzen into pieces, but was caught. The outburst of Big Ball Rasengan pushed back. Namikaze Minato is crazy too. Because Lu Han had already shown his determination to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato tried his best to stop Lu Han's attack, and then directly used countless golden lights to bomb Lu Han back and forth with various attacks. At the same time, a ghostly figure approached the seriously injured Sarutobi Hiruzen, grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen and ran away quickly. It's Musashi. Konoha Anbu Root Organization Leader. Futon, Wind Style, the art of flower rain cutting. The lotus is in full bloom. Countless wind blades are flying around. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also in attack range, but he was taken away by Musashi. Namikaze Minato reacted extremely quickly. At the same time as the terrifying aura appeared, he threw Hiraishin Kuei into the distance. He turned into golden lightning to avoid the attack, but he could no longer delay Lu Han's footsteps. Lu Han directly terminated the flower and rain cutting technique, and threw out Hiraishin Kunai with extreme strength. Kai. Hiraishin has caught up with Musashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. Lu Han appears, and the waterfall is raining. While Musashi looked horrified, he twisted his body and threw Sarutobi Hiruzen out of Lu Han's attack range. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seriously injured and dying, suddenly flew out like a cannonball, but he also avoided Lu Han's fatal attack. Pucci. The blood mist rises. Ah! Musashi let out a scream. Although he threw Sarutobi Hiruzen out, he himself had no chance to avoid Lu Han's attack. He was hit by the rain of waterfall knives, and his right arm was chopped into a bloody mist. Lu Han didn't even look at him, and went after Sarutobi Hiruzen again. The golden lightning can't catch up with Lu Han. Because the Hiraishin Kunai thrown by Namikaze Minato is not as fast as Lu Han's Hiraishin Kunai. Even if Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique surpasses Lu Han, it is useless if the coordinates can't catch up with Lu Han. The King Kong Rui stick flies and catches up with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lu Han chased in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and was once again blocked by the 8th demon, but this time, he only blocked it for a moment, because while it was transforming, although its defense was stronger, its control became worse, and Lu Han was blocked by Lu Han. It blew out in one go. It was this moment of obstruction that made Namikaze Minato chase behind Lu Han. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3 styles. Another strongest attack. In fact, Namikaze Minato knew very well that he was not the opponent of the person in front of him at all, and he didn't want to defeat Luhan. He went crazy and just wanted to hold Luhan down. It only took a little time. At this moment, all the Konoha ninjas around here are moving. They are all rushing to save Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the area of the battlefield is very large. They were all on the edge of the battlefield before. Even if it is a cage-level powerhouse, it will take a certain amount of time to rush over. Luhan is also crazy. So, can't kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, absolutely not. Because of Hiraition's relationship with Kunai, it was difficult for Luhan to knock out Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato would come back in an instant every time. No matter how powerful Luhan was, it was useless. The possibility was too low. Waterfall knives surrounded Luhan, blocking all of Namikaze Minato's attacks. At the same time, Luhan used the chakra in his body to the limit, and while using the strange power of the body technique, he forcibly activated another technique, Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. Lightning shines. Raiden Thunder Style Armor now. This moment, Ape Demon rushed back, grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen and run wildly. This moment, Namikaze Minato is still attacking frantically, and the ultimate move is not over yet. This moment, several cage-level powerhouses in Konoha are about to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds will be enough. This moment, Kaharu Udatane has finally returned from the Tomb of Heroes and appears on the edge of the battlefield. This moment, Luhan ignored Namikaze Minato's attack. With Raiden Thunder Style Armor, body activation hard to resist Namikaze Minato's mad attack, the ultimate waterfall knife rain forcibly breaks through. Luhan broke through Namikaze Minato's surrounding attack in an instant, resisted an unknown number of attacks, and went out and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. 1 second. Luhan caught up with the monkey demon, and with a jolt, Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse and the dance of the early fern started. Countless huge bone spurs sprang out, and the ape demon jumped up with Sarutobi Hiruzen to dodge, but he couldn't adjust his body well in the air, and the old force had just gone to the new force, and Luhan flashed to his side. Lord Hangwang, don't! Kaharu Udatane, who finally realized what happened, exclaimed hysterically. Poochie! The knife light crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Blood splashed. Chapter 0982 The Death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato pursued Luhan with all his strength, and the violent attack moved with Luhan's movement. When Luhan's knife slashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a brief pause, causing Namikaze Minato to chase after Luhan again. Blood rush. Raiden Thunder Style Armor on Luhan's body, which had been attacked for an unknown number of times, was finally broken by Namikaze Minato. Luhan waved the sword light to protect himself again, and the back and forth of the golden lightning crashed into the bone spur forest below. Everywhere they went, everything was destroyed. The bone spur forest formed by the dance of early ferns quickly retracted to the ground. Namikaze Minato was still attacking Luhan frantically. Thousands of Konoha ninjas were approaching rapidly. The strongest ones were already 100 meters away. On the other side, Hitachi Taishuo was also on the way. Approaching at super speed, Kaharu Udatane's hysterical cries linger. A sudden sharp shout interrupted everything and stopped everyone. Sarutobi. Quote. The ape demon was carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the voice was extremely shrill. It took Sarutobi Hiruzen to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to fall, but it was forced to maintain a standing posture. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been seriously injured before, burned his limbs and severely damaged his body. And now, there is a huge wound on the front of his torso, which is neatly cut from the left shoulder to the right rib cage. His heart has been ruptured, and his organs have also been damaged. Gushing out. Namikaze Minato stopped and turned around abruptly. Konoha ninjas who came running seemed to have seen something horrible like a nightmare. The closest people were all stunned and subconsciously stopped, and some stopped slowly, staggering directly on their knees. Looking sluggish. The distance, Kaharu Udatane covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes filled with tears, and he was extremely panicked. Everything has stopped. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen was struggling. He wanted to stand up straight, kicking his legs again and again, but he felt that he had lost all strength. His charred legs were kicking weakly, and the ape demon was holding him by the side, trying to help him stand up straight, but its hands are trembling. It is obviously powerful, but it can't support the thin Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not that it can't support it, but it can't stop Sarutobi Hiruzen from leaving. Someone. Ape demon raised his head and roared in grief. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while and then reacted, turned into golden lightning and flashed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly brought him down, made Sarutobi Hiruzen lie flat, and then he didn't know what to do. The wound is too big. Moreover, almost all the major organs in the internal organs were broken, including the most important heart. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Medical ninja. Come on, medical ninja. God. Lord Hokage. You hold on. More and more people rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, trying to save him, and the hoarse cries kept coming up, interweaving the entire battlefield. It seems that everyone has gone mad. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the party who has been in charge of Konoha for more than 3 decades, is the greatest existence to most Konoha ninjas. He is the guardian of Konoha. He is a wise man who can solve puzzles. He is a stern dictator. He is a kind and generous elder. He is a judge of absolute justice, and he is the god of Konoha. No one can watch Sarutobi Hiruzen die. No one can accept watching Sarutobi Hiruzen pass away. The sky is falling. Ninjas are running back and forth. There are strong Konohas who want to bring the slow medical ninja to Sarutobi Hiruzen faster, and there are ninjas who leave the battlefield directly and want to pick up the precious medicine that was placed somewhere. Many medical ninjas have tried to save him and heal the wounds on his body. Almost every second, stronger medical ninjas crowded into Sarutobi Hiruzen. Loud, noisy, crying, cursing, roaring. Luhan was like an outsider, standing at the last stop, turning his head to look in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the group of hysterical people. At a certain moment, he felt that killing Sarutobi Hiruzen might be a mistake, but he immediately rejected the idea again. Perhaps for most people in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really the patron saint. But for Luhan, the enemy is the enemy. He didn't make another move. Just watch. Because he knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer saved, even if Tsunade, who has the name of a medical saint, is here, he is unable to save people. Perhaps, if Uchiha Madara is here, with the power of yin and yang, coupled with Senju Hashirama's cells, maybe he can really save Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, no, if Uchiha Madara is not here. Ninjas kept running past Luhan, one after another. Luhan couldn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore, because there were too many people around Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not die immediately because his life force was too strong. The middle of the crowd, Namikaze Minato knelt on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. He wanted to dodge temporarily to make room for the medical ninja, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already grabbed his hand, shaking and holding on tightly. Several medical ninjas are busy around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about this. He looked at Namikaze Minato. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly. He seemed to want to say something. Outside the crowd, Luhan held the blood-stained sword of astonishment, still maintaining his previous posture, looking in the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Bang _. The golden light erupted among the crowd, followed by nearly 500 falling objects, which turned into golden light and flew into Luhan's body. Surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen was quiet at this moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Lord Hokage. Fire. Shadow. Big. People. Heart-piercing cries rushed into the sky, igniting everyone's grief. Luhan heard too many voices. At this moment, he wanted to plug his ears, and he was very annoying. He wanted to tell everyone what kind of person your venerable Lord Hokage is secretly. But he couldn't say it. People are dead, everything is gone. Chapter 0983_last words. In the crowd gathered on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, Namikaze Minato maintained a squatting posture, and put his ear to Sarutobi Hirazen's mouth. Sarutobi Hirazen's life was gone, and the medical ninjas who were busy around them all stopped, and they felt that Sarutobi Hirazen's life was gone. Sounded, first a ninja with the strength of the super elite Jonin made a shrill cry, and then it seemed to be everyone. Namikaze Minato couldn't hear clearly, because there were buzzing sounds in his mind, and his consciousness was a little confused. In fact, Sarutobi Hirazen not too old. In his 50s, he still has enough energy, and his strength has not regressed. But he just died. Namikaze Minato couldn't understand, because he didn't die at the hands of a powerful enemy, but at the hands of the most famous legendary powerhouse in Konoha's history. What kind of grievance did they have between them? Why did it so absolutely? Namikaze Minato didn't know. He was almost unable to think. Hysterical shouting, manic scolding, crying that couldn't tell what he was talking about. There are too many sounds around, constantly affecting Namikaze Minato's mind. He raised his hand tremblingly, stroked Sarutobi Hirazen's wide eyes lightly, and made Sarutobi Hirazen close his eyes. He slowly stood up again. The senior ninja had already taken off his cloak and slowly put it on Sarutobi Hirazen's body, covering the body. Kaharu Udatane is on the side, her body is shaking, she can't control herself, her eyes are full of blood, tears are falling like rain. No one is more complicated than her at the moment, sad and contradictory, even if she is used to seeing death, even if she wisdom is superior, but at this moment, she can't see right from wrong, can't distinguish between enemy and me. What did Lord Hokage say? Kaharu Udatane whimpered, his voice very low. Namikaze Minato heard Sarutobi Hirazen's last words, and he was the only one who heard it. Kaharu Udatane knew that it was very important information. It might be about the choice of the next Hokage. As a powerful ninja standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hirazen told himself the grasp of life and death is keen and precise. He knows that he cannot be saved, and he will definitely explain it. He said. Namikaze Minato made a weak voice, holding Hiraishin Kanai's hand subconsciously, his knuckles turning white. Say what? Kaharu Udatane glanced at him. Namikaze Minato was still staring at Sarutobi Hirazen's body, his throat moved, and tears had run down his cheeks. He said, the 4th generation Hokage. I see. You don't understand. Namikaze Minato suddenly turned his head to look at Kaharu Udatane, and his emotions suddenly became extremely emotional. What? Kaharu Udatane froze for a moment. Isn't it you? Sarutobi Hirazen told Namikaze Minato the 4th generation of Hokage, apparently indicating that Namikaze Minato should succeed Hokage, which is also the most reasonable arrangement. There is consensus. He said. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hirazen's body again, his voice hoarse and trembling, 4th generation Hokage. Cold light. Huh. Kaharu Udatane was shocked, and then burst into tears again. The 4th generation Hokage cold light. 4th generation Hokage cold light. 4th generation Hokage cold light. At the last moment before his death, Sarutobi Hirazen chose to let go of all personal grudges with Han Guang. No one knows his mental journey, what he thought and what he remembered before dying, but this is his decision. He knew that Konoha would be precarious after his death. His cooperation with Uchiha Madara would also be terminated because of his death. The disadvantage of Konoha in the Ninja World War would be further expanded. Namikaze Minato did not have the ability to turn the tide. He only had strength, but he has no experience in managing the ninja village or controlling the overall situation, and no one can guarantee that Namikaze Minato will be able to save Konoha from fire and water. Only one person has this ability. That is the king of the era who had been in charge of Konoha for nearly 3 years, and would have pacified the most tragic Second Ninja War if he hadn't died suddenly. the greatest legendary ninja in Konoha's history, Han Guang. But he was the one who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't agree. Homura Mitokado, who was standing beside Kaharu Udatane, said suddenly, and he heard the conversation between the two. I disagree. I disagree. No, I disagree. There were many ninjas around, all of whom were closest to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The senior Konoha ninja who heard Kaharu Udatane talking to Namikaze Minato couldn't accept it, even if it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's deathbed. Except for these people, the other ninjas in Konoha didn't hear or know about it. They couldn't hear it. It was too noisy around. I don't know how many ninjas were crying. It shouldn't be like this. Namikaze Minato murmured. Luhan was still standing in the original position, holding his knife and staring. Hatake Taishuo had already run to his side, standing behind him with complicated eyes. He was a person with clear grievances, and he didn't feel anything because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, but the reaction of the surrounding Konoha ninjas touched his heart. Meow. The shadow cat appeared out of thin air on Luhan's shoulder. Its big round eyes glanced around. The purple fluff on its body had exploded, and it sensed danger. The noise from Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became much quieter, and then it quickly turned quiet. In unison, a large group of ninjas turned to look at Luhan. More and more eyes fell on Luhan. Those were a pair of complicated eyes, surprised and complicated, numb and confused, sad and hated. Call. I don't know who moved first. Countless figures came out of the crowd, and then almost all the ninjas moved. Thousands of figures jumped dozens of meters to the right of Luhan and to the left of Luhan. He ran to the side and stopped behind Luhan. These Konoha ninjas moved extremely fast. None of them even had genin. The weakest was chunin, and the ratio of jonin was extremely high. They surrounded Luhan in a big circle, but no one dared to do it first. Because they are not eligible. If you want to do it, unless Namikaze Minato is activated, or ordered by Kaharu Udatane, everything will be detonated. Luhan glanced around, shook the knife in his hand, and spoke in a low voice. Master Kaharu, do you want to fight? Chapter 0984_you go. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, and the top two advisors are Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. According to Konoha rules, in this case, Kaharu Udatane will temporarily take charge of Konoha in a short period of time. Although Homura Mitokado has the same qualifications as her, the advisor ranks and the job experience is not as good as that of Kaharu Udatane. That is, when Luhan served as Hokage's deputy, Kaharu Udatane served as Hokage's assistant. At present, there are more than 1,500 ninjas surrounding Luhan. The number is not large, but the quality is extremely high, and their strength cannot be underestimated. This is the background of Konoha, and they are all here. In Luhan's eyes, most of them are Yuhi names, only a few people still maintain their orange names. Those people stand among a group of Yuhi names, which are extremely eye-catching. Kaharu Udatane is an orange name. Namikaze Minato is Yuhi name. It is also the name of the big Yuhi present. The strongest one. Kaharu Udatane's body is shaking. She is recalling everything in the past. She is thinking about how this scene happened today, and who is the bad guy at this point. There are many things that are not right or wrong. Namikaze Minato held Hiraisen's back tightly, his breath was shaking unsteadily. If there was no Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, he would have already done it. It was because of that last word that he dared not and could not do it directly. The decision rests with Kaharu. In the hands of Udatane, between Konoha's future and his revenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he doesn't have the courage to choose. Kaharu Udatane scans the audience, looking at the faces, the eyes. Luhanya looked at Kaharu Udatane, took out a Hiraishin kunai, let the shadow cat hold it, took off the mask, lowered his head and pinched his eyebrows, then looked at Kaharu Udatane and said, Lord Kaharu, decide, if I think these people can stop me. In fact, Luhan could have left directly. Taking advantage of the chaos just now, it was easy for him to leave, but he couldn't take Hokage Taishuo away, so he could only wait, until now, for Kaharu Yuditane to make a decision. Seriously, he doesn't want to kill anymore today. With a young face, with an indifference that is both familiar and unfamiliar, Kaharu Yuditane looked at him, lost for a moment, and she thought about the past. He was still so young, still so invincible. In the silent battlefield, the murderous aura had formed a frenzy, and it was about to drown Lu Han, but Lu Han seemed to be detached from the outside world, unaffected, and silent like an abyss. "You're still the same as before, and we're getting old," Kaharu Yuditane said. His hoarse voice spread with the wind and entered Lu Han's ears. It's been 10 years, and things are different, aren't they?" Lu Han replied indifferently. Kaharu Yuditane was silent for a moment, then became extremely manic, screaming in a hoarse voice, "Why? Why did you have to kill him? He dedicated his life to Konoha, why? Why? You and I know that, don't you?" Lu Han clenched his knife and stared at Kaharu Yuditane. "You really want me to tell?" Kaharu Yuditane suddenly calmed down again, his eyes straightened, his body swayed, as if he was about to fall, and Homura Mitokado supported her by the shoulder. Kaharu Yuditane seemed to have stopped breathing. After a while, he suddenly took a deep breath, raised his hand weakly, and said with difficulty, "Go, let's go." Lu Han's expression loosened, and he put the knife into the sheath. "Master Kaharu. How can I let him go? He's a murderer. Master Kaharu." Surrounded by screams, they looked at Kaharu Yuditane with unbelievable eyes. They couldn't understand why Kaharu Yuditane would let this cruel murderer leave, even if he was the one he used to be. Kaharu Yuditane understands everyone's mood, but very few people understand her because they don't know Sarutobi Hirazen's last words. Kaharu Yuditane knows that they can't say this last word, otherwise it will definitely lead to greater backlash. She understands with Han Guang's strength, she understands that if a fight really starts, not many of these ninjas will survive. This is the foundation of Konoha. Kaharu Yuditane can only make such a decision. After all, Sarutobi Hirazen had put down his hatred before his death. "Let's go." Lu Han put on his mask again, and turned and left with Hokage Taishuo. Hokage Taishuo had already put on a fighting stance, but he didn't relax until now, and followed Lu Han with the blade of Kurigakure. The shadow cat was holding Hiraishin kunai in his mouth and disappeared without a trace. Boom! The ground in front of Lu Han suddenly burst, and a figure rushed out fiercely from the ground, and the knife light slashed towards Lu Han's neck. Sneak attack. It's Sarutobi Hirazen's die-hard ninja. The top of the head shows Anbu Zero Squadron Ninja, codenamed Qingyuan. Rasengan flashed on Lu Han's hand, and he flicked his hand. Boom _. The high-quality sword in Qingyuan's hand was directly smashed, and the explosive power of Rasengan knocked it out. Lu Han didn't want to kill, because he really didn't want to kill anymore today. As an Anbu Zero Squadron ninja, Qingyuan was not killed so easily. He flew out with the shockwave and donated blood. "You don't have a next chance." Lu Han glanced at him, kept walking, and continued to walk out with Hokage Taishuo. Qingyuan, who was flying upside down, suddenly twisted his waist, black light flashed on his body, and he disappeared without knowing what secret technique he had used. A ghostly figure appeared directly behind Lu Han's side. It was Qingyuan. Lu Han had put his hand on the handle of the knife. Knife light up. Condensed again instantly. Lu Han returned the knife to the sheath, and Qingyuan's body, which was broken into 2 pieces, fell to the ground behind him, and the blood mist was scattered. Call! Call! In the surrounded crowd, 2 figures appeared at the same time. One was from Anbu Zero Squadron, code-named Danmu, and the other was a squad leader belonging to the Garrison Corps, named Sarutobi Burning Light. All of them were elite Jonin. Lu Han stopped, and his voice sounded at the same time, "I won't show mercy." Kaden, fire style. Sarutobi Zuoyao stopped suddenly when he was 10 meters away from Lu Han, and quickly hand-sealed. Luhan disappeared instantly, and the sword light flashed. Luhan appeared behind Sarutobi Zuoyao, the tip of the knife dripping blood. Sarutobi Zuoyao kept the hand seal movement, his body stiffened, bloodlines appeared on his neck, and his head fell off. Danmu killed Luhan, and at the same time, dozens of ninjas rushed out at the same time. Chapter 0985 _ The situation is out of control. Danmu should be a relatively young ninja, although wearing a mask, but when Luhan was in charge of Konoha, Anbu Zero Squadron did not have such a person, nor did Qingyuan before. Obviously, they were all 10 after Luhan died. In the years, he grew up to become a ninja of the Zero Squadron. Cold light is extremely powerful. Everyone knows Konoha. Danmu also knows, he is very clear, so he has the intention of death in his heart. At this moment, he is not afraid of death. Sealing technique, 5 illusions sealing. Danmu completed the hand seal while approaching Luhan. When Luhan's knife slashed through his body, he also patted his hand on Luhan's body. Unfortunately, it was not photographed. The huge gap in strength made him want to really hurt Luhan, and he had to rely on luck. Danmu is down. Another ninja came to Luhan. This time there were 4. Blood mist exploded on Luhan's body, turning into blood-colored lightning, and blood splattered wherever the knife light reached. What are you doing? Stop. Stop all of you. Do you hear me? This is an order. Kaharu Udatane shouted angrily. She was heartbroken and sad. These ninjas who dared to attack Hangguang, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen's diehard, his strength is not weak, every death is a great loss to Konoha. Others wanted to join the siege of Hangguang, but they were hesitant to hear Kaharu Udatane's voice. People who really don't care about their own lives are rare after all. A cavity of blood won't solve any problem. Luhan's shot has been ruthless. He warned before that it was considered polite. This is a one-sided massacre. Just a few people are not enough to pose any threat to Luhan. There is no pressure at all, and there is no cage yet. Level powerhouses are hot-headed. Cage-level powerhouses know the gap between themselves and Sarutobi Hiruzen best. It is an insurmountable moat, and Sarutobi Hiruzen died in the hands of Hangguang, so they understand that even if everyone here goes together, they will have to pay a heavy price. Only possible to get revenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen. They all understand Kaharu Udatane. Kill him. Avenge Hokage-sama. Kill him. Let's go together. Let's go together and avenge Hokage-sama. I don't know who was the first to shout excitedly, and they got responses in all directions. More and more ninjas rushed out of the crowd, but they were not as rash as those ninjas before. They consciously organized formations and moved closer to each other. Bastard! Stop it! Stop it! Kaharu Udatane was already crying, and his screams were broken. Namikaze Minato's body was trembling all the time, and he held Hiraishin's kunai tightly. At this moment, he moved. Hiraishin kunai dodged into golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the group of Konoha ninjas. The golden light flashes back and forth. 1 second. Namikaze Minato stopped and landed less than 10 meters away from Luhan. Konoha ninjas around who wanted to besiege Luhan had fallen to the ground, and they were all knocked down by Namikaze Minato. Minato-sama. Minato-sama you. Konoha ninjas who fell to the ground all looked at Namikaze Minato with disbelief, and more Konoha ninjas who wanted to rush out of the crowd also stopped at this moment. Luhan also stopped. On the ground around him, there were more than 40 corpses of Konoha ninjas, all of them were fatally stabbed, and no one was spared. You are not opponents, you will increase casualties, think about your family, you are doing this, there is no value. Namikaze Minato said in a low voice, you get out of the way, I am here. Luhan, who was surrounded by blood mist, looked back at Namikaze Minato and said indifferently, you come. I admit that I'm not your opponent yet. Namikaze Minato stared at Luhan with blank eyes, but it's only now, it only takes 3 years, no. In 2 years, I will surpass you. The corners of Luhan's mouth twitched, wondering if he wanted to curl his lips, and asked after a while, "So what?" 2 years later, the Valley of the End. Namikaze Minato exclaimed, "We will compete and fight for life and death, how about that?" Luhan raised his brows and grinned. "I think you should be more mature. After all, you are going to be a Hokage person, 2 years. I can kill you now, why wait 2 years? You think I should let you grow up, and then give you a chance to kill me? Are you afraid?" Namikaze Minato said immediately. "Huh, shocking the law. You're just scared. Believe it or not, I'll kill you now." "You won't do that, you look around you, if you really think Konoha can let you." Namikaze Minato's voice stopped abruptly, because Luhan moved and rushed in front of him in an instant. The knife light fell like a silver river, hitting Namikaze Minato on the head. "Don't!" Kaharu Udatane shouted in shock, but Luhan acted too fast, she couldn't say a complete sentence at all. The terrifying light of the knife blasted a huge pit on the ground. Namikaze Minato escaped with the technique of Hiraishin, but Luhan released his blood rage and caught up with Namikaze Minato with the technique of Hiraishin. Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique has reached ultimate, and his master is higher than Luhan's, but Luhan's kunai is faster, and his abilities such as dynamic capture, reaction awareness, and melee fighting all surpass Namikaze Minato's. In this case, Luhan's killing was easy. In front of Luhan, Namikaze Minato's weakness is obvious. Of course, he can also directly leave the battlefield with the Hiraishin technique. If he places Hiraishin kunai in other positions in advance, he can escape, but only if he wants to escape. Two streamers flashed back and forth on the battlefield, entangled. "Go! Let's go together! Damn it, kill him! Avenge Hokage-sama!" Thousands of Konoha ninjas moved. The situation is out of control. "Shadow!" Luhan suddenly called out. "Meow!" The shadow cat appeared next to Namikaze Minato in an instant, and Namikaze Minato flickered frequently with Hiraishin's technique, and the shadow cat followed him like a shadow. As a time-space ninja, it moved in a short distance, and Namikaze Minato would not be faster than it. Hiraishin kunai holding Luhan in the mouth of the shadow cat. Luhan flashed 3 times in a row behind Namikaze Minato, and finally seized the perfect opportunity, slammed down. Chapter 0986_War. There is no right or wrong after war, except for the first cause. Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen is irresolvable, so Luhan killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is not a war, but a personal grudge, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha village. When most of the ninjas in Konoha want to fight for him when it comes to revenge, it becomes war. Namikaze Minato is not a villain, whether in the original book or in this world. He is positive and bright, but in Luhan's eyes, he is a Yuhi name. From Luhan's point of view, he did nothing wrong, but from Namikaze Minato's point of view, he seemed to be right. There is no right or wrong. But since he was going to die, then one should die. War is killing people. This knife may be the fastest knife Luhan has ever slashed in his life. It does not form a unique knife light like a rainstorm like a waterfall. It is just a knife. For Namikaze Minato of Master Hiraishin, whether it is an instant knife or an instant thousand the knife, if he can dodge, but if he can't dodge, he can't dodge. He obviously couldn't escape. Because Hiraishin was still in his hands, he threw Hiraishin out, and then moved forward with Hiraishin. It took time. Luhan didn't give him this time, and he didn't even have a chance to get rid of it. Another Hiraishin kunai placed somewhere in Konoha village. But Luhan felt that he would not leave. The flaw in Namikaze Minato's heart is very big, otherwise he wouldn't die in the original book. And now in this situation, once he leaves the battlefield, retreats without a fight, and becomes a deserter. I guess he won't be able to pass the test in his heart. A knife that almost rips through space. Namikaze Minato, who is experienced in combat, fell into an ice cave. He couldn't see the situation behind him, and he didn't even have time to be terrified, but he had already smelled the breath of death, and he had time to make a move, that is, stretch his right hand back slightly. The palm of his hand is facing Lu Han, who is wielding the knife with all his strength. The chakra ball swirling and twisting in the palm of his hand instantly expanded. Big Ball Rasengan. Big Ball Rasengan with a knife, and the terrifying power erupted as soon as the two of them saw it. Lu Han disappeared before being hit hard by the shock wave. He lost a lot of Hiraishin on the battlefield and moved casually, but Namikaze Minato no such opportunity, because Big Ball Rasengan blew up on his hands. Boom _ Ball with a diameter of several dozen meters shone in the middle of the battlefield, and Namikaze Minato was blown away. Lu Han blinked on the ground 100 meters away, but did not immediately chase down Namikaze Minato. He should have been seriously injured, but on the other side of the battlefield, Hitachi Taishuo was in great trouble, and the excited Konoha ninjas had begun to besiege him. Lu Han's intention to kill Namikaze Minato was not urgent, but he was very concerned about this direct disciple. Hitachi Taishuo has hacked and killed more than 10 people, but he was attacked by a combination of ninjutsu. He is very strong, and he is also the kind of pervert. It can't be killed, but if there are a few hundred people, thousands of people. If Lu Han doesn't save him, he will die. Call. Lu Han flickered beside Hitachi Taishuo, grabbed Hitachi Taishuo's shoulder, and ran away to dodge. Boom. Rumbling. Hundreds of ninjutsu hit the same position. Under the superposition effect, the burst energy caused a slight earthquake, and the terrifying shock wave swept all around. Even many Konoha ninjas were affected by the shock wave because they could not react in time, and some were injured. There is even death. Lu Han took the danger that Hitachi Taishuo temporarily escaped, stopped for a while, and his feet shook. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of Early Fern. Once again launched Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Kekkei Genkei's strongest group attack. Countless huge bone spurs burst out from the ground, forming a huge and secret bone spur forest. All Konoha ninjas within the attack range. All jumped one after another. However, some of those with slow responses and weaker ones suffered from bone spurs. Most of them were injured, and many died. Lu Han was buying time for himself to take care of Hitachi Taishuo. In the white bone forest, Lu Han folded his hands again, his breath exploded, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, and the rays of light shot up into the sky, condensing at a height of tens of meters, forming an energy giant wearing armor and holding a sickle. The third stage form, the mature body Susanoo. Hitachi Taishuo is also under the protection of Susanoo. Hitachi Taishuo is not weak. In fact, even without Lu Han, if there is no Namikaze Minato to restrain him, he may have the possibility to break through and escape, but Lu Han has to be cautious. He came here today to save Hitachi Taishuo. He even killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and a lot of people in Konoha. If Hitachi Taishuo is still dead in the end, Lu Han must vomit blood. Kaden, Fire Style. Raiden, Thunder Style. Doden, Earth Style. Kaden, Fire Style. Kaden, Fire Style. Ninjas are small in front of Susanoo, but on the other hand, Susanoo is like a living target in front of ninjas. It is so huge that it can be hit with closed eyes. Hundreds of ninjas release ninjutsu on Susanoo at the same time, destroying them. Power is terrifying. Lu Han waved a huge sickle, and Susanoo's huge body also began to move. Lu Han didn't try to break through, but rushed back and forth. He seldom showed mercy to the enemy. He once guarded Konoha and everything in Konoha from life to death. Those are the past, and now, whoever attacks him, he will kill. A mess. Susanoo again and again, while the scythes were reaping the lives of the besieging ninjas at the same time. Not all Konoha ninjas were present at the scene. There were more than 1,500 people in total. About 300 or 400 people never really joined the battle. Most of them were cruising around the battlefield and pretending to be. Among them, dozens of them were Anbu ninjas. All stop. All stop. Why do you stop me? The huge Susanoo turned around again, the huge sickle swept across, but stopped suddenly. Inch before the blade is Kaharu Yutate's neck. Stop. Don't do this, don't do this. Kaharu Yuditane kept shaking his head, shaking his head. Chapter 0987_closing. Boom, 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 boom. The last wave of ninjutsu hit Luhan's Susanoo, and then they all stopped because the huge sickle Susanoo was holding was already on Kaharu Yuditane's neck. Let go of Kaharu-sama. Despicable. Don't hurt Kaharu-sama. The angry shouts sounded one after another, and all the Konoha ninjas who surrounded Luhan did not dare to act rashly. Kaharu Yuditane had been a high-level advisor since the end of the First Ninja World War, and his high status and prestige were unquestionable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, and Kaharu Yuditane will temporarily take over the Hokage. Although this group of hot-headed ninjas can disregard Kaharu Yuditane's orders and attack Hangwang, they have to accept the threat of Kaharu Yuditane being hijacked, and further stimulate Hangwang. If Kaharu Yuditane was indirectly killed, no one can afford this responsibility. Stop, Hangwang, your lord, don't fight anymore, don't. Kaharu Yuditane is shaking his head, shaking. What she fears now is not how many people will die in Konoha today, but if Hangwang really the full power of the fire, and the bloody battle with Konoha to the end, after today, will Konoha decline? Sarutobi Hiruzen's death further widened Konoha's war disadvantage. If Konoha loses a large number of masters today, even if the powerful Konoha main battle army can maintain the situation on the front line, as Konoha in the rear, there is a possibility of collapse. If this happens, Tsuchikajinoki, the third generation of Iwagakure village, will definitely not let it go. This kind of opportunity, even Yagura of Kurigakure village, Rasa of Sunagakure village, they may be able to use it with all their strength. Kaharu Yuditane suddenly regretted because she understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words. It doesn't matter if Sarutobi Hiruzen really let go of his hatred, what matters is that he wants the ninjas in Konoha to know that he has let go of his hatred. If Kaharu Yuditane said Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words at that time, it is the Hokage successor who announced Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice to kill Hangwang, the murderer who killed him, then the two sides will definitely not fight. Even if most of the Konoha ninjas here can't accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words and don't recognize Hangwang, they will be affected by these last words and temporarily put aside their thoughts of revenge. This case, Hangwang may not be able to become Hokage, but at least he can leave here directly and not die one more person. Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the greatest Hokage since the establishment of Konoha. It is not unreasonable, even if he knows that he is about to die, he is still thinking about the future of Konoha, because he can't say much, so he can only use in the simplest terms, to avoid the Konoha civil war after his death. Unfortunately, Kaharu Yuditane didn't think about that. It's too late to say now. Because when Kaharu Yuditane says it now, it will give the impression of telling lies, and saying it just to keep the two sides from fighting is likely to backfire. Luhan stared at Kaharu Yuditane and slowly moved away the huge sickle. Call, call. Two figures appeared around Kaharu Yuditane at the same time, an old man and a middle-aged man, both of them were Kaharu Yuditane. They grabbed Kaharu Yuditane's shoulders and wanted to take Kaharu Yuditane away from Luhan, but Kaharu Yuditane threw his arms and didn't let them move themselves. Hangwang, sir, today, that's it. I don't want, really, don't want, to end. Kaharu Yuditane took a deep breath, speaking intermittently, as if he was out of breath. She's orange, always has been. I didn't want to fight. You should know why I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the day Danzo died, it was doomed. We will have this day. Luhan calmly said. The huge Susanoo quickly became smaller and collapsed, disappeared. Lord Kaharu, you have to understand that some people don't need your rescue, it's not right or wrong. Kaharu Yuditane clenched his hands all of a sudden, took a deep breath, suddenly took a step, and shouted around, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Isn't it enough? Isn't there enough dead people? Do you think Lord Hokage wants you to do this? You don't know anything. I don't want to die again. If you insist, then start with me. Kaharu Udatane pulled out the kunai from his waist. Although it was referring to Luhan, it was actually equivalent to threatening all the Konoha ninjas who surrounded Luhan. The meaning is very simple. If you want to hit me first, if you want to die, I will die first. The battlefield fell silent, and a sense of suffocation pervaded. Many ninjas whose eyes were full of bloodshot emotions calmed down at this moment. In fact, they all understood why Kaharu Udatane wanted to stop this battle, because the cold light was too powerful. Killing him would kill many people, and some advanced the ninja knew more about the grievances between Han Guang and Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was related to the death of Uchiha Leung, the death of White Fang, and the secret cooperation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara. These things, as long as you hear a little bit of wind, you can guess some insider stories. Some ninjas weakly lowered their arms holding weapons and stepped back. Some ninjas simply dropped their weapons, crouched down and held their heads without saying a word. Don't come back again. After today, Konoha is at odds with you. Kaharu Udatane landed Han with his knuckle fingers. Don't come back, never. Don't come back. Luhan put the knife into the sheath, turned around and left without saying a word. Hotake Tai Shuo followed Luhan closely. This time, Luhan didn't encounter a sneak attack, and he didn't encounter any obstacles. It's not that those Konoha ninjas really gave up, but because Kaharu Udatane, the woman standing at the pinnacle of Konoha's power, threatened too effectively. Luhan walked to the edge of the battlefield and stopped suddenly. Thousands of Konoha ninjas all looked at him, and when they saw him stop, they all reacted in an instant, and some even went directly into battle. Luhan turned his head and looked to the southwest. The insight map showed that the big Yuhi name was there, surrounded by a group of ninjas. It was Namikaze Minato. He was not dead, but was seriously injured. Namikaze Minato, it's your luck that you didn't die today. Kaharu-sama doesn't want to die today, you remember to thank her. 2 years later, I'll be waiting for you in the Valley of the End. Leaving this sentence behind, Luhan led Hotake Tai Shuo into the forest. His figure gradually disappeared, and no one heard Luhan's last words. I wish you lived till that day. Chapter 0988_Cold Light killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the original book, Namikaze Minato died in October of Konoha's 48th year. Strictly speaking, he was not killed in battle, and Uchiha Obito at the time was not capable of killing him, but he still died. His character and the way he handled things, there are very big flaws in the game, which also makes Luhan unable to determine whether Namikaze Minato can really live to 2 years later. Although Luhan has completely disrupted the plot, after killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will go to Uchiha Madara to kill Uchiha Madara as early as possible, which may even directly affect whether Uchiha Obito can successfully inherit Uchiha Madara's will, but all this are not enough to be the basis for Namikaze Minato to escape. Historical inertia is frighteningly powerful. In the 37th year of Konoha, on March 16, a generation of the strongest, the most famous leader of the ninja world, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation in charge of Konoha village for more than 30 years, fell in the forest behind Konoha village. On the same day, the legendary Konoha ninja, the strongest ninja during the Second Ninja World War, known as the King of the Era, Konoha Hangwang, was resurrected 10 years after his death and announced his return in the most shocking way. Cold light killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, this piece of information was discovered by scouts from various countries in the Country of Fire. At night, Konoha village, which had been in turmoil due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death and Namikaze Minato's serious injury, welcomed many uninvited guests. When I got the news, I couldn't believe it for the first time, so I chose to sneak into the Konoha village to investigate. On the second day, all the foreign scouts who confirmed the information released the extremely precious high-intelligence Asuka ninja beasts in Konoha village, and passed the information to their respective strengths as quickly as possible. Another day passed, the 37th year of Konoha. On March 18, the third day of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the news spread throughout the entire ninja world at the fastest speed, and thunder broke out on the ground. The ninja world has set off unprecedented waves. Somewhere in the ninja world, an underground cave. On the slate platform covered with animal skins, the ugly boy with scars on his face lay down in relaxation, blinking his eyes at the water droplets dripping from the raised rocks above the cave. The elderly ninja stood aside, there was light on his hand, repeatedly and slowly passing over the leg of the ugly boy. Uchiha Madara's treatment for Uchiha Obito was phased and never ended. In fact, Uchiha Madara has the ability to directly cure Uchiha Obito, but he doesn't want to do it, because once Uchiha Obito is cured quickly, then Uchiha Obito has a reason to have a chance to leave. Uchiha Madara didn't want him to leave. Madara is very aware of his own situation. He is about to run out of oil, and his destiny cannot be violated. Even Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, cannot save him, so he chose multiple successors. Before Uchiha Obito, Madara's number one successor was the child who had his Rinnegan transplanted, and now he has changed his mind. Uchiha Obito is not necessarily better than the child named Nagato. One of the main reasons why Uchiha Madara chose him, his surname is Uchiha. Obito is the most important part of his current plan. He is not ready yet, so the treatment for Obito can only be delayed first. Call _ The harsh wind suddenly appeared and approached rapidly. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and turned to look at the entrance and exit of the passage at the end of the cave. The white figure dashed in, barely touching the ground, rushed to Uchiha's side in a floating manner, and stopped abruptly. White Zetsu with no expression on his face and dim eyes. He is one of many avatars of White Zetsu. It is impossible for White Zetsu to collect information on the whole world. Most of them rely on these avatars. Normally, Zetsu's clone would not come to Uchiha Madara directly. The intelligence gathering was done at the main body White Zetsu. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara asked hoarsely, and the light in his hands dimmed. While Uchiha Madara was questioning, Uchiha Obito turned over and jumped off the stone platform, and walked out unhurriedly. He didn't care what Uchiha Madara was doing secretly, and he never eavesdropped on curiously. 43 hours ago, Captain Konoha Anbu attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen without a front. He failed and fled into the Konoha Back Mountain Forest. 42 hours ago, the 3rd district in the southwest of the Back Mountain Forest of Konoha Village. White Zetsu's clone voice was very mechanical. Said, the cold light appeared, fought with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and killed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. Uchiha Madara froze for a moment, her eyes straightened. Uchiha Obito, who was walking out, also stopped. After the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, about 1,500 ninjas from Konoha besieged Hangwang. After fighting for a while, they were stopped by Kaharu Utatane. Konoha killed nearly 200 ninjas on the spot, including 27 elite Jonin, and injured nearly 700 people. Namikaze Minato was killed. The cold light was severely injured, and the right hand was seriously injured, and it may be difficult to heal. Uchiha Madara's expression had turned into a surprised, blank look. It all came so suddenly. Be caught off guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually died. Uchiha Obito suddenly turned around and looked at Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu's avatars, with his mouth open, but also dumbfounded. He doesn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen, because by comparison, Namikaze Minato has taken over his whole heart. Namikaze Minato is his teacher. Exactly. What happened at that time? Uchiha Madara asked in a steady voice. He couldn't imagine how Hangwang could kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village. If it's okay to say outside, Hangwang is stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in Konoha village, all the ninjas in Konoha are the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen, all his helpers. How can it be? The specific situation still needs to be investigated. The White Zetsu clone replied. Currently, number 19, number 7, and number 6 are investigating this matter near Konoha village. I will report back first. Uchiha Madara frowned subconsciously. Some questions, not about the situation of Konoha, but about the collection and transmission of intelligence. What about number 1? Why didn't you report to him first? Madara asked, number 1 being the main body White Zetsu. I can't feel him. His breath disappeared 2 days ago. The clone replied. Chapter 0989 _ tell him intuitively. Body White Zetsu and the Avatar White Zetsu. It is because of this connection that the Avatar's White Zetsu in all parts of the ninja world can find the main body White Zetsu and inform the information as soon as they get useful information. Uchiha Madara rarely gets the information sent by the clone White Zetsu, because the intelligence, thinking ability, and expression ability of the clone White Zetsu are inferior, and he does not have the ability to integrate intelligence and calculate complex information. This time, the Avatar White Zetsu came to report directly, or the information was not collected completely. There are 2 possibilities, either this is the meaning of the main body White Zetsu, or the Avatar White Zetsu can't contact the main body White Zetsu. It's the latter. Can't you feel it? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and his pupils shrank. This reaction was even bigger than when he heard the news of Sarutobi Hirazen's death. Yes, the last person who felt the breath of number 1 was number 3. 2 days ago, number 3 was active in the Country of Thunder, and number 1 was also near Kumogakure village in the Country of Thunder. According to number 3, number 1's breath before disappearing, there were violent fluctuations. He died. Can't be sure. He died. Uchiha Madara repeated again. This sentence was not a question, but a statement. While saying this, Uchiha's eyes quickly became bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and the flesh on his face trembled unnaturally. Go crazy. The third one. Since the resurrection of Han Guang, White Zetsu died 3 times in a row in just 1 month. It's the cold light. Uchiha Madara has no doubts. It's just the cold light. Tell him intuitively. It is cold light. Only Master Hangguang has the way to kill White Zetsu. Only cold light. He has the ability to find White Zetsu and kill White Zetsu at the first time. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually distorted. He has never hated a person so much. Perhaps this is the first time in his life, so hatred. The importance of White Zetsu to him at this stage is self-evident. When the original White Zetsu died, Uchiha Madara made new White Zetsu twice in a row, and accumulated and cultivated Senjuhashirama cells in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. 90% has been consumed. That is to say, he no longer has the ability to create a new body White Zetsu. Even if he uses all those cells, he can only create a new White Zetsu whose ability is far worse than the previous body White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's breath slowly spread out, not violent, but extremely cold, cold to the bone. Uchiha Obito, who hadn't gone far, took a few steps back and barely stopped. Where is Han Guang now? Madara asked suddenly looking up. I don't know. White Zetsu cloned. Madara showed an extremely annoyed expression. He was used to it and asked White Zetsu this kind of question, but in front of him this is just a clone. Even if other clones detect the movement of Han Guang, this clone will not know. Number 1. No one would report this kind of information to him. Black Zetsu, he's in Omegakure village, get him back, quick. Madara said quickly. Yes. White Zetsu took the lead and turned to leave. Wait. Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped him again. Sir. White Zetsu turned back. Uchiha Madara's expression was stiff, his eyes flashed, and he waved his hands again. Go, nothing else. In fact, he has too many things to explain to others, about Kumogakure village, about Konoha village, about Hangguang, and the arrangement of Kurigakure village, but this clone has limited ability. Uchiha Madara can't explain too many things to him at all, he can only wait for Black Zetsu to come back. White Zetsu's clone had already left the cave, and Uchiha Madara was still standing there, with a gloomy expression on his face. Unprecedented killing intent is churning in his body. He has already conceived a series of plans. In his opinion, Hangguang killing Sarutobi Hirazen is a failure. His break with Konoha will lead to his complete isolation. Iwagakure village has a grudge against him. Sunagakure the village hated him. The Kurigakure village hated him. and now Konoha also hated him, leaving only one Kumogakure village in the 5 major ninja villages. The Kumogakure village can indeed be his backer, but in the face of pressure from the other 4 major ninja villages, even if the 4th generation of head Hokage is his disciple, it is not necessary to give him shelter. When the whole world wants him to die, then there is no reason for him not to die. But Uchiha Madara was a little reluctant to let Han Guang die. Because he sees the hope of immortality in Han Guang, Uchiha Madara's biggest problem at present is not the death of White Zetsu at all, but himself, his aging, his lifespan. If Han Guang can solve this problem, then the Eye of the Moon no more problems with planning. Lord Madara. A sudden voice interrupted Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Uchiha Obito. I want to go back to Konoha village to see. Uchiha Obito said, look at the teacher, I just heard from you that he is seriously injured. Oh, Uchiha blinked slightly, and then seemed to think of something. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he returned to calm. You are still very weak, you won't live long if you leave here, you know one can get back to Konoha. Quote. Can't you? Uchiha Obito's eyes dimmed. It's not impossible. Uchiha Madara paused for a while, and seemed to think for a while before saying, I will find someone to take you back to Konoha village. The Land of Thunder, the Western region. On the mountain path, 2 figures moved rapidly, one after the other, dashing towards the Kumogakure village. It has been 2 days, and Luhan and Hatake Taishuo have not yet arrived at Kumogakure village, mainly because they are not in a hurry and always stop and go. It's noon, let's have something to eat. The figure in front suddenly slowed down, and then gradually slowed down, turning from running to walking. Teacher. Hatake Taishuo also slowed down, took 2 more steps and walked side by side with Luhan, took out food from his bag and handed it to Luhan. Luhan shook his head and refused. Hatake Taishuo could feel that Luhan had something on his mind. Since he left Konoha, he had been uneasy, and he had already guessed what Luhan was thinking. Teacher, if you're worried that you won't be able to explain it to your sister-in-law, you can say it's because of me. It's my responsibility. If I didn't sneak up on Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wouldn't. You sneak attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luhan suddenly turned his head to look at Hatake Taishuo. Chapter 0990_Quarrel. Hatake Taishuo's attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen caused the war and eventually led to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, but Luhan didn't know that the Shadow Cat had a chance to tell him. But after Luhan left Konoha, he sent the Shadow Cat back directly. There was news from Kumogakure village, so I didn't have the chance to say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen violated the agreement between us. For so many years, no matter what he asked me to do, I would not object. This ninja war was provoked by him. He was the decision maker, and I was the executor. I killing some damned people, I did it because of his promise to me, but he. Hatake Taishuo told Luhan some past events. He has always believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to perform some shameful tasks and killed some innocent people, he did not resent anything in his heart. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, and looked at it from the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The life and death of individual people are no longer important. Those aren't even sins. Until, Hatake Taishuo knew that Akatsuki was revived by the cold light, but Sarutobi Hiruzen teamed up with Uchiha Madara to deal with the cold light. Everything has changed. Hatake Taishuo felt like a fool, being played around by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's betrayal made him ugly, and the things that were once shameful have become sinful. Teacher, am I wrong? Hatake Taishuo finally asked. You are right, but you are impulsive. Luhan replied, you are not Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Even if it is a sneak attack, killing him depends on luck. If you succeed in assassinating, it is accidental, and failure is inevitable. Make a plan and then act. But I understand you, because my tolerance for betrayal is lower than yours. Luhan was a little emotional. He originally thought that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who prepared everything and attacked Hokage Taishuo that led to the war, but the reality was the other way around. A day later, and now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. The two walked along the mountain road. Teacher. Mistress, I can explain. Hokage Taishuo hesitated again. Let me say first, I can tell mistress all the shameful things I know, and she will understand. Luhan glanced at Hokage Taishuo, then paused for a moment. We'll talk about it when we arrive at Kumogakure village. Did not refuse. Because this matter was really tricky for Luhan. Without any psychological preparation, Tsunade learned of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. God knows how she would react. Although she had broken with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the feelings hidden in the heart of people could not be wiped out. She followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to practice at the age of 6. Leaving Konoha at the age of 28, Sarutobi Hiruzen influenced Tsunade for at least 20 years. Luhan is confident about his place in Tsunade's heart, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is not an unrelated person. To Tsunade, he is an important person. Two people who were important to her, one of them killed the other. Even if Tsunade understood what was right or wrong, he would be confused and contradictory. There is always a conflict between reason and emotion. Luhan didn't want Tsunade to be sad because of this, and he didn't want to have a rift with Tsunade because of this, so he made very careful arrangements for this matter. Let the Shadow Cat go back to Kumogakure village first, not to inform Tsunade, but to inform Xiao Ai. Let him hide the news first. Don't let Tsunade know the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Luhan wants to explain the situation to Tsunade. In fact, he has not thought about it. How to say. One more question, but only a small one, and that is Orochimaru. This guy really wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to die. How would he react when he got the news? Luhan believes that he and Tsunade will never become enemies or strangers because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, but Orochimaru is not easy to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen is his pro-son. The reason why Orochimaru is black is completely. He did it himself. The ghost knows what his current state of mind towards Sarutobi Hiruzen is. Kumogakure village, in the middle of the mountain, secret meeting room. A total of 6 people attended the meeting, all of whom were high-level officials of Kumogakure village, and Xiao Ai, as Hokage, sat on the main seat. The meeting has been going on for nearly 6 hours, and the brawl continues. Just 6 hours ago, Xiao Ai received the highest level of emergency information from Asuka, and learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had died at the hands of Han Guang. I repeat, Han Guang must leave Kumogakure village. He is the source of disaster. He will bring disaster to Kumogakure village. We cannot shelter his family. Han Guang is recognized as the #1 powerhouse. If he can join Kumogakure village, it will not be a bad thing for us. Confused. Han Guang has too many enemies. If he hadn't killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, nothing would have been a problem. We joined forces with Konoha, and the world could be at war. But the problem is that he killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, in front of everyone's eyes. Konoha won't let him go. Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, all of them are his enemies. If our Kumogakure village is besieged by the 4 great ninja villages because of this, it will be destroyed. Just get rid of his family, so we can get together and leave, and we Kumogakure can stay out of it. More than 10 years ago, Han Guang acted without any taboos and merciless actions. He did almost all the shocking events of the Second Ninja World War, but at that time, Konoha was his backer, and we were Konoha's allies. That's why he can be majestic to the end, until the accident happens, but now it's different, completely different. I dare say that Cold Light will not survive for a year. Lord Hokage, I hope you don't be emotional. You must understand that you are not only a disciple of Han Guang, but also our Hokage. You also shoulder the responsibility of guarding the Kumogakure village. The lives of tens of thousands of people in the Kumogakure village can't be compared to a single one. Is it cold? You can't say the same thing. We, Kumogakure, are founded on faith. We can't give help in the snow, but don't fall for it. When did I say I'm going to get in trouble? I've been emphasizing that the village of Kumogakure should stay out of the way. The fierce quarrel never stopped. Xiaoai sat on the large chair with a big horse on his shoulders. His face was expressionless and he didn't say a word. He hadn't spoken for a long time. Chapter 0991 Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be both. Xiaoai is very contradictory. Han Guang is his mentor, and the teacher is in trouble. Since he has the ability, he should help as much as possible. However, as the fourth generation of Reikage, he is obliged to maintain the safety of Kumogakure village. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be both. This sentence is suitable for Xiaoai now. Zhang said that he is loyal to Kumogakure village. He is responsible for Kumogakure village. Filial piety means that Han Guang is his teacher, and he can't just ignore the teacher's difficulties. Now, no matter what he decides, he will be criticized, which is painful, and he is afraid of the cold light and cold heart, and the fear of involving the village of Kumogakure in the war. In fact, Xiaoai tends to protect the teacher's family. There are a total of 6 people in the conference room. Except for Xiaoai, there are 5 people left. 3 of them are advisors, the commander of the Kumogakure village garrison army, the first main battle army commander of Kumogakure village. Among the 5 people, the only one who does not oppose Xiaoai, it is Buzan, the commander of the first main battle legion. He is an old man in his 60s, older than the late third generation Reikage. When Laoai was alive, he would call him Big Brother, and his words were very important. Buzan's character is very similar to that of Laoai, but he does not have the shrewd side of Laoai, and lacks the shrewdness. In Buzan's heart, faith may be more important than life. But he alone can't change anything. The other 4 high-level executives all believe that the Han Guang family should be allowed to leave, clear the relationship, and stay out of the matter. They are not wrong. They do not have any malice towards Han Guang, but they are afraid that Han Guang will bring irresistible danger to Kumogakure village. Sir Reikage, you said something. It's pointless for us to keep arguing like this. Sir Reikage, I hope you can think more about the village. We Kumogakure are not afraid of war, but this time the risk is not something we can take. This is not our hatred. Everyone was arguing, and finally all looked at Xiaoai. Xiaoai shook her shoulders slightly, as if she was a little tired from sitting. She moved her body, glanced at everyone, and lowered her eyes again. After a while, she said in a low voice, "What if I decide to protect the teacher's family?" The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. Several people looked at each other, some expressionless, some ugly. Boom. The black and white-haired advisor slammed the table with his fist and said with a blank face, I understand your mood. You said that you want to fight. We will not back down. Even if we are the enemy of the world, we will still stand behind you. If it wasn't for your father, I would have died. I owe him, and I owe you now. But I still hope you can reconsider. Not for the few of us, but for the entire Kumogakure village. If we shrink our troops across the board, gather the population of the Land of Thunder, move the daimyo prefecture to Kumogakure village, and fight a protracted battle. We may not be completely defeated, but a lot of people will really die. If the third generation of adults were still there, he might have made such a decision, but this is different. Lord Reikage, you don't have your father's experience and connections. He can minimize the loss, and you can't. You are still young. Quote. It is undeniable that Xiaoai has only served as Reikage for a year or 2, and is only in his early 30s. Compared with Laoai, he lacks a lot. Xiaoai looked at the few people who had spoken one after another, and then bowed her head in silence, holding her shoulders and thinking for a while. I'll reconsider. The teacher hasn't come back yet. There may be new changes. Let's talk about it. Xiaoai couldn't make a decision. She paused and said, selection of scouts from each legion, forming a scout unit, and starting a comprehensive investigation of ninja the dynamics of all parties in the world. Lord Buzan, you are responsible for this matter. Let's end the meeting. End of the meeting. Xiaoai left the conference room with heavy steps. The others didn't move. They only started to walk out when they watched Shall I go out. They all looked preoccupied. Sometimes they talked in a low voice, sometimes they shook their heads. An invisible cloud had already shrouded their hearts. Gufeng Mansion. The breeze is gentle and the sun is just right. The shadow cat jumped around the courtyard impatiently, at a very fast speed, and sometimes looked back and cast a disgusting look. The little black cat climbed on the chair in front of the house with an unhappy look. Shang Yingying cat, eyes full of resentment. Shadow cat doesn't play with it. Stop, little bastard. Xiao Ali was chasing Shadow cat, and he only tried his best with his physical skills, but he couldn't catch up. The Shadow cat was playing him, and he also recognized this kind of playing as a form of training. Uchiha Makoto came in with a vegetable basket on his back. He had just returned from shopping on the street. He crossed the backyard and met Tsunade and Hyuga Luoning at the door of the house. They were watching Ali doing speed training. Ali really worked hard. Uchiha Makoto smiled softly. Yeah, Han was still an idiot at this age. He worked harder than Han. Hyuga Luoning replied with a smile, while taking the vegetable basket from Uchiha Makoto. Tsunade was expressionless and didn't even look at Uchiha Makoto. Oh yes, I met Kushina just now on the street, Uchiha Makoto said, glancing at Tsunade. Tsunade really looked like he was eavesdropping. Did you talk? Hyuga Luoning asked, looking very concerned. Say, ask me if I live with you. I said yes, and she ignored me. She's still angry, the little girl has a grudge. Did you tell her we live here? Tsunade finally spoke up, asking Uchiha Makoto. I told you. Makoto nodded. Damn girl, you are so vengeful, don't come to see. Tsunade bit Kiba and muttered. A cold breath suddenly appeared. The weakest person in the courtyard was Jonan, who was aware of it for a moment. At the same time, he turned his head to look, and Ali, who had been chasing Shadow Cat, also stopped and turned his head in confusion. Orochimaru, whose aura was extremely unstable, appeared out of thin air in the corner, staring at Tsunade with Yuhi's eyes. He looks like this. Something went wrong. Tsunade frowned, his figure flashed to Orochimaru's side, and he quickly asked, what's wrong? The cold light killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru said coldly, teacher, he is already dead. Chapter 0992_ It is true. What? The courtyard fell into an extremely disturbing and eerie silence. Tsunade stood there as if struck by lightning, staring at Orochimaru in a daze. He was completely stunned, and panic gradually appeared in his eyes. Everyone heard Orochimaru's words. Hyuga Luoning covered her mouth in disbelief. Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened and he didn't move. The only little Ali didn't respond very much. He raised his hand and scratched his head. He glanced at other strange reactions in the yard. He really had nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was born in Konoha, he was taken away by Tsunade in his infancy. And in his upbringing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost a transparent person. Tsunade rarely mentioned his teacher to Ali, and he talked most about her love story with Han Guang. Dad killed Hokage, Ali muttered, tilting his head to think. Children are always concerned about the reactions of adults. Because other people in the yard responded very strongly, Xiao Ali didn't dare to speak loudly. How did you know? Who told you that? Tsunade said suddenly, grabbing Orochimaru's shoulder excitedly. I overheard that the current Kumogakure executives have received the news from Konoha, but they are hiding it from us. In fact, I didn't believe it at first, so I asked a few more people with enough identities. The information is accurate. Kumogakure has begun preparations for total war. Quote. Orochimaru clenched his fists. He said that he had asked a few more people, but Xiao Ai had issued a gag order, so he must have used a special method to ask the information. At first, he did not overhear it. He was just hanging out in the Kumogakure village, going to places he couldn't have been, overheard some talk of some of the senior Kumogakure ninjas, and also saw the special military mobilization of the Kumogakure village. Tsunade's round eyes, the corners of her eyes were already wet. She still couldn't believe it. Her eyelashes were fluttering, and her expression suddenly froze again, as if thinking of something. Call. Tsunade disappears in place. After an instant, the shadow cat standing on the fence of the flowerbed suddenly disappeared. Tsunade appeared next to the flowerbed, and then disappeared. She was catching the shadow cat, but as a time-space ninja, as long as the consciousness can keep up with the shadow cat, the speed is always beyond Tsunade. One cat and one person flickered in the courtyard more than 10 times in a row, and Tsunade finally shouted angrily, "Bastard cat, stop me." The shadow cat appeared on the eaves, looked at Tsunade innocently, and wagged its tail in a pleasing manner. "I'm asking you, what happened before you came back? Sarutobi Hiruzen, is he really killed?" Tsunade glared at Shadow Cat angrily. Shadow Cat came back 2 days ago. Tsunade asked about the situation on Konoha's side. The Shadow Cat only said that Hongguang took Hitaki Taishuo out of Konoha village and was rushing towards Kumogakure village. Tsunade didn't think much about it. Shadow Cat deliberately concealed the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, which was specially explained by Luhan. "Meow, meow meow," Shadow Cat called Tsunade, shaking his head. "You talk to me," Tsunade yelled. "Meow meow." Shadow Cat continued to play stupid. He said, "I don't know, don't ask me." The little black cat who had already stood up from the chair translated timidly. The shadow cat immediately stared at the little black cat. The little black cat shrank its neck and jumped off the chair, rushed into Uchiha Mikoto's arms and hid. "It's true, it's true." Tsunade staggered back 2 steps and muttered to himself. Shadow Cat didn't answer her question, but Shadow Cat's attitude said it all. How could the Shadow Cat not know? It knows, but it can't say it, so it said it doesn't know. If it can say it, the answer should be no, or yes, right. Reikage office. More than a dozen Kumogakure Anbu ninjas were standing at the desk, waiting for Xiao Ai's order. Xiao Ai buried his head behind the desk and wrote quickly. He was issuing a very formal transfer order. There was no major battle, but it was always on the defensive, with a large number of troops stationed on the frontier. Now that this matter has happened, the deployment of Kumogakure village on the border of the Land of Thunder must be fully adjusted. This, send it to the south. This, send it to the southwest. This, send it to. Every time Xiao Ai writes a scroll, it will be handed over to an Anbu ninja, who will send the order out as quickly as possible. Call. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared beside Xiao Ai, knelt down on one knee and said, "Sir Reikage, just found out that Guya, Rode, and Su were attacked, seriously injured and unconscious, and were left in the woods near the second training ground. Middle, has been sent to the medical department for treatment." Xiao Ai's writing hand suddenly stopped, her brows furrowed. The 3 ninjas Guya, Rode, and Su are all elite Jonin from Kumogakure village, currently serving in the Kumogakure scout unit. 3 elite Jonin were seriously injured and unconscious after being beaten silently. The problem is serious. A very powerful enemy has infiltrated the village of Kumogakure. "What did you find?" Xiao Ai asked in a deep voice. They have been forced to ask what. Very professional torture methods. The mysterious ninja said. "Check it out now, damn it." Xiao Ai's face darkened. A powerful enemy sneaked into Kumogakure, and even attacked the senior Kumogakure ninjas, asking for information. Could it be that Kurigakure, or Iwagakure, have already started? How could it be so fast? "Master Tsunade, you can't go in." "Master Tsunade, you." There was a sudden noise outside the door. Boom. Door was slammed open, and Tsunade entered the door aggressively, followed by Orochimaru, and several Kumogakure ninjas who were guarding the door also followed, seemingly unable to stop Tsunade who was about to break in. Xiao Ai glanced at them, raised her hand to signal them to go out, and said to Tsunade, "Miss, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, right?" Tsunade asked straight to the point. Xiao Ai's expression condensed. I see. Xiao Ai's expression already said everything. Tsunade stopped talking nonsense, turned around and walked out. Master, listen to me. Xiao Ai rushed out from behind the table. Protect Ali. Tsunade dropped the words and disappeared at the same time as Orochimaru. Chapter 0993_Teacher. Mistress has gone to Konoha. Here, mistress, wait. Xiao Ai rushed to the door, chasing the scent of Tsunade and Orochimaru, and disappeared in a single step. Deep in the village of Kumogakure, on the top of the mountain. Tsunade and Orochimaru appeared one after another, and the two of them kept walking, heading for the south of Kumogakure village. Sister, wait a minute. Xiao Ai chased after them, appeared behind the two of them, and shouted loudly, Miss, where are you going? Konoha village. Don't follow me. Tsunade responded without replying, and quickly distanced himself from Xiao Ai. Teacher is coming back soon. Are you waiting? Wait. Xiao Ai looked away. Before she finished speaking, her voice became lower, because Tsunade and Orochimaru had already burrowed into the forest, and they didn't mean to stop at all. Xiao Ai didn't stop it. He couldn't stop it. He couldn't be persuaded to talk with his mouth. If he did it, he naturally couldn't do it. If he dared to stop Tsunade's temper, Tsunade would dare to fight, and the nature of the fight would change. Damn it. Xiao Ai's face was very dark, and she cursed in a low voice. She didn't know who she was scolding, and immediately raised her hand again. Lay. Sieve. A tall and thin figure appeared directly behind Xiao Ai in the posture of kneeling on one knee, and said respectfully, Sir Hokage. Follow Lord Tsunade. Follow her. Just follow her. Xiao Ai stumblingly said, he couldn't make a good arrangement, at least don't let Tsunade lose it. Yes. The tall and thin ninja known as Lei respectfully accepted the order, and then disappeared into blue lightning. Xiao Ai's face was still ugly. Tsunade's identity made him unable to start. If it was Uzumaki Kushina, or Hongguang's son A Li, he would just hold it down. If he didn't let you go, he wouldn't let you go, but Tsunade is Hongguang. His wife, she is really many years older than Xiao Ai. In terms of identity and age, she can be Xiao Ai's elder. More importantly, there is that guy Orochimaru. Tsunade first with a human flesh bag. Tsunade can't kill him anyway, but Orochimaru is not sure. Now he is very worried. What will happen if Tsunade does return to Konoha village? At present, Xiao Ai only knows that Hongguang killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and hundreds of ninjas in Konoha. Normally, this is already a deadly vengeance. Bad thing. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Ai paced back and forth anxiously. He couldn't solve this matter, only Hongguang could solve this problem. Lone Peak Mansion, shortly after Tsunade and Orochimaru left. Hyuga Luoning and Uchiha Makoto have already started cooking. They both look absent-minded and seem to have not recovered from the previous shock. The two and Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally have no feelings, but they were born in Konoha after all. Growing up in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the object of their reverence, and after all had some influence. Xiao Ali began to play with the shadow cat again, and one person and one cat have returned to their heartless state. Call, 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 call. Figures appeared out of thin air around the courtyard. All of them were adult Kumogakure ninjas, wearing masks, from Anbu, Kumogakure village. Xiao Ai finally appeared in the middle of the courtyard, not far from Xiao Ai. Ah! Ali stopped, blinked and asked, Brother, what is this for? Protect you, Xiao Ai said with an expressionless face, and quickly entered the house. Hyuga Luoning, who felt a lot of breath outside, had come out of the kitchen and met with Xiao Ai in the lobby. Xiao Ai did not wait for Hyuga Luoning to ask a question, and quickly said, Little sister, I have sent some more people here. And then if you don't have to, don't leave this house. What happened? Hyuga Luoning's face changed. My wife and Orochimaru have gone to Konoha. Without them, this place is not safe enough. Xiao Ai said. Originally, Kumogakure village was safe, but Hangguang killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all parties were eager to move. Maybe someone would sneak into Konoha village and attack Hangguang's relatives. Originally, it was nothing. Tsunade and Orochimaru are strong men. But now they are gone. Well, the security here is naturally greatly reduced. They went to Konoha village. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned, going to the funeral. Little sister, is there any way for you to contact the teacher quickly? Is there any? This. No. This doesn't mean. Hyuga Luo Ning looked out the door and at the shadow cat who was playing with Ali in the yard. Xiao Ai looked back and slapped her forehead sharply. He knew that shadow cat can reverse the psychic cold light. The cold light was channeled away 2 days ago. Orochimaru said it, but he was in a hurry and didn't remember it. Yuying, you can reverse the psychic teacher, right? Xiao Ai rushed into the yard, eager to catch the shadow cat. The shadow cat flickered away, and made a meow, dissatisfied with Xiao Ai. Really? Answer me. Meow. You speak human words. He said yes. The little black cat crawling on the edge of the window acted as an interpreter again. Good. Good. You are now a reverse psychic teacher. Hurry up. There is an urgent matter. Meow meow. Meow meow. He said no, he couldn't channel his master at will. It's really urgent. Mistress has gone to Konoha, and I can't stop her. This matter can only be solved by the teacher. You must tell the teacher immediately, or else mistress may be in danger when she arrives in Konoha. Xiao Ai looked very anxious. The shadow cat tilted her head and looked at him. Her eyes were moving, looking like she was thinking. Its wisdom is high. It is capable of thinking, analyzing pros and cons, weighing right and wrong. Meow. Shadow cat responded. He said yes. The little black cat translated again. The shadow cat gave the little black cat a vicious look, gestured its paws in dissatisfaction, then took 2 steps back, raised its paws with a sense of ritual, and patted it forward. Meow. Bang. With a flash of white smoke, Lu Han, who was maintaining a running posture, appeared out of thin air. He subconsciously frowned. Lu Han put down his arms and stood up straight, glanced around, and asked the shadow cat, why do you psychic me? Teacher, mistress has gone to Konoha. It was Xiao Ai who spoke. Chapter 0994 I have no idea. Lu Han's expression froze, his pupils shrank, and then he blurted out with wide eyes, does she know? Yes, yes, the lady knows. Xiao Ai nodded, a little embarrassed. The teacher killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. We had a meeting to discuss some issues. I made some military transfers, and some senior ninjas knew the inside story. Not long ago, we have 3 high-level ninjas who were seriously injured, and there are traces of torture on their bodies, which should be done by Orochimaru. He probably overheard something. It hasn't been too long since the 3 ninjas were injured, but after contacting each other, it's not difficult for Xiao Ai to analyze who did it. He wouldn't guess Tsunade, because Tsunade would never do such a thing. No need. If she really overheard something, she would definitely come to Xiao Ai directly to confirm. Lu Han's face became ugly, but Tsunade found out. He knew that Tsunade would rush to Konoha when he heard of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Especially when she knew that the person who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen was her husband. Mourning is one aspect. On the other hand, she also wanted to temporarily avoid Lu Han. Her husband killed her teacher. It is impossible to accept this kind of thing calmly and completely. What can Tsunade do in Konoha? Maybe nothing can be done. But she still went. Because it was her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen who died. How long have you been gone? Lu Han, who had recovered, asked quickly. For almost half an hour. I couldn't stop the lady. Xiao Ai said quickly, but I asked Anbu's people to follow the lady, and I had a way to quickly determine the location of the lady. Quick, take me to find her. Lu Han's voice sank. A few minutes later, only the palm-sized blue-gray bird ninja beast lifted off from the depths of Kumogakure village, burrowed into the clouds and dashed away. Thunder-style chakra, the name is very seen, Thunderbird. The speed of this kind of bird can be said to be the best in the ninja world, but because the combat power and intelligence are not high, but the speed is fast, it is not well known in the ninja world. Xiao Ai sent to follow Tsunade is codenamed Lei. He is Kumogakure Anbu's fastest ninja and a super elite level powerhouse. Lei used to be the most trusted follower of the third generation of Hokage, and now he is also Xiao Ai's close follower. The released Thunderbird. It's Lei's psychic beast. The reason why Rei is fast has a lot to do with this Thunderbird, and there is a special connection between the Raiden Thunder style chakra of the two. It can find Rei. In the south of the Land of Thunder, among the undulating mountains, Luhan ran wildly, with electric lights flashing all over his body. Thunderbird is in the clouds above his head, leading the way. Luhan's speed is to surpass Thunderbird, but Thunderbird can fly regardless of terrain and walk in a straight line, while Luhan will be affected by terrain, going up and down yes, so Luhan needs to use a speed close to the limit in order to keep up with the Thunderbird. Just 20 minutes later, the Thunderbird swooped down from the clouds and into the valley ahead. Luhan threw out Hiraishin Kunai and accelerated into the valley. The wind was blowing, with a sour smell, a large forest in the valley was damaged, the ground was covered with cracks, and there were snake corpses. There was a short battle here not long ago. The tall and thin man wearing a mask was lying in the big pit, motionless, and the dark curse marks covered his whole body. The Thunderbird fell, stood on the edge of the pit, looked at the tall and thin man inside, and made a sharp chirping call. The wind was blowing, and Luhan appeared as a ghost in the big pit, beside the tall and thin man. He was Lei. There is still breathing, but he has lost consciousness, his body has been broken in 7 places, and the chakra has been sealed. Orochimaru did it. Obviously Orochimaru is unhappy with this guy's stalking. If this guy is stronger and reaches cage level, Orochimaru can't solve him quickly, and I'm afraid he won't be entangled with him, but this guy is too far from Orochimaru, and it is reasonable to be defeated quickly. Bastard. Luhan was a little annoyed. This guy will be sealed here by Orochimaru. Tsunade must have acquiesced. He really wanted to know, what exactly is Tsunade thinking now? Luhan can't just leave people here, it will make Xiao Ai feel cold, if this guy has an accident. Luhan can't do such a thing, after all, both Xiao Ai and this guy are helping him. Spiritual. Bang. Meow. Following the white smoke, the shadow cat appeared above Luhan's head. Shadow, follow Tsunade and immediately reverse channeling me when you see her. This task ends until you and I channelize each other again. Luhan said quickly. Meow. Shadow cat responded and disappeared out of thin air. Luhan picked up Lei, turned around and ran towards Kumogakure village. With Shadow Cat's ability, the possibility of tracking Tsunade is still very high. Tsunade must not have gone far, but if it is Luhan, as long as the initial tracking direction is a little wrong, the possibility of finding Tsunade in time is very slim. And the Shadow Cat is a super pervert existence that can move from Kumogakure village to Konoha village within an hour, and the efficiency of tracking and searching is at least dozens of times that of Luhan. Half an hour later, Luhan took Lei back to Kumogakure village. Xiao Ai asked Anbu to take away the sealed Lei. Orochimaru didn't kill him. Lei was just injured and sealed, but he had no life worries. Xiao Ai didn't say anything about it. Luhan asked Xiao Ai to send someone to pick up Hitachi Taishuo. He was on the road with Hitachi Taishuo before and disappeared suddenly, so it would be better for someone to pick him up. In the Gufeng mansion, Luhan sat on the bench in the courtyard with a sullen face, motionless. Dad, you killed Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't you? Xiao Ali ran over, tilted his head and asked. Yeah, Luhan responded with a nasal voice. Is he a bad guy? Xiao Ali asked again. For me, yes, Luhan replied. Then why did you go to Konoha, to go to Hokage's funeral? They are masters and apprentices. Then, Dad killed Mom's teacher and Mom left suddenly. Is she angry? Luhan was silent, suddenly raised his head and glanced at Xiao Ali. Although he said that he was innocent, Xiao Ali was not an ordinary child. He understood everything and was asking on purpose. Looking down again, Lu Han shook his head. I don't know. Chapter 0995_Who are you? The human heart is the hardest to grasp. Even though Lu Han is very familiar with Tsunade, understands her temper, understands her preferences, and can even analyze Tsunade's meaning from Tsunade's eyes and gestures, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Lu Han can't imagine Tsunade's heart. Tsunade went to Konoha village. Lu Han wanted to find her in advance, but he didn't necessarily want to stop her from going to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen died, she went to the funeral, and she went to Matsuri. Lu Han didn't think he should stop him, he just didn't want Tsunade to have an accident. Dad, do you regret it? What? Kill Hokage. No regrets. Really? With his head down, Lu Han slowly raised his head, looked at Ali, and affirmed, really? Then why are you unhappy? Xiao Ali tilted his head and asked. This is a very complicated matter. Lu Han shook his head, he didn't want to say any more. Hyuga Luo Ning walked out of the house and walked to Ali's side to see Lu Han very well behaved. Do you want to eat? The food is already hot. Well, eat. Lu Han got up from his chair and walked into the house with his son and his wife. The meal was very quiet, but the atmosphere was not depressing, because Lu Han seemed to have something on his mind. Have Kushina been here these days? Lu Han asked casually, who had eaten a bowl of rice and handed it to Hyuga Luo Ning. No, Hyuga Luo Ning served Lu Han a meal. However, Makoto met Kushina on the street today, and even spoke. Kushina is still angry. Damn girl, I'll go to her after dinner. Lu Han said. In the southwest area of Kumogakure village, there is a fighting field suspended halfway up the mountain. Hey, yeah. The fiery Yui-colored figure flickered and moved around in the martial arts arena. His punches were like thunder, his legs were like lightning, and sometimes he shouted. The ninjas who fought against him were all 12 young ninjas from the Kumogakure village, ranging in age from their 20s to their 30s. The weakest were Jonin, and the strongest were elite Jonins. Today, there are many ninjas in Kumogakure village watching. Auntie teaches people. Usually there are only a few, but today there are 30 or 40 people, because Uzumaki Kushina does not know what the wind is, and has been fighting since noon until now, and has been with hundreds of people before and after. Kumogakure ninja fight. The really powerful Kumogakure ninja didn't make a move, so the current situation is still Kushina's victory. 18 minutes. 12 Kumogakure village elite ninjas were all knocked out by Kushina. Kushina is not feeling well today. Seems to be in a bad mood. Who messed with her? Kumogakure ninjas who had been beaten around the arena whispered. Humph. A bunch of rubbish. Kushina groaned while pinching her waist, with an unhappy expression on her face. She was really in a bad mood today, because she met Uchiha Makoto in the morning. She didn't understand why Uchiha Makoto came here. There was a kind of foreign land, the joy of meeting the old knowledge, but Uchiha Makoto actually lived with Tsunade and the others, which made Kushina very, very angry. Despair, despair, despair. The footsteps were neither light nor heavy. Behind Uzumaki Kushina, at the entrance of the winding mountain stairs, a figure slowly walked up. Kushina didn't look back. It seemed that there were people going up and down here all the time, and it was normal for people in public places. The voice of discussion on the martial arts field suddenly became smaller. The strong Kumogakure spectators shut up at almost the same time, while the young ninjas followed suit in confusion. People will be infected by the atmosphere, just like in a noisy classroom. Some students suddenly stop talking, which will affect others to stop talking, and then there is silence. The battlefield fell into silence. Kushina still pinched her waist, squinted her eyes and swept to the sides, and hummed, "What's wrong? Why is there a sudden silence?" Everyone looked in the direction of Kushina, to be precise, behind Kushina. What's wrong? Kushina was suddenly nervous, raised his hand and touched his cheek. Is there something on my face? Hey, You guys, why do you look at me like that? Lord Cold Light. Lord Cold Light. Some Kumogakure powerhouses widened their eyes and said that although they already knew about the resurrection of Han Guang, and they also knew that Han Guang killed Sarutobi Hiruzen 2 days ago, they were still shocked when they saw the real person, a generation of legend, still so young. Is it Lord Han Guang? Cold Light. Didn't he already? Some young ninjas who didn't know the secret information made different voices of doubt, all looking at Uzumaki Kushina. Behind them. Han, Hangguang, what Cold Light? What are you talking about? What happened to me? Kushina was even more nervous. She didn't understand why these people suddenly mentioned that person's name. I have seen Lord Hangguang. Lord Hangguang, it's really you. Lord Cold Light. Some ninjas have already started to salute in the direction of Kushina and greeted excitedly. Hangguang is the idol and goal of a generation. This is in the scope of the entire ninja world, not just Konoha. Hangguang is the teacher of the 4th generation of Hokage. Nothing is known. Kushina was almost taken aback. Yeah, there was a nasal voice in response suddenly from the back of Kushina's side, and the young and thin figure walked to Kushina's side while responding, I'm here to find Kushina, you guys are busy, don't mind me. Kushina's eyes widened instantly, her expression horrified. A familiar voice. Familiar tones. Familiar breath. Turning back suddenly, Kushina looked at the clean and refreshing profile, and the expression immediately became more exaggerated, full of non-realistic horror style, completely like a ghost. Did you miss me? Lu Han turned to look at Kushina with a smile. Kushina looked like she was about to suffocate, staring at Lu Han, staring. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, his breath burst, and his fist slammed into Lu Han's cheek with a wave of air. Snapped. As soon as Lu Han raised his hand, he firmly caught Kushina's fist, suppressed Kushina's breath, and everything was calm. What are you doing? Lu Han blinked. Who are you? Kushina asked. Chapter 0996_ I don't want history to repeat itself. Kushina's eyes were frightened and helpless, because she already felt that the world was unreal, but it was so real, like a dream with self-awareness. That person had been dead for 10 years, but appeared in front of her eyes again, but the ninjas around seemed to know him and called him Lord Hangguang, and they didn't think he was dead. Everything becomes false. She launched an attack on Lu Han, which was just the most normal reaction. In the intriguing ninja world, it is not uncommon to pretend to be a big man. Lu Han squeezed Kushina's fist with his left hand, wiped Kushina's cheek with his right hand, squeezed lightly, and said with a smile, Damn girl, are you still angry? You. Kushina couldn't control herself. Her expression ultimate was exaggerated and she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything completely. She tried to withdraw her fist, but couldn't. Let's talk in another place. Lu Han smiled, wrapping his arms around Kushina's waist, and disappeared in a flash. Kushina was powerless to resist. The two people in the middle of the martial arts arena disappeared, and the silence around was silent for a few seconds before it was broken by an incredible shout. The young ninja shouted loudly and asked, Is it really Cold Light? Isn't he dead? Who is that person? Most of the ninjas who know the inside story are speechless, and their minds are very complicated, because they know that the Cold Light will bring disaster to the Kumogakure village. But there were also ninjas who explained the surroundings, and even mentioned the shocking information. Cold Light has killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. This day is destined to be an unsettled day for Kumogakure village. The information that Han Guang killed Sarutobi Hiruzen directly caused high-level turmoil, and even Xiao Ai's status was threatened, and Han Guang appeared in front of the public in Kumogakure village, which caused a lot of uproar. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death spreads all over Kumogakure. In fact, this information does not need to be kept secret. The reason for keeping it secret was to hide it from Tsunade at the time, but it is no longer necessary now. Afternoon. Stopped by the Kumogakure Anbu ninja with his hands outside the mansion. Like Konoha, Kumogakure Anbu is also directly under the control of Hokage, so no matter whether the visiting is a consultant or a legion commander, it is always the case. You can't be oppressed by your identity. Cold Light does not want to be disturbed. Perhaps they came to visit to persuade Luhan to leave Kumogakure, or perhaps to impress Luhan with Akatsuki's reasoning, but as for the stubborn drive away by open fire, no one dared to do so. Luhan is very aware of their thoughts. In fact, he has already planned to take people out of Kumogakure village, so as not to embarrass Xiao Ai, but not now, he is a little too busy. At dusk, Yuhisha hung in the sky like blood, and the afterglow of the setting sun pulled the shadows of the trees diagonally. Gufeng Mansion, in the courtyard of the back house. Okay, my legs are sore, how long will you hold me? You are in your 20s, not a little girl, so be careful. You dislike me, don't you? Humph, I'm too old, you always hugged me like this before. Withered yellow rocking chair, Luhan was like the legendary, quiet and beautiful man, reclining, holding Uzumaki Kushina in his arms. To be precise, Uzumaki Kushina was holding him, he couldn't push him away, it was like more than 10 years ago. Kushina's image at this time has overlapped with her when she was a few years old. To Kushina is not a complicated process. Because of Li, Hyuga Luo Ning, and Uchiha Makoto, they said it was Cold Light, and Luhan said that if he was resurrected, there would be no other problems, but Luhan still has new troubles, that is, Kushina is relying on him. I can't get up, it's been an afternoon. Hyuga Luo Ning has come out of the house to see the situation no less than 10 times this afternoon, and now she looks at Luhan with a strange look. Dad, someone has come to see you again. Ali trotted over. No, Luhan replied 2 words. Oh, Ali trotted away again. The gloomy color flashed on Luhan's face. The reason why he suddenly and urgently recognized Kushina was that he was worried about Kushina's safety. Kushina was traveling outside his protection range, which made him uneasy. Now, the attitude of Kumogakure's executives has given him new concerns. His plan is that if Shadow Cat can't find Tsunade in one day, then he will go to Konoha, go outside Konoha village to block people, and block Tsunade in advance, which means that he will definitely leave Kumogakure village soon. In this case, Ali and the others must be handed over to Kumogakure village for protection. Luhan believed in Xiao Ai, but he was still worried about what happened to the top of Kumogakure. If Ali and others had an accident, Luhan didn't want history to repeat itself. Is it troublesome? Kushina suddenly whispered. The two chatted a lot in the afternoon. She already knew the current situation of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. Trouble is not worth it, Luhan said, and then there was no more. Hyuga Luo Ning came out of the house again and frowned when she saw Kushina crawling into Luhan's arms. She finally couldn't stand it anymore and said with a smile, Kushina, it's dinner time, can you help me? Kushina looked up and looked at Luhan again, pouting. Obviously, she didn't want to help. Go, Luhan patted Kushina on the shoulder. Bad man, Kushina muttered, and then got up reluctantly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up again, and she said to Luhan excitedly, I know how to cook a lot of dishes. Would you like to try my craft? Yeah, Luhan nodded with a smile. It's delicious. Kushina was even more excited. She lowered her head and kissed Luhan on the cheek again, then rushed into the house like the wind and went straight to the kitchen. Alas! Luhan faintly heard Hyuga Luo Ning's sigh, and the footsteps were getting farther away. Late at night, the courtyard under the moon. After dinner, Luhan went back to the yard and sat down again. He did nothing but wait. The last person to talk to Luhan was Xiao Ali. After greeting him respectfully, he went back to sleep. They all knew what Luhan was waiting for, and no one would disturb him again. So, after midnight, Luhan's eyes darkened. Chapter 0997 _ He will kill you. Reverse channeling. The Shadow Cat lived up to Luhan's expectations. It took about 12 hours to finally find Tsunade and Orochimaru. It should not be wrong, because Lu Han gave the shadow cat a strict mission order. In the quiet courtyard, Lu Han disappeared into the chair out of thin air. After a while, Xiao Ali flickered to the empty chair, rolled his eyes, looked left and right, and ran back into the house. After dinner, Lu Han once told him that a man must learn to protect his family, and he knew the time had come. Although there was no danger yet, he still ran to the place closest to the women to guard. The southwest of the country of thunder, the territory of the country of soup. The forest, by Lake on Izumi. Fire was burning, the flame of the orange yuhi was swaying in the wind, the crackling sound that only happened when the dry wood was burning sounded from time to time, and the sparks would gradually turn to ashes when they were far away from the flame. The skinned hair was dressed by Itachi, and was placed on the fire. The expressionless Orochimaru sat on the crossbar beside him, sometimes slicing 2 knives on the rabbit meat with kunai, but he never wanted to eat it. Tsunade sat curled up on the other side, holding his knees in his hands, staring at the flames, dazed. There was no sadness, no uncontrollable excitement on her face, and no lost soul. Only endless complexity. I can eat it, Orochimaru said coldly. Tsunade snorted back, but didn't move. Not that she's not hungry. She and Orochimaru ran here for 12 hours with all their strength. She's exhausted, and Orochimaru is also. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't stop and rest here. However, she was in no mood to eat. Orochimaru didn't care about her. He put a large piece of roasted rabbit meat on his own, held it hot in his hand, took a big bite, and chewed it slowly and carefully. The cold light killed the teacher. Orochimaru chewed his meat, and there was no emotion in his tone. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Actually, I've always wanted the teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He died. Because he's in the way, he's too selfish, and he won't let me go. Tsunade listened, still staring at the fire, but said nothing. But when he really died, I felt very sad. This kind of sadness, I have never experienced. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade after saying that, and then asked after a pause, are you sad? Sad. If life could be repeated, would you forgive the teacher for what he did? This time, Tsunade didn't answer right away, and she didn't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen would forgive her if Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive. We followed the teacher to practice at the age of 6. You have no parents, and neither do I. The teacher taught us, guided us, and indulged us. What are you trying to say? Tsunade suddenly raised his head to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru is not a hypocritical person, even to Tsunade who is like a relative. He may talk a lot, but he shouldn't say such things, it's very abnormal. Orochimaru and Tsunade looked at each other, stuffed the last bit of rabbit meat into his mouth and chewed it slowly, very slowly. What the hell do you mean? Tsunade asked again. Orochimaru finally swallowed the rabbit meat, wiped his mouth, and asked, do you hate cold light? No hate. Tsunade answered the question immediately. I don't hate it either. Orochimaru continued, if you have to choose between the teacher and the cold light, I hope the teacher will die. Orochimaru said this very cold-blooded. Tsunade understands why Orochimaru said this, because she knows that Orochimaru's 3-year contract with Lu Han, Han Guang, is Orochimaru's hope for eternal life. But, Orochimaru changed his voice and continued, I don't want Han Guang who killed the teacher. It's contradictory, right? Tsunade raised his head slightly again, and looked at Orochimaru with a scrutiny. She knew Orochimaru too well. If she hadn't known Orochimaru since childhood, they were born and died together. Orochimaru had fought the knife for her, speaking from the heart. Tsunade is likely to eradicate this scum from the ninja world. But there is no if. The relationship between the two is like this, not relatives are better than relatives. Tsunade could imagine what Orochimaru was thinking at this moment. Orochimaru contradictory. Tsunade is also contradictory. But the contradictions between the two are different. What do you want to say? Orochimaru threw his hands at Tsunade, He didn't like Tsunade's eyes now. I'll remind him to be careful with you, Tsunade said calmly, then looked back at the flaming flames. She was even more conflicted, because many things were out of her control and irreconcilable. You are really his good wife. Orochimaru also looked back with a blank face, his palm directly into the flame. The curse mark automatically activated, and the darkness covered his hand. Ripped off a piece. The rabbit meat was burnt. Silence. I don't know how long. There seems to be an inexplicable alienation between the two, and the atmosphere is depressed. I have to remind you. Tsunade suddenly looked up at Orochimaru again, his eyes very serious. I'm listening, Orochimaru replied coldly, but didn't look at Tsunade, concentrating on eating the charred rabbit. Don't mess with him, you better, never ever, mess with him. Tsunade said while shaking his head at Orochimaru, I'm doing this for your own good. If one day he wants to kill you, you will die, he will kill you, and I can't save you. Orochimaru was speechless, motionless, suddenly turned his head and spat out the scorched rabbit meat, and looked at Tsunade. Why are you going back to Konoha? It's time to go back and see. The teacher is dead, no matter who killed him. It's time to go back and see, isn't it? Tsunade gently opened his hands with his knees clasped together, and picked up the beside him with his right hand. Branch, stabbed the fire, and said, moreover, many people were injured, and they were seriously injured, and they would die. I can let them die a few people less. There was a glint in Orochimaru's eyes, and then he returned to normal, and he suddenly laughed again, a very reserved sneer, which he seemed to find ironic. He finally understood why Tsunade was as eager to get back to Konoha as he was, for the same reasons, but also for different reasons. You're going to make atonement for him, aren't you? He's not guilty. Chapter 0998_do something. Isn't it a sin? Orochimaru doesn't think so. You are fooling yourself. I don't. Do you know the humiliation you'll bring him by doing this? That's not humiliation. Women. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade and seemed to be reacquainting Tsunade. This was the first time he saw Tsunade's other side, which Orochimaru thought was unreasonable. What happened to the woman? Tsunade asked back. Women. Orochimaru smiled and became cold again. For more than 30 years, for a long time, I didn't think of you as a woman, and it wasn't until the day you got married that I suddenly realized. Now I finally understand that you are a woman, a married woman. Are you making fun of me? I'm just laughing at you. Whatever you want. Huh. Orochimaru sneered again, and then there was no more words. The rabbit meat on the fire had been roasted, giving off a pungent smell. Orochimaru directly picked up the tachi that was wearing rabbit meat, and shook off the burnt rabbit on it. Meat, took out a handkerchief from his arms and began to clean the knife. We're on our way in 2 hours, Tsunade said. Orochimaru responded nasally. Rustling rustle. A strange sound suddenly sounded in the woods on the north side of Lake Wen-Izumi. This sound was familiar to Orochimaru. It was the sound of snakes crawling. This was the warning set up by Orochimaru. He suddenly raised his head to look in that direction, and then disappeared. Chirp_. There was a roar in the woods, and under the moonlight, the dark shadows fell to one side. As soon as Tsunade stood up, he saw that Orochimaru, who was prancing, was chasing and killing a small little guy, only the size of a slap, and the moonlight illuminated its hair crystal clear. It was a shadow cat. Tsunade's expression changed. He ran 2 steps forward, stopped again, and shouted, "You can't hurt it." Meow. The shadow cat flickered continuously in the woods, dodging Orochimaru's attack, and another one disappeared. It appeared directly behind Orochimaru 20 meters away, meowing, and slapped its paw on the ground. Orochimaru turned around quickly, and the whole person turned into a shadow. Bang! The white smoke rose, and the ghostly figure appeared in front of the shadow cat. Orochimaru stopped abruptly, only half a slap away from the figure. The two faced each other, facing each other. Orochimaru, long black hair was shaking wildly in the wind, and there was no expression on his bloodless, extremely white cheeks. The two looked at each other. Lu Han's hand had already grasped Orochimaru's blade. In his eyes, Orochimaru, which was originally an orange name, became Yuhi's name, then turned into an orange name, and then turned into a Yuhi name. Yuhi's orange flickered indefinitely. "What do you want?" Lu Han asked, tilting his head slightly. Boom. The magic soldier Taidao village that was pinched by Lu Han collapsed, and in this dark and silent night, the sound was particularly harsh. Orochimaru didn't answer Lu Han immediately, but looked at Lu Han and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Misunderstanding." At the same time as he said these two words, Tsunade rushed behind Orochimaru and slammed Orochimaru back. With a pull, he stood between the two, separating the two. "Han," Tsunade called softly, looking at Lu Han with complicated eyes. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Lu Han looked at Tsunade with equally complicated eyes. Tsunade bowed his head slightly, raised his hand to hang the hair that was hanging on his forehead, and said, "You understand." "I don't understand." "Don't stop me from going, okay?" "I didn't say I was going to stop you." Tsunade raised his head suddenly. Lu Han's face was also a little surprised. Tsunade's reaction was different from what he imagined, and he couldn't understand what Tsunade was thinking. "Let's go together," Lu Han said again. Don't go." Tsunade immediately rejected, a little excited. "I'll go, I'll just go." "Matsuri Dayan, you, don't." Tsunade was afraid that Lu Han would go and fight again. "I'll go quietly." Lu Han gestured with two fingers as he walked, and then smiled at Tsunade. "No, not good." Tsunade lowered his head again. Lu Han fiercely hugged Tsunade in his arms and whispered in his ear, "It's nothing good or bad, I won't go with you, I'll be worried." "They won't welcome you, will they?" After a day and 2 nights, the hidden village of Konoha. On the 5th day after Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed in the battle, Konoha village was still full of plain cloth, and there were countless people wearing hemp. Just like Han Guang died unexpectedly 10 years ago, Konoha village was immersed in mourning. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still not buried, the funeral customs of the ninja world are not uniform, and the burial of a big man like Sarutobi Hiruzen will be disturbed by external things. There are only 2 disturbances in Hokage's burial. One is whether the daimyo will hold a state funeral for Hokage, and the other is the time for relatives and friends who are away to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen's burial this time is to bury the body for 7 days, and it is also possible to find a custom that fits with it. Therefore, at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen's body coffin is still placed in the Hokage building's mourning hall. To the north of Konoha village, in the endless forest, on the edge. "You go in, I will go in quietly, and we will meet here after Sarutobi Hiruzen is buried." Lu Han stood on a tree branch 40 meters above the ground, looking in the direction of Konoha village. "Otherwise, let's go back." Tsunade stood beside Lu Han with a haggard face. "It's all here, why go back?" Lu Han looked at Tsunade and touched her hair. "Don't wrong yourself, or I'll be angry." Lu Han finally understood what Tsunade was thinking. He came with Tsunade just to satisfy Tsunade's wish. For Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a person worthy of Matsuri, even though Lu Han killed him. Orochimaru stood on a tree branch slightly behind the two of them, sometimes looking at Lu Han's back with scrutiny. "Let's go." Tsunade hugged Lu Han and then said. "Yeah." Lu Han nodded. Just as Tsunade was about to move, Lu Han grabbed Tsunade's arm violently, frowning. The insight map shows that there are 2 Yuhi names entering a radius of 10 kilometers from different directions. Of course, this is not a special problem. What is unusual is that these 2 Yuhi names are big Yuhi names. And even more unusual, they are all shown as white Zetsu. "Do something," Lu Han murmured. Chapter 0999 A chance to kill Madara. Strictly speaking, the white Zetsus acting alone are not clones of the main body white Zetsu, because they all exist independently, but one thing is in line with the characteristics of the clones, that is, the ontology can control the clones. Luhan regarded them as clones, because they were not strong enough or independent enough. Yuhi names appeared on the insight map. One was moving out from Konoha village, and the other was moving laterally in the forest outside Konoha village in a cruising attitude. Luhan could imagine why they were judged as big Yuhi names at the same time. Because they are the same. The abilities are exactly the same. This is an extreme situation. If it is a normal ninja, there will always be slight gaps. There is only infinite proximity, and there is no such thing as a complete figure. However, white Zetsu clones are different. They are created, their abilities are fixed, and normal conditions even if their experiences and memories are different, their abilities are still the same. What's wrong? Tsunade, who was pulled by Luhan's wrist, asked back. White Zetsu is nearby. Luhan continued, and too. Tsunade frowned immediately, then black face, murderous. Luhan told Tsunade about the characteristics of White Zetsu and Uchiha Madara's ability to make White Zetsu, so she didn't think there was a problem with multiple White Zetsu. If Tsunade hated the most in her life, the first is Uchiha Madara, and the second is White Zetsu. It was because of them that Han Guang died unexpectedly, causing Tsunade to endure the pain of lovesickness for 10 years. Which side? We? Tsunade asked, a look of evil in his eyes. No hurry. Luhan still frowned. Luhan didn't take the initiative to kill the White Zetsu clones, because the White Zetsu clones who generally collect intelligence are too weak, killing them is worthless and a waste of time. It is easy for Uchiha Madara to create them. Of course, the enemy is the enemy, and it is still necessary to kill. But this time, Luhan wanted to slow down. Because he already felt it, Uchiha Madara is going to do something. White Zetsu clones with the same abilities in the same area. That is an unnecessary waste, and the efficiency of intelligence collection will not improve much. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been dead for 5 days. The news caused a stir in the ninja world. Even if Uchiha Madara wanted to send more people to investigate, it should be clear. That day, when Luhan killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything was in plain sight. The investigation was very easy. Those things, some details, were not secrets and could not be concealed at all. So, if it was 3 days before Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, there were 2 White Zetsu clones here, Luhan would not be surprised. It's the 5th day, and there are 2 more, Uchiha Madara has to move. Luhan immediately thought of this funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should be in a few days. This will be a world-renowned funeral of the century. Not counting the ninjas that belong to Konoha, there will be thousands of ninjas who come to watch the ceremony, and many big people will be present, not only people from the ninja world, but also there are big figures in the mundane world. If Uchiha Madara did something at this funeral, it would be a sensation. And maybe a disaster. Luhan's face was gloomy and uncertain, and his thoughts changed rapidly. He thought of various possibilities and consequences. The reason why he was not in a hurry to kill the 2 White Zetsu clones who were in the way, but repeatedly considered the reason, he just thinking, is there a chance to kill Uchiha Madara? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Uchiha Madara to visit Konoha in person. Even if he wanted to make a fuss about Sarutobi Hiruzen's funeral, he would leave it to Black Zetsu. However, if something that Uchiha Madara is extremely interested in appears in Konoha village, then everything is possible. Luhan knows what Uchiha Madara is most interested in now, and that is Luhan himself. What? Tsunade asked with a wink. It's alright. Luhan let go of Tsunade's wrist. His eyes flashed. I'll handle White Zetsu. You go directly to the village, and this. Luhan waved his hand, and a figure appeared beside Luhan out of thin air. A mysterious person with the exact same body shape as Luhan. Puppet Faceless. Let him protect your safety. Luhan said to Tsunade, then looked at the faceless man. Faceless, protect Tsunade. Anyone who does substantial harm to Tsunade will be killed without mercy. Yes. Lord Hangwang. The faceless man took the order. According to the rules, neither the faceless man nor the barbarian shield soldier can perform tasks alone away from Lu Han, and must be on the same battlefield as Lu Han. This time, Lu Han asked the faceless man to perform the task of protecting Tsunade. The area is in Konoha village. Lu Han also here, in the same area, is also eligible. Han, I'm afraid. Tsunade wanted to refuse, but his eyes glanced back and forth between faceless man and Lu Han. So similar. A mysterious faceless person who enters Konoha is likely to be mistaken for a cold light, and there is a high possibility of causing trouble. Understands Tsunade's worries. She doesn't want Lu Han to fight with Konoha again. No matter how dead people are, the right or wrong of individual people can't be borne by thousands of lives. Well, so, Lu Han thought for a while and said to the faceless human, "Take off the mask." After the faceless man took off his mask, he revealed a face without facial features, which looked a little scary. Okay. Lu Han looked at Tsunade again. Go, I'll keep watching you in the dark. Tsunade smiled reluctantly at Lu Han and kissed Lu Han's lips again. Watching Tsunade leave, the faceless followed her closely, and Orochimaru followed a little further behind. It wasn't until they sneaked into Konoha village that Lu Han retracted his gaze and disappeared. Northwest of Konoha village, in the forest. The white figure moved at a high speed in the bushes, and a figure suddenly appeared above it and cut it down with a knife. Kai _ The white figure was crushed by the light of a knife. One more. Few minutes later, in Konoha village, in a small alley in a civilian area. The white figure standing in the shadow of the tree at the entrance of the alley was about to move, but stopped in horror. Lu Han, who appeared in front of him out of thin air, had no expression on his face, tapped his hand on the scabbard, and said nothing, then turned around and left. He didn't kill me. Hangwang is coming to Konoha again. I have to report it to Madara-sama. Chapter 1000 _ You shouldn't come. Deep in the village of Konoha, the core residential area not far from the Hokage building. In the quiet courtyard, the weeping willows in front of the door have sprouted. Two solemn guard ninjas stood around the door, motionless like sculptures. The trained guards passed by the door every 10 minutes. On the building, there are always shadows shaking. It's heavily guarded here. Since the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the security level of this small courtyard, which was originally an important protection area, has been raised again, reaching the highest level. Because this is the residence of the actual ruler of Konoha village today, the owner of this small courtyard is named Kaharu Udatane. At the turn at the end of the corridor, Kaharu Udatane hurried over surrounded by more than a dozen guard ninjas, and beside him, there were several Anbu ninjas. How is Minato? Other injuries on Mr. Minato's body have been healed, but the muscles and bones in his hand were injured and the meridians were torn, so I'm afraid. Is it really incurable? Not necessarily, but the medical ninjas in the village currently do not have the ability to cure Minato-sama. The doctor invited by Daimyo said there is a way, but the treatment cycle may take 3 years, and what else? The medical department has consulted many times, and they have always believed that there are only 2 known ninjas who can quickly cure Minato-sama. Who else but Tsunade? Cold light. Isn't the daimyo here yet? It is expected to arrive in the evening. What about the embassies of various countries? The Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Water, and the Kingdom of Earth have all entered the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, and there is no news from the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Iron. When will the First Legion come back? Maybe 5 more days. Okay, you guys go. Kaharu Udatane had already walked to the door of the courtyard and waved back several Anbu ninjas. The other guards also stayed at the door. She pushed the door into the courtyard by herself and closed the door with her backhand. She leaned against the door and let out a long breath. Tired face. She was so tired. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, and the burden was on her shoulders. She not only had to make quick decisions about the big things of the war, but also the small things, taking care, Homura Mitokado, although she seemed busier than her. But there is no pressure on Homura Mitokado, the pressure is all here on Kaharu Yutatane. There are two biggest problems in front of her now. The first is the war. Although the war has been temporarily truce, all parties are watching, and a mission has been sent to attend the funeral. Even Iwagakure village has sent a mission. However, after the funeral, the fiercest war is bound to start. Second, the question of Hokage's successor. Today, Namikaze Minato is widely expected, but he is injured, or even disabled, which is very troublesome. Kaharu Yutatane has even begun to consider the possibility of Jiraiya succeeding Hokage, but Jiraiya is clearly unqualified. He is a good war ninja, a good task performer, but lacks the ability to be a leader. Although Kaharu Yutatane and others can assist him, it is not so good after all. The courtyard was silent. It was a sunny morning, but Kaharu Yutatane felt no warmth here. After walking through the courtyard alone for a month, he stopped in front of the flowerbed at the door and glanced at the flowers that were wilting because they had not been watered for a few days. I will sleep for 2 hours, remember to wake me up at noon and prepare lunch. Kaharu Yutatane, who hadn't slept all night, gave a few words to the outside world. After hearing the response from the dark, she closed the door, rubbed her forehead to go to the stairs to the second floor. Lord Kaharu. A soft call suddenly sounded from behind Kaharu Yutatane. Her body froze suddenly, and then she turned around abruptly, looking at the figure who appeared silently at some point. Tsunade. Squeak, squeak. Kiba's sour sound came from the stairs, and Kaharu Yutatane turned to see that Orochimaru was walking down the second floor. Immediately afterwards, Kaharu Yutatane looked at the corner of the room. She had just swept the corner of the room. There was a person standing there. In a trance, she thought it was a cold light, but it was not. A faceless person, and the saber was not surprising. Blade doesn't seem to be human. What are you doing? Kaharu Yutatane asked seriously, but his voice was a little nervous. With this situation, she had to be nervous. It was Han who sent me here, Lord Kaharu, we have no ill intentions. Tsunade smiled reluctantly at Kaharu Yutatane and said sadly, I just came to say goodbye to the teacher. Han said, Lord Kaharu will understand me. Kaharu Yutatane's face was surprised at first, then calm, and finally relieved. Of course she understands, because she knows why Han Guang and Sarutobi Hiruzen are fighting for life and death. He understands Han Guang's anger and Sarutobi Hiruzen's difficulties. She also knows Tsunade's feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Women always understand women better. You shouldn't have come, there will be a lot of people who don't welcome you, Kaharu Yutatane sighed. I know, Tsunade smiled bitterly. Is he here? Kaharu Yutatane asked again. Here, but he won't show up, Tsunade said. Kaharu Yutatane was obviously relieved. Tsunade appeared in public and she could still settle the riot, but if it was cold light, it would be completely useless. The key is that Han Guang is not the kind of person who is willing to bow his head. Minato is seriously injured, Kaharu Yutatane said, clenching his hands subconsciously. I can take a look. Tsunade didn't refuse. Somewhere in the ninja world, a dark underground cave. Hangguang has returned to Konoha again. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had a gloomy expression. Kill one, keep one, and let me know that he is. He's provocative and will sabotage your plans. Black Zetsu said coldly. No, Han Guang is not so superficial, my plan, compared to. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. His thoughts were very fast at this moment. He understands me, although he doesn't know why, but he seems to know everything about me. He should understand me. What do you want most? Black Zetsu's expression moved slightly, and then he said, he wants to lead you over and led you to show up. Yes, he wants to kill me, ha. He wants to kill me. Uchiha Madara suddenly became excited, even laughed, suddenly got up and looked back at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Then I'll go to Konoha and see. Chapter 1001 _ Madara, who is driven crazy by the cold. This is a conspiracy. Kangwang took the initiative to reveal his whereabouts. He has what Uchiha Madara needs, the secret of immortality, so he can attract Madara. However, Black Zetsu still couldn't understand, how did Uchiha Madara accept the trick? Absolutely not to go. To deal with the cold light, Uchiha Madara does not need to take action personally, it may be successful. Do you really want to go? With your current physical condition, you are not Han Guang's opponent. If you let him see you, you will know the consequences. Black Zetsu advised, you can leave it to me, I can borrow Konoha's force, and Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Kurigakure. The cold light is too worried, he can't run. He's a lunatic, don't you know? Madara glanced at Black Zetsu. He could give up his life for Tsunade, and it took another 10 years to come back, and even if you could kill him, you wouldn't be able to. He has the meaning of life and death in him. Quote. There's always a chance. Black Zetsu blinked. He didn't deny what Uchiha Madara said, that he was a lunatic. I'm running out of time, I can't bet on chance, I can't wait. Only lunatics are the best at dealing with lunatics, isn't it? Uchiha Madara smiled at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's expression froze, then lost his voice. What do you mean? Before Obito left, I had taught him the techniques of yin and yang escape and 6 paths to Obito. Although he can't use it yet, if I have an accident, you will continue to implement Obito's plan, and Musashi will cooperate with you. Uchiha Madara said with a smile. Black Zetsu's face became more and more horrified and ugly. He has understood that Uchiha Madara is crazy. He decided to go to Konoha, not because he had a sudden headache, but because he had already planned to fight to the death, and even arranged the funeral. He was driven crazy by the cold light. According to Madara's original plan, he needs to be resurrected in order to continue the Moon Eye plan. But the cold light of resurrection gave him hope, which allowed him to see the possibility of immortality. Although it was only a possibility, it was already tormenting him all the time. In comparison, it was obvious that he was alive, rather than expecting to be resurrected in the future. It is more reliable, the possibility of accident of the latter is too great. However, Uchiha Madara is really running out of time. He wants to get the profound meaning of life and death as much as possible in a limited time, but the other party is too strong, and as the other party's resurrection time is longer, the arrangement is more appropriate, and it becomes more and more impeccable, then. Desperately, maybe it is also a kind of choose. Damn it, it was planned by the heir of the will. But now there is a better option. Not crazy. Anyway, even if it fails desperately, the plan will not be interrupted. Black Zetsu thought a lot, and finally felt relieved. Crazy, it couldn't be worse anyway. Regarding Uchiha Obito's plan, I think it can be advanced. Black Zetsu said, you are still too impatient, he can't control those powers. Once someone finds out that he is abnormal, or he is redirected by other people, for us, both could be a disaster. Quote. No need to advance. Madara shook her head. Musashi will be optimistic about him. If something goes wrong, Musashi will kill him immediately. If this happens, the child from the land of rain can replace him. Uchiha Madara's state is very wrong. The excitement is a little weird, and it seems that he doesn't care about something. Black Zetsu understood why he was like this. Because Uchiha Madara feels that he may live forever, and once he succeeds, he will no longer need an inheritor of will. Deep in Konoha village, in a mansion that was heavily guarded, the back house. Kaharu Udatane walked up and down the door with his chin on his head, looking up at the closed door from time to time, looking apprehensive. Orochimaru leaned against the Jinchuriki column next to him, hugged his shoulders, and was speechless. Call. Whirlwind blew up and Homura Mitokado appeared beside Kaharu Udatane, who had already informed him, but he was only now making time to rush over. How? Homura Mitokado asked, subconsciously glancing at Orochimaru who was standing beside him. Not yet. Kaharu Udatane shook his head. Healing Namikaze Minato's injury is too important enough for Kaharu Udatane to wait here, regardless of everything else, because only when Namikaze Minato is healed can Konoha village successfully elect the next Hokage. Inside the house. The faceless man stood in the corner. On the inside of the lobby, the long tree collapsed. Namikaze Minato tilted his head to look at Tsunade, who was standing on the side. The violently shaking air swirled around him, and the center of the swirling gathered on his injured hand. Tsunade's left hand was pressed against the back of his right hand, and the palm of his right hand was shining with brilliance, which looked very strange, because it was not only light, but also a flow of water. Or a feeling of jelly. The treatment has lasted nearly 2 hours. No matter how much Tsunade chakra is, it is also excessive consumption, and the temples are full of sweat. More than 10 minutes later, the light in Tsunade's hand finally faded away, and the swirling airflow disappeared. Namikaze Minato immediately tried to move his hand. The hand seemed to be intact, but when Namikaze Minato made a fist, it was a little slow, stiff and inflexible, and when he tried to move the chakra to the hand meridian, he could feel it a stinging pain. Tsunade let out a long sigh, then said indifferently, "There are still cracks in the bones, and the muscles are regrown. Because the meridians are rebuilt, they cannot withstand the high-intensity chakra operation. Your hand needs re-exercise, if the injury is generally fine, but you still need to rest for at least a month before your hand can fully recover." Quote. Namikaze Minato made 2 more moves, then put it down, looked at Tsunade and said, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." He already knew part of the truth, which Kaharu Udatane told him these days, about the conflict and hatred between Hangwang and Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I heard that you and Hangwang agreed to fight in 2 years, right?" Tsunade didn't give Namikaze Minato a good look. Namikaze Minato nodded. Tsunade grabbed Namikaze Minato's collar abruptly, pulled it hard, and stared, "You better give up, or you'll die. Understand?" Chapter 1002_public. By Tsunade's collar, Namikaze Minato's body was a little stiff, and Namikaze Minato couldn't take it calmly when facing Tsunade's very oppressive eyes. "Lord Tsunade, I think, maybe. Stop talking nonsense." Tsunade didn't listen to Namikaze Minato. She didn't want to listen. It was meaningless. She pushed Namikaze Minato away again, stood up straight and pinched her waist. "Don't say I didn't remind you. I'm doing it for your own good." After saying that, Tsunade turned around and walked out. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Just as Tsunade walked to the door, a slender and beautiful ninja came out of the kitchen on the north side of the lobby, holding the freshly boiled soup in her hand. Namikaze Minato's fiancé, Konoha's 4th generation Kyuubi, 9 Tails person Jinchuriki column force, Uzumaki Arena. Tsunade was not allowed to be disturbed when he was healing Namikaze Minato, so Uzumaki Arena had been hiding in the kitchen until Tsunade was about to leave, and she didn't come out. "Send Tsunade-sama." Uzumaki Arena stopped after taking a few steps, and bowed respectfully to Tsunade. Tsunade stopped, glanced at Uzumaki Arena sideways, and pushed the door out. Almost at the same time, the faceless man who had been standing motionless in the corner also disappeared. On the roof outside the window, Lu Han, who was hiding in the dark, also began to change positions. After solving White Zetsu's problem, he has been following Tsunade, always in secret. On the one hand, this is a kind of protection for Tsunade. On the other hand, he wants to use Tsunade to examine the mentality of some important people in Konoha today. Outside the door. Seeing Tsunade come out, Kaharu Udatane immediately showed eager eyes. Seeing Tsunade nodded, he showed a happy smile. He pushed the door impatiently and walked in. Homura Mitokado nodded to Tsunade and followed in. The door closed again, leaving only Tsunade and Orochimaru outside. The two were speechless. After 10 minutes, the door opened again. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado went out first, followed by Namikaze Minato, who had changed into a ninja suit. Namikaze Minato paused for a while before going out, whispered something to Uzumaki Arena, and when Uzumaki Arena nodded, this came out. The four of them left the yard together. Orochimaru always walked last. Tsunade and Kaharu Udatane were side by side. Without talking, Kaharu Udatane's eyes fell on Tsunade's face from time to time. She could feel that Tsunade was a little nervous at the moment. The hardest time has come. Tsunade was about to make a public appearance, and she didn't know what to expect. A street full of people. A group of people walked slowly. The destination is the morning hall of the Hokage building. Behind and on both sides are guards. There are more than 20 people, and there are only a few people who are surrounded. The Konoha ninja on Kaharu Udatane Street naturally knows each other, and the young woman beside her. They also know each other. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen direct disciple, one of the legendary Sannin, medical saint Tsunade. It's her identity, but not the most important thing. Now her most important identity is the wife of the legendary ninja Han Guang. It's her. Lord Tsunade, how could you? How dare she come here? Walking with Lord Kaharu. Even Mr. Minato is following. What's going on? Damn, she has been gone for 10 years. Her husband killed Lord Hokage, and she dares to come. Seemed that ice water was sprinkled in the hot oil pan, and at the moment when Tsunade officially appeared on the street, the pan was completely fried. But some were just voices and discussions. No one dared to approach, no one dared to do anything, because both Kaharu Udatane and Namikaze Minato were by Tsunade's side. In this way, Tsunade swaggers through the noisy streets. She heard all kinds of voices, including unspeakable sighs, complex emotions, indignant snorts, and sharp and mean scolding. At first, she still had some small emotions, even a sadness that she had nowhere to vent, but soon she calmed down. Actually, it's nothing. This is her own choice, and it seems that it is not that difficult to bear. Spread quickly throughout Konoha. Tsunade is here. She is coming. The Hokage building. When Tsunade and others arrived at the gate, there were no less than 1,000 ninjas gathered near the Hokage building, and more ninjas were rushing over to watch Tsunade. They didn't know what else to do. Move Tsunade. Most of them humans don't have the guts, and even those ninjas who have the guts are no match for Tsunade. However, the situation is on the verge of getting out of control. Just as Tsunade stepped up the stairs and wanted to enter the morning hall of the Hokage building, more and more shouting and scolding appeared. Driven by people with a heart, more and more people began to shout loudly. The scolding was nothing more than making Tsunade roll. Said Tsunade that you deserve to go to the morning hall or something. An emotional scene. Shut up. Kaharu Udatane, who had been silent for a while, suddenly shouted, his voice sharp. The majesty shocks the audience. Suddenly quiet. There is an injustice, a debtor, everyone calm down. Namikaze Minato followed, and many ninjas noticed that he was healed, and Tsunade was here again, and the reason was not difficult to associate. I just came to see the teacher off. Tsunade said indifferently, expressionless. No groveling. No crying. No repentance of sins. At this moment, she did not bow her head. She said it dignifiedly, she just came to see him off. As Orochimaru once said, Tsunade came to Konoha, and it was not her who humiliated, but the cold light. The husband killed someone, and the wife came to apologize. Come to kowtow to admit your mistake. To beg for forgiveness. Who will be more ugly at that time? Who is disgusting? Tsunade doesn't want this. She doesn't want to bring humiliation to Luhan, and she doesn't want her husband to be ridiculed and laughed at. So here, she can't bow her head. The surroundings were still silent, and there were hundreds of ninjas looking at me and looking at you, but no one made a sound. Let's go. Kaharu Udatane tapped Tsunade's shoulder. A few people walked towards the Hokage building and only took a few steps. Sudden. Call, 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 call. More than 10 Rohins appeared inside and outside the gate, and more than 10 figures appeared at the same time. blocking Tsunade's way in a semi-encircled formation. All of these people had cold breaths and dressed mysteriously. They were root ninjas. Musashi, what do you want? Kaharu Udatane yelled. Chapter 1003_Avenge Hokage-sama. There are more than a dozen root ninjas, and the one standing in the middle is a skinny ninja dressed in a mysterious way. Lord Kaharu, you don't seem to have the right to control me, do you? Musashi said hoarsely, squinting slightly. You can think so, but... Kaharu Udatane's face was dark. She was a little worried that Musashi would come out to disrupt the situation, but it still happened. Kaharu Udatane really can't control Musashi. This is already a problem left over from history. The former leader of the root organization, Danzo, is the second task of Konoha village. The independent master root organization only obeys Hokage, while the root organization ninja only obeys Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen rebuilds the root tissue, using the previous rules, because he wants to raise Musashi as the new Danzo, the new dark side of Konoha. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle and has not yet been buried. Konoha is in the transition period of power, and there is a power vacuum. Kaharu Udatane can't order Musashi either, and Namikaze Minato, who is chosen as his successor, naturally can't because he has not yet assumed the position. No, but... Musashi interrupted Kaharu Udatane. His eyes swept straight to Tsunade, and his voice was weird. Master Tsunade, I really admire your courage. You dare to come here. Go away, Tsunade said coldly, without giving any face. She knows who Musashi is. It is also known that Musashi has a special relationship with Uchiha Madara. Therefore, she would not treat Musashi as a normal Konoha ninja, not an exaggerated enemy. Yo, I've heard of your temper for a long time, but I didn't expect it. Musashi put his hand on the hilt of the knife and tapped his fingertips subconsciously twice, then suddenly looked away, glanced at the surrounding Konoha ninjas, and said loudly, everyone. Han Guang's wife is here. If we catch her, it will be enough to force Han Guang to come to Konoha to kowtow and admit his mistake, and we can avenge Lord Hokage. This is the chance. Tsunade, whoever she was, she has left Konoha. 10 years later, after her husband killed Hokage-sama, she came to Matsuri again, which is ridiculous, isn't it? Many people's faces changed at the same time. Some had already shown their heartbeat expressions, and some were worried. Musashi. Kaharu Udatane suddenly changed color and exclaimed, shut up. You have no reason to speak here. Don't provoke here. Kaharu Udatane was about to explode with anger. Because she was worried, even afraid. She knew that the cold light was also here, and it was nearby. In this case, whoever dares to attack Tsunade, the entire Konoha will be reduced to a battlefield, and the invincible cold light will definitely make Konoha pay the ultimate price again. Lord Kaharu, you have no right to order me. Your indecisive character is really not suitable for Chief Konoha. Musashi said in a low voice, and then snorted coldly, give it to me. Woo-hoo-hoo. Figures of the 5-6 paths rushed towards Tsunade at the same time. All of them were root ninjas, but the rest didn't do anything, and Musashi was even more ready to step back. Killed by the furious Tsunade, Tsunade was so strong. He just wants to jump into the flames of war. As long as the fight starts, Tsunade refuses to let it go and kills people, and the situation will immediately get out of control. At that time, those Konoha ninjas who were just around the corner will have even more reason to attack Tsunade. Stop them. Kaharu Udatane responded very quickly, waving in surprise. Her guards all rushed out, trying to stop the root ninja from approaching. Namikaze Minato, who wanted to move, shook for a while and then stopped. He felt a lot more at ease. He wanted to stop, but it seemed that he was no longer needed, and his injury was not completely healed, so it was not convenient to do it. 6 root ninjas and 8 Kaharu Udatane guard ninjas directly collided with each other. The average strength of root ninjas was extremely strong. Only 3 were directly blocked, while the other 3 bypassed the block and flashed towards Tsunade. Everything happened extremely fast. There were many exclamations around. Tsunade stared blankly at the danger approaching, motionless. Kai _ Knife light up. But it was Tsunade behind him that a black shadow sprang up, and met the 3 root ninjas with a thunderous sword light. The root ninja passed by, then rushed through the chaotic crowd, and passed by the other 3 root ninjas. When he stopped, the 6 hands-on root ninjas fell to the ground, broken in 2. The rich bloody smell spreads out quickly, irritating everyone's nasal cavity. Too fast. When Namikaze Minato was about to shoot, the figure stopped. Faceless guy. Everyone looked at him, faceless man. This person is very similar to Han Guang, if you look at the back. But he is not. Damn it. Kaharu Udatane cursed in his heart, still dead. Although it wasn't directly killed by Tsunade, it may still lead to more intense conflict. And this scene is extremely angry from the point of view of the Konoha ninja, because it is the Konoha ninja who died. If Konoha doesn't fight back, it is really, too useless. You! How dare you! Tsunade! Musashi shouted angrily, his hands shaking when he pointed at Tsunade. How dare you kill someone? He directly placed the blame on Tsunade's head, just to provoke trouble. You do it first, Tsunade replied coldly. There was a commotion all around, and some ninjas were moving forward, approaching to surround Tsunade. Listen to me first. Kaharu Udatane immediately shouted to the surroundings, trying to stop the impending conflict. Master Kaharu, you are betraying Konoha. You are betraying Master Hokage. Musashi interrupted Kaharu Udatane with a higher voice, and then hoarse, Lord Hokage is still alive, you actually protect this woman. We want to avenge Master Hokage. Revenge. You, Kaharu Udatane was going crazy with anger. What am I? Everyone, let's catch her. Let's catch her together. Hangguang will come to confess. Musashi continued to provoke, avenge Hokage-sama. Vengeance. Vengeance. Some people are finally fully infected and they move. Boom _ Ultimate, terrifying chakra fluctuations spread from the front of the Hokage building at this moment. If you don't want to die, stand up for me. The cold voice without the slightest emotion reverberated in the sky above Konoha village. Chapter 1004 _ accompany you to the end. Han Guang's voice echoed over Konoha village like a thunderbolt. At this moment, everyone who wanted to do something stopped nervously, and their bodies were shrouded in terrifying fear. Namikaze Minato has already held Hiraishin in his hand, but his temples are sweating. He is not Hangguang's opponent, and he is still injured. If Hangguang really wants to kill here, he is currently the most powerful ninja in Konoha. He couldn't stop it at all. Orochimaru was tense all over. Kaharu Udatane looked startled. Tsunade also clenched his fists at this moment. What about people? Where is he? Han Guang, he's here. No one saw Han Guang himself, only the terrifying breath of Ultimate and the cold words just now. The ninja who wanted to attack Tsunade, but no one dared to move. Musashi's eyes were already a little frightened. He dared to do it today. Everything was based on the fact that the cold light did not come. He dared to incite, dare to attack Tsunade, because he believed that Tsunade would eventually choose to capture it without his hands. But the cold light came. Musashi already felt that a reward was placed on the top of his head, a killing knife that could be cut off at any time. And there is no possibility of escape. Judging from Hangguang's past achievements and the current comprehensive situation of the ninja world, the legendary ninja Hangguang, he was the king of World War II, and in this era, he is still invincible at present. There was silence all around. Kaharu Udatane's hands were trembling slightly. She was not afraid of Hangguang, because Hangguang would not kill her. The relationship between the two was extremely bad, but they had become good personal friends in the late World War II. What she worried about was that Konoha would die a lot. People in the crowd gathered on the northwest side. Several ninjas seemed to be frightened, as if they found something terrifying around them, and they all jumped away. The surroundings are empty, only one person is left in the middle. Thin and tall figure, sharp eyes like electricity, icy mask, abyss-like breath. It is cold light. He was standing in the crowd, but no one noticed him before. You all need to calm down, fight, it's not good for anyone. Lu coldly said, glanced around, and with a flick of his body, he appeared beside Tsunade. Han. Tsunade grabbed Lu Han's arm and called softly. On the one hand, it is to show her attitude. Although her husband killed her teacher, she came to Matsuri to worship her, but she did not resent her husband because of it. On the other hand, she hoped that Lu Han would also calm down. Today, there should be no killing. Lord Hangguang, you shouldn't come to Konoha again. Kaharu Udatane sighed, and he was relieved. There are hundreds of Konoha ninjas around, but they're all terrified. When Sarutobi Hiruzen died a few days ago, they were full of blood and dared to launch a fearless attack on the cold light like the terrifying Great Devil, but after so many days, they should have calmed down, and all they should be afraid of have been afraid, and almost all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's loyalists died in that battle, so they dared not do it. This is very sad. But also fortunate. At least that's what Kaharu Udatane thinks. She doesn't think Konoha should avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen because she knows the inside story and knows everything. Whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Han Guang, they are the people who have made countless merits for Konoha's life and death, and they should all be Konoha's heroes. Lord Kaharu, I actually don't want to come. Lu Han glanced at Kaharu Udatane. I have a grudge with Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should know the reason. You and I know the reason, but Tsunade is coming. She just wants to say goodbye. It's just a former teacher. I don't think it's so contradictory. Although we are husband and wife, we are two independent people after all. I expected that this might happen, so I came. Bully one woman, is it interesting? Yes. Lu Han seemed to be asking Kaharu Udatane, but he was actually asking everyone in the audience. No one dared to answer Lu Han's question. They all now have a sense of terror dominated by the great demon king. Tsunade subconsciously squeezed Lu Han's arm, bowing his head silently. Very good. Don't answer me. Lu Han smiled strangely, raised his hand and took off his mask, revealing a young face, looking at Musashi and the others who were blocking the door, and asked, why don't you speak? Already. Musashi gripped the handle of the sword tightly, his whole body tense, and he didn't say a word. Are you afraid? Lu Han raised his brows. I know you understand people's hearts and you can read them, but do you know what I'm thinking now? Musashi remained speechless, staring at Lu Han. He couldn't see through. Lu Han's heart was pitch black, not as simple as a fog. Tsunade, she is a woman who is strong on the outside and soft on the inside. You are here to provoke. You know very well that Tsunade will eventually be captured. You have caught her heart, but you didn't expect that I'm here, did you? Lu Han squinted slightly. Tsunade won't kill you, but I will. I want you to die. You will surely die, so are you afraid? Musashi's eyes were already a bit fierce, and he was stimulated because Lu Han was absolutely right. But after all, he had the impulse to fight rationally, and he still didn't speak. He really didn't want to die. Remember my words, all of you here, remember. Lu Han said again. If you were wronged, you have a debt, and you don't want to trouble my family. The price is not something you can afford. The great Lord Hokage's revenge, then come to me. I'm cold, I'll stay with you to the end. At this moment, Lu Han is unprecedentedly arrogant. Because he has given up the glory he once had in Konoha, he no longer considers his own prestige, the merits he has established in Konoha, the influence. Let go of all this, he is fearless. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Konoha ninja, he is already a bad guy, a complete villain, or even a devil. But what's the problem? Bad guys can be heroes, villains, and heroes. For example, the former Hanzo. Lu Han admired Hanzo very much because he was purer than Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was the reason why Lu Han kept the whole body for Hanzo at that time. Chapter 1005 I say. Most humiliating day for the largest force in the ninja world, the largest ninja village, and Konoha village. Because the murderer of Hokage is here again, and, speaking of nonsense, in front of everyone's eyes, but none of the hundreds of ninjas in Konoha dare to refute, they seem to have lost their courage and their dignity as ninjas. Some ninjas can't help but want to do it. Young ninjas are impulsive and youthful. But when they looked around, they found that more ninjas chose to be forbearance. When they are big people, they find that the faces of those people are not humiliating, but complicated. In Konoha village, there are a lot of senior ninjas who know some insider stories about Akatsuki and know the grievances between Hongguang and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Da. Footsteps suddenly appeared, breaking the silence, from inside the Hokage building. All were attracted. A large group of people rushed out of the Hokage building. A middle-aged ninja wearing a robe and filial piety ran past Musashi, stopped abruptly, and looked at Luhan excitedly. This man is nearly 40 years old, maybe not yet. Appearance is somewhat similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Yushuen. The eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During World War II, he served as Captain Konoha Anbu's assistant. Although his strength is not bad, he is not as good as Anbu's core ninja. He belongs to the Internal Affairs Ninja. At present, Sarutobi Yushuen has left Anbu and is working in the administrative department. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to train him into the next generation of high-level consultants. Lord Hongguang. Sarutobi Yushuen seemed to be out of breath, his whole body was shaking, his voice suddenly raised, and he roared, "Why? Why did you kill my father? Why?" He was already excited to ultimate, his eyes turned to Yuhi, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Once, he and Luhan were very good friends. When Luhan was the captain of Anbu, the two often ate at the same table. "A lot of things, you don't know." Luhan replied indifferently. It was his father who died, so Luhan understood his feelings, but he wouldn't feel that he did something wrong. "Answer me." Sarutobi Yushuen was very excited, and wanted to get close to Luhan, but was told by the Anbu ninja who came out, "Why? What kind of deep hatred? Once, my father valued you so much, he put you down when the successor comes to train, why on earth did you kill him?" Quote. "Do you really want me to tell you?" Luhan tilted his head slightly. Kaharu Udatane's face changed instantly, he rushed forward 2 steps, and scolded Sarutobi Yushuen. "Yushuen, you go back, it's none of your business here." "I really don't want to say that the dead are not." Luhan sighed and glanced at Kaharu Udatane. "Master Kaharu, you protect him. You." Sarutobi Yushuen looked at Kaharu Udatane with incredible eyes. "Hongguang, you ******. Let me go. You get out of my way. Hongguang, you." A sharp cry suddenly came from the Hokage building, with hysterical cursing. It is Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Yushuen's mother, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. Feeling it, Sarutobi Bawaka wanted to rush out, but was held back. "Take Yushuen back, don't let anyone inside come out, we will solve the matter here." Kaharu Udatane decisively ordered the Anbu ninjas around. At this moment she no longer cares what the Konoha ninja think of her. Anyway, she is the highest power now. Yes, she can also order. "Maintain the cold light." "Do not." She is not maintaining the cold light. Hongguang doesn't need her to maintain. She is protecting Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. "Let go of me, you guys." Sarutobi Yushuen was crazy. Several Anbu ninjas wanted to hold him back, but Sarutobi Yushuen was an elite Jonin, and ordinary Anbu ninjas were really not his opponents. Moreover, those Anbu ninjas didn't seem to be doing much. Now Anbu's first squad leader, the acting leader, Hyuga Burnin, is standing in the crowd. There are several Anbu super elites around, but he has been silent and very silent. Sarutobi Yushuen was struggling and questioning Luhan. The surrounding ninjas have already started talking. Some bloodshot eyes clenched their fists, some sighed, some looked at Kaharu Udatane in the wrong way, and some were looking at Namikaze Minato. This guy is like a dead man. After the cold light appeared, he stood there never moved. "Enough." Lu Han suddenly burst out. The terrifying waves swept all around. Although it didn't hurt anyone, it made everyone quiet. Silence. I said. Lu Han said again. He smiled. His smile was very strange, and there was a trace of complexity at the corner of his grin. Yu Xuan, don't you want to know why I killed your father? I can tell you. I think this is not your question alone, but the question of the vast majority of people present. Han Guang, why on earth did you want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? Quote. Lord Hangguang. Kaharu Yutane turned around suddenly, looked at Lu Han, his eyes begging. Lord Kaharu, you understand my chills, don't you? You know everything. Oh no, there should be something you don't know. But generally you understand why. I know your relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's dead. I hope that his death will be vigorous, the glory of death, and the merits will last forever. In fact, I also want to do the same. I don't like to say that the dead are not, but you have seen it. Look around, look at their eyes. I am so wrong. Do you understand? Lu Han finally threw his hands at Kaharu Yutane. He appears to be seeking advice from Kaharu Yutane. Because Kaharu Yutane is someone he will never kill and absolutely respect. When Kaharu Yutane led all the Konoha ninjas to kneel to greet Lu Han, who had just attacked the village of Iwagakure with his life and brought him back to King Wu Mu, Lu Han will never forget that scene. For Konoha, Kaharu Yutane can find out the grudge, even Lu Han's grudge for killing Danzo, she also let go. Kaharu Yutane took a deep breath, the corners of her eyes were slightly moist. She looked around, at the Konoha ninjas, their eyes, their emotions. She thought of the death and injury of Konoha in the battle a few days ago, and the continuous struggle between Lu Han and Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly 15 years of grievances. Also thought of Konoha's future. Go ahead. Kaharu Yutane bowed his head helplessly. Chapter 1006 Am I doing something wrong? For Kaharu Yutane, Konoha's survival is above everything else. She must weigh what is more beneficial to Konoha to make the right decision. For her, Sarutobi Hiruzen's honor can never be higher than the Konoha village itself. Of course, she is also self-aware. When Han Guang seeks her opinion, it does not mean that she can control Han Guang's words and deeds. The so-called people respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 10 feet. She understands Lu Han's feelings and thoughts. Because the cold light was too strong, he was already disdainful to explain and was not afraid. In fact, this mentality is very scary. If Han Guang is not given a chance to explain, he will kill without any scruples. Because of his injustice, he will be merciless to those who misunderstand him and want to hurt him, right or wrong. He is not. They will think they are wrong, no matter how many people they kill. Then I'll say it, Lu Han said indifferently, turned around suddenly, and glanced back and forth in all directions. He wanted to remember the current state of these Konoha ninjas. In terms of ratio, the orange name only accounts for 20%, and the Yuhi name accounts for 80%. Sarutobi Yushuen was pulled by the Anbu ninja. His face was like Yuhi with excitement, sweat and tears dripped down his cheeks. He still couldn't control himself, stared at Lu Han with wide eyes, waiting for the so-called explanation. Konoha ninjas gathered near the Hokage building, and those who can come over have rushed over. Now the main Konoha army is out, and the total number of Konoha ninjas in the Konoha village is only 4,000 or 5,000. The big guys are basically here. But they didn't get together, because the core Kaharu Yutane and Namikaze Minato were too close to Lu Han, so they didn't dare to gather around Kaharu Yutane. They didn't stand together. They were scattered near the Hokage building, and some were still standing at a distance from Hokage. The roof of the building near the building, looking at the situation here. Orochimaru hugged his shoulders, always standing behind Homura Mitokado. He hadn't moved for a long time, as if it had nothing to do with him. His face was always cold. Namikaze Minato held the kunai back, but his arms were drooping, and his expression was complicated. He has heard Kaharu Yutane talk about the grievance between Han Guang and Sarutobi Hiruzen, although it is only part of it. but he also understands that once Han Guang says everything, it will inevitably reverse the views and attitudes of some Konoha ninjas towards him. How much it can be reversed, and how much it can be reversed, depends on how much Han Guang can say. The low-pitched self-talk, the noisy argument, the buzzing discussion, gradually, all the sounds disappeared, and it seemed that even the wind had stopped blowing. The Hokage building was crowded with people, but the needles could be heard quietly. They are all waiting. Waiting for that reason, or explanation. Luhan moved his footsteps, turned around in place, looked at those eyes and faces, and finally, he looked at Tsunade beside him. The moment their eyes crossed, Luhan saw in Tsunade's eyes firm support. Tsunade will not make Luhan wronged because of Sarutobi Hiruzen. My grievance with Sarutobi Hiruzen started more than 10 years ago, during the Second Ninja World War, when Danzo died. Luhan said in a low voice and sneered, "You may not believe it when you say it. When I just left the ninja school, I wasn't even a genin, and Danzo sent someone to assassinate me, because at that time, I just had a feud with the Uchiha clan." Luhan turned his head to look at the southeast roof of the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku and other Uchiha ninjas were mostly gathered there. The couple Fugaku and Kane were surrounded by them. "It's incredible, isn't it?" Luhan retracted his gaze and said quickly, "At that time, I was just a small person, but Danzo, as Hokage's assistant, was so high, he wanted me to die." Everyone looked at Luhan, and they all had the same question, why? The reason is very simple. Luhan seemed to know what they were thinking, and replied, "He wants me to die, and then blame the Uchiha clan. Use the conflict between me and the Uchiha clan to make a fuss. To attack the Uchiha clan. As for him, why do you want to attack the Uchiha clan? Don't tell me, you should understand." Luhan finally said it was not a secret. It was an open secret that the senior Konoha leaders were worried about the Uchiha tribe. Especially in the past 10 years, there have been rumors that Uchiha Madara is still alive. Troops, but have to be under stricter surveillance from the garrison and Anbu. Everyone knows that. But they would never have imagined that the top officials of Konoha had once played a black hand on the Uchiha clan. Actively want to attack the Uchiha clan. Just because you're worried. Really, just so. This is just the beginning. Luhan continued, "Danzo sent someone to assassinate me, and it failed. It was because of the failure that he began to suspect me. It was a Jonin, but he was assassinating. I have to be killed by me that night. I have to say here that at that time, I actually had the strength of Chunin, and I was a genius. So I killed Jonin, you have no doubts, right?" Luhan glanced around. No one answered him. Of course, there is no doubt that the rapid rise of Hangguang and the evil spirit of talent are evidenced by history. Ever since Danzo began to suspect that there was something wrong with me, in the next few years, he has sent killers to assassinate me several times, each time being stronger. Those people, not only from the root organization, but also from the squad leader of Anbu. If I remember correctly, that person should be called Shimura Hozo. Assassination after assassination, from the beginning of his suspicion, to the fact that he wants revenge because of the person I killed him, and finally, we both want to kill each other. There is no reason, just because of hatred. All of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. Even if he didn't know it at first, he definitely knew it later. Konoha 35 years. Danzo sent someone to assassinate me for the last time. Failed. Danzo defected to Konoha because of this. Actually he didn't defect, but Sarutobi Hiruzen let him go, because if he doesn't go, I return to Konoha and I will kill him. I found Danzo who defected in the country of the vortex, and I killed him. My grudge with Sarutobi Hiruzen begins here. Am I wrong? Chapter 1007_No perfect person. The voices of the discussions and quarrels were getting louder and louder. Luhan didn't even say what was really important, and they began to disbelieve. Some elderly ninjas naturally knew what kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen was. For young ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a great god. Konoha has modeled Han Guang as a god for 10 years. Been 30 years since Konoha portrayed Sarutobi Hiruzen as a god. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been a myth since the end of the First Ninja World War, and now, he has become a kind of faith. Danzo sent people to assassinate Han Guang many times. Multiple times before and after for up to several years. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew everything and even protected Danzo, even let him go. A grudge with Han Guang because he killed Danzo. This is not in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-standing integrity. On the other hand, it can even be described as a dark heart, because even if he shields Danzo, he shouldn't be resentful because of it. Right or wrong is clear, if everything Han Guang said is true. If what evidence do you have? What happened more than 10 years ago? You say nothing. Danzo's defection to Konoha is unforgivable, but Lord Hokage, it's definitely not what you said. Someone retorted Luhan loudly, with fierce words. Luhan looked back and saw that it was a very young ninja, tall and thin, standing in the crowd, with a garrison ninja above his head named Inuzuka too. The Inuzuka clan, like the Hyuga clan, in the Konoha village are the trusted clan of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the chief commander of the garrison has always been a group of ninjas from Inuzuka. Luhan looked at Inuzuka too. The scene suddenly fell silent. Luhan's breath was very dangerous, which made people very uneasy, and the young ninja openly clamored to refute a generation of legends, which in itself was a thing that made people sweat. What? Do you have any evidence? Inuzuka said with Yuhi's face too high, and biting her head nervously. I don't need to show you guys, any evidence. What I didn't want to say was that you wanted to know everything. You asked me to tell me, didn't you? I know that in your hearts, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who is infinitely close to perfection. He is brave, wise, and just. He has saved Konoha from danger several times. From the First Ninja War, he was in danger, and he led Konoha to the prosperous, with an incomparably bright and stalwart image. Luhan paused, then asked, is there really such a person? A perfect person, is there? Silence. Luhan waited for a few seconds, then turned to look back and forth. Who dares to say yes? Anyone with a long brain understands that there is no perfect person in the world, even the original king, the original god, the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, is not perfect. Obviously, there is no perfect person. Luhan said heavily, this sentence is very absolute. Danzo. In fact, I can't deny that Danzo is extremely loyal to Konoha. He even hopes that Konoha will become more powerful than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He hopes that Konoha can rule the ninja world and become the master of the ninja world. But Danzo's selfish desires also heavier than the average person. Danzo once tried to take the position of Hokage, and more than once, he made a black hand, but it didn't work. He is no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, no. Someone interrupted Luhan's words again. A young voice said, since you said that Danzo tried to take the position of Hokage, how could Lord Hokage still protect him? How can he still have a grudge against you because of Danzo? This seems to be a logical error. But only people who don't know about Sarutobi Hiruzen's relationship with Danzo will think this is a mistake. That's exactly what I'm going to say. Luhan didn't turn around to look at the speaker, and responded directly, why is Sarutobi Hiruzen so perfect? Why do you condone Danzo? Why do you keep protecting Danzo? Everything. Because Danzo has always been there. Take responsibility for him. All the dark, bloody, heinous, unforgivable things. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the real decision maker. He knows everything about Akatsuki, but pretends not to know. The responsibility is Danzo's. During the Second Ninja World War, the Anbu Root organization led by Danzo was frightening, not only the enemy, but also the people inside Konoha. At that time, I think it only needs more than 30 people today. Year-old Konoha ninja, you should all know. Quote. But. You said. Blood mouth. There were more than one attempts to interrupt Luhan's words. I know some of you still don't believe it. Luhan said at a faster pace, then paused again, raised his hand and shook it, then I'll give you an example. After Luhan finished speaking, he glanced at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade pursed her lips. She knew what Luhan was going to say. Don't you think it's strange? Luhan turned slightly and glanced at more Konoha ninjas. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The Senju clan were once extremely powerful. The reason why the Sengoku era could end, it is because of the incomparably powerful strength of the Senju clan, and Shodai first Sama, who has the world in his heart. But now the Senju clan is in decline. Apart from the glory of the past, the current Senju clan are only the third-rate small clan of Konoha. Strange, isn't it? Sad, isn't it? What happened? Yes, this is indeed. How come the Senju family? Some young ninjas questioned subconsciously. They all grew up listening to the legends and stories of the past. They know that the Senju family was once strong, and it was written in textbooks. Konoha was about 16 years ago, at the end of the First Ninja World War. Speaking of which, it was 30 years ago. Luhan spoke again with a serious expression. At that time, the Ninja World War was very anxious, and thousands of miles were killed and injured. In order to end the war as soon as possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to carry out an extremely radical plan, and it was precisely because of that plan that the young generation of the Senju clan died, and the tribal heritage of the Senju clan was divided. Chapter 1008_Historical Truth. The truth of history is always cruel, especially when those truths are turned into cold words and words. It will make people feel more cold. The reason for the decline of the Senju family is simple, because the teenage generation has died too much. And they will die only because of a wrong decision by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it was this wrong decision that caused the powerful tribe that carried the supreme glory to turn into the dust of history. Maybe it won't be long. In more than 10 years, the word Senju, in Konoha, can only be a few ninjas. Surname only. What plan? What decision? And this kind of thing. Because there are too many people around, there are always some impatient people, urging Luhan to hope that he will speak out soon. In fact, some people have believed Luhan now, not because they suspected Sarutobi Hiruzen before, but the high-level Konoha present, always silent. It was as if he had acquiesced in everything Han Guang said. That was an experiment, Luhan said in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo intend to create a combination of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He wants to create a war machine, so he took all the talented ninjas and children of the Senju family's younger generation. They were all sent to the secret base, and experiments were carried out. The experiment process was to transplant Sharingan to the Senju family. What? That's it. Not far away, the faces of the Uchiha ninjas on the buildings changed, including Uchiha Fugaku and the elderly elders, who didn't even know about it. Sharingan was collected during the war, because the entire Uchiha clan can open their eyes, and the Uchiha ninja who died in the war are enough to provide enough Sharingan. On the Senju clan, there are 70 or 80 people, the youngest is only a few years old. The older ones are only teens, they are all real people. They will have their eyes gouged out and transplanted with Sharingan that doesn't belong to them. The experiment failed, completely failed, because the Kekkei Genkai of the Senju clan has a young nature, while the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai has a young nature. The sage body and the sage's eye have conflicting attributes. If their abilities are strong enough, they can also be merged, but those who were tested were not strong enough. Quote. As a result, only one person survived. All the others died, and even the one who survived, lived in pain, and was a failed experiment. The plan failed completely. Lord Hangguang, Kaharu Udatane said suddenly, interrupting Luhan's words. Speak. Luhan turned his head to look at Kaharu Udatane. I have to explain. Kaharu Udatane said with a complicated face. Hiruzen had a good intention in that experiment, and Danzo proposed this experiment. Danzo repeatedly persuaded Hiruzen to consider it before making a decision. For Konoha too. I didn't say he didn't do it for Konoha. Luhan spread his hands, but said again, I never deny that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a heart that dares to sacrifice for Konoha, but What I really want to say is that Sarutobi Hiruzen his hypocrisy. He doesn't dare to take responsibility. As you said to me, you think it's Danzo's fault. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's last remedy. He hides as much as he can, and from some people he can't, and Danzo jumps come out and take the blame. And this. Luhan turned around and glanced at everyone present. That's the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen condoned and sheltered Danzo. The sin of causing the decline of the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it, and he didn't even think about taking responsibility in the past. Am I right, Kaharu-sama? Kaharu Udatane was silent and clenched her hands subconsciously. She couldn't refute Luhan. Because Luhan is right. Silence. Some people were already stunned. They already believed that this was true, because Kaharu Udatane's words corroborated what Luhan said. This is the truth of history. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a direct disciple of Hokage Senju Tobirama, the second generation, but he is also the culprit behind the decline of the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is he not guilty? How much did Sarutobi Hiruzen owe Danzo to indulge and protect Danzo like that? Hangguang, you seem to be talking nonsense now, right? A slightly teasing voice suddenly appeared, with a certain sense of stagnation, emphasizing the weirdness. Luhan, look. It's Musashi. You killed Lord Hokage, Musashi said again, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, and what you are talking about now has nothing to do with this. It happened during the First Ninja World War. At that time, you were not born yet. Right, Lord Hokage has passed away. What do you say now? He can't jump out to refute you, saying that. Does it make sense? Musashi is obviously a lot more relaxed now. He is not so afraid, thinking that he has already felt that Han Guang's killing intention is very weak, otherwise he would not be so nonsense. Then let's talk about some direct reasons. Luhan looked at Musashi and replied, the corner of his mouth hooked vaguely. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Musashi vaguely felt another playfulness in Luhan's eyes. The first thing, Luhan raised a finger and said, about a person, Uchiha Lei-young. On the side of the building, all the ninjas surrounding Uchiha Fugaku suddenly changed color. They knew this best because they were direct participants, but they didn't expect that Han Guang had only been resurrected for a long time, and they found it. Luhan turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to look at Luhan at all. Uchiha Lei-young. Oh, I know him, a rebel. Musashi said in a strange voice. It's also wrong to clean up the rebels. Why? It's rare because you had a personal friendship with Uchiha Lei-young, and you want to avenge him. That's why you killed Lord Hokage. Is that why you have to? Yes, this is one of my reasons. Luhan replied clearly, very seriously. Whoa. Suddenly there was a sound of shock around them. They couldn't believe that Han Guang dared to admit it so shamelessly. Revenge for the insurgents. However, Lei-young is not a rebel at all. Luhan immediately said again, with a very high voice, everything is framed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He planned the whole incident. Chapter 1009 _ I have proof. The stone breaks the sky. Soon as Luhan finished speaking, all the sounds inside and outside the Hokage building disappeared. Most people were stunned, shocked, couldn't believe it, and were dumbfounded. Different from what Luhan said before, Sarutobi Hiruzen single-handedly caused the decline of the Senju clan, which was a big crime, but Sarutobi Hiruzen subjectively did not want to make mistakes, and he had a good starting point, in order to pacify the war. But Luhan is serious now. Although only some people of the Uchiha tribe died, although the strength of the Uchiha tribe was weakened because of this, the inheritance would not be cut off, and it only took a certain period of time to recover. But, framed and framed. Now the real sin. Can't be washed. Indisputable. You spit out blood. It's impossible. Uchiha Lei-young Langzi's ambition is known to the world. Lord Hangguang, you can't talk nonsense. There was an uproar. If the previous incident would only make some people disappointed in Sarutobi Hiruzen and make Sarutobi Hiruzen imperfect, then this incident would directly destroy all the glory and prestige of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato was also shocked, stared at Lu Han, and immediately turned to look at Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane told him about Sarutobi Hiruzen's grievance with Hangwang, but it didn't include this. "Shut up. Listen to me." Lu Han let out a low voice. "Quiet around. The cause of the incident is because of me." Lu Han continued to tell, "More than 10 years ago, when I was in charge of Konoha, I reused Uchiha Leiyang, because I have a relationship with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Leiyang regarded me as a kin, not actually. Of course it's not important, the important thing is that our relationship is very good, he can be said to be my diehard. And after my death, Uchiha Leiyang was also devoted to Konoha, he had no two hearts. After Sarutobi Hiruzen returned, he still swears allegiance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly cooperated with Uchiha Madara. That's right, Uchiha Madara is still alive. 40 years ago, he fought Shodai first Sama in the Valley of the End and lost the battle, but he survived by the ultimate Eye of Sharingan, and he has been hiding in the dark ever since. Lu Han revealed the biggest secret in the ninja world today, that rumor is true. But about Uchiha Madara, it's not the focus of today's situation. Lu Han didn't wait for their response, and continued, Uchiha Madara, and his subordinates White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, it was White Zetsu who kidnapped Tsunade back then. Go to the rescue, fight with Uchiha Madara, and die. Uchiha Madara is my enemy. Also Konoha's enemy. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to cooperate with Uchiha Madara. I don't care what he is for. This matter is intolerable to me, and to Uchiha Leiyang, too so. It can even be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has done this, and has already offended quite a few people. Even Lord Kaharu Udatane is extremely dissatisfied with this. I am right, Lord Kaharu. Lu Han looked at Kaharu Udatane with burning eyes. Kaharu Udatane clenched his fists and looked at Lu Han with complicated eyes. He didn't say right or wrong. Tacitly. That's why there is a statue of me in the ninja school. Lu Han pointed in the direction of a genin school. Sarutobi Hiruzen started to deify me in order to appease the anger and dissatisfaction of some people. I'm dead anyway, so make a god. Give me supreme honor, to smooth the turmoil in some people's hearts. I have to admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp of people's hearts is terrifying. He doesn't need to pay any price to make him, them. Lu Han turned around slowly, and clicked his finger on someone. The people who ordered were all high-ranking Konoha ninjas in their 40s and 50s, they all knew about Uchiha Madara, but they no longer objected. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen has already given me compensation, a ridiculous compensation. There was a commotion, and many young ninjas were looking at the high level and big Konoha standing near them. They want accurate answers. But those people are silent. Uchiha Leiyang is an exception. In fact, there are more than one such exception, but because the Uchiha Leiyang thing is the most sensational, so I brought it up and said. He does not accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's soothing, he can't stand Sarutobi Hiruzen's collaboration with Uchiha Madara. He wanted to spread the word about this incident to discredit Sarutobi Hiruzen and overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule over Konoha, but as a result, he caused himself to be killed. Because of this incident, no less than 100 people of the Uchiha tribe died before and after. Including some old and young women and children. The impact of this incident has continued to this day. Some people have already calculated in their hearts how many Uchiha people have died in the past 10 years. The Uchiha ethnic group has indeed been very unstable in the past 10 years. There are always accidents. Since the rebellion that night, there have been many conflicts within the Uchiha ethnic group, as well as suicide incidents. What nonsense! A sharp angry shout startled everyone. Suddenly, it was Sarutobi Lake Biwa who rushed out of the Hokage building, and Jiang Kiba was about to rush towards Lu Han, like crazy, but she was pulled, and Kaharu Udatane hurriedly stepped forward and held her shoulders, not daring to let her close to Lu Han. Hiruzen will never do this. You are a slander. You bastard. Sarutobi Bawako kept struggling, howling and scolding, but couldn't break free, and finally lay on Kaharu Yutane's shoulder, crying heart to heart. Mistress. Tsunade murmured, with a look of unbearable sadness on his face, and wanted to step forward to comfort him, but stopped after only one step. She also understood that when this time passed, Sarutobi Bawako would not necessarily accept her comfort, but would have the opposite effect. Luhan looked sideways at Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and was silent for a moment. When Sarutobi Lake Biwa was almost crying, he raised his head to scold him before he said, I have evidence. Does the witness count? Luhan was not asking for Sarutobi Bawako's opinion. He turned his head after speaking, glanced at it, and stopped immediately. His eyes fell on a group of masked ninjas in the crowd. Anbu Ninja. That night, known as the Night of Civil Unrest in Uchiha, was actually Anbu. It was you who led the team on the mission, right? Bailey. Anbu code name Bailey. Hyuga Burnin. Chapter 1010 document number 56489. Everyone looked at Hyuga Bonin. Among the Anbu ninjas, Hyuga Bonin was very eye-catching. Wearing a mask was not enough to hide his identity because his eyes were white. Sarutobi Bawako opened his mouth slightly, his expression was very stiff, and there were tears on his cheeks, staring at Hyuga Bonin with wide eyes. There are not a few people with similar expressions, but there are no tears. They were all waiting for Hyuga Burnin's answer. Even the surrounding Anbu ninjas were staring at Hyuga Bonin, waiting for an answer. Their perception of this matter is not much different from that of ordinary Konoha ninjas. They all say that Uchiha Leiyang wants to rebel. Quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The silence is disturbing. Hyuga Bonin maintained a regular standing posture, his hands on the hilt of the knife, and his eyes were deep. Don't you want to talk? Luhan raised his hand to Benin Hyuga, spreading his palms. Bonin Hyuga and Luhan looked at each other, and a hint of complexity flashed in the depths of the bottom. He used to be Luhan's subordinate. When Luhan was the captain of Anbu, he used him very much. At that time, the two of them had a good personal relationship. However, he is no longer the one he once was. Because Hitaki Teishuo is already a Konoha missing nin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has just died, so there is no way to establish a new Anbu captain. Therefore, Hyuga Bonin, who is now in his 40s, as the number 1 Anbu captain, is automatically promoted to be the acting captain. Not only that, he is also Konoha's super elite Jonin, the most powerful figure in the Hyuga clan, and sits on the position of the elder. Today, Hyuga Hiyashi, the chief of the Hyuga clan's main clan, is his cousin. More than 10 years ago, he can only be said to be an excellent ninja, not a big man. Now, Count Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts him very much. If it wasn't for his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have transferred Hitaki Teishuo into Anbu, but promoted him directly. Konoha's previous Anbu captains are all extremely strong, but Hyuga Bonin is a little worse, and because of his age, he has no possibility of further growth. Say it, Sarutobi Bawako shouted. It's not true, right? You say it. She was very excited because she didn't believe that her husband was that kind of person. She didn't notice that right next to her, her son Sarutobi Yushuin had lowered his head. Bonin Hyuga moved his lips and finally spoke, but his voice was unexpectedly calm. Document number 56489. Top secret mission, stabilizing Konoha, secretly executing the disloyal group headed by Uchiha Leiyang. Totally needed to behead 38 people, one executed within a day. The execution cycle is 12 hours. The file has been destroyed, and the file has been eliminated. Hyuga Burnin is talking about the internal records of Anbu. This mission must be recorded, because there is a legitimate reason, but this reason is not true. Lord Hangwang, Hyuga Bonin said again, you're right. That's right. No, you lied. Sarutobi Bawako exclaimed excitedly, and began to struggle again, trying to rush to Benin Hyuga to question, but Kaharu Yutane held her tightly. Luhan glanced back, and immediately seemed to think of something, and said, "Oh right, Yu Xuan should be serving as Captain Anbu's assistant at that time. Lord Biwa Lake, you should ask your son, what his father did, he should know." Sarutobi Lake Biwa stopped abruptly, then suddenly turned to look at his eldest son. Sarutobi Yu Xuan glanced at his mother, then immediately looked away, biting Kiba and clenching his fists, took a deep breath but said nothing. Attitude is obvious. Default. It is true. In fact, from Sarutobi Yu Xuan's point of view, he doesn't feel that his father is wrong, that people do not kill themselves for their own sake. Uchiha Leiyang intends to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen's notice and oust him from power. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just the first to strike. It's just that this matter can't be brought to the table. No matter how much I say, I can't justify it. This is framing. No, it's impossible. How could? Lord Hokage is definitely not such a person, definitely not. Lord Hokage, why? Arguments, self-questioning, noise, confusion. In fact, they have already believed this, but they don't want to believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen is such a person. Luhan tilted his head and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and the others. In fact, they all knew about this, but Luhan didn't want them to testify. The Uchiha family was not trusted. Actually, there are many people who know the inside story of this matter. Luhan said loudly again, even, to eradicate Uchiha Leiyang and other dissidents, this whole thing was discussed and approved by the high-level people. Lord Kaharu, you know everything, right? Do you want to deny it? Luhan didn't target Kaharu Yutane. He didn't feel bad about Kaharu Yutane, he just said something. This matter is not the responsibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. He alone does not dare to do such a big thing directly, so blatantly. This is the pot of the whole Konoha high-rise, they have to carry it. I don't deny it, you're right. I know about Uchiha Leiyang. Kaharu Yutane admitted it directly. It's so far, she can't admit it, and she's very calm, but I have to explain. Hiruzen is also for the stability of Konoha. If we don't do it, once Uchiha Thunder Young starts, he will make the whole Konoha into turmoil. He doesn't think about the consequences at all, and it's not something he can clean up when the mess is left. The turbulent Konoha, the village will let the enemy take advantage of it to enter. It is not as simple as killing dozens of people. There is some truth to what he said. Luhan cracked his mouth at Kaharu Yutane. Sarutobi Hiruzen can always find such reasons. Then I will ask you again, Lord Kaharu, where is White Fang? White Fang's death, he still has for what reason? White Fang didn't kill him. White Fang committed suicide. Kaharu Yutane suddenly panicked. It's not Hiruzen's fault. Isn't it? Luhan squinted slightly, glanced back again, and beckoned to a young ninja standing behind the crowd. You, come here. This young ninja is only 13 years old. His hair is silver white, and he wears a mask on his face, which obliquely blocks one eye. Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 10:11_ I will resurrect him. There was a little girl next to Hatake Kakashi, who was Rin the same age as him. Luhan appeared in Konoha this time, so almost all those who were able to rush to the Hokage building to watch, including some young ninjas, but all the younger ninjas stood very far behind. The position is not that they don't want to go forward, but that other adult ninjas do not allow them to go forward. Is extremely dangerous for all the Konoha ninjas present. Once a conflict breaks out, these little ninjas who are not old enough and are not strong enough will definitely not be able to directly participate in the war. Luhan said the word, White Fang, before, Hatake Kakashi's face changed. Regarding his father, this was his pain all the time. He was only 6 years old then. He couldn't understand his father's suicide. Also sad. To Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha, or what the whole ninja world knows. Hatake Sakumo committed suicide because he was criticized for failing the mission, and the reason why he failed the mission was to save his comrades. For some, Hatake Sakumo is a tragic hero. For others, Hitaki Tsukumo is a pure coward. Not a qualified ninja. The evaluation is polarized. The latter has more voices, which has cast an indelible shadow on Hitaki Kakashi's childhood, and has had an immeasurable impact on his entire life. Everyone's eyes have already followed Luhan's hand, looking at Hitaki Kakashi behind the crowd. Everyone knows that this is White Fang's son. Me. Hitaki Kakashi raised his finger and pointed at himself. Some did not respond, and his emotions were also a little abnormal. It's you, Hitaki Kakashi. Luhan said with certainty, then raised his head slightly. Your father should have mentioned me to you, right? Yes. Kakashi nodded. Then you should trust me, right? Luhan hooked him again. Come here. Hitaki Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then forced the crowd away and walked towards Luhan. Nohara Rin also pulled his arm worriedly, but didn't hold it. Hitaki Kakashi walked out of the circle of people and walked to Luhan's side. Lord Hengguang, who is my father? Kakashi couldn't help asking. Suicide, that's for sure. Luhan said, putting his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, in the gesture of an elder comforting the younger, half hugging Kakashi, and then looking at Kaharu Udatane, he said in a high voice, but the reason for his suicide was not as simple as it seems. This matter also has something to do with Uchiha Leiyang. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to get rid of Uchiha Leiyang and ordered White Fang to lead the team to carry out this task. This should be the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen asked White Fang to carry out this kind of attack against ninjas from the same village. The crime action, although there is a reason for the crown spring, but as the captain of Anbu, White Fang knows everything about Akatsuki and knows the real reason, so he chose to refuse. This is the task that Bailey leads the team to perform, not as Anbu the reason why the captain's White Fang led the execution. Since then, there has been a rift between Sarutobi Hiruzen and White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that White Fang is not loyal enough. White Fang is friendly with me, and Sarutobi Hiruzen cooperates with my mortal enemy Uchiha Madara. The stake is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel uneasy. White Fang is less and less trusted. In the end, because of me, because of my existence and my influence, some people will never accept the cooperation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara. Will take it, White Fang, maybe one of them. I have no way of knowing what White Fang is really thinking. I can't find it. White Fang is a very strict man, and he will not say no to Sarutobi Hiruzen until he dies, so he died. He was forced to die. In that mission, White Fang failed the mission in order to rescue his comrades. This is not unforgivable, considering the exploits that White Fang has made for Konoha. No matter how important this mission is, this is just a small mistake. Quote. However, when he returned to Konoha, he was greeted with endless complaints, ridicules, belittlings. I don't believe it, without Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. Kaharu-sama, tell me, how could this be? Luhan put his arms around Hitaki Kakashi's shoulder and looked directly at Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane's face was bitter. Her throat moved. She wanted to say something, but she didn't make a sound. Her body trembled a little. Nothing can be explained. Compared with the death of Uchiha Leiyang and others, Kaharu Udatane does not feel wrong or guilty. On the one hand, she has never liked the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Uchiha Leiyang really threatened the stability of Konoha, but White Fang is different. White Fang's death has always been a pain in Kaharu Udatane's heart. She also felt guilty for it. Actually, White Fang doesn't necessarily care about the complaints and ridicule of those unrelated ninjas. What he cares about is the attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen abandoned him. The pain of White Fang is not something ordinary people can understand. He was born and died for Konoha for more than 10 years. There are no more than 100 wounds on his body, and how many times he died, but what did he get in return? In exchange for the distrust of Hokage, in exchange for the abandonment of the whole Konoha. Maybe to justify anything, and he won't say Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault in turn, even if he holds the handle of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his hand, he won't say. Only by death can he be freed. It's ridiculous, isn't it? You. Lu Han turned around suddenly, pointed his finger forward, moved slowly, and swept his fingertips over the Konoha ninjas. You are all murderers. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the mastermind, and you are all accomplices. It is you who killed White Fang. Silence. No one dares to refute. Some slightly middle-aged ninjas even lowered their heads in shame and clenched their fists. Hatake Kakashi, who was hugged by Lu Han's shoulders, was already in tears, trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi, don't be sad. Lu Han turned his head and lowered his eyes again, patted Kakashi on the shoulder. White Fang is my good brother, I promise you, I will resurrect him. Chapter 10:12 Biggest Reason. Hatake Kakashi's crying stopped abruptly, and he slowly raised his head to look at Lu Han. His expression was a little dull, and then he suddenly became extremely excited, and blurted out, resurrect. Resurrection. Lu Han affirmed, smiling slightly, you have to believe that I have this ability, don't you? Hatake Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his eyes widened, and something about the cold light flashed back in his mind. 10 years ago, Han Guang accidentally died in battle. Today, 10 years later, Han Guang is back, and he is resurrection. It may take a few months. My own resurrection is not the same as the resurrection of other people. Lu Han smiled again, but I can assure you that I will definitely resurrect your father, Hatake Tsukumo. Lord Hangguang, Hatake Kakashi said in a loud voice. Call me your lord, I'm your father's good brother. Lu Han smiled. Hatake Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then he said, Hangguang. Hangguang, uncle. Yeah, Lu Han nodded with satisfaction. From today onwards, the future 6th generation of Konoha, Hokage, will be his nephew. While Lu Han and Hatake Kakashi were talking, there was a very strange atmosphere inside and outside the Hokage building. The silent needle drop could be heard. They all heard it. Lu Han didn't lower his voice to hide anything. He wants to resurrect White Fang. It was said in public. Shocked is no longer enough to describe the mood of everyone present. Han Guang, he dared to say resurrecting others casually. Bring the dead back to life. This kind of thing only exists in legends. Even gods don't seem to have this ability. Resurrection, the mystery of life and death. Orochimaru, who had been pretending to be transparent and silent, flashed a gleaming look in his eyes. Sarutobi Lake Biwa and Sarutobi Yushuin both looked at Lu Han with a complex look in shock. Kaharu Udatane was also surprised. Lu Han patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder again, then turned his head to look at Kaharu Udatane, just opened his mouth to say something, but before he made a sound, Kaharu Udatane said very excitedly, you stole White Fang's body. Obviously, it's me. Lu Han curled the corner of his mouth, he didn't like the word, steal. Can you really revive White Fang? Kaharu Udatane asked again. Of course, Lu Han said casually. That, Kaharu Udatane took a deep breath, can you, too, resurrect Hiruzen? Quiet. Another terrifying silence. Only Lu Han looked relaxed and casual. I was able to resurrect Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he didn't die for more than 7 days. It was easy for me to resurrect him, it didn't take a few months. Lu Han said with a smile, paused, his face suddenly turned cold, but why should I resurrecting him? Resurrecting a person, after all, there is a price to pay. To me, White Fang is a brother and a close friend. I feel that his death is not worth it. I am willing to pay the price for him and resurrect him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why should I resurrect him? Kill him again, huh? Quote. It clear that Lu Han will never resurrect Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hangguang, Lord Hangguang, Ultimate's excited shout suddenly sounded, and Sarutobi Yushuin suddenly broke free from a few Anbu ninjas who were blocking him, rushed forward a few steps, plop, and knelt on the ground. Lord Hangguang. Please. Whatever happened, those are over, aren't they? I beg you, resurrect my father, I beg you. Lu Han looked at Sarutobi Yushuin indifferently, watching him begging, watching him kowtow, unmoved. Tsunade gave Luhan a complicated look, then withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and said nothing. Here, the only person who can effectively persuade Luhan is Tsunade. But Tsunade knew that she couldn't do this. She couldn't disagree with Luhan on such an occasion and ask Luhan to resurrect his enemy. That's not good. Even if that person is her teacher. The man has gold under his knees. Get up, Yu Xuan. The grievance between me and your father is beyond your comprehension. It doesn't make any sense for me to resurrect him. He is not a peaceful person, neither am I. The result. Only can I kill him again. After Luhan said calmly, he stopped looking at Sarutobi Yu Xuan. His eyes swept to Kaharu Udatane, and then looked at the other Konoha executives around him, and said loudly, my grievance with Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a problem. It's not finished. Since so much has been said, there is no need to hide the rest. Actually, the biggest reason I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the grudges related to others. During the 10 years when I died or fell asleep, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not harm my close relatives, my wife, my son. In fact, I also thought that after I was resurrected, I announced my return, and I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, joined hands to bring peace to this troubled world, but unfortunately this is only my own idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen regards me as a threat. After I was resurrected, the first time I revealed my whereabouts was in the country of Vortex. Tsunade was in danger in the country of Vortex. The demigod Hanzo was led by Black Zetsu, a subordinate of Uchiha Madara, and found Tsunade for the legendary Cold Light treasure. The treasure is indeed there. I gave it to Tsunade. Welcome to grab it. This is a digression. I killed Hanzo, but I couldn't help revealing my abilities, and Akatsuki was finally known by Black Zetsu to reveal my true identity. Black Zetsu knew it, Uchiha Madara knew it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew it too. After that, if Sarutobi Hiruzen chooses to turn against Uchiha Madara, there may be more discussions, but he didn't. He chose to continue to cooperate with Uchiha Madara, and they teamed up against me. When Orochimaru returned to Konoha that night, I was afraid that Uchiha Madara would take Uchiha Makoto as a hostage and threaten me, so I asked Orochimaru to secretly take Makoto away, but Orochimaru was blocked by Anbu and the Root organization, because at that time Tai Shuo, that is, Wu Feng, he didn't know about my resurrection, so he started with Orochimaru outside the village, and then he learned about me from Orochimaru. This is also the reason why Wu Feng assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen betrayed his promise, he once said to Wu Feng that he would definitely give Wu Feng a chance to kill Uchiha Madara. The cooperation is only temporary. Wu Feng is only loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to avenge me, and does not mind the cooperation with Uchiha Madara. But Sarutobi Hiruzen. You said, I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, is it wrong? Chapter 1013_ I almost became your adoptive father. Luhan fully described his grievances with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, as a caring person, if it was not necessary, Luhan would not kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. For example, now, the chaos caused is very big. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If he doesn't kill him, he will give him the chance to plot against him. Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong? That question again. Luhan didn't hear any rebuttals for this question, because the biggest reason Luhan said was unsolvable. This was his personal grievance with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the two of them must die. In killing and being killed, Luhan was not at fault. I've said what I have to say. Since you have no doubts, I don't want to say anything more. I have always had clear grudges. If any one of you wants to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen, come to me. I am cold, and I will accompany you to the end. Luhan spread his hands and slowly turned around in place. No one spoke, and the surroundings were quiet. Actually, I don't want to come today, but I don't want Tsunade to come here alone. My grievance with Sarutobi Hiruzen is a matter of the two of us and has nothing to do with Tsunade, so I also hope you don't make trouble. Luhan finished. He walked to Tsunade's side 2 more steps, took her by the shoulders gently, and whispered in his ear, "Go in, no one will embarrass you anymore, I'll watch in the dark." Tsunade pursed the corner of his lower lip and nodded obediently. Luhan looked back at Hitaki Kakashi next to him, patted Hitaki Kakashi on the shoulder with his hand, and said with a smile, "Let's talk when we have time." Okay, Uncle Hangwang," Kakashi replied cautiously. Luhan was about to leave. Everyone could see that no one was stopping him. Sarutobi Yushuin was still kneeling on the ground, his head bowed, and he didn't say a word. "Hangwang, did you just leave like this? Why didn't you make it clear?" Musashi, whose eyes flickered, suddenly took a step forward and said aloud, "He is no longer afraid of Hangwang, because he felt it. Hangwang said so many words, it is to quell the trouble, so now, it is impossible for him to kill people in anger because of some verbal conflict, otherwise, what he said before will be in vain." "Say what?" Luhan turned to look at Musashi, a strange look flashed in his eyes. "There's no reason to say it." Musashi's voice was weird. "You said that before, about the Senju family, about Uchiha Leung, about White Fang, okay. Since the adults present didn't refute you, I won't say anything, just take those it's true, but you said that Lord Hokage colluded with Uchiha Madara to plot against you. Everything is your guess, right? Do you have any evidence? You don't need any evidence, just say you know what evidence, is there any?" Musashi had a sneer in his eyes, because he knew that Hangwang didn't have any evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Black Zetsu just discussed a plan and didn't do anything at all. How could there be evidence? I said, in fact, what I don't want to explain is what you asked me to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Luhan said indifferently, turning around and leaving. Then you have no evidence. Musashi suddenly shouted, "You are maliciously slandering Hokage-sama." Luhan took a step forward, stopped again, tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. In fact, he knew that Musashi was deliberately provoking him. At this time, the more he said, the more suspicious he would be. Musashi's mentality at this time did not want to change the situation with a few words. He just wanted to turn the tide. Confused, so that Luhan can't explain clearly, in this way, even if Konoha can't seek revenge for Hangwang again, he won't let Hangwang return to Konoha. Your loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not ordinary. Luhan turned around and looked at Musashi, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Of course, being loyal to Hokage-sama is your duty as a Konoha ninja. Musashi also sneered. Really? Luhan raised his eyebrows slightly, but why do I think that your allegiance is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Uchiha Madara? Huh. Musashi snorted, his eyes unchanged. It's ridiculous. Hangwang, are you changing the subject? No, this is not to change the subject. In fact, I wanted to talk about your problem for a long time, just because you are not that important, so I intend to put this matter aside first, but since you jumped out repeatedly, then I have to say. My question. It's getting more and more ridiculous. Do you know who you are? Luhan asked. Musashi's eyes changed. This question. He really didn't know. Because he is an orphan, he was raised by Anbu since he was a child. In fact, he has also pursued his past, but there is no clue, even Anbu Ninja does not know how he came. I am Musashi. Musashi said naturally. No, you're not Musashi. Luhan shook his head at him, suddenly raised his finger and pointed in the direction where Anbu ninjas gathered, and said, Bailey, tell him how he got into Anbu. Everyone looked at Bonin Hyuga. Although they didn't know why Hangwang said this, it sounded like Hangwang was going to break the news. 12 years ago, Lord Hangwang, who was temporarily in charge of Konoha, carried Musashi, who was still a baby, into Anbu. Hyuga Bonin calmly said, he was one of the very few people in Anbu who knew the origin of Akatsuki Musashi. Musashi's eyes had completely changed. He looked at Bonin Hyuga and then at Luhan. He clenched his fists. This is something he doesn't know at all. Who would have thought that the current leader of the Root organization was actually carried into Anbu by Hangwang back then? He was only 12 years old. 12 years ago, Uchiha Madara's subordinate, White Zetsu, dumped you as a baby in the courtyard where I lived. Luhan walked towards Musashi slowly, step by step. At that time, you were just a few months old. Very young. At that time, I and Tsunade and Luo Ning had been unable to have children. Tsunade even proposed to adopt you, but I refused because you had some problems. In the end, I decided to place you in Anbu, and I almost became you the adoptive father, you know. Senju Tianzheng. Quote. Luhan had already walked to Musashi, and when he said the name, Senju Tianzheng, his hands were like lightning, and he took off Musashi's mask. Chapter 1014_Sen Luo Tianzheng. With a youthful face, Luhan could see some shadow of his father on Musashi's face. They grew up a lot alike. It's really so young. 12 years old. Senju. His last name is Senju. Is he a Senju ninja? It's incredible that the leader of the root is so young. His talent is terrifying. There was an incredible screeching sound all around. In Konoha, not counting Anbu, very few people knew Musashi's true identity and real age. Musashi was so powerful and ruthless that people couldn't guess at all. Only 12 years old, even if he is very thin. Even Kaharu Udatane looked surprised. Although she knew Musashi's age, she didn't know how Musashi got into Anbu. She thought it was an orphan found during Anbu's ninja mission, so she brought it back for adoption. Musashi's expression was a little dull. When Luhan took off his mask, he didn't hide, but he didn't hide at all. He was already stunned by Luhan's words, adoptive father. Almost become his adopted son. Senju Tianzheng. My name is Senju Tianzheng. Musashi muttered to himself, looking at Luhan's indifferent eyes, suddenly seemed to be frightened, and took a few steps back. His eyes became sharp, seemed a little nervous, and shouted, so what? Even if you send me into Anbu, what does it matter? You gave me the surname Senju. Or did Tsunade give it to me? Does it matter? You don't avoid it. My question, you. Shut up. I haven't finished yet. Luhan interrupted Musashi with a low drink. The breath suddenly became violent, and terrifying coercion rushed towards Musashi. Musashi's face suddenly tightened. I was just talking about how you got into Anbu. In fact, what I really want to say is, your relationship with Uchiha Madara. Luhan raised his voice a lot and said loudly, you should remember, I said before, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's experiment that cut off the heritage of the Senju clan, there was one survivor and one failed experiment. This test body is called Sen Luo. Luhan slowly moved and continued. Sen Luo underwent the experiment in Konoha for 16 years, and he failed, leaving a very serious sequelae. In short, this sequelae is it will drive him crazy, very aggressive, and it is worth mentioning that the Sharingan he transplants is extraordinary. It is Mangekyo Sharingan, from Uchiha Kagami who died in the First Ninja War. Danzo imprisoned him and locked him in the root organization station. Sen Luo has a strong strength, but because of the problem of frequent madness, he is rarely released. Danzo uses him as an ace, only super difficult ones. It is a secret mission that I will shoot him out. Danzo controlled Sen Luo with a spell, controlled Sen Luo's life and death, and ensured that Sen Luo would not betray. In the blink of an eye, after more than 30 years in Konoha, Sen Luo's condition became more and more serious. According to his own words, he would not survive the 35 years of Konoha. I've also said before that Danzo has sent people to assassinate me many times, and once again, it was Senra. That time, I was on a mission to eradicate missing Nin in the Land of Water because I killed the village of Kurigakure in order to ensure my safe return to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo to send Sen Luo to meet me, but Danzo privately ordered that Sen Luo kill me. But Sen Luo didn't kill me. I was not Sen Luo's opponent at that time. He was really powerful, but he was forced to perform his mission. He always resented Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was them who made Sen Luo. I have become a ghost and a ghost. Sen Luo saw hope in me, the hope of killing Danzo. He felt that I had talent, and I had a grudge against Danzo, so he let me go and I made a deal that I would kill Danzo for him and for myself. Just like that, I became friends with Sen Luo, and I am also his only friend in this world. In the 34th year of Konoha, Senluo fell in love with a female ninja from a root organization. In 35 years, the female ninja gave birth to a son for Senluo, and then the female ninja was executed by Danzo. Then, Danzo used this child. In order to coerce, Senluo was forced to perform a lore mission. At that time, Senluo was about to die, and his condition deteriorated to ultimate. Quote. On the eve of Danzo's defection to Konoha, the last time he sent someone to kill me, it was Senluo, who really wanted to do something to me for the sake of the child, but I was finally persuaded that it was in the Valley of the End, and Hanzo was under the planning of Uchiha Madara. Knowing my whereabouts, came to assassinate, I joined forces with Senluo to fight Hanzo and more than 10 strong men from a Megakure village. Senluo was beheaded by Hanzo. That's why I hunted down Hanzo. But Hanzo never gave up and wanted to kill me. He contacted Kazekage 3 on the way to escape. I killed Kazekage 3, but Hanzo escaped after losing an arm. Later, Danzo betrayed Konoha. As I said before, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that I would go back and kill him, so he let him go. I promised Senluo to find his son, so I went to find Danzo. In the country of the vortex, I found and killed Danzo, but I didn't find the child. Later, I learned that Senluo didn't die at all, but was secretly rescued by Uchiha Madara. Senluo's child was also taken away by Uchiha Madara first. Uchiha Madara used this child, and Senra's hatred for Konoha, to prompt Senra to launch a suicide attack on Konoha. That was the day Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared. Senra led hundreds of dead men to raid Konoha, inflicting numerous casualties on Konoha. With tens of thousands of casualties, it was the most serious damage since the establishment of Konoha village, and that person is Senra. Quote. He was born in the Senju family, so his real name is Senju Senra. It was him who caused the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is an avenger. Luhan, who was pacing back and forth, finally stopped, paused, and suddenly turned to look at Musashi. And you, it's that child, Senju Senluo's son, Senju Tianzhong. Chapter 10:15_ for all purposes. As for Musashi's true identity, Luhan figured it out. Orochimaru told him something about Konoha. Orochimaru knew that Musashi was only 12 years old and grew up in Anbu. There is no doubt that among the people Luhan knows, only this one fits the time when Senju Tianzhong entered Anbu. After all, Luhan sent him in. Musashi is Senra's son after all, and he will always inherit some of Senra's body. And as the son of the test body, he is abnormal, and it is not surprising that he can serve as the leader of the root organization at the age of 12. Musashi was already standing there, dumbfounded. He knows who Senju Senro is. Because it was he who inherited the roots, he knew the origin of Senju Senluo, and he knew that Senju Senluo was the ace of the root organization. When Senju Senluo attacked Konoha so sensationally, he naturally knew everything. He didn't expect that the pitiful and hateful freak to Konoha turned out to be his father. Uchiha Madara would not tell him such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know the origin of Musashi at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen only discovered his talent when he was very young and cultivated it vigorously. Musashi will have today's character, which has a great relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen's deliberate guidance. Were thousands of Konoha ninjas around, and many of them looked at Musashi wrongly. Senju Senra hurt Konoha too much back then, and Konoha's ninjas couldn't forget it. Kaharu Udatane looked at Musashi in astonishment, then at Luhan, scanning back and forth. She didn't know this kind of inside story. Not only him, none of the other Konoha executives knew about it. Luhan himself was in charge of handling this matter back then, sending Musashi into Anbu. Except Tsunade, only a few people knew about Anbu. No, you lied. This is a story you made up. Musashi suddenly became very excited, raised his finger and Luhan, impossible. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. You want to kick me out of Konoha, right? Ha ha ha, you have no evidence. You have no evidence. Musashi laughed nervously, as if seeing through everything. He was right, Luhan wanted to drive him out of Konoha. Musashi himself did not hurt Konoha. On the contrary, when he was under Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did a lot of things to protect Konoha. Is innocent. But the fact that Senluo did back then was too bad. The dead were not one or two, but thousands, and the injured were tens of thousands, and half of them were destroyed by Senluo's Mokuten, wood style. Moreover, when Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared back then, it was directly related to Senluo. In this case, once Konoha confirms Musashi's true identity, even if he will not do anything to him, at least, he can no longer be the leader of the root organization, take away all his current glory and power, and make him a normal Konoha ninja. Musashi will also be subject to a lot of strange eyes, and even be monitored. In this case, Musashi is impossible to stay in Konoha. Furthermore, if Konoha catches Musashi and finds out what the hell Musashi has done, then he will be dead. Putting it on other ninjas is just a fault, and putting it on Musashi may be labeled as untrustworthy. You're right, I just want you to get out of Konoha. Luhan calmly said, but, what I said is true. Not only that, the object of your allegiance is actually Uchiha Madara right now. Right. It was Uchiha Madara who asked White Zetsu to send you back to Konoha. I know you have a problem, but you are Senra's son after all. I can't kill you, and I can't abandon you, so I can only arrange you into Anbu. I want to wait for you to grow up, and then observe and observe. Unfortunately, in that battle 10 years ago, although I won Uchiha Madara, I lost my life. I don't know what Uchiha Madara did to you, but, oh, how could Uchiha Madara let you go and send it back? Not for nothing. You, Musashi's eyes were a little confused, his nervous expression fluctuated, he wanted to scold and refute something, but he didn't immediately think, you, ha ha ha, you have no evidence, you still have no evidence. You are this framing. I'm just saying what I know, as for your so-called evidence. Luhan sneered, turned slightly, and glanced at the surrounding Konoha ninjas. They will check. You should believe in the power of Konoha, this is not I should be worried. Enough. Tianzheng. Luhan shouted in a low voice, and the terrifying power pressed against Musashi. I don't want to waste words with you. I will leave Konoha in 3 days. You, do your best don't mess around. As soon as Luhan's voice fell, he didn't give Musashi any chance to speak. With a flick of his body, he disappeared into place out of thin air. No trace. The ninjas present, even the strongest Namikaze Minato didn't know where Luhan went, and couldn't feel it. But everyone knows that Han Guang is watching everything in secret, and if anyone dares to harm Tsunade, it will definitely set off a catastrophe against Konoha. Near the Hokage building, in a tall tower, next to the top floor window, Luhan appeared out of thin air, glanced at the situation in front of the Hokage building, and put his hands together to hand seal, psychic. Bang! Meow! The furry little guy Shadow Cat appeared on Luhan's shoulder with white smoke. Yuying, temporarily give up the task of monitoring Nohara Rin and start monitoring Musashi. If you find out that he has seen any special people or has done anything special, let me know immediately after you understand it. Luhan ordered. Meow. Shadow Cat responded and disappeared out of thin air. Luhan looked out the window again, looking at the many figures in front of the Hokage building, and squinting slightly when he heard the cluttered voices. Uchiha Madara, will it come? This is what Luhan is thinking about now. Luhan first revealed that he can revive himself and others, and then revealed Musashi's identity, all pointing to one thing. Uchiha Madara. Musashi, will you go to Uchiha Madara for evidence? Chapter 1016_ I promise you that. In front of the Hokage building. After Luhan disappeared out of thin air, Musashi had been standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Everyone was looking at him, and he became the new focus. It is impossible for Konoha to ignore this matter. The leader of the Konoha root organization, you must know that the root belongs to Anbu but has independent power. If everything Han Guang said was true, it would be extremely dangerous for Musashi to continue to be the leader of the root organization. No, it won't be like this. Musashi muttered, shook his head, quickly picked up the mask and put it on his face, took a step back and disappeared. Call, 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 call. A number of root ninjas who were still alive around at the same time, hand seal, also disappeared. They are gone, no one is going to stop them. Namikaze Minato has this kind of power, but didn't do it. Because Musashi can't be convicted of crime. Everything was said by Luhan. Even if it was very credible, Konoha couldn't believe it immediately. What's even more embarrassing is that since Konoha is in the transition period of power and there is no Hokage, it is not a few words to dismiss Musashi. In the matter of words, there must be a general meeting. He's that guy's son. I think what Han Guang said is true. He was with Uchiha Madara. Could it be said that he, Lord Hokage, cooperated with Uchiha Madara? Musashi, as the leader of the root, will definitely participate in it. As for whether the object of his true allegiance is Uchiha Madara, but looking at Musashi's reaction, he doesn't seem to know his background. It doesn't seem like he is pretending. The discussion inside and outside the Hokage building has been frying, and the shock is constant. Their focus seems to be completely shifted. Han Guang killed Hokage, this is the biggest thing, but now they are more concerned about the situation of Musashi. Kaharu Udatane looked around, gestured to the guards nearby, and then approached Tsunade, whispered something, and walked side by side with Tsunade into the Hokage building, followed by Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Homura Mitokado and others. The faceless are also always near Tsunade. Under the hint of Bonin Hyuga, there were several Anbu ninjas who separated Lake Sarutobi Biwa intentionally or unintentionally, reducing the chance of Tsunade coming into contact with Lake Sarutobi Biwa. As an official ninja with the oldest and highest status in Anbu today, what Hyuga Bonin wants most now is not to change anything, but to hope that everything goes well and don't make trouble again. Matsuri worships Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade's heart is still extremely complicated. Right and wrong. For Tsunade, it is not important anymore. She is her husband on the one hand, and her teacher on the other. If she has to care, it will be painful only herself. Hokage building first floor lobby. Since the day Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle, this place has been set up as a mourning hall. It is extremely huge, and it is not a problem to accommodate 1,000 people. However, at this time, there are not many people in the mourning hall. Afterwards, it became even more difficult for idlers to enter, and some Jonin wanted to come into Matsuri to worship Sarutobi Hiruzen, but they couldn't. The guards of Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado followed behind, as well as Anbu and the others, several high-ranking Konoha leaders, great clan chiefs, and more than 100 people in total, all followed into the mourning hall, watching Tsunade from behind. No matter what was on their minds at the moment, whether their emotions towards Tsunade were mixed or disgusting, they knew a thing. Look at it, if she wants Matsuri to worship, let her worship Matsuri, don't mess around. The cold light is staring in the dark. The mourning hall, a dark yuhi-colored coffin was placed in the middle of 2 rows of candles. Several ninjas from the Sarutobi family knelt by the side, dressed Sarutobi Hiruzen in sackcloth and filial piety, and thanked the visitors. Tsunade walked to the coffin, tilted his head and whispered to Kaharu Udatane, then looked at the coffin, dazed. Kaharu Udatane asked people to bring several sets of filial piety and distributed them to Tsunade, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato and others. They put on robes and filial piety for Sarutobi Hiruzen in public. Tsunade and Orochimaru were apprentices, and Namikaze Minato was the grandson of the apprentice. Then, the 3 of them worshipped Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn. Coffin. Matsuri lay. The whole process didn't last long. Tsunade couldn't stand the look in the back of Sarutobi Lake Biwa. After completing Matsuri worship, he took off his filial attire and accompanied Kaharu Udatane to the Hokage building. Luhan was always watching Tsunade secretly, and at the same time he was also observing the important people in Konoha. If Luhan didn't explain before, the attitude of those people towards Tsunade would definitely not be that good, but now it's different. Luhan understood that they believed what he said. Even if some people don't want to believe on the surface, deep down they believe it. In this case, the affairs between Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be suppressed at the level of personal grievances and will not involve others, and Tsunade, although Luhan's wife, is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct disciple, the former Konoha Sannin, after all. There are going to be some changes. In the original book, she is Hokage of the 5th generation. Although she has been away from Konoha for many years, she can directly serve as Hokage to calm down the unrest after returning to Konoha. But now, because of me, Luhan secretly watched Tsunade and thought to himself. Suddenly he had some new ideas. One involves him, Tsunade, and even the idea of turning the world upside down. Afternoon. At Kaharu Udatene's house, Tsunade never went out again after returning with Kaharu Udatane. Luhan also appeared again and sat down to talk with Kaharu Udatane. The topic was mainly about Uchiha Madara and Musashi. This was the first thing Kaharu Udatane needed. Solved problem. In fact, Luhan couldn't come up with direct evidence to prove Musashi's allegiance to Uchiha Madara. Most of it was speculation. He said everything he could say. After Kaharu Udatane's inquiries, Luhan said some details, but most of them were useless. At the end of the sentence, Kaharu Udatane suddenly said casually, "Can you really not resurrect Lord Hokage?" Luhan froze for a moment, squinting at Kaharu Udatane. He didn't expect Kaharu Udatane to suddenly say this. If you can really resurrect Hiruzen." Kaharu Udatane looked at Luhan with serious eyes. "I can assure you that Hiruzen will retire, and you will be the 4th Hokage of Konoha." Chapter 10-17 Uchiha Obito. Unlike the pleadings of others, Kaharu Udatane came up with a heavy stake. She thought very clearly that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen survived, because Luhan said those things, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige and Konoha ninja's opinion of him will be different. Kaharu Udatane does not think Sarutobi Hiruzen is still suitable for Hokage. In all aspects, Hengwang is better than Hokage. He is more suitable. Uchiha Madara's collaboration issue. The problem of losing the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words. Kaharu Udatane believes that as long as Hengwang can revive Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he will be able to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to retire and help Hengwang rise to power. Hengwang's current problems were originally caused by killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive, most of the problems can be solved. The rest are just small issues. Example, on that day, Hengwang not only killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also killed nearly 200 Konoha ninjas, including elite Jonin and other great masters. However, those who first died in the hands of Hengwang were basically Sarutobi Hiruzen loyalists. There are not many of Sarutobi Hiruzen's die-hard loyalists. Although there are more people who do it, most of them are only injured. In fact, from another point of view, those people died in the hands of Hengwang, but they cleared the obstacles for Hengwang's superior. After all, Konoha still has tens of thousands of ninjas. The main battle legion is outside, and he has not come back. There was no main battle legion against Hengwang that day. He had no conflict with the legion and the legion leader. Other conflicts are really small conflicts. Luhan looked at Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane also looked at Luhan. Luhan frowned, but Kaharu Udatane was extremely serious. At this time, Orochimaru and Tsunade were not in the lobby, so they went to the door, because Kaharu Udatane said before that, after Jiraiya came back, Tsunade and Orochimaru were discussing about Jiraiya at the door. Jiraiya is the most loyal disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So once he comes back, once he knows that Hengwang is here, he is likely to be in big trouble. Tsunade doesn't want Jiraiya to be impulsive. In that case, he will die. Sorry. Luhan finally responded to Kaharu Udatane, shaking his head. Lord Kaharu, I can't revive him. I said that if I revive anyone, I have to pay a price, and this price is not worth it for Sarutobi Hiruzen. And you should get the feeling that I don't have a lot of ideas about being Hokage. If I want to be Hokage, I just need to gather evidence about what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, put what he did, and get out of Konoha, kill some people, the enemies of Konoha, and kill another group of people within Konoha, those who oppose me. Then I can be Hokage. No one can stop me. And I think, Lord Kaharu Udatane, you will not oppose me either. Quote. Kaharu Udatane was silent. Lu Han was right. He has enough conditions to reach the top of Hokage by might. It is true that Kaharu Udatane cannot oppose him, but will help him. She does not oppose it. One is because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, and the other is because Han Guang has the ability to end this ninja war. As early as 10 years ago, during the Second Ninja World War, Han Guang had proved that he was not only a powerful ninja with outstanding talent, but also an excellent ruler. The Second Ninja War seems to have been ended by the return of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, Kaharu Udatane knew that the greater credit was still on Han Guang, who was deceased at that time. You hate him that much? Kaharu Udatane asked. It's not a question of hate or hate. Lu Han shook his head and didn't say any more. What's your plan after that? Kaharu Udatane didn't insist any longer and changed the subject. She understood the grudge between Lu Han and Sarutobi Hiruzen, so she didn't hold grudges against anyone, and she understood that Han Guang respected her because of the time when they worked together before. For the love, she can't be forced to say something unpleasant. It is called shameless. I'm going to kill Uchiha Madara. He must die. It's in my hands. After that, I haven't thought about it in detail. The news of my resurrection has spread throughout the ninja world. There will always be some trouble. I have to think solution. ... At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun fills Konoha. Still the home of Kaharu Udatane. Anbu has already dispatched additional staff to completely block the place. There are also a large number of Hyuga clan scouts patrolling and monitoring the vicinity to ensure that no outsiders are approaching. It is all arranged by Kaharu Udatane. She really doesn't want anyone to make trouble again. Don't get cold. This is the attitude that Konoha should have towards Han Guang at the moment. Kaharu Udatane is no longer at home at the moment. She left an hour ago. There are too many things for her to deal with. Today, because of the cold light, she has been delayed a lot, but she can't stay with her all the time. Lu Han and Tsunade have officially settled here in Kaharu Udatane. Orochimaru left half an hour ago and left the village of Konoha. There was news from outside that Jiraiya had returned, and he went to greet him. There were only Lu Han and Tsunade in the house. Tsunade was in the kitchen. The two hadn't even eaten lunch. Now, she was preparing dinner. In fact, she doesn't need to cook by herself. Kaharu Udatane rarely cooks by herself, and always has someone make it and deliver it, but Tsunade's mood has been difficult to calm down. She just wants to find something to do and give her attention. Matsuri has worshipped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade won't leave this yard again these days. Meow. On the square wooden table in the lobby, the shadow cat appeared out of thin air. Sitting at the table, Lu Han, who closed his eyes and thought about things, opened his eyes, tilted his head and asked, "How is it? What did you find?" Meow. Musashi met someone and said something about Uchiha Madara. Who is it? I don't know that person, and I haven't seen him in the portraits I've seen before. Shadow Cat said with a crooked head. Oh, what does it look like? Lu Han asked. That person is not very old, about the same as Musashi. He may be a little taller, but he is also very thin, but he is very ugly. Shadow Cat shook his head and recalled, he has a large scar on his face, and the left eye is Sharingan. Sharingan. Lu Han interrupted Shadow Cat, stunned for a moment, then his face changed suddenly, and suddenly stood up and said, "Where did you see it?" It's Uchiha Obito. Chapter 1018_Shy Boy. Uchiha Obito is actually in Konoha village. What exactly is Uchiha Madara going to do? Has he finished blackening Obito? Or, ready to do it at Konoha? Thoughts flashed in Luhan's mind. Since he had completely disrupted the plot of the original novel, and Sarutobi Hirazen's death made everything different, he couldn't be sure at all, Uchiha Madara's purpose for letting Obito return to Konoha. It's in the forest behind Hokage Rock, there's a hut there. Shadow Cat replied. After Musashi left at noon, he gathered all the root ninjas, then sat in a tree in a daze, and went there after a long time. That hut, that man, was in that hut. Luhan's face changed, thinking, and slowly sat back on the chair. And what did they say? Speaking about Uchiha Madara, Musashi seemed to want to know about Senju Senra from that person, but he didn't say it explicitly, and asked side by side, and that person didn't seem to know anything. He should be with Uchiha Madara. Time also it's not long, and he himself said that he rarely listens to Uchiha Madara's conversation with Ju. Quote. Yeah, good. Luhan nodded and disappeared. In the kitchen, Tsunade was absent-mindedly washing the dishes, and he seemed to have no energy. Luhan appeared behind Tsunade out of thin air, hugged Tsunade's shoulder, and kissed Tsunade's cheek sideways, then whispered, I'll go out for a while, I'll be back at night at the latest. Well, let's go. Tsunade nodded, without asking where Luhan was going. Luhan flashed back to the lobby again. Go, take me there. Meow. One person and one cat disappeared one after another out of thin air. ... The soft sunset light splashed in the endless forest, the breeze caressed the fragrance of flowers, the leaves rustled, the insects and birds sang, and it was peaceful. This is the back mountain of Konoha village. The serene and peaceful appearance on the surface hides the real danger. Generally, ninjas who are not familiar with the layout of the Konoha back mountain forest can only follow a fixed route. Of course, for Luhan, with his strength, even if he is not clear what is the difference between the layout of the back mountain of Konoha now and 10 years ago, it can also be ignored. Meow. The shadow cat appeared on the tree branch dozens of meters high, jumping and leading the way. Luhan appeared with it and followed closely behind. Not long after. Route station. Luhan said with a heart, the shadow cat has brought him into the defense area of the route station. This is a place where even Anbu ninjas can't set foot freely. If Uchiha Obito is really placed here, it would be extremely safety. Currently there is no Hokage in Konoha. Musashi has the right to prevent anyone from setting foot here. The insight map showed that there were more than 10 Yuhi names a few kilometers ahead, all of whom were root ninjas. Be careful, avoid them. Luhan said. Meow. Shadow Cat responded and disappeared again, followed by Luhan. One person and one cat no longer appeared in the bright spot, but they were still moving forward. After a few minutes. In the canopy of the towering tree, Luhan appeared out of thin air under the cover of dense leaves, and the shadow cat appeared on his shoulder. The Konoha mentioned by Shadow Cat is just 100 meters away. It is not very big. It looks like it is newly built. The window of Konoha is open, and you can vaguely see a figure shaking inside. Uchiha Obito, Luhan thought, but didn't go over immediately. He's thinking about what to do with Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Obito should not have been blackened, and the insight map also shows that there is only one Yuhi name in the wooden house, the big Yuhi name Musashi, and the other one, the orange name. If Obito has become Yuhi's name, Luhan doesn't need to think about it, just kill him. Anyway, the blackened him, like Uchiha Madara, is a lunatic who was deceived by Black Zetsu, and will have to be killed sooner or later. But now. In fact, for Luhan, the most important thing now is to lure Uchiha Madara to Konoha village. Although Luhan has already run out some bait, he still cannot guarantee that Uchiha Madara will come in person, bait. Naturally, the more the better. There are root ninjas outside the wooden house. These guys are cold-blooded killing machines who only obey the root leader, so although Musashi may be kicked out of Konoha, they are still loyal to Musashi and do their jobs. I want to see the teacher, but I don't know how he is. You look like a ghost or a ghost, who do you want to meet? Stay here honestly. After Lord Hokage is buried, I will arrange a suitable identity for you and find a suitable opportunity to meet them. The voice of Obito talking to Musashi could be heard faintly. It can be heard that Musashi does not have the ability to control Obito. He is just using words to stimulate Obito, making him feel inferior and afraid to see people. When Luhan heard this, his heart moved, and he disappeared. In the wooden house, there are no other furnishings, only a long log collapsed. Uchiha Obito was sitting on the edge of the wooden deck, holding his head in his hands and looking down at the ground, looking very painful. Musashi stood by the window, staring at Uchiha Obito. He had asked Uchiha Obito a lot of questions before, and he talked sideways, about Uchiha Madara, about Senju Senra. But Obito didn't say anything. Musashi can confirm that Obito didn't lie. He really doesn't know those things, because Musashi can read people's hearts. He can see the true reflection of Obito's heart when he says a certain sentence, and he is very good at distinguishing truth from falsehood. However, Musashi has a new idea. Now Uchiha Obito is in his hands. If what Han Guang said is true, Uchiha Madara really controlled Senju Senluo, then don't walk around. The food will be delivered to you when it gets dark, and I still have something to deal with. Musashi said hoarsely, his eyes fixed on Obito, and then he walked out. Call. Just when Musashi walked to the door, before his foot stepped out of the threshold, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, very close to him. Musashi was startled. He fully reacted at once, and took a few steps back in fright. Cold light. A terrifying enemy that made him unable to even raise the courage to take action. Luhan glanced at Musashi, tilted his head to look at Uchiha Obito, who was diagonally behind, and said, I'll take you to see Namikaze Minato. Chapter 10:19_carry away. A person suddenly appeared at the door, frightened Musashi back. Obito didn't see these, although he felt someone was coming, but he was indifferent. It didn't matter who he loved. He didn't panic until Luhan said that. Raised his head. Luhan looked at him. This was an extremely ugly boy. Half of his body had been repaired. It looked not only a different color from his normal skin color, but also twisted scars. He only had one eye left, a third one. Tomo Sharingan. Confused and painful teenager, Uchiha Obito. Obito is also watching Luhan. Because Luhan was wearing a mask, he couldn't tell who it was. Luhan's aura was very obscure but thick, like a foggy abyss where ancient giant beasts were dormant. Who are you? Obito asked, looking calm and calm. Cold light, Luhan replied. It's you. Obito's spirit was shocked. He naturally knew who Han Guang was. Konoha's legendary ninja, once the king of the times. Obito knew even more that Han Guang came back to life, killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and seriously injured his teacher Namikaze Minato. Follow me, I'll take you to see Namikaze Minato. Luhan said again. Obito felt a little confused and weird. He didn't understand why Han Guang took himself to see Namikaze Minato, and Han Guang dared to come to Konoha. Uchiha Obito knew nothing about what happened in front of the Hokage building at noon today. Don't. Uchiha Obito lowered his eyes, hugged his head and shook it vigorously. He didn't dare to see anyone. This kind of inferiority is not only related to his character, but also Uchiha Madara's long history instilled in him. Musashi froze there, not daring to move. He is terrified. In front of the Hokage building, if it was just a verbal confrontation, Luhan would not kill him, but it is different here. Luhan found Uchiha Obito who should have died. He only needs to hand over Uchiha Obito, then he is killed. Musashi, no one will say anything. Because of the existence of Obito, it is enough to prove the relationship between Musashi and Uchiha Madara. Outside the door, several root ninjas stood side by side, facing the door, their hands on the hilt of the sword, but they didn't move. First, they know Han Guang. Second, they were waiting for Musashi's order. Obito, you should know that Namikaze Minato misses you so much, and Hitaki Kakashi and Nohara Rin, your teacher, your partner. They were heartbroken over your death. Why are you hiding when you're still alive? At the same time as Luhan spoke, he walked slowly towards Musashi, passing by Musashi, but he didn't even look at Musashi. Uchiha Obito didn't seem to know what to say, with an extremely painful expression on his face. You can't solve any problem by hesitating like this. After all, it's time to meet. But forget it. If you don't want to see me, I'll take you there. Luhan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Obito, and as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from Obito's sight. Boom. As soon as the hand hit the back of Obito's head, Obito passed out before he could react. At this time, Uchiha Obito, although he has inherited the power of Uchiha Madara's yin-yang escape and the power of 6 paths, can't use it at all. He can't even open Mangekyo Sharingan. With Mokuden wood style alone, there is still a huge difference between him and Luhan in terms of strength. Musashi turned to look at Luhan, but remained silent. He already felt that he had stepped into the gate of hell with one foot. If Luhan wanted to kill him, he didn't need any scruples, and he didn't have any escape. Go and tell Uchiha Madara, I'll take him away, and I'll wait for him in Konoha. Luhan looked at Musashi, and then mentioned Obito, who was unconscious, and disappeared in place in a flash. Musashi suddenly turned his head and looked out the door. Sun sets, Yuhisha hangs in the sky, fresh Yuhi is like blood. The lush forest was full of life, but Musashi could not see any anger, nor did he see Luhan, who disappeared without a trace with Uchiha Obito. In the forest, Luhan watched Uchiha Obito run fast. Shadow. Luhan suddenly called out. Meow. The furry little guy appeared on top of Uchiha Obito's head, wagging his tail. Monitor Musashi. If he leaves Konoha, follow him all the time. If he meets Black Zetsu or an extremely old guy, immediately channel me over there. If there is an emergency, you can come back and tell me. Luhan ordered repeatedly. Meow. Shadow Cat responded and disappeared out of thin air. Obito was taken away by Luhan. No matter who Luhan gave him to Konoha, it would lead to Musashi's allegiance to Uchiha Madara being confirmed, because Obito knew about Musashi's relationship with Uchiha Madara, and he would not keep it a secret for Uchiha Madara. There is a high possibility that Musashi will escape from Konoha immediately. He will bring news to Uchiha Madara. He is the new bait thrown by Luhan. Konoha village, which has become very noisy due to the noon incident, has returned to normal, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. What Han Guang said at noon has become the focus of discussions among ordinary Konoha ninjas. Talk still fills the streets of Konoha village. However, Konoha executives are more concerned about Musashi. They can't solve the cold light. But to solve Musashi, as long as the situation of Musashi is confirmed, Konoha executives will definitely take action. A dimly lit conference room on the 3rd floor of the Hokage building. The chandelier hangs above the conference table, illuminating the round dim yellow light, which can only cover the conference table. The 8 people attending the meeting sat around the conference table, outside the light, and darkness enveloped each of them. Let's do it first. Since Bailey confirmed that Musashi was indeed sent to Anbu by Han Guang, then the 8 achievements are true, and there is no need for Han Guang to tell lies. Homura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and said lightly, then glanced at Kaharu beside him Utatane. But I am afraid that I will act too hastily and push Musashi in a hurry. He is the master with all the confidential information of Konoha. Kaharu Utatane said worriedly. Control him first. Hyuga interjected expressionlessly. Bang. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the door to the conference room was kicked open. Luhan carried Uchiha Obito into the conference room. Chapter 1020_Cold Light, Get Out of Here. Into the meeting room of the Hokage building at will. This kind of thing does not happen once in Konoha for many years. The Anbu ninja guarding around the office is not a vegetarian. The senior Konoha in the meeting room did not expect such a thing to happen. This is the Konoha headquarters. It only happened when they encountered an attack, but when they saw that the person who came in was Lu Han, they were all relieved and sat on their chairs without moving. If Hangguang hadn't killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he could not only enter the conference room at will, but may even sit in the middle position as the master. And now, in fact, he is not a break-in, because no one dares to stop him. Lord Hangguang. Kaharu Udatane watched Lu Han carry himself to the conference table, and slowly stood up with his hands on the corner of the table. The expressions of the others were more or less unnatural. Sir Kaharu, sit down and I'll leave right away. Lu Han nodded to Kaharu Udatane, and said that he had already walked to the conference table. With a shake of his shoulders, he threw the unconscious Uchiha Obito on the table. Everyone was startled. Because Uchiha Obito's face is a little scary, those scars, it looks like it's burned, and because Obito's eyes are closed, no one sees his Sharingan. This is... What do you mean? Everyone around the conference table made a low voice of doubt and looked at each other. They didn't recognize who it was, and even Namikaze Minato only thought that he and his dead disciple looked alike. There are so many people in the world who look alike, so naturally it's nothing. He knows about Uchiha Madara and Musashi, and also knows some secrets of Uchiha Madara. If you want to know, just ask him. Lu Han said, glancing at Namikaze Minato. He will be emotionally unstable when he wakes up. If necessary, you can put Kakashi and Nohara Rin found them. Quote. Me. Namikaze Minato was stunned, because Lu Han didn't say it to everyone, or to him on purpose. Yeah, he's your disciple, Uchiha Obito, Lu Han said. Huh. Namikaze Minato's body shook, his expression sluggish, and then he stood up suddenly. The expressions of the others around the conference table also changed. Although Uchiha Obito was only a small person, during the Ninja World War, too many small people like him died, and Konoha executives would not pay attention at all. But Uchiha Obito is different. He is a genius, a Uchiha genius who can open 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 12. Second, he was a disciple of Namikaze Minato, so all the top Konoha people knew about him and knew he was dead. He didn't die at the time. It was Uchiha Madara who saved him and healed him. He was transplanted with Senjuhashirama's cells by Uchiha Madara. For details, wake him up and ask yourself. Lu Han turned and walked out, his voice getting farther away. Boom. After Lu Han left, the door of the office closed again. The office fell into darkness and silence again. Everyone seemed to have lost their minds, staring at Uchiha Obito who was thrown on the conference table, especially Namikaze Minato. Once again, I saw the innocent smile of the cheerful young man. The trouble to Namikaze Minato, or in other words, all the Konoha executives, Lu Han is too lazy to waste time on Uchiha Obito, now Obito is just a bait for him. Perhaps, Obito will tell Konoha executives about the Eye of the Moon plan, which Uchiha Madara may have already told him. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara will die, so will Black Zetsu. Perhaps in the near future, they will die, and the Eye of the Moon project will end. After leaving the Hokage building, Lu Han returned directly to Kaharu Udatane's house, where Tsunade was still waiting. Hangguang. Cold light. Get out of here. Cold light. Cold light. Where are you? Don't hide your head and show your tail, I know you're here. Come out. Come out. In the courtyard, a sturdy middle-aged man with fluffy silver hair shouted wildly, and the whole person looked extremely manic. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, kept turning around, turned his head, and shouted in all directions, again and again. It's Jiraiya. He is back. Orochimaru stood expressionlessly under the tree in the courtyard, holding his shoulders without saying a word. Tsunade stood in front of the house clutching his waist, looking at Jiraiya with a black face. She had already persuaded her, said it, and said harsh words, but Jiraiya didn't listen to the persuasion at all. Simple. Hangguang, you give me. Stop calling. Tsunade made a sharp cry, interrupting Jiraiya's continuous shouting, and then said, I already said it. Han won't see you. He doesn't want to hurt you. I made it very clear about the teacher, that's them. It's a matter of two people. The two ended this grievance by a duel. What else do you want to do? Tsunade's attitude was extremely tough, but his body trembled. Her heart was restless. Because she is afraid. Fearing that Jiraiya will find Hongguang trouble. In that case, Tsunade is likely to be heartbroken again because of the loss of a close friend. Tsunade, you don't have to persuade me. Jiraiya's attitude was also extremely tough, but her eyes were both crazy and sad. Needless to say, I must see Hongguang today. Hongguang, come out for me, don't pretend to be dead, come out. Quote. Jiraiya started yelling at the surroundings again. Orochimaru was still standing not far away, still icy. Tsunade raised his hand to support his forehead, and shook his head, looking like he had a headache. Actually, she doesn't think Jiraiya is really dangerous, because Jiraiya is the kind of person who has everything written on his face and is easy to control, but Orochimaru, people can't figure it out. He may not say a word, it doesn't look good or bad, but it suddenly pops up and shows Kiba. Hongguang, get out of here. Jiraiya's shouting stopped abruptly, and the courtyard fell into an extremely eerie silence, full of horror. Tsunade felt something was wrong and looked up suddenly. Lu Han appeared. Standing opposite Jiraiya, a few meters apart, one of them was calm and indifferent, and the other was panting for breath. Boom. The terrifying aura rose violently in a bursting posture, but saw a glimpse of the shadow flying towards Jiraiya. Chapter 1021 Don't blame Tsunade. Lu Han didn't do anything. If he hasn't said anything yet, he naturally won't do it. The hands-on is Tsunade. When she saw Lu Han appeared, she went into a runaway state, and rushed to Jiraiya in an instant with the momentum of the stormy waves. Her clenched fists had already rubbed against the air to create flames, carrying an unparalleled might. Yes, it hit Jiraiya with a stunned face. Jiraiya is dumbfounded. He didn't expect Tsunade to suddenly do something to himself. No proper response at all. Boom. The violent airflow wrapped Jiraiya and flew up. The space was shaking. Jiraiya slanted into the sky like a cannonball, flew out of the courtyard. People sprayed blood in the air, drawn an arc, and gradually disappeared from Lu Han's sight middle. Silence. Lu Han squinted at Tsunade strangely. Orochimaru, help me go see him. Tsunade said solemnly, tilted his head to glance at Orochimaru, and then slowly put away the posture of punching. His expression became calm, as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru didn't say a word, and Hand Seal disappeared into the courtyard. In the woods in the Kaharu Udatane courtyard, a sturdy human flesh sandbag slammed into the woods, broke 3 trees, and tumbled more than 10 meters on the ground. Finally, it hit a bright stone and bounced. Just stopped. How miserable. Near here, Anbu, Hyuga scouts and more than 100 ninjas all knew what was going on, and they all looked terrified, but they didn't pay attention to Jiraiya, because Orochimaru had already appeared in the woods out of thin air. Orochimaru exuded an icy aura, followed the blood marks and plow marks on the ground, and walked slowly to the stone with his shoulders in his arms. Jiraiya, who was lying down with her head raised, took a deep breath, struggled to sit up abruptly, let out another breath, and then began to cough violently. Although Tsunade's punch took a few layers of strength, it was indeed an injury. Took him. If I were you, I wouldn't be so rash and shouting at Hongguang. Orochimaru looked down at him. His tone was cold. If you do this, you won't get any results you want. About the teacher you don't have to speak coldly. If you do it directly, you will be the one who will die. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a sad face. Cough. Before she could say anything, Jiraiya began to cough violently, and then her throat sweetened, her body swooped forward, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out. At this moment, Jiraiya looked extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, blood was everywhere, weeds and mud were all over his body, and his face was pale and sluggish. Don't blame Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and said again, she is protecting you. Hongguang is her husband. He saved her life, and even gave up his own life for her. so Tsunade will not be with her no matter what. Hangwang did the right thing, she can only do this. It's better for you to be injured than to die. Actually, if it were me, if you really fought with Hangwang, I would stop you, because even if the three of us were tied together, we would not be Hangwang's opponent, and Tsunade wouldn't be. That's all. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties. Quote. Actually Stop talking, I'll take you to the medical department. Orochimaru helped Jiraiya up, pulled Jiraiya's arm around the back of his neck, and walked westward while supporting Jiraiya. In the small courtyard, Luhan and Tsunade walked into the house side by side. Actually, you don't need to do this. Luhan said suddenly, and glanced at Tsunade. I don't necessarily know what to do with him. It's not easy to have close friends in this life. Don't ruin your relationship because of me. Quote. Tsunade pursed his lips, lowered his head, and whispered, he will understand. Into the night. In the bright hall, the three of them were sitting around the same table, having dinner. Tsunade made the dinner. Apart from Luhan and Tsunade, there was only Koharu Utatane, the owner here. After Orochimaru went to take care of Jiraiya, he never came back. As for Orochimaru, Luhan has not figured out what to do with it. Because Orochimaru's state is very unstable, in Luhan's eyes, he is often named Yuhi and often Orange. Luhan knows that he has ideas, but all aspects of restraint make it difficult for Luhan to simply and decisively deal with the problems that Orochimaru may bring. Musashi is gone. Huh. Luhan turned to look at Koharu Utatane, which was the first sentence she said after coming back today. We have confirmed from Uchiha Obito that Musashi is indeed collaborating with Uchiha Madara in private, which is to bypass Hiruzen. Koharu Utatane continued, the ninjas of the root organization have already been controlled. If they cannot be controlled, Minato has already dealt with them. But Musashi was not found. Quote. He should be looking for Uchiha Madara. Luhan replied. Somewhere in the ninja world, an underground cave. The gigantic Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, shone eerily in the firelight, and in the shadow of the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, deep in Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting cross-legged on a futon, breathing like the fury of a storm. The sea is extremely unstable, violent, his white hair is flying, and his wrinkled cheeks are gradually showing a strange vitality. Call. Black Zetsu appeared out of thin air in a rocky clearing dozens of meters away, looking at Uchiha Madara without making a sound immediately. For a long time. The breath on Uchiha Madara's body finally began to stabilize, gradually gathered, and gradually disappeared. When everything was calm, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and said hoarsely, "What's wrong?" The news that Konoha just sent back, Hangwang appeared in public, told about Sarutobi Hiruzen's grievances, and exposed Musashi's identity. At that time, Black Zetsu briefly explained the situation at that time. Although the process was very complicated, it was very difficult for Uchiha Madara. Most of the grudges between Hangwang and Sarutobi Hiruzen have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't care either. Musashi, where's Uchiha Obito? Madara asked, muttering. No news about Obito yet, Black Zetsu continued. Madara pondered. Hangwang mentioned a very important thing when talking about the death of White Fang. Black Zetsu added. What? Uchiha Madara tilted her head to look at Black Zetsu. He spoke to Hatake Kakashi, the son of White Fang, Black Zetsu said. He promised Hatake Kakashi that he would resurrect White Fang within a few months. Chapter 1022 Well calculated. Resurrection of White Fang. He said it in public. Yes, he did not hide his ability to revive others. He made a promise to Hatake Kakashi, the son of White Fang, in public. He also said that there would be a price to pay for resurrecting White Fang, but I don't think this price is unbearable. Even compared to resurrection life, this is a small price. Quote. Well, good. Hangwang, it seems that he is really ready to welcome me over, hee. Uchiha Madara did not appear excited, but was very calm. The news that Black Zetsu sent back this time only strengthened his determination to go to Konoha. After all, it was not the first time that he heard the news of Master Hangguang's life and death. What happened to the Land of Thunder? Uchiha Madara tilted her head and asked. Kurigakure Anbu is fully dispatched and is expected to arrive at Kumogakure village in 2 days. Yagura will follow the mission to Konoha in secret. Yeah, Uchiha Madara nodded, pondered for a moment, and then stood up suddenly. Okay, let's hit the road now, to Konoha village. ... New day, morning. Konoha Hidden Village, a bustling village that had been silent for a night, began a new day of hustle and bustle. This is the 6th day of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, and the 7th day of his corpse. That is to say, he will be buried on the 8th day, which is the day after tomorrow. On this day, all the senior ninjas who were out on duty have returned to Konoha village. The general mansion of the Iron Country, the Taki Ninja Village, the Bear Ninja Village, the Grass Ninja Village and other forces all arrived at Konoha this morning, while the other 4 major ninja villages in the 5 major countries, Sunagakure Village in the Wind Country, the delegations from Iwagakure Village in the Land of Earth, and Kurigakure Village in the Land of Water will arrive in Konoha in a day, while Kumogakure Village in the Land of Thunder has just sent a mission, but they are hurrying and are expected to arrive in Konoha tomorrow afternoon. The Fire Nation's daimyo arrived last night, a little later than expected. It has been confirmed that a state funeral will be held for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he has heard a lot of rumors about Sarutobi Hiruzen after arriving at Konoha, he also feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still greatly supported in Konoha, so his attitude has to be shown. Kaharu Udatane left without even having breakfast that day. Luhan was relatively free, and he had nothing to do with him at all. He just accompanied Tsunade and left after Sarutobi Hiruzen was buried. Of course, if Uchiha Madara came, it would be another matter. When Luhan came downstairs, Tsunade had already made breakfast. It's just over half of the meal. Squeak _. The door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and there were 2 people outside, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade clenched his chopsticks all of a sudden, but didn't make a sound right away. Orochimaru's face was as cold as ever, and he held his shoulders silently, while Jiraiya took a deep breath, stepped into the room, knelt before the dining table with a thump, and kowtowed, "Please revive the teacher." He got it. Luhan said in public yesterday, Jiraiya will naturally hear people say that Hangguang has the ability to resurrect the dead. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then his expression softened a lot. It was better not to find fault. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop her. As for the resurrection of Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter whether there was any discussion, at least the possibility of conflict was not large. Master Jiraiya, get up, you know it's impossible, why bother? Luhan kept eating, chewing the balls, and said indifferently, if it was me who died in that battle, who will resurrect me? That's different. Jiraiya suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, you are immortal, and the teacher doesn't hate you. If the teacher also has the ability to resurrect, he might save you too. Oh, Luhan was surprised, wondering why Jiraiya said that. Did you know, the teacher left a last word on his deathbed. The successor to the position of Hokage is you. He chose you to become the 4th generation Hokage. Only Kaharu, Sama and Minato know about this. The teacher is dedicated to Konoha and even kills you. His grievances can be given up, no matter what the teacher has done before, those are all over, the teacher. Luhan was slightly stunned. I am the 4th Hokage chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's well calculated. Do you really think Sarutobi Hiruzen chose me to be the 4th Hokage? Luhan put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiraiya with a stern smile. Of course it's true. What the teacher said in Minato's ear at the end of his life, Minato told me that there will be no falsehood. No, you didn't understand what I meant. Luhan shook his head. I mean, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted me to become Hokage. Wouldn't it be counterproductive? Teacher You don't understand the situation at that time. Luhan interrupted Jiraiya's words. At that time, after I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least 1,500 Konoha ninjas surrounded me. If there was a fight at that time, the Konoha core elite would be killed. I killed them all. I can honestly say that I will definitely win in the end. Once that happens, Konoha's foundation will be shaken, so there is a possibility that it will fall apart, or be completely defeated and destroyed by other shinobi villages. In terms of the situation at the time, I was the object of hatred. If Kaharu Udatane said Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, there would only be one situation, that is, those ninjas who surrounded me would not agree with Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, and gave up attacking me, on the one hand, once again reflected his greatness, on the other hand, it completely eliminated the possibility of me becoming Hokage. Although I do not want to become Hokage. Only in this way can Konoha's core strength be preserved. Konoha ninjas will love the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen even more, and I will become a sinner forever. No matter what I say after that, Sarutobi Hiruzen can rely on this generousness to stand him down. Of the great name, quote, You can't. I think I'm maliciously guessing about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luhan interrupted Jiraiya again. Wake up. How much do you think you know about Sarutobi Hiruzen? You are his disciple. You have never touched the other side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen I didn't count on you, let alone kill you. Teacher, he's definitely not. Jiraiya couldn't go on, because Luhan disappeared out of thin air after speaking. Chapter 1023 Will Hongguang return to the helm of Konoha? Tsunade was the only one left at the table, and she was relatively calm, even if Jiraiya knelt there. After all, it was not the time to return to Konoha. She had thought through many things, but also looked down on many things. Jiraiya, get up. Tsunade looked at the dishes on the table and turned his head. It's useless for you to do this. Han won't change his decision. Come on, let's have breakfast together. Jiraiya hung her head, her shoulders shaking. Orochimaru, who was holding his shoulders, thought for a moment, then walked towards the dining table. Jiraiya stood up suddenly and turned to leave. In the downtown area of Konoha village, the high tower roof, Luhan appeared out of thin air, overlooking the people coming and going on the street below in the wind. He is now so annoying. The so-called reach out and don't make a smile. This time when Jiraiya came, it wasn't as simple as a smile, but just kneeled down. Luhan couldn't beat him, and he didn't want to listen to him moaning. Meow. Luhan suddenly felt that there were many small things on his shoulders. It was a shadow cat that appeared out of nowhere, waving its tail, and rubbed its small head against Luhan's ear. Is there a situation? Luhan asked. No, after that guy left Konoha, he stayed in the forest outside Konoha and didn't leave. Shadow Cat said. Huh. Luhan frowned suddenly. Musashi left Konoha without looking for Uchiha Madara, outside. What are you waiting for? Waiting for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara back. He knows. Or, he didn't know Uchiha Madara's whereabouts at all, and was usually in single-line contact with Black Zetsu. Luhan can only think like this. Musashi left Konoha to avoid danger. Obito has sold him, so Konoha at this time is no longer a belonging to him, but an enemy. The breakfast that Tsunade prepared for you, you can go back and eat it, and then continue to monitor Musashi. Luhan said. Meow. The shadow cat called, disappearing out of thin air. The wind caressed, with a fresh smell. There were more and more pedestrians on the street, and there were many ninjas from different countries dressed in special costumes. Luhan, who was wearing a black robe, stared down, and did not move for a long time. Call. Behind Luhan, a whirlwind rolled up, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Are two mysterious Konoha Anbu ninjas. Usually, some Konoha Anbu ninjas patrol the Konoha village, and it is not surprising to find Luhan who has not hidden traces. After they appeared, they glanced at each other, then knelt down on one knee at the same time, and greeted. I have seen Lord Hangwang. Well, Lu Han turned back slightly and glanced back. He knew these two people, Anbu codenamed Chengsu, and Fireman. They were in Anbu more than 10 years ago. Back then, they were just ordinary ninjas of Anbu. Now they are in their 30s, they are the core elite of Anbu. I still remember the battle between Lu Han and Sarutobi Hiruzen 6 days ago. After Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Lu Han was under siege. There were always some ninjas who didn't attack Lu Han, but just pretended, because they didn't change into Yuhi's name, so Lu Han remembered it very much. Clear. Chengsu and Huazu are ninjas who didn't do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen has die-hard loyalists in Konoha, but Lu Han has none. One is the greatest Hokage and the other is the greatest ninja. Although Lu Han's die-hard loyalists have been eliminated by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past 10 years, but after all it is impossible to kill all. Don't worry about me, you all go. Lu Han said again. Yes. The two Anbu ninjas responded at the same time. At the same time, Lu Han took out the mask and put it on his face, and disappeared. When the two Anbu ninjas responded, they looked up, only to find that Lu Han was gone. Lord Hangwang, alas. Although it has been explained clearly, the grievance between Lord Hangwang and Lord Hokage is a pain in the heart of some people. Yes, there are still a small number of ninjas in the village who can accept Lord Hangwang. I don't know if Lord Hangwang will take charge of Konoha again, if he wants to. The empty rooftop, the low voice of conversation echoed in the wind. ... After Lu Han left the rooftop, he started walking around in Konoha village, which could be said to be patrolling or searching. He is looking for people related to Uchiha Madara, such as white Zetsu clones, black Zetsu. Apart from protecting Tsunade, his only concern is whether Uchiha Madara will come. At Hatake Kakashi's house, 5 people are having breakfast: Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Arena, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Nohara Rin. Obito's state is very bad. He is wearing a robe to cover himself tightly. He doesn't seem to be interested in eating. Everyone else cares about him, but it doesn't seem to relieve Obito's psychological pressure. Lu Han observed in the dark for a while, then left to continue searching. It is uncertain when Uchiha Madara will come, so if you search, it is estimated that it will be carried out every day for the past few days. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado are having a secret meeting with the daimyo. Inazuka, the commander of the garrison corps, is receiving the embassy from the village of Grass Ninja who has just arrived, and is arranging accommodation for them. Anbu's acting captain, Hyuga Bonin, is in the Hyuga clan mansion and is discussing something with Hyuga Hiyashi, the chief of the Hyuga main clan. In the Legion camp, in restaurants and tea houses, on the streets, in the training grounds of private houses. You can hear the discussion about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hangwang everywhere. The revelation of Hangwang at noon yesterday has caused an uproar in Konoha. Undercurrents surging. Lu Han ran around the Konoha village for a whole morning, first to search, then to observe and eavesdrop on some people's conversations. He already knew that the Konoha ninja's attitude towards him had changed, at least, he didn't hear it. Who said to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen? ... One day later. Sarutobi Hiruzen died on the 7th day, less than 24 hours before his burial. At noon on this day, the delegation from the village of Kurigakure in the Land of Water and the delegation from the village of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind arrived in Konoha village one after another, and Kaharu Udatane personally came to receive them. They are Sukazan Fubuki, the leader of the 7-member group of the original Kurigakure sword, and Chiyo, the first puppet master of Sunagakure village. The entourages of the diplomatic missions of both sides were more than 100 people. Since they arrived at about the same time, Kaharu Udatane arranged for them to do it at the same time for Matsuri's worship of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lu Han also arrived at the scene, but in secret, observing them. Chapter 1024 Do Something Again. Hokage Building, inside the morning hall. In the huge and empty space, 2 groups of people are clearly distinguished. one party has more than 130 people, and the other party has more than 150 people. Giant, saying that he is a giant because his height has gotten a terrifying 2.5 meters. Also very fat, a ninja of average height stood in front of him, only as tall as his waist and abdomen. Sukazan Fubuki. Just a year ago, he led a group of 7 people to kill Might Dai. After all, Might Dai did not escape his fate. He defeated the 7 members of the Mist Ninja Swordsmen, known as the Strongest Generation, with the 8 inner gates. Something different from the original happened. Might Dai in this world, because of the support of Anbu's large amount of resources, is a bit stronger than the original. Therefore, in the original book, he was the 4 members who killed the 7 members of the Kiri no Ninja Sword, and 3 escaped. In this world, Might Dai killed 6, and the only one who survived was Sukazan Fubuki, the leader of the 7 ninjas who used shark muscles. In Luhan's eyes, this guy is naturally Yuhi. Captain Kurigakure Anbu, level 60 white silver boss, Sukazan Fubuki. This guy is already the captain of Kurigakure Anbu, but no one seems to know that Captain Anbu can have dual identities, and when he performs tasks outside, he does not need to use the identity of Captain Anbu, the identity of the leader of the 7 people of the original Fog Ninja Sword, better to use. In the morning hall, in addition to the mission of the 2 ninja villages, there are also Konoha Anbu ninjas, Garrison ninjas, and Hyuga scout ninjas. They gathered around the morning hall, and Luhan was among the Anbu ninjas. Many people present knew that the Konoha ninjas were cold-light, but said nothing. This guy is really high. Luhan observed Sukazan Fubuki, and has already begun to consider whether to kill him. But even if he kills him, it can't be now. After all, Konoha has received him. Luhan is not good, he has to do it, also have to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen is buried. Kurigakure mission. Luhan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw something unusual. First of all, an acquaintance. Just behind Sukazan Fubuki, it was a Kurigakure Anbu ninja with a mask, and he couldn't see his face, but Luhan could see his Yuhi name information. Anbu Genius Ninja in Kurigakure Village, level 50 white silver boss, Kisame Hoshigaki. It's that Kisame Hoshigaki. Konoha is 47 years old, he should only be 16 years old. Really super genius. However, people are different. Some ninjas are very strong in their teens, but in their 30s, they are not much stronger than their teens. There is a difference between growing up sooner or later. Beside Kisame Hoshigaki, Luhan saw something even more terrifying. That is a ninja much shorter than 16-year-old Kisame Hoshigaki, maybe only 1 meter 4 tall, thin and small, standing behind Sukazan Fubuki. He is completely small, and in terms of normal human height, that ninja is only equivalent to 10-a-half-old boy of 1 or 2 years old, but his rating has surpassed Sukazan Fubuki. 4th generation Mizukage of Kurigakure Village in the Land of Water, level 60 gold boss, Yagura. It's Mizukage. 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Here he is. But he did not come as his real identity, but mixed in with the Kurigakure mission as Anbu Little Ninja. Really brave. There is no doubt that his mask is specially made, and the Hyuga family cannot see through. Luhan glanced at the Kurigakure mission, frowning more and more tightly. There are more than 130 ninjas in the Kurigakure mission, most of them are Jonin, more than 20 elite Jonin, 8 super elite, ninja. Counting Sukazan Fubuki with Yagura, there are 3. This is by no means the configuration of the mission. These more than 100 people, although there are not many, they definitely have the ability to destroy the Legion. Call. Luhan suddenly disappeared. Originally, he was on the left side of the morning hall, but he appeared again, but he went to the right side of the morning hall, and he still appeared in the Anbu Ninja. Observe the Sunagakure mission. The leader is a woman in her 50s, about the same age as Kaharu Udatane, with gray-blue hair and a small stature, but she is very imposing. It was during the Second Ninja World War that he was famous for his fierce reputation. Chiyo of Sunagakure Village, although she is a little old at this time, She is recognized as the first puppet master of Sunagakure village and the first puppet master of the ninja world. Behind Chiyo, there are more than 150 ninjas, and the situation is exactly the same as that of Kurigakure, and there are many masters. Elite Ultra Elite Shadow Ninja has it. But unlike Kurigakure, Kazekage didn't come. The fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa, a genius ninja who is only 27 years old, although in the original book, he was easily assassinated by Orochimaru, and his strength is not recognized, but how can it be simple to become a shadow in his 20s? Characters, no matter what, should exist within the 60th level hierarchy. Luhan observed the two missions back and forth, and his heart sank. This is to do something. Most of the ninjas of the two major missions wear masks and do not transform chakras. Chakras are used for transformation. If they do not transform, there will be no chakras in the meridians of the body. The Hyuga clan ninjas in the morning hall are not easy to observe. Identify their strengths. Two major embassies have started Matsuri worship Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let me go, let me go. There was a sudden commotion at the door. Luhan turned his head and saw that it was a 12 or 13-year-old ninja who was charging into the morning hall, but was stopped by someone. Luhan knows him. Might Guy. In the original book, the 8 Inner Gates array was able to hang the Emperor Guy of 6 Paths Madara. At this time in this world, he was only 13 years old. I remember you, I remember you. It's you. Guy shouted at the back of Sukazan Fuguki deep in the morning hall, extremely excited. Kaharu Udatane glanced back and immediately waved, take him out. Might Guy was dragged away by 2 Anbujanin, and it didn't help that he struggled. Kaharu Udatane's eyes dimmed, but he returned to normal immediately and continued to preside over Matsuri. Could she not know that Might Guy's death was caused by Sukazan Fuguki, but the other party was the messenger? This kind of hatred was not enough for Konoha to attack the messenger. Konoha still wanted to be embarrassed. Chapter 1025_Ups and Downs. 47 years ago, when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan shook hands and established the Konoha hidden village together, the Sengoku era of the ninja world ended, and the 5 major ninja villages appeared. After that, in the 12th year of Konoha, the first ninja war broke out, in the 32nd year of Konoha, the second ninja war broke out, and in the 45th year of Konoha, the third ninja war broke out. Wars after wars, killings again and again. The 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world sometimes join forces with each other and sometimes kill each other. If you talk about hatred, all of them have hatred. Konoha has a grudge against Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Rain. If he can do whatever he wants for revenge, then the ninja world will return to the Sengoku era again. Some rules can never be broken. For example, the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. The war of the ninja world entered a truce, and various countries sent envoys to Matsuri to worship and watch. All can be resolved after Sarutobi Hiruzen is buried. This is the rule. This is also the reason why Chiyo from Sunagakure village dared to come to Konoha village in person. In her capacity, if Konoha village detains people or kills them directly, it will definitely be a huge loss for Sunagakure village. But, really can't do that. 2 major missions. Matsuri worshipped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luhan didn't read it. He already realized that something was going to happen. Not only what would happen between him and Uchiha Madara, but all the forces in Konoha would be involved in it. They're going to do something. Luhan felt that behind this, Uchiha Madara must be planning everything, not to mention other things. Yagura dared to enter Konoha village in person. It must be arranged by Uchiha Madara, because Yagura is controlled by Uchiha Madara and completely obeys Uchiha Madara. After leaving the Hokage building, Luhan went to the residences of other small country missions. Taki Ninja Village has a problem. A megakure in the mission station of Taki Ninja Village. Of course, only Luhan can judge these. He can see the identity directly, but for Konoha, they can't tell the difference. Others are relatively normal, except for Taki Ninja Village, the most powerful small country, Iron Country. Although there are some experts and strong men, they are all guards within the normal range. After turning around, Lu Han returned to the vicinity of the Taki Ninja Mission Station, stood on a tree and looked at the courtyard, thinking deeply. Taki Ninja Village, 86 ninjas, half of them from a Megakure village, 3 shadow ninjas. Lu Han muttered in his heart. The strength of Taki Ninja Village should not be underestimated. Although there is a huge gap with the 5 major ninja villages, there are still some strong people. This time, Taki Ninja Village is leading the team. The other 2 shadow ninjas are all from a Megakure village. It can be said that the strength of the mission of Taki Ninja Village is not much worse than that of Kurigakure and Sunagakure. After all, it is the power of the 2 villages. Although Hanzo of a Megakure village died and fell into civil strife, Lu Han imagined that Uchiha Madara could still control it. A Megakure village, some ninjas. It is worth mentioning that none of the ninjas in Taki Ninja Village wear masks. Because even if they don't wear masks, those strong men from a Megakure village, Konoha ninjas don't know. All ninjas in a Megakure village are very mysterious, especially the masters and strong men. They all wear masks during missions, and now they take off their masks, and no one is there recognize their faces. Taki Shinobi, Kurigakure, Sunagakure. If the 3 forces in the 3 missions work together, let alone destroying Konoha, who has not yet returned to the main battle army, at least it will cause heavy damage to Konoha and shake the foundation. Namikaze Minato has not recovered from his injuries. Although Jiraiya and Orochimaru are there, and Iwagakure village has not arrived. Uchiha Madara has not arrived. Lu Han's heart sank. Things have gotten extremely complicated. If Uchiha Madara is behind everything, then if I make a move, I'm not being cheap. Lu Han thought about it, and suddenly his face became certain. If so, then let Tsunade. Then. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already dusk. The Iwagakure mission arrived at Konoha village, and was still received by Kaharu Udatane himself, accompanied by Namikaze Minato, and the guards behind Kaharu Udatane were more than 200 people. In fact, that was beyond the scope of the escort, and was simply showing his strength to the Iwagakure mission. Different from other ninja villages, Iwagakure village is the ninja village that mainly fought against Konoha village in this ninja war. If you talk about hatred, it is really a deadly revenge. Matsuri worships Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kaharu Udatane won't treat them like that, but at least lighten their muscles. Iwagakure village's visit to Konoha this time can be described as extremely arrogant. Different from Sunagakure and Kurigakure, although Iwagakure village brought a lot of masters and strong men, but only a few people hide their identities, the others are obvious. They are not afraid of Konoha's heart, because the 2 sides are at war. Iwagakure the mission is worried that it will be detained by Konoha, and it is reasonable to send more guards to protect the principal of the mission. Therefore, Iwagakure village has many masters and strong people this time, which can be said to be arrogant or cautious. Team Leader, Lois. Just the super elite Jonin of Iwagakure village, in his early 30s, but he has another identity, the son of Tsuchikage. He is the eldest son of Tsuchikage Onoki, the 3rd generation of the village of Iwagakure. Lu Han secretly observed, but did not find Onoki. However, Lu Han felt that Onoki must be here, but he just hadn't entered Konoha village yet. He even sent his son. If he wants to do something and doesn't come by himself, wouldn't he use his son as cannon fodder? The sun sets in the west, and the sky is like blood. On March 21st, the 47th year of Konoha, the hidden village of Konoha, the country of fire, was surging, and the dark tide was surging. Lu Han suddenly decided to do one thing. After returning to Kaharu Udatane's house and saying hello to Tsunade, Lu Han locked himself in the upstairs guest room, not allowing any disturbance, including Tsunade, and the savage shield soldiers also let him channel out and put him outside the door as a guard. Standing by the wall, Lu Han waved his hand. Slam, la. Thousands of objects appeared out of nowhere and piled up into a hill on the floor. This is all the drop rewards Lu Han got for killing White Zetsu, Hanzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen twice. Chapter 1026_Unprecedented Inventory. Since killing Hanzo in the land of Vortex, Luhan has not counted the rewards. One is that there is always something going on. Of course, this is not the whole reason. No matter how busy Luhan wants to take some time, it is still okay. There is another reason why he doesn't know what to gain, because he is not in a hurry to improve his strength. In other words, he did not intend to improve his strength before resurrecting White Fang. Because resurrecting White Fang, Luhan will lose 10% of his strength. The stronger he is, the more he will lose. For example, if his strength index is 10, he will lose 1 point of strength. If his strength index is 20, he needs to lose 2 points. Because of this, he never mentioned the thought of counting. And this time, because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's public funeral and burial, Konoha village will meet. It can be said that all the forces in the entire ninja world will participate in it, and Uchiha Madara may also appear in Konoha. Luhan suddenly felt that his strength seems to be a little insufficient. One-on-one, Luhan believes that in this era, he can beat the whole world. But this time, obviously no one will follow the one-on-one rule. If Uchiha Madara really wants to do something, Kurigakure, Taki Shinobu, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure will join forces. Konoha will definitely not be able to carry it. After all, the main battle legion is outside, not yet. Return. Although Luhan didn't intend to be cheap to defend Konoha, at least he must have the ability to protect himself and Tsunade. The floor is full of thousands of falling objects. Luhan glanced at it and was a little excited. This would be an unprecedented count. White Zetsu was cage level. Luhan had killed 3 times in a row. Except for the first count, the last 2 counts were not counted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is beyond ordinary cage level existence. Drop reward for killing enemy targets 4 times. Although there is no first kill, the comprehensive reward will definitely surpass any previous one. Psychic. Luhan suddenly hand seal. Bang. The white smoke rose, and the shadow cat appeared on Luhan's shoulder. Musashi is still outside the village. Meow. Okay, I'll give up this mission for now, and give you a new mission. Search the 100-kilometer area around Konoha village. If you find any targets, keep them in mind, including their body and face, and report back to me. Meow. After the shadow cat disappeared, Luhan sat down with his knees crossed and began to quickly sort and count the items. The total number of dropped items was over 2,000, and half of them were from Sarutobi Hiruzen, because Sarutobi Hiruzen mastered too many ninjutsu. Even if killing him is not the first kill, according to the probability, the more spells his master has, the more he will drop. An existence that can be called a ninjutsu professor. Sarutobi Hiruzen is probably the ninja with the most master ninjutsu in this ninja world. Although the drops obtained by killing Hanzo are not as many as those obtained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are still a lot, and the drops obtained by killing White Zetsu twice in a row are the least. The first phase of the inventory lasted half an hour. Luhan just classified all the items and picked out the ingots. There were only more than 300 ingots in total, which only accounted for a small part of the total dropped items. Ninja gear, nearly 200 pieces, including 5 rare weapons, 7 penultimate weapons, and the rest are all fine weapons. Potions, 12 treasure potions, 11 spiritual potions, and the rest are big blue bottles and big yuhi bottles, totaling 153. After counting these things, Luhan spent another hour. All the items he had checked were put aside, not used, nor returned to the space backpack. Next is to count the most important drops, scrolls. There are more than 1,600 scrolls. There is no doubt that most of them were dropped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered almost all non-secret and forbidden technique ninjutsu in Konoha. Knowing how many ninjutsus there are, these are just a small part of his master. Even Luhan, as a ninja who has mastered thousands of kinds of ninjutsu, would not dare to say that the number of master ninjutsu must exceed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Counting the scrolls is a very complicated process, because Luhan has to look at them one by one, so he can't just glance at them and put them aside. The main reason is that there are Hanzo and White Zetsu's drops, and the former master has many strange spells. And the latter, it may be related to Mokuden, wood style, or Senju Hashirama. Simply counting and classifying these scrolls by level may make Lu Han miss some more useful spells. Dong dong. Han, it's time to eat. With the knock on the door, Tsunade's voice sounded outside the door. Lu Han looked up and saw that it was already dark outside, and he didn't know how long it had been into the night. Is Lord Kaharu back? Lu Han asked. It will come, and Orochimaru is also here, Tsunade said outside the door. Well, then you can eat, I have something to do here, don't wait for me. Lu Han said. Tsunade didn't say anything else. She knew that her husband locked herself in the house, either for spiritual practice, or for something extremely important, and this kind of thing, no matter what, was more important than a meal. Feeling Tsunade's breath away, Lu Han lowered his head again and continued to count. Meow. The shadow cat appeared out of thin air and squatted on Lu Han's shoulder. What did you find? Lu Han asked hurriedly. 80 kilometers to the southwest, there is a group of people in the valley. There are 37 people in total. The 2 of them are headed. One has a short yuhi nose. The other has hair and wine yuhi color. Shadow Cat began to describe in detail what I saw in the valley, focused on the situation of the 2 leaders. With the super high intelligence of Shadow Cat, it is easier to tell who is the leader of a group of people. Yuhi knows. The young man with Yuhi's hair color. Okay. After listening to Shadow Cat's report, Lu Han knew who the 2 were. Village Sandine Tsuchikajinoki. And the latter, it should be Keisuke Rasa, the 4th generation of Sunagakur village. They all came. Watch them, they enter Konoha, come back and tell me right away. Lu Han said. Meow. Shadow Cat called out and disappeared out of thin air. Lu Han closed his mind, lowered his head again, and picked up one from the pile of scrolls. His pupils shrank as soon as his eyes focused on it. Secret Art, Mayfly Art. Chapter 1027_Reward. Reward. Lu Han held the scroll displayed as the technique of the Mayfly, and his mind was quite subtle. For a long time, the Mayfly technique was a technique that gave Lu Han a headache. White Zetsu relied on this technique. It can be said to be able to traverse the ninja world, relying on organic matter to travel underground and through plants, allowing White Zetsu to advance and retreat freely. The ability to never get caught. Lu Han used to be unable to handle him. But then he still thought of a way to restrain the Mayfly technique. In fact, Lu Han had long thought that if he could possess the Mayfly technique, although it would not improve his fighting ability, it would be of great benefit to him. He gave Orochimaru White Zetsu's corpse fragments for him to study when the Senju Hashirama cells were transplanted. Lu Han thought at that time that once the transplant was successful in himself, he might have abilities such as Mokuden, wood style, and Mayfly technique. Unexpectedly, this technique actually exploded. Killing White Zetsu 3 times, and being able to explode the Mayfly technique, Lu Han felt that it was also due to luck. After all, it was not the first kill. The technique of the Mayfly. Lu Han recited in his heart, and abruptly unfolded the scroll. This was the first scroll he used after counting many scrolls today. Closing his eyes, Lu Han carefully felt the information brought to his body after using the scroll. Not just information. To use the Mayfly technique, one must have a special physique, and this scroll is already changing Lu Han's physique. After a while, Lu Han just opened his eyes, ran chakra to feel the changes in his body, and then began to count again. He's even more enthusiastic about counting. Whether it is White Zetsu, Hanzo, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they have all mastered some extremely special and very strange techniques. Needless to say, White Zetsu, as the leader of a Megakure village, Hanzo has personally trained a large number of assassins and dead men with the master's strange abilities. Naturally, some masters are needed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The words of a ninjutsu professor are enough. Only these special and bizarre techniques would be considered worth using by Lu Han now. If it was only a powerful technique of attack and defense, Lu Han didn't need it. He didn't lack those abilities. Of the more than 1,600 scrolls, Lu Han has counted about 400. When he counted more than 500, he found a very valuable scroll again. Swordsmanship Flash. This is Hanzo's strongest attack on swordsmanship. Although it is named swordsmanship, Hanzo uses a sickle. From this point of view, this technique should actually be universal to swords, and it does not even limit the shape of swords. Lu Han has been in this world for more than 10 years, and his greatest achievement is to create his own swordsmanship. He believes that his swordsmanship is already the strongest in the ninja world, but it does not mean that he has reached the limit. So Lu Han is very interested in this technique. He expects that when his master swordsmanship flash, he will integrate with his own swordsmanship, and there will be a qualitative breakthrough. Unroll the scroll, use. Keep counting. In fact, Lu Han has already found more than a dozen scrolls that should be used, but the ones that can make him decide to use them immediately, so far, only the mayfly technique and the sword technique. Consider. When the count reached about 1,000, Lu Han stopped again, took a scroll, and looked at it seriously. This is a very scary technique. There is no doubt that this art comes from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen almost killed Lu Han with this technique. Sealing technique Triple Seal. Once this technique is hit, it has the effect of an instant kill, and there is basically no solution, because the person sealed by this technique will disappear into this world, and there is no target to lift the seal. There is no doubt that performing this technique requires a lot of chakra, but for Lu Han, chakra is not a problem at all. Expand. Use it up. He started counting again, and after reading a few, Lu Han stopped again. The art of white zetsu. Barter changes. In terms of characteristics, this technique can be described as pervert. It can be said to be one of the peaks of camouflage. Its effect is to absorb the opponent's chakra and analyze it, so as to become the opponent's appearance. White Zetsu. For the third time, White Zetsu used this technique to infiltrate Kumogakure village and led Uzumaki Kushina away in public. Do not hesitate. Use it up. Continue. The night is getting darker. The speed of Lu Han's counting is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He can glance at many scrolls, but for some scrolls, he has to think about how to deal with them, and even ask the elves, what is the use of that technique? Blackjack at night. Lu Han finally completed the inventory of all the scrolls. Only a few were used directly, and there were more than 30 that were planned to be used aside, including 5 types of sealing techniques, 16 types of secret techniques, and 8 types of S-level forbidden techniques. As well as 5 body arts and 1 psychic spell. Great harvest this time. But Lu Han is still a little dissatisfied. White Zetsu still has 2 pervert-level abilities that have not been revealed. One is the Spore technique, which can create an independent consciousness clone, and the other is the ineffective spell seal ability. Sealed. Lu Han pondered, and glanced at the scrolls that were divided into several piles. Lu Han had ideas on the disposal of these scrolls. In addition to some A-level S-level ninjutsu, whether to recycle or use, there is also the question of whether to give it away. Of course, it can only be given to one person, and that is Lu Han's son, Ali. In fact, Lu Han didn't want to pull the seedlings to help them grow. But after instructing Ali to practice many times, Lu Han felt that Ali was a little too biased. Except for Master Hiraishin's technique, he only had Master's physical skills, so he could easily suffer in battle. Tsunade and Hyuga Luo. There is no way for Ning to teach him a taijutsu ninja, because the two of them are taijutsu ninjas. Lu Han wanted to give Ali some scrolls, especially this time. This idea was particularly strong. Because these scrolls are useless to Lu Han, a large number of C-rank B-rank ninjutsu scrolls, these relatively low-level combat abilities for Lu Han, are also a waste, because the value is not enough, they can't be recycled. Why waste it? Forget it, think about it later. Lu Han shook his head and looked away. There are still more than a dozen items that have not been counted, all of which are special drops. Lu Han picked up the silver-gray ring at random, looked closer, and there were words on it. The Ring of Infinite Resurrection. Chapter 1028_Evolution. The Ring of Infinite Resurrection. Lu Han's eyes lit up. Elf. Where did this ring come from? Ding. Subversive 3665 killed White Zetsu 3 times within a limited time to achieve a hidden achievement. This is an achievement reward. The elf replied. It turns out. I remember that achievement. Lu Han muttered to himself, looking at the infinite resurrection to the ring repeatedly, tossing and turning. The ring was silver gray. Rather than a ring, it was more like a ring, with strange signs on it. The incantation lines have unknown meaning. Elf, what is the effect of this ring? Lu Han asked again. Infinite resurrection. Does that mean he will never die again? Lu Han couldn't believe such a high-level reward. The Ring of Infinite Resurrection, its effect is equivalent to the primary resurrection scroll. Disruptor 3665 only needs to wear this ring. Whenever he dies, this ring will trigger the effect to resurrect Disruptor 3665. The primary resurrection scroll, doesn't that mean? Although the effect of this ring can revive me, it will make me lose everything I have now and return to the original state. Lu Han asked again. Yes. The elf continued, but you have to remind Subversive 3665 that you have Master Subversive's finishing move, Sleep. The precondition for the final move of sleeping is that the disruptor must have a resurrection scroll of any level, and this Ring of Infinite Resurrection, which can replace the effect of resurrection scroll. Quote. Oh. Lu Han nodded slowly with a long tone. I see. This Ring of Infinite Resurrection is not used to revive him infinitely again and again, but to be used in conjunction with the sleeping ability. To activate deep sleep, you must have the resurrection scroll, and now that Lu Han has this ring, he doesn't need to exchange the diamond badge for the resurrection scroll. At this moment, Lu Han's magic ring of 10,000 skills was wearing on the ring finger of his left hand, and Lu Han put on the Ring of Infinite Resurrection on his left middle finger. Ding! Subversive 3665 has worn the Ring of Infinite Resurrection, and the attributes are related. There are more than a dozen items falling on the ground. They are all very special things. There are 3 kinds of non-weapon ninja gear, a mask, a pair of gloves, and a pair of wrist guards, all of which are penultimate level ninja gear. Non-weapon ninja gear of this level will rarely drop. Fall. There are 9 other drops, all of the same item. Shard of the Master's Blade. Elf, the Blade of Domination is. Lu Han asked in his heart. The epic artifact that surpasses rare weapons. Reminds Subversive 3665 that you need to collect a total of 108 pieces of this kind before you can exchange this weapon in Subversive space. This fragment cannot be recycled or destroyed. Elf said. Beyond rarity. Lu Han was shocked. He still remembered that the cheapest price for an epic artifact beyond rarity was 3,000 ingots. As for the most expensive, Lu Han didn't know how expensive it was. Who fell this? Another achievement reward for triple kill White Zetsu. This shard can only be obtained by completing hidden achievements. To be precise, you must complete a difficult hidden achievement before dropping epic artifact fragments. Lu Han's expression is not very good. This setting is no longer an ordinary pit. He has been in the ninja world for more than 10 years, not counting the 10 years of sleep, but also 7 or 8 years. Lu Han has accomplished only a handful of achievements, and as for the hidden achievements of high difficulty, it seems that because of this, he has killed the same target 3 times in a row. There are only 9 fragments now, and a total of 108 are needed. Isn't this bullshit? Ding! It has been detected that the rare weapon of the Subversive 3665 has been born with a weak spirituality, and it is evolving to a higher level. Ding! Remind the Subversive 3665. The Subversive 3665 can use the Blade of Astonishment to devour higher level weapons or weapon fragments, thereby accelerating the evolution. Lu Han blinked blankly. Devour. Evolution. Accelerate. You mean, if I want, I can use the Blade of Astonishment to devour the fragments of the Blade of Master, so that the Blade of Astonishment can be upgraded? Lu Han asked with consideration. Yes, as long as the subversive 3665 is willing, it is willing to do so. Of course I am willing, of course I am willing to. I don't know how long it will take to save 108 fragments. Lu Han complained, and then asked quickly, how to swallow it. Pull out the Sword of Astonishment, feel the power of the Sword of Astonishment, devour things in your mind, whatever your heart desires. Lu Han did it. Holding the Sword of Astonishment, he slowly swept over the shards of the Master's blade placed on the floor, thinking to himself, the space in front of the blade of the Sword of Astonishment suddenly left a hole, and then turned into Uzumaki, swallowing it. Uzumaki. The 9 pieces of the Blade of Domination began to vibrate at the same time, emitting a little golden light, and were swallowed by Uzumaki. Gradually, all the pieces turned into golden light. The Blade of Astonishment also began to change, mainly reflected in the blade, which is enough to be used as a mirror. The bright blade, with the golden light pouring into the Uzumaki, slowly appeared dark golden lines. That pattern looks like thorns. Devoured. The thorn and purple pattern extends forward from the handle to the middle of the blade. Lu Han clenched the Jinghong blade and tried to wave it twice. He felt that the Jinghong blade seemed to have become lighter, more like a part of his body. Lu Han's hand suddenly stopped, followed by another shock. Hum. A terrifying knife light erupted in a narrow area. Lu Han's knife was slashing the air, but it almost tore apart the space. 3,796 knives in an instant. It's more than twice as fast. Lu Han smiled, and it was only at this moment that he was shocked to find that the biggest gain in today's inventory was not those ninjutsu scrolls, but the swallowed and evolved ones. The astonishing blade indirectly improves Lu Han's knife speed, but for Lu Han, speed is equal to power. The same target can withstand 5,000 knives in 1 second, and withstand 10,000 knives in 1 second. The impact is completely different. Okay, very good, Lu Han whispered. In fact, he really wanted to go out and find a place to try his current limit knife speed, but it was inconvenient in Konoha village, and he couldn't run out of Konoha away from Tsunade. Uchiha Madara, come quickly. Lu Han stroked his fingers over the blade and muttered to himself. Chapter 1029 _ Why are you doing this? Sheath the knife. Lu Han also looked at the more than 1,000 ninjutsu scrolls stacked on the floor. After careful consideration, he first used up the more than 30 scrolls that he could use, and then piled up the A-rank S-rank ninjutsu scrolls. Here, pick out some and recycle them. For equipment, except for masks, gloves, and bracers, all other items that can be recycled or recycled. In this way, Lu Han's total number of ingots surged to more than 3,500. There are still more than 1,400 ninjutsu scrolls, ranging from C-rank ninjutsu to S-rank ninjutsu. Lu Han put away all these scrolls and has decided to give them to his son. But I can't give him all of it directly. I can take it little by little, maybe it can be used as a reward. If Ali can achieve the small goal set by Lu Han in his practice, he will give him some. Have too much negative impact. It was late at night, when Lu Han went downstairs. Tsunade was still talking to Kaharu Udatane. I left some dishes for you in the kitchen, I'm going to warm it up. Tsunade saw Lu Han coming down, got up and said, and then hurried to the kitchen. When he passed by Lu Han, the little girl's tiptoe was on Lu Han's face kissed. Master Kaharu. Lu Han walked to the table and sat down, and greeted Kaharu Udatane. Lord Hangguang, do you feel anything wrong? Kaharu Udatane asked cautiously, even lowering his voice subconsciously. Huh, what? Lu Han glanced at Kaharu Udatane in surprise, then asked calmly, what do you mean? Kurigakure mission and Sunagakure mission. Many ninjas use special ninja masks, even Byakugan can't see through. Now Bailey has begun to compare their physical characteristics with Anbu's intelligence to investigate their identities. Oh, Mr. Kaharu has anything else to discover? Lu Han asked again. Not yet. Kaharu Udatane shook his head and added, however, in order to prevent accidents, I have notified the vanguard of the 1st Main Battle Corps to return quickly, and it is expected that they will be back in Konoha tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, Luhan nodded, paused and sighed again, I hope nothing happens. After Sarutobi Hiruzen is buried tomorrow, I will leave with Tsunade right away. I hope everything goes well. I hope so. Kaharu Udatane also sighed, then got up. Let's do this first. Lord Hangwang, I'll go upstairs to rest, you should rest earlier too. Kaharu Udatane hurried away. Luhan looked at her back as she went upstairs, and didn't withdraw his gaze until the figure disappeared, squinting and thinking. He didn't tell Kaharu Udatane what he found, because he didn't want to be cheap, and besides, he already had a clear and definite idea on how to deal with this matter. Tsunade came out of the kitchen with an oversized tray in his hand, and placed plates of steaming dishes at the table. He smiled and said, eat it while it's still hot, and I'll serve it for you. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Luhan suddenly grabbed Tsunade's wrist and pulled him hard, pulling Tsunade into his arms. Yeah, why are you doing? Kaharu-sama isn't sleeping yet. I have something to tell you. Luhan said this very seriously, hugging Tsunade, but he didn't do anything to her. What's the matter? Tsunade was stunned, sitting in Luhan's arms, subconsciously hooking Luhan's neck. That's it. Luhan came close to Tsunade's ear and lowered his voice. Tomorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be buried, maybe. This time, the Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and the Takian village mission will all be sent. And Uchiha Madara, so I think. Luhan briefly explained the situation. Tsunade's whole body was frightened, and his face became very horrified. Now Konoha only has the garrison, Sarutobi Hiruzen died, and a group of masters and powerhouses died that day. Those powers, Konoha is more likely to be destroyed. How could they possibly target Konoha at the same time? Uchiha Madara. There must be a master, or the link that unites them, Uchiha Madara. He has a way. Then, will you save Konoha? Tsunade grabbed Luhan's hand violently, looking at Luhan with a nervous look in his eyes with a begging tone. If it really happens, it's not me who can save Konoha. Luhan said. Tsunade's eyes suddenly darkened. She couldn't directly request or ask Luhan to do this, because even if Luhan made a move, it would be a near-death situation. She couldn't have pushed her husband into the fire pit. You are the one who can save Konoha. But Luhan said again. Tsunade was stunned, then raised his head to look at Luhan again. Me? How can I? I don't have that kind of strength. Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru are better than me, even if I didn't mean it that way. Then you are. You can beg me. Luhan's words seemed like a joke, but he actually showed a smile. Tsunade blinked at Luhan with a stiff expression. She didn't like this joke. She turned her head to the side with a small face, and was angry and ignored him. You can really beg me, as long as you say such things in public. It's not a bad thing for you or me. Tsunade, who tilted her head to the side, was stunned again. She seemed to understand something. Luhan was not joking, but said it seriously, and if Tsunade really did that, what would be the benefit to Luhan? Tsunade has NC, but for Tsunade, the benefits are too great. When Konoha suffered disaster, it was Tsunade, the former Konoha Sannin, who was not afraid of the danger and went head-to-head. When she found that she could not solve the crisis, she chose to ask for her husband, or even forcing her husband, the legendary ninja. Hangwang strikes to save Konoha. This way, for Konoha, it is not the cold light that saves Konoha, but Tsunade. Tsunade's reputation and prestige in Konoha will therefore reach sky-high heights. As for the one who went all out, it was Luhan. Tsunade suddenly turned his head to look at Luhan, and hesitated again. Why? Do you want to do this? Because I think you can become Hokage in the future. Luhan smiled. Chapter 1030 _ He came. A new day, the 8th day of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the day of the burial. The tulle curtains covered the windows like waterfalls, and the morning sun filtered through the pale blue, leaving creases in the house. The room was dark, and on the soft floor covered with a thick blanket, the beautiful woman with thick muscles and picturesque brows was still asleep, with tears at the corners of her eyes and a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. Luhan sat up from the soft slump, the quilt slipped from him, and the exposed solid arms seemed to still reflect the fluorescent light of sweat. Alas! Luhan sighed for a while. He is so tired. Because Tsunade was touched last night, and then the two went crazy. As the saying goes, there is no plowed field, only exhausted cows. Luhan's exhaustion is not enough, but there are still some. It is hard to lose the grace of beauty. Cold. Tsunade woke up, got up sideways, hugged Luhan's back from behind, rubbed his eyes dazedly, and blew into Luhan's ear with a smile. It's time to get up. Luhan turned back with a smile and pecked Tsunade's face. Tsunade also kissed Luhan back, then lowered his head and pulled Luhan's hand, and then raised his head after a pause, although he smiled, but his eyes were serious and said, Han, I thought about it, I don't need you for it. It's your honor that I do that, and I don't want you to get hurt, and if possible, it's better if nothing happens. Tsunade. Luhan also became serious and held Tsunade's shoulders. Actually, things are not what you think. Uchiha Madara will come. I will definitely have a fight with him. No matter what time or place, whoever is present, as long as I see him, I will try to kill him as much as possible. So, under this premise, I will do it today no matter what. In this case, by the way, I will give you a chance to re-establish your image. To me say, it's all good. Konoha can be my enemy, but not yours, because then you'll be dangerous. Quote. You don't want Konoha's ninjas to think that you are trying to please them. Tsunade seemed to see through Luhan's thoughts. It's not to please. Luhan denied it, and immediately said again, okay. That's it, everything will be done as we said. ... This morning, the entire Konoha village has entered the highest garrison level. All the ninjas of all the tribes in the Konoha village have joined in today's affairs, including the ninjas of the internal affairs forces of the major tribes, who are also arranged to participate in patrols. The atmosphere in Konoha also became tense. There must be no surprises today. Because too many great people have arrived in Konoha and are preparing to observe the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Fire Country daimyo is also there. The ambassadors of the daimyo from various countries are also there, and there are more than 10 shinobi villages in the ninja world. If something happens today, it will definitely be a major diplomatic event that affects the direction of the entire world. Today, all cage-level existences in Konoha village, including some old guys in their 70s and 80s, have all appeared in various public places in Konoha, and they are used to deter the enemies who may be secretly sabotaging. Hokage Building, Meeting Room. Kaharu Yuditane is presiding over a brief meeting. Today was not supposed to be a meeting. It is too busy, but suddenly the information is urgent. The Kumogakure mission was attacked 200 kilometers north of Konoha village. There were more than 70 people in the mission, and half of them were killed or injured. Because the number of mysterious people who attacked was too many and their strength was too strong, the surviving mission ninjas could only break through, and now everyone was scattered. 20 minutes ago, the Hyuga ninja patrolling outside the Konoha village found the Kumogakure ninja who had fled to the vicinity of the Konoha village and was seriously injured and unconscious in the forest. Konoha only knew about Akatsuki. The purpose of Kaharu Yuditane's emergency meeting was to ask for advice. Does Konoha want to send someone to take a look? This decision must be made carefully. The Land of Fire is the territory of Konoha village. If Konoha doesn't send someone to see it, but gets the news but sees no help, it will be a diplomatic crisis. Now the situation in the ninja world, Konoha is at a disadvantage. The only big ninja village that is friendly to Konoha is Kumogakure. If I offend Kumogakure this time, we can't draw enough people, and if there are fewer people, we will die. Homura Mitokado said calmly. Why didn't I go and have a look? I'll go quickly and come back quickly. Namikaze Minato said. Not many people attended the meeting, and they all expressed their opinions one after another. Kaharu Udatane looked at Namikaze Minato, then turned around and pondered. No, Minato, you can't leave, the village still needs you to maintain. So, Kaharu Udatane took out a pen and paper from his arms and quickly wrote after a few lines of words. He found Anbu Ninja who was guarding the door, folded the note and said, go to my house and give it to Lord Hangwang. Yes. Anbu Ninja took the lead and left. Kaharu. Homura Mitokado asked. He didn't understand what Kaharu Udatane meant. Let Lord Hangwang decide, this way. Kaharu Udatane sighed. She was helpless. She knew that doing this was unkind, but she couldn't think of another way. Let Hangwang decide. Hangwang said to send people. Konoha can only send people, but if Hangwang says no help, then Konoha does not send people, and it is not Konoha's responsibility. Relationship, it's not a big deal. Inside the house of Kaharu Udatane. Luhan took the folded note from Anbu Ninja, glanced quickly, frowned slightly, and said, go back and tell Lord Kaharu, don't worry, it's a trap. Yes. Anbu Ninja respectfully saluted Luhan, then disappeared. What's wrong? A soft voice came from behind, Tsunade asked as he walked out of Konoha. It's the Kumogakure mission. Luhan turned around and said. Meow. With the sharp meowing, the shadow cat appeared out of thin air on Luhan's shoulder, and then fell down as if it was unstable. Luhan stiffened very quickly and grabbed it, only to find that the shadow cat was injured. Meow. He's here. He's here. That white-haired old guy was in danger, and I was almost killed by him. Shadow Cat screamed sharply. Luhan was shocked. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Madara. He came. Chapter 1031_time and space end. The Shadow Cat's condition looks a bit bad. The furry is a cute thing that emits fluorescent light. At this time, the hair is not only messy, but also has black marks. It seems to have been burned by the flame, and its breath is extremely unstable, and its eyes are very unstable. It also lost the bright color that it should have, and was full of exhaustion. Take me there, Luhan said quickly, and glanced at Tsunade again. Go find Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Stay with them, don't walk around. Meow. Shadow Cat called out and disappeared. Luhan disappeared. Tsunade didn't even have time to say a word to Luhan, but she understood the meaning of killing Uchiha Madara to Luhan. After Luhan disappeared, she returned to the house without hesitation. After a while, Tsunade went out again, but she had already changed wearing a ninja suit and all equipment. She is ready for battle. Outside the village of Konoha, in the western forest. The Shadow Cat squatted on Luhan's shoulder to guide Luhan, while Luhan himself was moving at super high speed, so fast that he seemed to lose his shadow, and only the wind whistled through the forest. Yuying, how are you? Luhan asked when moving China at a high speed. I was almost killed by him, but fortunately, I avoided. Shadow Cat said aggrievedly, it came to this world, and it was the first time it encountered such a situation and was injured for the first time. Although the Shadow Cat is a time and space ninja, but the level has not even reached the cage level after all, it is a blessing to be able to escape from Uchiha Madara, who has mastered the power of Master Yin-Yang Escape and 6 paths. On your forehead. What is that? Luhan glanced at it unintentionally, but noticed that there was a faint golden mark between the eyes on the purple Shadow Cat's head, which looked like a very small one. Willow leaves, which were pure purple before, did not have this trace. It's the mark of the end of time and space. The end of time and space. What is that? It's just an ability. The Shadow Cat was hesitant, as if he didn't want to tell Luhan the meaning of the end of time and space. Luhan frowned slightly, glanced at the Shadow Cat, and asked in his heart, Elf, what happened to the shadow? End of time and space. Shadow Cat's only forbidden technique as the master of time and space ninja, can also be said to be the strongest ability. Once the end of time and space is activated, Time will stop because of this, but the shadow cat that activates end of time and space cannot hurt anyone. Target, because it becomes a spirit body. Quote. Time stops. It has such a strong ability. But why doesn't it want to tell me? Lu Han was very puzzled. Although Shadow Cat has a naughty temperament, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. The ghost cat can only activate the end of time and space 3 times in its life. Each time it is activated, it will leave a golden mark on its forehead. After 3 times, it will completely turn into a soul body and die. It turns out. Lu Han understood all of a sudden. No wonder, no wonder. Is the little guy afraid of worrying about it? Taking another look at the shadow cat, Lu Han suddenly stopped. Why don't you go, just over there, over there? The shadow cat yelled anxiously, pointing to the west with its little paws. Heal you first, don't move. Lu Han said and grabbed the shadow cat, squatted down and gently placed the shadow cat on the grass. Lu Han immediately sat down cross-legged, his hands folded, hand seal. Master Lu Han has the original creation technique, with super healing effect, but that technique is too painful. If it is used on the shadow cat, it is so small that Lu Han is very worried that it will faint. After many hand seals in a row, Lu Han performed general medical ninjutsu. All of them were A-level ninjutsu. S-level medical ninjutsu was too rare, or in other words, there were too few masters-level medical ninjas. I haven't obtained the S-level medical ninjutsu with direct healing effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a master, but Lu Han's killing him was not the first kill, so it didn't come out. Shadow Cat's injuries were not as severe as Lu Han imagined. Its weakness is mainly from the sequelae of the end of time and space, and the wounds on its body were healed after Lu Han used A-level medical ninja many times. Bring Shadow Cat and hit the road again. Not long after. 60 kilometers west of Konoha village, there was still a vast forest. Lu Han came to the place where Uchiha Madara shot the Shadow Cat. There were very few traces of the battle. Because the contact between the two sides was very short, the Shadow Cat would have fled immediately. Escape, then it is dead. It has no ability to fight with Uchiha Madara at all. Uchiha Madara was gone and no one else was nearby. The insight map is fully open and remains open. Yuying, you go back to Konoha, go to Tsunade, don't walk around. If Tsunade is in danger, channel me back. Lu Han said. Meow. Shadow Cat responded, dodging and disappearing. Lu Han took a deep breath and disappeared. Super fast movement. Searching like crazy. Now the most direct way to solve today's problem is to find Uchiha Madara immediately, fight with him and kill him. As long as Uchiha Madara is dead, those people such as Yagura, Rasa, Onoki, etc. will fall and scatter. They are united together. Uchiha Madara is the bond, killing Uchiha Madara is the key. After frantically searching for nearly an hour, relying on the large inspection range of the insight map, Lu Han walked around the Konoha village. He even found the whereabouts of Onoki and others, but there was no Uchiha Madara. Damn! Lu Han appeared in the forest in the east of Konoha village, looking up at the position of the sun through the cracks in the branches of the trees. Until Sarutobi Hiruzen is buried. Uchiha Madara on the surface, so he is probably underground. The mayfly technique. Lu Han directly merged into the tree, followed the organic matter in the tree and dived into the ground, and began a frantic search for the underground world. In this way, another hour passed. Still haven't found Uchiha Madara. The underground world is too big, the surface is just a plane, and the underground is countless layers. Lu Han was already getting irritable. 11 noon. Lu Han was still wandering underground, digging into the ground for 100 meters along the roots of trees, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He entered a cave deep underground. Huge cave with torches. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stands silent in the center of the cave. Chapter 1032_Fight Uchiha Madara again. Saw Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Lu Han turned his attention to the insight map, but the cave did not show any other determinable targets. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, doesn't count. because the current Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is not conscious, it's there, motionless, like a dead thing. The Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, at this time was not an independent existence, it was the body of the 10 tails, just a shell. For Uchiha Madara, he is now just an artifact that can prolong his life. Uchiha Madara is not in this cave. Black Zetsu isn't there either. Uchiha Madara put Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, here, apparently for psychic convenience. He may have done other things himself, and when the battle begins, he will place Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, channel the past. Since Uchiha Madara needs Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to stay alive, he must not be too far from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But this, so-called, is not far. It is likely to be a distance of several kilometers and tens of kilometers. For Uchiha Madara or Luhan, this is really not a very long distance. Call. Luhan appeared out of nowhere in front of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, looking up at this huge monster-like existence, squinting slightly. What should I do? Didn't find Uchiha Madara, but found Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, also a surprise for Luhan. However, he seems to be unable to do anything, because no matter what he does to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, Uchiha Madara may sense it, and then directly channel Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, away. But to completely destroy Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, directly, Luhan does not have such strength. In the original book, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was damaged. Kakashi used Kamui to twist off the arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and Luhan also damaged Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But damage is one thing, complete destruction is another. There is not much to do at all, or Uchiha Madara will not give him such a chance at all. Luhan only had one chance to attack. Uchiha Madara would have noticed it the first time Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was attacked. Why not seal it? Luhan stood in front of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of the ninjutsu he had just acquired earlier, the scroll dropped by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three-way seal. At this time, Luhan has mastered a lot of sealing techniques, mostly from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which originally belonged to the Uzumaki family. However, these sealing techniques may not be able to seal Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, directly. After all, the ability to seal Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in the original book comes from Rinnegan. And the three-way seal is Sarutobi Hiruzen's strongest sealing technique. Give it a try. In fact, Luhan doesn't mind whether he succeeds or not. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is not important to him at all, and he doesn't have a Rinnegan, so he can't use it at all. The important thing is that he can control Geto Mazo now. Demonic statue of the outer path, Uchiha Madara. Luhan quickly completed the hand seal. His body was divided into three, standing around Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, staring at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. All three Luhan were concentrated and paused while starting hand seal. This is a very complicated print. Sudden. The terrifying murderous intent shrouded Luhan, and a bone-chilling feeling came from behind Luhan. Hurry up. Incredibly fast. Before the hand seal was completed, Luhan gave up immediately, and a sonic boom erupted all over his body. Boom. The shock wave swept all around, and seemed to tear the space apart. The strong wind ruffled Luhan's black hair, and also ruffled the white hair of the person who came. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and the suffocating depression enveloped the world. Desperate conspirators level 70 White Silver boss Uchiha Madara. It's Madara. He sneaked up on Luhan. At this time, Uchiha Madara looks older than 10 years ago, and his gray hair is even more messy. It is sloppy to say it nice, and it is sloppy to put it bluntly. His eyes are also cloudy, and the whole person is lifeless and lifeless. He should have been a dead man, but he is still alive. The scythe, which was unadorned but could be called an artifact, resisted Luhan's fierce knife. Hangwang, you really always bring me surprises. Uchiha Madara's harsh hoarse voice, looking at Lu Han's eyes lit up with inexplicable excitement, like a pirate discovering a treasure. You too, Lu Han replied with a crooked corner of his mouth, why aren't you dead yet? Huh, Uchiha gave a deep smile and suddenly moved. The body quickly exploded back. After an instant, Uchiha Madara completed the hand seal in the air, and the fire burst into a sea of fire. He rushed towards Lu Han. Too fast. Uchiha Madara's state is very strange. Although he is obviously older, he seems to be more energetic than 10 years ago. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Lu Han blew out a huge fireball, and the two Kaden, fire style, attacks slammed together. The surging flames burned the underground cave into purgatory, and Lu Han disappeared. After 2 breaths. In the raging flames, the fire was torn open by the terrifying knife light, and Lu Han, who had entered the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode surrounded by lightning, killed Uchiha Madara behind him. Boom! Uchiha Madara turned around and took Lu Han's knife, but the whole person flew out like a cannonball, and his face was a little surprised. The power of Lu Han's knife has surpassed that of 10 years ago. In fact, it is not that Lu Han is stronger, but the knife has evolved. Oh, I underestimate you. A harsh, hoarse voice entered Lu Han's ears. Uchiha Madara collided into the sea of fire. Lu Han turned his head immediately. Uchiha Madara had already changed his position by relying on the cover of the flame, but this could not fool Lu Han, because the insight map would always show Uchiha Madara's position. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame release song jutsu. 4 fire dragons rushed out of the sea of fire behind Lu Han's side and attacked Lu Han in a surrounding posture. Lu Han quickly completed the hand seal, but chose the same technique as Uchiha Madara. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame release song jutsu. Call. The ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Han, and the flames were still colliding and erupting in front of him, and Uchiha Madara had already arrived behind Lu Han, waving a sickle like a god of death, and slammed Lu Han on the back of the neck. Lu Han retracted his posture in an instant, and turned around violently. The sword light was like a rainbow. Swordsmanship flash. Swayed Uchiha Madara's side directly. Uchiha Madara's face changed dramatically, and she tried her best to dodge. Poochie. The knife light pierced his body. Chapter 1033_Fight. The swordsmanship used by Lu Han, Yishuang, is stronger than that used by Hanzo. After using the swordsmanship, Yishin scroll, Lu Han integrated this ability with his own swordsmanship and formed an enhanced version of swordsmanship, Yishuang. However, this move is also limited by the original move trajectory of swordsmanship flash. Lu Han can't turn this into a waterfall of knives, it's just a knife. But this is the knife. One blow pierced Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara turned pale in shock, and then he couldn't believe it. The power of this move had exceeded his physical endurance limit. Although he could react in speed, his strength was unstoppable. Blood splattered. The moment Uchiha Madara was injured, his body turned illusory and disappeared in front of Lu Han as an afterimage. Uchiha Madara displayed on the insight map. He chased and killed him. Uchiha Madara dodged frantically and flashed continuously. A huge cave, a sea of fire, Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stands in the center of the sea of fire, and 2 ghostly figures surround Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, flickering frequently, and the frequency of the 2 flickers is getting higher and higher. The speed is getting faster and faster, and gradually, the entire cave is full of shadows of the 2. Boom! Boom! The terrifying shock wave swept the surrounding area again and again. The cave was shaking, the rocky ground cracked open after another, and gravel kept falling from the top of the cave. After Uchiha Madara was injured, she kept trying to distance herself from Lu Han, but Lu Han chased after him very much. Close, don't give him a chance. He is terrified. Lu Han has already proved to him that a knife can kill him. As long as the opportunity is right, Lu Han's knife just pierced his abdomen. This kind of injury is nothing to Uchiha Madara. who has already fused with Senju cells. Uchiha Madara is not afraid of getting hurt, but he is very worried that Lu Han will cut off his head with a knife. Lu Han chased behind Uchiha Madara again and cut him down with one sword. Boom _. The Uchiha Madara exploded into lightning, hitting Lu Han's Raiden, Thunder-style armor, but it couldn't shake it. At the same moment when the clone exploded into thunder and lightning, the real Uchiha Madara appeared behind Lu Han, raised both hands to quickly complete the hand seal, and terrifying chakra erupted from the whole body. Mokuden, wood-style, World of Trees wall. Boom, 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 boom. Countless trees, vines, and thorns burst out from the rocky floor of the cave. In just one breath, they filled the cave floor. At the same time, Uchiha Madara set off a storm, blowing away most of the flames in the cave. Lu Han spiraled up, and the light of the sword formed a shield. Facing the stabbing branches, vines and thorns, the waterfall knife rain kept tearing everything around. Lu Han broke through and broke through again. Break through all the way to the ground, feet on the ground. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of early fern. Boom _. Tens of thousands of huge bone spurs protruded from the ground, and the World of Trees wall came to a head-to-head encounter. The bone spurs collided with the trees and exploded at the same time. The confrontation between the two techniques caused the entire cave to shake violently. Falling from above, the cave has a tendency to collapse. Flower World of Trees wall. Uchiha Madara casts World of Trees wall again, but this time it is very different. After the sturdy trees emerge, they move like snakes. The trees are blooming with pink yuhi-colored flowers, and the pollen-like mist spreads all around. Spread rapidly. Ding! Subversive 3665 has been poisoned. The elf's prompt should ring in Lu Han's ear. Poisoned. Forced to lose a bit of blood, and then automatically return to full, then forced to lose a little blood, and then automatically recover to full, and so on. No other effects. If this kind of pollen is inhaled by other ninjas, it will directly faint with powerlessness, but Lu Han is different, he is a subversive, and his subversive body is not afraid of this level of poison. Lu Han was not affected in the slightest, he threw 3 Hiraishin Kunai with his hand and hit Uchiha Madara directly. Following the fast-moving Hiraishin Kunai, flashes appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara controlled the flower tree world to attack Lu Han, and then his body flickered, evading Lu Han several knives in a row, and then hand seal again, his body suddenly shook, but he saw dozens of Uchiha Madara appear in front of Uchiha Madara's body. It's a wooden clone. Dozens of Uchiha Madara scattered and attacked Lu Han from different directions in a closed formation. Futon, wind style, sleepy roll ascension. Lu Han quickly completed the hand seal, blowing a spiral wind, crushing all the way, destroying a large number of trees. More than 10 Uchiha Madara clones went straight to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara quickly took off the Gunbai Uchiwa from behind with a hard swing. Uchiha bounces back. The gusting spiral wind suddenly changed direction, turning a corner and attacking Lu Han. Uchiha Madara that were not destroyed completed the hand seal at the same time and released the same ninjutsu, Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. After finishing the spell, they all burst into white smoke, and Uchiha Madara allotted so many chakras to them that the chakras were exhausted. The spiral wind and hundreds of fire dragons attacked Lu Han in 6 directions from front, back, left, right, up, and down. The space vibrated violently, and the terrifying aura fluctuations directly interfered with Lu Han's sense of the Hiraishin Kunai he had just thrown. He could also throw a new Hiraishin Kunai immediately, but it was too late. Boom. Rumble boom. Unprecedented Big Bang. Since Lu Han came to the world of Hokage, he has never been attacked at this level. This is the first time that Shake the Sky and Earth could not directly destroy half of this huge cave that can be called underground space. On the side where Lu Han was, the explosion caused the half of the cave to collapse completely, and the sea of fire spread throughout the cave. Uchiha Madara appeared on top of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, panting violently with his scythe, staring at the still collapsed cave space, the shock wave slammed into his face, and the heat of the flame made his white hair dance wildly at the same time. The hair ends are curled. He was motionless, panting, staring intently. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has opened his eyes, and is in the sea of fire. Half of his body is burned, but he ignores it. This level of flame is not bad. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, of. Finally, everything is at peace. Uchiha Madara still looked in that direction, holding the sickle tightly, her knuckles turning white. Chapter 1034_wrong. Is the cold light dead? Uchiha Madara is not sure, because Hangwang's strength is too strong, he can't perceive it in detail. The attack just now, even if it is a mountain, can be leveled directly. How can Hangwang be able to withstand it? Due to the terrain restrictions, there is nowhere for the cold light to escape. If it was on land, Hangwang might escape calmly, but here is underground. Even if there is Hiraishin's technique, if you can't react in time, you will die. Uchiha Madara didn't dare to relax, he was on high alert and his nerves were tense. He will not forget the pain just now. I still remember that the last time I was injured, it was hit by Tsunade desperately and explosively, and it was not long after I fought with Hangwang, and I was pierced by Hangwang's knife. The blood on the abdomen of the clothes has dried up, and the wounds under the clothes have also healed. But Uchiha Madara will never forget the critical moment. Almost. If Uchiha's reaction was so slow at that time, the knife that stabbed into his body only needed a shake, and it would be enough to tear his body to shreds. Hangwang, you won't die like this, will you? I'm really disappointed, Uchiha Madara murmured. He really couldn't bear Lu Han to die. He just wanted to push Lu Han into a corner. What he needs now is not Lu Han's life, but the life and death of Lu Han's master. Call. A cool breeze suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's body suddenly became illusory. The sword of shock slashed through the afterimage of Uchiha Madara, and Lu Han, who had no breath, missed a hit and stopped hiding. Entered the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode. It's good to come. Uchiha Madara drank hoarsely and threw more than 10 kunai back with his hand. At the same time, Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, who had opened his eyes, moved, raised his head and roared, and slapped Lu Han with his huge palm like a hill. Uchiha Madara is forcibly controlling Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. 10 years ago, he could only barely control Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to exert his abilities. Now, he is older than 10 years ago. In theory, he should have had more difficulty controlling Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But today's Uchiha Madara is in a very weird state, even more energetic than 10 years ago. This is something Lu Han can't understand, he doesn't know what Uchiha Madara has done to him. However, it doesn't matter either. Current Uchiha Madara is weaker than 10 years ago or stronger than 10 years ago. He is not Lu Han's opponent. The launch of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, made Lu Han feel apprehensive, and he immediately pulled back and distanced himself from Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, did not pursue, remaining in a crouched position, 9 eyes glowing with Yuhi light. Hangwang, you really always surprise me. Standing on top of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, staring at Lu Han. Oh, it's a surprise, Lu Leng said with a smile. Uchiha Madara did not kill him. He didn't resist it, but avoided it. He saw that he killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hanzo successively, and obtained a lot of ninjutsu scrolls from them. Unique instant technique, do not have to use Hiraishin. Although Hiraishin can be said to be the strongest telekinesis, it requires coordinates to be able to teleport. Sometimes, it is not as useful as some direct short to medium distance telekinesis. During the battle, especially in such a relatively small underground space, any situation may be encountered, and Lu Han naturally knows how to adapt accordingly. Hangwang, why don't we stop the war? Uchiha Madara stared at Lu Han and changed his voice. A truce. Lu Han glanced at the big Yuhi, name above Uchiha Madara's head that almost blinded people's eyes. Stop you, uncle. Yeah, instead of losing both sides, we should shake hands and make peace. You go your way and I will cross my bridge. As long as you hand over the time-space mystery of your master to me, I promise not to disturb you again. Uchiha Madara has opened skylight speaks brightly, he wants the profound meaning of life and death. Do you think it's possible? Luhan narrowed his eyes. Nothing is impossible, isn't it? Uchiha Madara's white hair was fluttering. I admit, I may not be your opponent now. If we fight again, I will die in your hands sooner or later, but do you really think that I can't do anything about you? Let's fight to the death. Why? Strangeness. Very strange. The arrogant Uchiha Madara says such words that it is better to destroy his prestige. Even for the sake of peace, for the profound meaning of life and death, he should not say such words, because he should be very clear that it is useless to talk with his mouth, and the mouth escape only exists in legends. It's all bullshit. Is there a conspiracy? Uchiha Madara, do you really think I'm a fool? What are you trying to say? Don't you understand yet? Uchiha Madara grinned and suddenly raised his hand-to-hand seal. Boom. A huge thunder blasted directly behind Luhan. This thunder was not from Uchiha Madara himself, but from behind Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The terrifying power directly hit Luhan with an unparalleled momentum. This is the speed of real lightning. Rumbling _ The ground exploded, and fire and smoke surged over a radius of 100 meters. Luhan escaped. A flickering figure appeared on the edge of the cave, looking at Uchiha Madara standing on the huge Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. His brows furrowed deeply. How could Uchiha Madara act like a lunatic? If he didn't agree with him, he would do it. Wrong. What's wrong? Hangwang, what's the benefit to you by killing me? You brought me to Konoha. Uchiha Madara spoke again, hoarse and low voice, not fast, as if the attack just now was not his. What are you? No, Luhan shouted loudly, his eyes changed drastically. Damn. You're stalling for time. Konoha's side. Before Luhan could finish speaking, the man disappeared into the cave. He finally figured out what was wrong, the wrong time. When Luhan came to this cave, it was already past 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and he fought fiercely with Uchiha Madara for a while. Uchiha Madara spoke again. It's 11:30. Half an hour at most. Beyond Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be buried. And by now, it should be completely ready over there. The fourth generation of Mizukage Yagura, the fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa, the third generation of Tsuchikajinoki, and hundreds of masters and powerhouses from various forces in the ninja world should have gathered in Konoha village. Go back. Go back. Chapter 1035_State Funeral. Luhan burrowed into the soil and rushed to the ground with the mayfly technique. The soil layer was too thick, and Luhan couldn't sense the Hiraishin Kanai on Tsunade's body. After 2 breaths, Luhan, who was about to reach the surface, finally sensed it and disappeared. In the underground cave, Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the top of Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had a very unsightly face. Today, he fought against Luhan, and there were 2 things that made him unable to calm down. First, Luhan's strength has completely suppressed him. With Uchiha Madara's current state, even if the firepower is fully fired regardless of the consequences, I am afraid that he can only fight Luhan in a short period of time, and as long as the time is long, he will undoubtedly lose. Second, he didn't cheat Luhan again. As Luhan guessed, Uchiha Madara really had the idea of delaying time. He wanted to hold the cold light here. Only in this way, Yagura and others in Konoha village were good at doing things, but Luhan saw through it. Hee, cold light. It's really interesting. Uchiha Madara let out a sneer. Call. Southwest corner of the cave, the figure of Black Zetsu appeared out of thin air. Did he agree? Uchiha Madara asked, turning her head. He didn't answer, but I think he agreed. Black Zetsu said hoarsely, because he didn't refuse. Okay. Uchiha Madara's heart was determined, and he showed a smile of victory. Uchiha Madara knew the character of that person. Although he had no contact with him before, as a famous top ninja in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara naturally mastered his detailed information, even including it's the kind of thing it does in Konoha. Oh, cold light. You would never have thought of it. Uchiha Madara grinned wickedly. Konoha Hidden Village, on the square in front of the Hokage building. The ceremony before Sarutobi Hiruzen's burial will be held here. At this time, the square has been decorated with great solemnity. Thousands of Konoha ninjas have gathered on the left side of the square, and a large number of ordinary people with status in the Konoha village are also in the queue. Middle. On the right side of the square, there are all the embassies from various countries in the ninja world, and the total number is close to 1,000. Among them, the total number of Sunagakur, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, and Takian village forces exceeds 500. Chiyo from Sunagakure village, Sukazan Fubuki from Kurigakure, Wasteland from Iwagakure village, etc. are all gathering closer to the Hokage building. The two groups of people were clearly separated, one left and one right, and a wide passage was left in the middle. Are waiting. Tsunade and others were not among the crowd, but inside the Hokage building. First floor morning hall. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Yigzune, Sarutobi Bawako and others were all there, surrounded by a large number of guards and Anbu ninjas. Tsunade stood with Orochimaru, several guards from Kaharu Udatane were around, and the shadow cat was crawling on Tsunade's shoulders, and everyone here was dressed in burlap. Call. Luhan appeared beside Tsunade out of thin air. Tsunade, who seemed very depressed, was suddenly shocked and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Luhan shook his head and did not elaborate. He found Uchiha Madara, and even had a chance to kill Uchiha Madara, but it was likely to be a long battle, so Luhan had to give up there and come back first. Here is the core of today's events. The insight map shows that the Big Yuhi name is just outside the door. Third generation of the village of Iwagakure, the land of the earth, level 70 bronze boss Onoki. Sure enough, he's already in. Kaharu Udatane noticed Luhan coming, stood with Tsunade in a low-key manner, said nothing to Homura Mitokado beside the coffin, and then quickly walked towards Luhan. Luhan disappeared out of thin air. Didn't wait for Kaharu Udatane to come over and say anything. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Luhan flashed and squinted to the square in front of the Hokage building below. Onoki at a glance. It is worth mentioning that the mysterious Onoki who disguised himself was not hiding in the Iwagakure mission, but among the Sunagakure mission ninjas. Looking at the costumes, he looked like a dwarf melon ninja, wearing a robe and a mask. If such a figure appeared in Iwagakure, he would be suspected of guessing his identity, but Sunagakure would not. With a quick glance, Luhan saw Rasa again, who was standing behind Chiyo, disguised as Chiyo's bodyguard. Also wearing a mask. They are all here. Relying on the color of the names of the ninjas on the heads of the diplomatic missions of various countries, it is shown that the ninjas named Yuhi participated in this ceremony with malicious intent. There are nearly 600 people, and their average strength is very high. There are more than a dozen cage levels, the strongest is Onoki, followed by Chiyo. Damn, Luhan muttered. If these guys really do it, as long as they are willing to pay the price, it is not a problem to destroy the current Konoha. Although there are many strong men in Konoha, all the older cage levels have appeared, but this kind of cage level, Onoki can beat it. 5 is not a problem. In fact, now Luhan can choose to do it directly. With his strength, as long as he is fully prepared and kills a few leaders first, the odds of winning will be great, but Luhan has already made a plan, he is not in a hurry. Time up. When the solemn bell rang, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Yushuin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and 4 other Sarutobi clan ninjas, a total of 8 people, with wooden sticks on their shoulders, slowly lifted Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffin. 8 people carried the coffin and, under the command of Kaharu Udatane, walked outside the Hokage building, with Sarutobi Lake Biwa following behind, holding the spiritual seat of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The door of the Hokage building has been fully opened, and even the walls on both sides have been removed, so that the audience outside can see the scene completely. The ceremony officially started. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffin was carried to the square outside, Kaharu Udatane commanded to put down the coffin. In front of where the coffin was placed, a high platform had already been built. After the coffin was put down, 9 bells rang again. Under the protection of a group of Anbu ninjas, they slowly boarded the high platform. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then all looked at the daimyo of the Land of Fire in unison. The Fire Country daimyo unfolded the scroll in his hand and began to read the eulogy. This is a state funeral, this link is very important. Chapter 1036 _ The enemies appear. Daimyo read the eulogy on the high platform, telling about Sarutobi Hiruzen's life and his great achievements. Daimyo also talked about his personal friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and how he inherited from his attacking father with the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen through step-by-step efforts. A big name. The scene was solemn, with only the voice of the big name. Many Konoha ninjas bowed their heads in sad gestures, listening. 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his life was wonderful, he took on the responsibility of revival when Konoha was at its most perilous time. For 30 years, he devoted himself to Konoha Zen and did not dare to slack off for a moment. His greatest Hokage. A serious voice echoed across the square. Great. A loyal ninja who framed Konoha for his own benefit, how dare he call him great? The hoarse voice with a joke suddenly appeared, and the interrupted daimyo's words spread his voice throughout Konoha. An uproar. The daimyo looked in disbelief, and the Konoha ninjas and the mission ninjas who were present also looked over in shock. Someone jumped out to disrupt the situation. How dare you say such an outrageous thing? Looking for death. Who is it? Get out now. Damn it. Who? You dare to insult Hokage-sama. Thousands of Konoha ninjas in the square all exploded. They were excited, but they did not walk around, because they were all watching to see who was talking nonsense here. From the team. You guys are so naive. Do you really think Sarutobi Hiruzen is devoted to Konoha? Do you really think he has no selfishness? There was another sarcastic voice. At the same time, a group of Sunagaku ninjas moved to both sides in the mission team, spread out to make way for a passage, and saw a mysterious, short and fat ninja walking out from inside and talking. It was him. He walked out of the crowd and took off his mask in public. Bearded, Yuhi knows, about 60 years old. It is Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation of the village of Iwagakure, Onoki nicknamed 2-Day Scales. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, he can be said to be the only remaining Zeon ninja among the older generation rulers of Konoha. On the other side of the crowd, Kaharu Udatane saw Onoki's first moment, and realized that it was not good. Onoki dared to come to Konoha in person, and dared to show up in the middle of it. He must have come prepared. Otherwise he wouldn't have the guts. After Onoki revealed his identity, the scolding subsided for a part. After all, this person is Onoki, a powerful ninja with a status comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can point to Sarutobi Hiruzen and curse. However, there are still some stunned or hot-tempered ninjas who can't help it. Damn it. What did you just say, old man? What about Tsuchikage 3? This is Konoha. Silence. Kaharu Udatane shouted. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and many people looked at Kaharu Udatane to see how she handled the matter, and others looked at Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato and others to see how they reacted. The silence, Kaharu Udatane stepped out of the crowd and walked across from Onoki. Tsuchikage, the dignified 3rd generation, came quietly, hiding his head and showing his tail. Onoki-sama, you are not afraid of losing your identity. Kaharu Udatane said lightly, not looking angry, but his words were harsh. I'm here today to expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy. If you come directly, you Konoha will probably try to block my mouth, and I can't either. Onoki squeezed his beard and said lightly. Is it here to spoil the situation? Kaharu Udatane squinted. Onoki. I tell you, this is the hidden village of Konoha. It's not a place where you can go wild. If you can watch the ceremony quietly, we at Konoha will naturally treat you as a guest. If you can't, blame us for being rude. While Kaharu Udatane shouted loudly, many of the Konoha powerhouses in the crowd were all observing the mission team on the opposite side, and some were even ready for battle. They are all experienced ninjas, all guessed, Onoki came prepared. But no matter how well prepared Onoki is, it is impossible to pull all the foundations of Iwagakure village down, right? And even if it is pulled, Konoha is not afraid to fight him. Kaharu, why are you so angry? No matter what, we are old friends. Onoki still said lightly, I think there is something you should listen to. You better shut up. You won't let me say, what are you afraid of? If you have anything to say, you can say it after the funeral, I am all ears, but now, no. Ha ha, can't you? Then what am I going to say? Whoosh, woohoo. As soon as Onoki's fierce voice fell, figures emerged from the crowds on both sides of the square. More than 30 elites, including Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and Hyuga Bonin, all appeared behind Kaharu Udatane. On Onoki's side, 30 or 40 figures flashed. Tsukazan Fuguki from Kurigakure village, Chio from Sunagakure village, Masashi Shibukawa from Takian village, and Lois from Iwagakure village are all on the list, as well as many mysterious ninjas with masks, as well as recognized powerhouses without masks. Jonin on both sides at the same time, there is a sense of evenness. But Kaharu Udatane's face changed dramatically because he saw that Kurigakure, Sunagakure, Takian, Iwagakure, they were united. What are you doing? Damn. Go. Konoha ninjas were gathered, the other ninjas were all half a beat slower. When they saw Onoki posing behind Onoki, almost all the Konoha ninjas who belonged to the thousands moved forward. Don't move, Kaharu Udatane shouted sharply, drinking to stop the Konoha ninjas who wanted to surround him. Her expression was stiff, and her eyes were already a little terrifying, because she saw that right across, behind Onoki, two ninjas took off their masks, and they. One is Kurigakure village 4th generation Mizukage Yagura. One is Kazekage Rasa, the 4th generation of Sunagakure village. Kaharu Udatane fully realized the seriousness of the problem. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Sunagakure, Kurigakure, Iwagakure, the leaders of the 3 major ninja villages, all came. They are all present, which means that there must be a group of top powerhouses from the 3 major ninja villages. What are you trying to say? Kaharu Udatane stared sharply at Onoki. Chapter 1037 _ He is a villain. Voice is tough and his attitude is tough, but in fact Kaharu Udatane has already shown his cowardice. If this situation is fought, regardless of the outcome, Konoha will probably be destroyed. So Kaharu Udatane didn't let Onoki speak up here before, and now he can only let it. The Konoha ninjas were not good looking, and some people even showed their shocked expressions. The shadows of the 3 hostile ninja villages came. How many people did they bring, and was the outside of the village already surrounded? Hiraishin Kanai had slipped out of Namikaze Minato's sleeve and was held in his hand. His body was already tense, his eyes swept back and forth across the faces of Onoki, Yagura, and Rasa. Jiraiya looked grim and was ready for battle. Orochimaru stood beside Tsunade, as cold as ever. Tsunade frowned, clenched her fists subconsciously, and glanced up slightly. She didn't know where the cold light was now. Anbu's acting Captain Bailey, also known as Uncle Hyuga, has already started commanding Anbu ninjas, quietly but quickly making arrangements, beckoning to the high platform, indicating that Anbu ninjas will escort the daimyo away first, and then turn to the ninjas around him. Explain, let them arrange people to quickly evacuate with ordinary people in the square. Inuzuka, the commander of the Konoha Garrison Corps, has ordered to send more Konoha ninjas to come here. Onoki didn't say what he wanted to do, he just wanted to talk, but Konoha immediately made a comprehensive arrangement. There was no way, who let the other party be the three shadows. That's right, let me finish. Onoki gave Kaharu Yuditane a weird smile. Just now your name said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the greatest Hokage. I can't agree, in my heart, the greatest Hokage, always the first Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama. Oh, Kaharu Yuditane narrowed his eyes slightly. She has gathered many powerful people around her, but she is still very dangerous. If she is so close to Onoki, if Onoki is really malicious, she can kill her in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he's a selfish villain at all. Onoki said wildly. You fart. You are the villain. A few angry shouts came from the crowd behind Kaharu Yuditane, and there were always hot-tempered ninjas who couldn't hear such words. Onoki didn't care who was scolding him, didn't even look at him, looked at Kaharu Yuditane and smiled. I know it's hard for you to accept, but I have proof. Before that, I didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was like this. People. Onoki said, took out a scroll from his arms, shook it at Kaharu Yuditane, and handed it over. Kaharu Yuditane didn't take it right away. It was an Anbu ninja beside her who took the scroll, checked it, and confirmed that it was fine before handing it to Kaharu Yuditane. Kaharu Yuditane took the scroll and opened it quickly. She doesn't believe that Onoki is really the master or any evidence against Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is an outsider after all. But when she glanced at the reels, her complexion changed. Kaharu Yuditane can't believe it's real. She couldn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually did such a thing. At the back, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato both subconsciously probed into the scroll, but Kaharu Yuditane closed the scroll abruptly so that no one else could see it. 10 days ago, Black Zetsu, a subordinate of Uchiha Madara, came to our village of Iwagakure and gave this to me. Onoki suddenly said loudly, and most of the Konohas who had a high voice could hear it clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted Black Zetsu. I hope we can cooperate with him to frame your Konoha's Anbu Captain Wufeng. That is Hitaki Tai Shuo. To this end, he also provided me with some important private information about Wufeng and forged it. The letter of Wufeng's contact with us even gave us some Konoha's confidential information, let us cooperate with him, and said that Wufeng gave it to us. Hokage, the third generation of Konoha, the greatest Hokage in your mouth, did such a thing. Framed your Captain Anbu, ha ha ha, it's ridiculous, ridiculous. Full of nonsense. Shut up. It was clearly Wufeng who assassinated Lord Hokage, he betrayed Konoha. A few more people couldn't help but shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, you don't believe it, then you ask her, what did I give her? Onoki pointed at Kaharu Yuditane and laughed. Puff. Flames exploded from Kaharu Yuditane's hand, burning the scroll to ashes. Just so shameless. Burn the evidence in full view. Kaharu Yuditane couldn't help it either, she tried her best. Onoki was stunned for a moment, but he never thought that Kaharu Yuditane would do this, publishing the evidence and saying that it was fake. Wouldn't it be the best way to deal with it? Is it too guilty to burn it directly? It can only be said that Onoki still doesn't understand Konoha. The scroll contains information about Sarutobi Hiruzen's handwritten letter, and there are some secrets related to Konoha that Kaharu Yuditane can't publish at all. It's ridiculous. Kaharu Yuditane laughed suddenly and sneered. Lord Hokage passed away, and I can't refute your nonsense. You want to frame him. Why are you framed? Are you sure I'm framing him? Onoki raised an eyebrow. Of course. Kaharu Yuditane said with absolute certainty. Let's assume that even if Lord Hokage really wants to communicate with you secretly, according to what you said, to frame Wufeng, why would Lord Hokage do this? Besides, what happened to Lord Hokage? Maybe put the handle in your hands. Give you a chance to smear him. Would Lord Hokage make such a low-level mistake? Very reasonable. This is indeed a low-level error, and there is a problem when you think about it. I'll answer your first question first. Why did he do this? Onoki said quickly, because Hitaki Taishuo is Han Guang's disciple, and he wants to get rid of it quickly. The real purpose is to deal with Han Guang. Secondly, the reason why I was able to get the evidence and get the handle on Sarutobi Hiruzen is because someone betrayed him. Sell out. Kaharu Udatane sneered. Then tell me, who is it? It's me. On one side of the high platform, a figure appeared out of thin air and responded to Kaharu Udatane. Oh look. That's a man in black. Black Zetsu. Chapter 1038_U Konoha must admit defeat. Black Zetsu appeared in public. This may be the first time in his history that he has appeared in front of such a large scene. Before that, very few people had even heard of him, and even fewer had seen him. At this moment, everyone is looking at him. I can testify that everything Onoki said is true. Black Zetsu said quickly, my previous relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, I think you all know, I can attest that Sarutobi Hiruzen did indeed do the thing about framing Wu Feng. Yes, I personally carried out this matter. Originally, I planned with Sarutobi Hiruzen to frame Wu Feng, kill him justifiably, draw out the cold light, smear the cold light, kill the cold light. But I didn't expect that the cold light came so fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden death brought our cooperation to an end. Bullshit. Damn. Go to hell. Call. On the high platform, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Black Zetsu. This was an elderly ninja with white hair and beard. He was the chief elder of the Konoha Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cousin, Sarutobi Sagi. He is one of the older generation of Konoha strong, although his strength has regressed a lot due to age, but he is still cage level. Sarutobi Sagi suddenly appeared beside Black Zetsu, wielding the sword and shouting angrily. Cut through the air. Black Zetsu disappeared out of thin air. The golden lightning flashed to Sarutobi Sagi's side. It was Namikaze Minato. He didn't shoot to kill, but to protect Sarutobi Sagi. He also knew a little about Black Zetsu's strength. Sarutobi Sagi was not Black Zetsu's opponent. Get out of here. If you have the ability to say that you don't have the ability to fight. Sarutobi Sagi was angry and shouted at the surrounding. Sir Sagi, calm down. Namikaze Minato persuaded a few words, and then whispered something in Sarutobi Sagi. Sarutobi Sagi then snorted coldly and jumped off the high platform with Namikaze Minato and returned to the team. What a farce. Kaharu Udatane snorted coldly, looking at Onoki. Onoki. You joined Black Zetsu to smear our Lord Hokage. Is this your purpose today? Kaharu Udatane can't understand what Onoki is here for. To engage in such a big battle, I don't know how much it costs to unite the forces of the ninja village, just to smear. Hey, I just want you to see what kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen is. Onoki sneered, aside from the grudges, I actually admire Hangguang. If there are such excellent ninjas in our Iwagakure village, I will definitely the position of Tsuchikage is given to him. After all, I am old, and so is Sarutobi Hiruzen. But what did he do? Enough is enough. Kaharu Udatane interrupted Onoki sharply, speaking quickly, if that's what you're talking about today, then well, you're done. Believe it or not, it's our business. You can come back, you are not welcome in Konoha. Quote. At this moment, all the ordinary people in the small square of the Hokage building have been evacuated, and the Fire Country Daimyo has also been escorted away, leaving only the Konoha ninja and the ninjas from various countries. Except for the ninjas of the mission from Sand, Mist, Rock, and Taki Shinen village, who stood there and didn't move, all the missions from other small countries and small forces had already retreated and gathered around the square to watch the fun. They were ready to run away at any time. Ready. Because watching this scene, it is possible to fight at any time. Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Inuzuka Solitary, Tsunade, Onoki, Sukazan Fubuki, Chiyo, Yagura, Rasa. If this group of people really fight, it won't be long before Konoha Hidden Village will be completely destroyed. Not to mention, there are hundreds of experts from both sides at the scene. More Konoha ninjas have arrived. Inuzuka ordered almost the entire garrison to be transferred here, as well as the internal affairs of Uchiha, Hyuga and other large tribes, who were originally arranged to participate in patrol and monitoring, and are also in various places at this time. Under the order of the patriarch of the big clan, he rushed to the small square. In terms of numbers, Konoha is absolutely dominant, but in terms of overall strength, Kaharu Udatane is completely clueless. You don't need to look at them one by one, recognize everyone, know their strength, just think about it. Don't bring enough manpower, don't bring enough ninjas, the shadows of the 3 major ninja villages, why dare to come here? Onoki, who had been speaking on behalf of everyone, turned his head and looked to the west of the square, and more Konoha ninjas were running toward him. Kaharu Udatane, I advise you to let them retreat first. Today we are here, and we have no intention of starting, so don't get me wrong. Onoki said coldly. Joke, this is the hidden village of Konoha, how to arrange the ninjas, it's not your turn to dictate. Kaharu Udatane sneered. Onoki, you better say it straight. What do you want to do today? There are indeed several things. Onoki's voice sank with his hands behind his back. I've already said the first thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a villain. The second thing, also about him. I'm talking about this war. This is an all-out war that has caused the lives of the ninja world to be devastated. What? It was really Sarutobi Hiruzen who started the ninja war with a premeditated plan. You fart. Even Kaharu Udatane couldn't help but swear. Call. The high platform on the side, Black Zetsu appeared again, speaking quickly. What he said is true. In Konoha 40 years, we made a corresponding plan with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This ninja war seems to be a multi-party conflict. What comes out of Ultimate is actually the conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After saying the last word, Black Zetsu disappeared out of thin air again. This is the second thing. Onoki followed, not giving Kaharu Udatane a plan to speak. The third thing. Since the war was started by Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he is responsible. All of us agree to end the ninja war. On the condition that you Konoha must admit defeat and pay us 2 billion taels of war reparations. Chapter 1039_2 billion. Onoki finally revealed his true purpose and put on such a big battle, that is, to make Konoha village surrender unconditionally and pay the sky-high war reparations. 2 billion. Kaharu Udatane looked at Onoki in disbelief. It costs 2 billion to speak. This can no longer be described by the lion's big mouth, this is simply whimsical. It is impossible for Konoha village to have 2 billion liquidity. It is possible to gather all the private properties of the major tribes, but if this is done, the major tribes will never compromise, and the only way to go is to fight to the end. That's right, it's 2 billion. Onoki put his hands behind his back with a cold face. 1 or 2 less. If you don't admit defeat and don't pay the war reparations, today is the day your hidden village of Konoha will be destroyed. What a big breath. He's just crazy. It's hard for a strong man. Where do we have 2 billion? We can't admit defeat, you die. Thousands of Konoha ninjas blew up, shouting and scolding, but there were still some ninjas, some jonin, elite jonin, chiefs of major clans, many of them were silent. Onoki is by no means talking big. They can all see that although there are only 500 or 600 people on Onoki's side, and more than 3,000 ninjas from Konoha's side have arrived, the number is very different, but in this situation, the number does not represent strength, only by Onoki one person. Defeating an army of 3,000 people is not a problem. Wishful thinking. Kaharu Udatane shouted sharply, we Konoha will never admit defeat. We will never pay 2 billion in war reparations. Onoki, you know that we Konoha don't have this much money, yet you still make such unreasonable demands. Are you fighting? We Konoha are here. This is very hard to say. In fact, Kaharu Udatane can't help it either. Damn 2 billion, I can't get it out. What else can I do if I don't fight? In fact, if Onoki asked for 102 million, Kaharu Udatane might have agreed. The current war situation is at a disadvantage for Konoha village. Coupled with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha village may win the war. Sex is already very low, and with Onoki in such a big battle, Kaharu Yuditane is willing to bow his head. As long as he can protect Konoha, as long as he can protect the ninjas of Konoha village, Kaharu Yuditane doesn't care if he becomes a sinner in Konoha village. Are you sure, Kaharu Yuditane? Are you sure you really want to fight? Onoki stared, his breath burst out. Boom. The terrifying aura shot into the sky, and everyone around was terrified. Even Namikaze Minato, the strongest in Konoha, was far inferior to Onoki compared to the aura. Boom, 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 boom. After Onoki, Rasa, Yagura, Chiyo, Sukazan Fubuki and all the nearly 600 ninjas on the mission all showed their breaths, and the creepy and terrifying breaths gathered into a ball, like a cloud, shrouded in the sky of Konoha village. When they show their breath, it is equivalent to exposing their own strength. After all, only a ninja with enough strength can show a correspondingly powerful breath. It's a show and a threat. Many Konoha ninjas were stunned. They only thought about the possible harm caused by famous powerhouses such as Onoki, but they did not expect that the mysterious ninjas wearing masks were so strong. They can really destroy Konoha. Although there will be some price to pay, this price will definitely be within the range they can afford. Are you really going to fight? Onoki asked again. Kaharu Yuditane's face was bitter, and sure enough, what she had thought before was absolutely correct. The three big shadows appeared together, and they must have been fully prepared. It's a pity. Too bad Sarutobi Hiruzen died. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't died, they certainly wouldn't have dared to do it. Compared with strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is an existence that belongs to the level of 10,000 enemies, known as Zeon. And Onoki is also at this level. If you want to enter this level, you must not only have strength, but also record and rich experience. After all, in battle wisdom and strategy are also very important. Knowing super powerful techniques and making good use of super powerful techniques are two concepts. Onoki is the enemy of all. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also the enemy of 10,000 people. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer there, and this is where the gap is the biggest. Kaharu Yuditane suddenly thought again that it was Han Guang who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, so will he shoot? About Kaharu Yuditane is a little desperate. The possibility of Hangguang's shot is too low. There are two reasons. First, even if Hangguang makes a shot, it is extremely dangerous, and the outcome is unpredictable. Second, Hangguang has broken with Konoha. He is now in Konoha, but he has not shown up, has already explained his attitude. All in all, unless Hangguang himself is mean, he will never risk his life to fight against Onoki and others for Konoha. Han Guang is a person with clear grudges. It is precisely because of the clear grievances that Kaharu Yuditane can't think of a good result. What? Changed your mind? Onoki asked with a grin when he saw that Kaharu Yuditane did not speak. I can give you 3 minutes to think about it, and you can also ask for the opinion of your Konoha clan chiefs. 2 billion, it's always if you can get it together. Oh yes, your Fire Country daimyo is also in the village, you can borrow money from him. Quote. No, we will never surrender. We are ninjas and we are not afraid to fight. We're going to die. They are too strong. There are 2 different voices among the thousands of ninjas in Konoha. One is the bloody death fighting faction, and the other is the faction of complacency. People are different, and so are the ninjas. In this situation, there are also differences within Konoha. No one wants to die, and in the consciousness of many people, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Our Hyuga clan can come up with 100 million. Hyuga Hiyashi's low voice came from behind Kaharu Yuditane. Let's go to the Inuzuka clan to get 40 million. Inuzuka said alone. Uchiha tribe, 100 million. Uchiha Fugaku said. Sarutobi family, 100 million. Sarutobi Yushuin said. The people around Kaharu Yuditane have already started to scrape together the money. Chapter 1040 _ Life and Death. Can stand beside Kaharu Yuditane, in addition to the strong, are the big men in the Konoha village. Most of them will not be hot-headed people. Even if their clansmen are screaming and fighting, they will keep calm. This is related to the life and death of Konoha village. If the money is gone, you can make more money. If the Konoha village is gone, then it's all over. Ninjas are not afraid of fighting, but they are afraid of perishing. A ninja can fight to the end and sacrifice his life for his tribe and for his own village, but if the tribe and the village will also perish in this battle, then all their dedication will be meaningless. For what? It is to provide a better environment for the next generation, to protect the tribe, and it can also be money. But if Shinobi village were to perish, it would be true, all battles would be meaningless. At this moment, no matter how many internal contradictions there had been before, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Aburame. These big clans all chose to put aside their prejudices and stand on a united front. Although Onoki is an enemy, he is a decent person regardless of his position. What he said, one spit and one nail, he said 2 billion, then as long as Konoha spends 2 billion, it can not only solve this matter, but also to end the protracted ninja world war. Most tribes have expressed their opinions. And those small clans who usually seem to be loyal to Konoha, don't cause trouble, and are honest and disciplined, but they are hesitant. For them, Konoha village doesn't feel as much a sense of belonging as the big clans do. Because they are a small clan, their status in the village is not high, they are usually small transparent in the village, and have little contact with the high-level Konoha. In this case, their minds have to live up. Why should the private property accumulated over the generations be taken out? Small clans can choose to leave Konoha village and join other shinobi villages. Large clans cannot escape because they are too involved with Konoha village, and even if they do leave, shinobi village will not dare to accept them, just like the Hyuga clan, if they broke away from Konoha to join Kurigakure, and the ghost lanterns of Kurigakure village would definitely disagree. Because Hyuga is too powerful, if Hyuga merges into Kurigakure, who will be the largest tribe of Kurigakure in the future, and who will be the real controller of the village of Kurigakure, is hard to say. Small clans do not have this problem at all. Fewer people is also an advantage. Any force likes to absorb small clans to enhance their own strength. Konoha is in an existential crisis. The final decision of Kaharu Udatain will not only affect the fate of Konoha village, but also affect the historical trend of the entire ninja world. Whether Konoha village completely disappeared into the long river of history, or went to revival after the decline, or completely declined, all in Kaharu Udatain's thoughts. Many tribal chiefs spoke to Kaharu Udatain, and many of the sub-clan chiefs, said nothing. In the northwest, on a tower 1 kilometer away, Luhan was standing on the rooftop, drinking from a water cup. He didn't look nervous or stressed at all, he was preparing, eating and drinking, ready to fight. He is going to appear after all, no matter what entanglements the two groups have over there, what they say, or what they do, it doesn't matter. Today's matter, Luhan will end it with one hand. His super strength allows Luhan to hear the conversation over there clearly, and his eyesight is not a problem. He can even see the faces of everyone in front of the Hokage building. I have to say, it's very dramatic. Those ninjas in Konoha village, from the same enemy, to different minds, Luhan sees all the changes. Have to admit that Onoki's shrewdness and wisdom are beyond mortals. This reputation is not weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen's third-generation Tsuchikage, the leader of the party who has been in power for the longest time in the original book, and his grasp of people's hearts is really extremely accurate. In fact, he didn't do anything, just put pressure on Konoha in a certain order, and this result was achieved. It can be expected that if the two sides really fight, there will likely be deserters on Konoha's side, and there will be no less. That's interesting, Uchiha Madara. You don't really want Konoha to perish, do you? Are there any other tricks in the future? Luhan muttered to himself. In front of the Hokage building, Konoha's side was already noisy, Thousands of people were talking at the same time, and the scene was a mess. Even Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado are arguing. I'll come, this sinner, I'll be the one. Homura Mitokado adjusted his glasses, his eyes determined. Kaharu, you shouldn't carry this name. I don't have the ability to you. Konoha still needs you. No, Konoha is led by me these days. It's my responsibility not to detect the crisis in advance. Kaharu Yuditane shook his head. Acknowledging defeat and paying indemnities, the two have reached an agreement on this point, but they have differences as to who came forward to admit defeat and who came forward to sign the surrender and peace agreement. Whoever does this will lose his reputation. Konoha has never been defeated, and this will be the first and most humiliating one. While the main battle legion was outside, Konoha was threatened by a powerful enemy and forced to surrender. This incident will definitely be written into textbooks in the future. When the time comes, the person who admits defeat is not an exaggeration to say that it is eternal. Have you discussed it? 3 minutes have come. Onoki said suddenly. Have you collected enough money? If not, I can warn you, Tsunade. She's very rich. Onoki's last sentence really reminded everyone that all eyes were on Tsunade, who never said a word. Tsunade is rich. Everyone knows the legend of the cold light treasure. Moreover, Han Guang admitted before that the treasure really exists. Kaharu Yuditane looked at Tsunade with a complicated expression. Tsunade was not a Konoha ninja 10 years ago, and she would leave as soon as she wanted, and Han Guang would definitely take her away, so it would be impossible to ask her to pay. Besides, Tsunade doesn't necessarily have the final say on how the money is used. At this moment, Tsunade is in the spotlight. Lu Han, who was upstairs in the distance, suddenly understood. No wonder he mentioned the incredible number of 2 billion, so it turned out to be related to Tsunade.